After an entire night immersed in gaming, the protagonist suddenly finds himself dead and inexplicably transported into the world of the game, now embodying a notorious antagonist. At the onset, he boldly declares his affection to the noble Duke's daughter, only to discover that the Duke harbors intentions to eliminate him. Around him, individuals seem to conspire for his demise. Chapter 1. The Transmigration of the Villain, A Descent into Hell. Victor, you have certainly gained notoriety. Reflecting on the words of the woman who had just departed, the man rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to glance at the contents of a newspaper resting on his desk, a gift from his sister, Leah Clavener. Just moments ago, she had berated him fiercely, leaving the study in a huff, her expression one of exasperated disappointment. Were her words mere baseless insults, they might have incited his wrath. However, he could not afford to react, for the newspaper bore news directly related to him. He picked it up, his obsidian-like eyes scanning the headlines with a quiet intensity. The front page featured a photograph of a man whose striking good looks were evident even in the black and white print. The article was straightforward. Shocking. The Viscount Clavener acts inappropriately at the Duke's daughter's banquet. It was undeniable that this publication knew how to attract attention. Had he encountered such a sensational headline himself, he would have likely spent a few coins to purchase a copy for leisure reading. Alas, the subject of this scandalous report was none other than himself, Victor Clavener. Gazing into the mirror atop his desk, he noted the reflection of a man strikingly similar to the one depicted in the newspaper. Most concerning was the fact that the Duke's daughter was still a minor. As a newcomer to this world, Victor, who had just transmigrated with no recollection of his past, certainly did not wish to bear the burden of such blame. Yet, the predicament was dire. Could a deranged individual evade capital punishment by claiming insanity? Indeed, it was possible provided one possessed the requisite documentation. Victor did not have such a certificate. Thus, he found himself shouldering the sins left behind by the former Victor, along with a torrent of furious denunciations. To address the gravity of the situation, it was not merely his confession to the underage daughter of a duke that was alarming. The crux of the matter lay in the character he had assumed. Victor Clavener, a figure of noble lineage, holding the title of Viscount. In the Colintian Empire, a nation governed by a hierarchy of noble titles, being a Viscount was more symbolic status than a position of substantial power. Aside from possessing a territory, he held few privileges that owe the common folk. Victor was naturally regarded as a person of influence. However, provoking the Duke's daughter? A Viscount could hardly compare to a Duke. What a headache this is, he mused, pressing his hand to his forehead and exhaling a weary sigh. In truth, Victor was acutely aware of his surroundings. The decor of the study bore a striking resemblance to a game he had once played in his previous life. It was an adventure-themed MMORPG, a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Within this realm of swords and sorcery, players could customize their avatars, assume various races, and experience diverse careers while engaging in numerous quests and challenges. His role was that of a power leveler. The game necessitated leveling up for those who were not willing to invest money. Grinding for materials was essential. If a player preferred not to spend money but lacked the time to level up and gather materials, they would require the services of a power leveler in prior existence. He had gained a modest reputation within this niche. The previous day, he had endured sleeplessness and starvation, diligently completing his 17th assignment for the month. Just as he prepared to finalize his earnings, he suddenly collapsed, succumbing to an untimely death. Thus, his transmigration occurred in a most unceremonious fashion. This world, however, was fraught with peril, imbued with various fantastical powers. Individuals of the Duke's stature were likely to possess their own private armies. On the surface, the Clavener family had incurred the ire of the Duke. To the outside world, their fate appeared grim. Yet, fortunately, I am not without opportunities, Victor mused, setting the newspaper aside, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips. No matter how exaggerated the crises he might face, he viewed them as surmountable. After all, this was merely a game world. If all went as anticipated, he was the very first player in this game, having navigated countless endings and grown intimately familiar with its intricacies. A mere Duke posed little threat to a player who had encountered every conceivable challenge. I wonder what time it is now, he pondered. Perhaps it was still before the official commencement of the game's narrative? It was highly plausible. In any case, before addressing the potential threats posed by the Duke, he needed to gather more information. Knocked out a couple of soft raps at the door interrupted his thoughts. A servant entered, balancing a tray. She steadied the teacup and respectfully bowed to Victor. Master, Miss Gwen has sent an invitation, requesting to meet with you this afternoon. Gwendolyn, indeed. The servant, puzzled by his inquiry regarding Gwen's full name, observed as Victor's mind recalled the character associated with that familiar name. Gwendolyn. hailing from a knightly family guarding the borders of the Empire, serve as the captain of the Royal Knights, a true champion of justice. Could she be here to apprehend me? Victor silently mused. Gwendoline was no insignificant character. In the later stages of the game, she would evolve into a formidable boss that players would confront. Victor possessed a clear understanding of her combat prowess. This woman was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he might genuinely meet his demise. Though he had transmigrated, it appeared he lacked any advantageous abilities. For now, it would be prudent to avoid a meeting. If they were to encounter each other, she might suspect his true identity. After a moment's contemplation, Victor spoke calmly, declined the invitation. Inform her that I am unavailable. Understood. The servant bowed once more, rising with an air of hesitation. After a moment, she seemed unable to contain herself and spoke up. By the way, Master, if you consider keeping a pet, I would advise against acquiring a black one-eyed crow. Crows are often harbingers of misfortune, and a one-eyed crow is hardly an appealing sight. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. With that, she bowed again, her expression tinged with apprehension, and hurriedly exited the study. As the door closed gently, Victor found his thoughts restless. He had turned his head to see a shadowy creature nestled in the corner of the desk. It resembled a crow, albeit slightly larger, and, as the servant had mentioned, it possessed a single eye situated upon its forehead. That eye seemed to glimmer with an almost human-like intelligence. Darting about with curiosity, its solitary eye met Victor's gaze. Then, it revealed a hint of a human smile. Greetings, I am the malevolent deity Habika. Chapter 2. Are you willing to enter into a pact with me, providing for my sustenance and shelter? Habika? Victor paused momentarily. Memories from the game began to resurface in his mind. This was one of the deities from the game's lore, appearing solely in the narrative of collection tasks, with no one having witnessed its true form. According to the chronicles within the game, Habika's appearances invariably heralded calamity or misfortune. The most severe account spoke of an occasion when Habika's emergence halved the human population of the world. This was a sinister and terrifying deity. Of course, you may also refer to me by my current name, Vega. The crow, identifying itself as Vega, politely tucked its wings against its chest and bowed. Noticing Victor's silence, Vega flapped its wings and adjusted its posture. Interesting, it seems you have heard of me. Victor replied, I do not recognize you. He understood well that entanglement with a deity was no auspicious affair, a consensus among players. Particularly with a malevolent being from the background narrative, it appeared exceedingly perilous. Yet, why would this malevolent entity, who had never appeared in the game as plot, seek out Victor in advance? Vega opened its beak, its voice raspy like that of a crow, interjecting, You are not Victor. Your soul lacks sufficient corruption. Its single eye fixated on Victor, attempting to discern any trace of panic upon his visage. Yet Victor's customary impassivity disappointed its hopes. Deities can see through souls, it declared, but fret not, for I am here to find you. Vega shook its feathers, shedding a slender black plume that landed upon the table, transforming into a sheet of black paper. White, serpentine lines began to twist and contort, forming a plethora of words akin to a demonic contract. As Victor scrutinized the contents of the paper, he scoffed. Are you not a god? Have you fallen so low? He had never anticipated that even deities would require clients. The contract stipulated a pact. Should he inscribe his name, he would be obligated to provide for this crow's every need, even aiding in the construction of a church to foster this wicked god's followers. The document proclaimed that the more followers it amassed, the greater its power would grow. And then it ended. Victor remarked, This is more outrageous than a tyrannical contract. You demand sustenance and shelter, as well as followers, while you reap all the benefits, leaving me with naught? He gazed silently at the crow, which was elegantly preening its feathers, resembling a noble bird, if one could disregard its singular eye. My power is largely sealed, necessitating the protection of others. Should this transaction proceed, you will gain the friendship of a deity. A worthwhile exchange. Vega continued to peck at its plumage while proclaiming this. Victor was at a loss for words. The friendship of a deity? What use would that serve? The crow, with its solitary eye, cast a glance at him, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, and stated flatly, It could save your life. Deal. Victor boldly inscribed his name upon the contract. He was not particularly worried about being deceived, for deities, even the malevolent ones, were known to be true to their word. Upon signing the contract, he felt a subtle connection form between them, as if he could locate the crow wherever it might be with merely a thought. The crow perched upon Victor's shoulder, pecking at its feathers. There was no denying what Leah had said. Keeping a crow as a pet was indeed a matter of questionable taste. However, as a newcomer, having signed a contract, he resolved to accept this pet of dubious elegance. After all, his responsibilities were limited to providing it with sustenance and shelter. As for the church, he could always construct one later with sufficient funds. With the contract signed, Victor suddenly felt a surge of curiosity regarding his own capabilities. Being favored by a malevolent deity surely indicated that he was not lacking in talent. Moreover, if he were indeed the victor from the game, the implications were significant. Mimicking his actions within the game, he concentrated, and a game interface materialized before him. Name: Victor Clavena, 39. 10001000. 49004900. Victor Clavena had achieved the third tier at the age of 20, a feat that had ensnared countless aging mages of the second tier. He was not surprised. A third-tier mage corresponded to levels 30 to 39 in the game, and the progression continued from there. This perfectly aligned with the backstory, where Victor had stagnated for 9 years. His reputation as a prodigy long forgotten by the world. It was only upon truly becoming Victor that he realized he had been concealing his prowess. In the game, Victor Clavena's actions had led to the downfall of the Carinthia Empire. The current empress had issued a quest, seeking players to vanquish Victor Clavena. This character, notorious for tags such as high attack speed, difficult to defeat, high attractiveness, and rogue mage, had garnered an inexplicable popularity. Consequently, Victor Clavena's reputation was far from favorable. Often described as detestable and loathed, much like his current predicament, sipping tea at home while being unjustly accused of an unfulfilled romantic confession. At this moment, his suspicions were confirmed. The experience points he had accumulated were more than sufficient to easily surpass the threshold of the third tier and ascend to the level of a fourth-tier human sanctified mage. Yet, Victor had refrained, always scheming a grander plan. Despite his less-than-stellar character, his genius was undeniable. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and made his way to the backyard of the estate. Vigia ceased pecking at its feathers and inquired about his intentions. Without turning, Victor replied, as a mage, "I must practice my magic to remain adept. Accompany me." Chapter 3. You can actually craft? Vigia perched on his shoulder, chattering incessantly. In no time, they arrived at the training ground, where several enormous stone targets stood. Victor gazed up at the towering stone figures with a sense of astonishment. In the game, players also possessed similar magical monoliths in their backyards to enhance their skill proficiency. The colossal stone projected numerical manifestations of damage, which varied in accordance with the proficiency of the skill and the attributes of the wielder. In the backyard of Victor's residence, he encountered a similar spectacle, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Viga, observing Victor's momentary bewilderment, initially presumed that Victor's prolonged absence from practice had rendered him susceptible to the intimidation of the target. Subsequently, Viga began to chatter incessantly like a crow. Magic, he proclaimed, is an art that demands considerable finesse. He regaled Victor with an abundance of information regarding efficient casting techniques and the augmentation of power. The crow ruffled its preened feathers, exclaiming, "Were it not for my lack of strength, I could demonstrate formidable high-tier magic." Victor remained silent, allowing Viga to continue his tirade. Casting a glance at his skill panel, Victor felt a surge of satisfaction. He had already mastered several spells at his disposal. As a seasoned player, Victor had committed these skills to memory with remarkable ease. With a mere flick of his hand, he could discern the intentions of his adversaries. Viga continued his incessant prattle, emphasizing the myriad nuances of magic, the intricacies of drawing a magic circle, the requisite speed of incantation. Before Viga could finish his thought, Victor raised his hand, and with a resounding crack, a bolt of black lightning erupted forth. First-tier spell, Black Thunderlance. Victor's expression remained unchanged, as casting magic seemed as effortless to him as the mundane acts of eating, drinking, or using the restroom. Then, a cascade of second and third-tier spells erupted like fireworks, leaving an indelible mark upon the colossal stone. The entire backyard shimmered with astonishing brilliance. Viga, perched upon Victor's shoulder, fell silent. Victor, observing the depletion of his mana, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His frail physique could only sustain a limited number of spells before his mana was exhausted. If a player donned an array of equipment, their mana could easily exceed 10,000, alleviating concerns over conserving magical energy. You don't need to draw magic circles to cast spells, Viga persisted, but Victor paid him no heed. In the realm of players, the mage class was often referred to as the spell machine gun. Due to the game's design, players were not required to perform intricate maneuvers. Each magic circle was preordained, and they merely needed to initiate the casting with a brief incantation before unleashing the spell. Victor, having dabbled in every class, had long since mastered the skills of each. Casting a spell was merely second nature to him. With the confidence stemming from his ability to flawlessly execute spell casting, Victor prepared to depart. Suddenly, Viga interjected, "Don't rush off. Your method of spell casting intrigues me. Could you demonstrate a bit longer?" Victor was disinclined to entertain him, thinking, "Do you believe this is mere fireworks to be released at will?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze fell upon Viga, whose singular eye had ignited with a brilliant blue hue, enveloping Victor's form. He sensed an invisible tether binding him to the crow. Victor summoned his panel once more for a fleeting glance. 99509999999. Lowering his gaze towards Viga, he exclaimed, "I must report this. This fellow is cheating." Hours later, Victor observed that his mana bar still held 9/10 of its capacity, and he ultimately relinquished the notion that had been draining his magical essence. At this point, he truly believed that Viga was a deity. Viga nodded in satisfaction, perhaps intrigued by Victor's series of maneuvers. "Indeed, it was fascinating. Should I not permit you to remain for a few more hours, so I may further contemplate the secrets of your spellcasting?" Victor silently protested to Viga. Upon seeing Victor's expressionless visage, Viga relented. "Let us cease for now. What are your plans henceforth? Do you intend to linger in this backyard all day?" Its profound gaze bore into Victor, seemingly eager to uncover additional secrets from him. "I shall procure some items from the market," Victor replied indifferently, while the raven stubbornly remained perched upon his shoulder. "I will continue to accompany you and observe what you choose to purchase." Upon hearing this, Victor exhaled deeply and summoned a servant to prepare the carriage. Entering the shop, Victor gazed at the myriad of materials displayed before him and proceeded directly to a counter. "What may I assist you with?" The shopkeeper, noticing a customer, promptly approached. Victor rapped on the table and spoke softly, a bag each of lizard folktails, harpy feathers, and beetle shells, among 30 assorted materials. "Splendid. This patron is indeed generous," the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically while tallying Victor's order. The total comprised 30 bags of materials. "Shall I arrange for delivery to your residence?" Victor waved his hand dismissively, rubbing the ring on his finger, causing all the materials to vanish instantaneously. The shopkeeper's grin widened in response. This patron is truly extravagant. Do visit again." Once Victor departed, a staff member approached the shopkeeper and inquired, "Boss, who is that person?" The shopkeeper admonished him sharply, "Do not question. Anyone capable of silently acquiring such a quantity of goods must possess an extraordinary background." Viga spread its wings, its raspy voice infused with raven-like tones murmuring in Victor's ear. Victor remained quiet, his attention entirely fixated on the array of potential items that shimmered before him. The vast collection of materials was intended for crafting essential tools required in the early stages of the game. In the original game design, each player, regardless of their chosen class, possessed an exceptionally rich and specialized crafting tome, allowing Victor, as a player, to summon these visuals at will. "What do you intend to do?" Viga trembled with trepidation upon Victor's shoulder, instinctively sensing that he was about to embark on something significant. The intuition of a deity is remarkably accurate. Victor began to blend various materials together, his palms emanating a radiant glow, the crackling sounds intensifying. "What are you doing? Stop immediately." Chapter 4. We sincerely apologize. This content has been blocked. Viga felt it was on the brink of madness. What could Victor possibly be doing in the basement? Was he crafting explosives? Victor paid no heed to Viga's words, growing only more fervent in his endeavors. After a burst of blinding light, the empty bottles on the table brimmed with crimson liquid. Viga gazed at the plethora of healing potions before him and couldn't help but voice a complaint. "You truly are unlike ordinary folk. Concocting healing potions feels as perilous as crafting explosives." Victor chuckled softly, nodding at the array of red elixirs laid out before him. Minor healing potion restores 300 health points at once. Indeed, the tangible numerical representation of items provided Victor with a profound sense of reassurance. Viga observed the multitude of healing potions on the table, a glimmer of cerulean light flickering in his single eye. The crimson liquid appeared slightly darkened. The deeper the hue, the more potent the healing effect. Springing from Victor's shoulder, he soared towards the table, uncorking a vial and pouring its contents into his beak. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, clacking his beak in surprise, and turned to Victor. "Did you truly create this potion yourself?" Victor affirmed. Yet Viga fell into contemplation. Upon reflection, Victor's remarkable ability was not without merit. After all, they had entered into a pact, thus securing a formidable potion maker as an ally. Suddenly, Viga inquired, "Have you considered selling some? The quality is bound to yield substantial profits." Victor shook his head in refusal. These potions were intended for his own use, and he had no need for additional wealth at present. His hands burst forth with radiant blue light as he replicated a batch of mana potions. Each time Victor crafted an item, Vega felt a twinge of awe. Creating items by hand was an endeavor even master artisans could not achieve. Was it possible that he had awakened a rare talent for creation? Drawn by the essence of this human soul, yet increasingly enigmatic, Victor left Vega perplexed. As a mage, mana potions were undoubtedly more crucial than healing potions. Although Vega possessed an infinite source of mana, assistance should not come without some form of reciprocation, and Victor remained uncertain of the price to pay. It would be wise to prepare a few mana potions. Relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. After a moment, a voice resonated. Manufacturing skill upgraded. Current level 2. With the advancement in rank, Victor ceased his potion making, noticing new items appearing in his crafting menu. He raised his gaze to Vega on the table, remaining silent. The crow felt a twinge of anxiety under Victor's scrutiny until Victor spoke. "You must be a crow, indeed." Vega replied, "Huh?" Victor, having his wish fulfilled, plucked a jet-black feather from its plumage. Magical creature hair and 6 mana stones. "I need mana stones," he mused. He recalled that mana stones were relatively rare items capable of recording and storing speech, even capable of retaining magic. However, the magical essence within these stones would gradually dissipate. Some had attempted to use mana stones as explosive devices by embedding magic within, but such endeavors had ended in failure. The cost of magic stones is exorbitant. If one possesses such wealth, it would be wiser to craft a few bombs instead. Gathering sufficient materials, I prepared to commence the synthesis of items. The materials swiftly transformed into wisps of liquid, merging together, and began to solidify at a visibly rapid pace, revealing the rudimentary shape of a glove, adorned with several transparent magic stones. A fingerless glove materialized before Victor. The raven shook itself again. "You can even synthesize equipment barehanded?" Chapter 5. I shall continue to utilize you. Victor chose to ignore it, his gaze fixed upon the glove. It was embedded with several flawless, transparent magic stones. Mage's Hand. A level 2 crafted item, capable of storing 6 different magical attributes, allowing for rapid activation and release without incantation. This item is essential for mages and adept players in the early stages, as it can address various urgent situations. He channeled his magical energy, gradually infusing the glove's magic stones with diverse magical attributes. With each infusion, the once transparent stones transformed in color. As Victor continued to imbue the stones with various magics, each acquired a unique hue until he finally ceased. Witnessing this, Vega was no longer astonished and remarked, "It can store various magical attributes, and without the need for incantation? Such a remarkable item. Would you not share how it was crafted?" His single eye flickered with a mad blue flame. Victor, seeing its longing gaze, merely shook his head. "Confidential. How stingy," Vega scoffed, incredulous that a mighty evil god would seek knowledge from a mere human. If this were to spread to his peers, he would be the subject of ridicule. Victor, however, dismissed him, for he knew that as a player, his secrets must remain concealed. The ability to create items by hand could attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions, leading to troublesome consequences. For his own sake, he had to exercise caution. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Victor casually opened a book and began to read with patience. The following content has been obscured by the evil god Habika using mental interference and is not visible. Content obscured removed. The side of the library mirrored his memories of the game. He casually picked up a book to flip through it, when suddenly, a dialogue box flashed before him. "Do you wish to learn the first level magic? Rolling fireball? Require materials. Flame flower, Habika feather." This was precisely why Victor had previously acquired an abundance of materials. They were not only useful for crafting items, but also for learning magic within the library. Learning magic naturally incurs some expense, yet Victor, as a lord with ample resources, was unfazed. This could be seen as exploiting a loophole in the game. The materials were typically obtained by defeating neutral beasts in the external world, but Victor could easily rely on his wealth to purchase them in bulk from the shop. Noticing that the day was still young, Victor immersed himself in the library, fervently studying, and learned numerous basic spells available on the first floor. Until he had exhausted all his resources and spent a considerable portion of his gold, he had essentially absorbed all that he could learn. By now, dusk had fallen, casting a golden hue into the library and giving the floor a yellowish tint. As the day waned, a sudden, discordant beam of light illuminated a corner deep within the library. It appeared that he was not the only one diligently studying in this sanctuary of knowledge. Intrigued, Victor followed the light to discover the source. There, he paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight before him. It was a young woman with shoulder-length hair and striking fluorescent yellow eyes, glimmering subtly under the dim light. At that moment, she sat at a desk, pen in hand, fervently scribbling away. Chapter 6. Young lady, you have caused a disturbance. The following content has been obscured by the malevolent entity Habika through mental interference and is not visible. Content obscured lifted. Thus, prior to that, do not overexert yourself. Henny was elated, nodding enthusiastically. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Victor was curious as to why such a capable individual as Henny would willingly accept the role of a teaching assistant, and he posed this question to her. I graduated from the Royal Academy of Magic, yet I never attained the rank of a first-tier mage by the time of my graduation, which is why I chose to remain at the Academy as a volunteer assistant. The subsequent narrative became clear. Other professors naturally favored their chosen assistants, while she, despite her abilities, lacked the requisite talent to catch anyone's eye. Upon hearing her explanation, Victor nodded and gently patted her shoulder. Do your best. Since the Academy has allowed you to stay, it surely will not treat you poorly. Since I'm new here, could you kindly show me around the Academy? Henny, flustered by his request, quickly began to tidy her desk. Having just arrived at the school, she had yet to explore, and this was a perfect opportunity to take in the surroundings. Although Victor vocalized this, he was acutely aware that he had traversed this place countless times within the game, even knowing of the secret garden located behind the headmaster's office. He merely said this to ensure she did not overwork herself, especially in her presence. Working on his behalf made him feel somewhat guilty, as he relied on someone else to assist him with what should be his responsibility. Of course, alongside this guilt came a sense of exhilaration. Who does not enjoy a bit of leisure? Henny guided him through the entire academy, tirelessly introducing various buildings, gardens, meadows, and the training grounds. Victor nodded along, though these places were as familiar to him as his own backyard. Upon reaching the front of the arcane hall, he halted. This was a venue for players to engage in duels and practice their magical prowess. He sensed that someone inside was conducting a rather perilous magical experiment. Although the arcane hall served as a space for students to learn magic, this was strictly limited to learning. The casting of large-scale or dangerous spells was absolutely forbidden. Victor furrowed his brow, suddenly comprehending the intentions of the school principal who would occasionally inspect the classroom during their school days. Mischievous children must be managed, and even more so, unruly students. Thus, he stepped through the door. Erica's mood was at its nadir. In her attempt to teach Victor a lesson, she found herself on the receiving end of an unexpected reprimand. To make matters worse, her most cherished hairpin had vanished. It was a precious gift from her mother, one that she had entrusted to the confines of the teleportation array. Yet, evidently, she was unable to retrieve it. After the cacophony of repeated explosions from the array, she, on the verge of collapse, grasped at her golden locks in frustration. How infuriating! Why had she failed yet again? As Erica's attempts grew increasingly frantic, she committed a grave error. The following content has been obscured by the malevolent deity Habika through mental interference and is not visible. Chapter 7. Brother, we are out of money. After calmly reviewing the bill, Victor gently placed it on the table. Leah, what are the sources of income for our territory? Upon hearing Victor's inquiry, Leah tilted her head, squinting at him as though he were a simpleton. She let out a soft laugh, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. How could a lord be unaware of the revenue streams of his own domain? Although Victor genuinely did not know, it did not deter Leah from ridiculing him as a lord of little substance. Listen closely. Our territory, the Clivena, primarily earns revenue through the trade of grain and minerals. Through Leah's explanation, Victor gained a general understanding. Under the Clivena family name lay a territory aptly named after themselves, characterized by fertile land surrounded by lush forests. Located approximately 100 kilometers from the capital, a horse-drawn carriage could reach it in just a day. Hence, the second most prosperous town in the empire was situated there. The Clivena territory boasted a rich vein of minerals sufficient for extraction for over 50 years even now. With its proximity to the capital, fertile soil, bountiful harvests, and a wealth of minerals, it was indeed a challenge for the Clivena family to find themselves in want. Leah faced Victor, her tone tinged with anger. After listening, Victor nodded, revealing no emotion, maintaining an air of calm. Do you not harbor even a semblance of remorse? Leah gazed at Victor in disbelief, well aware that her brother was negligent in his duties, yet shocked that he could be so oblivious. Hire a few mages, and acquire a storefront in the most bustling area of the capital to open a mage supply shop. Leah exploded at Victor's suggestion, her voice sharp. Victor, have you not absorbed a single word of my advice? Do you think such stores are rare in the capital? Even if you opened a shop, what difference would it make? Do you believe your name would overshadow all others in business? Victor, do you even know how to conduct business? Leah's agitation grew. She recalled how, after their parents' passing, she had dedicated herself to learning the management of their territory, maintaining a semblance of stability for over a decade. Despite Victor's reckless spending, she had never uttered a word of complaint. And now, this utterly clueless Victor dares to meddle in the family business. What on earth is he planning to do? As the words tumbled out, an increasing sense of grievance welled up within her. Unable to soothe Leah's emotions with mere words, Victor chose to remain silent, merely gesturing towards the table where dozens of azure potions materialized before them. Leah was taken aback. Her ire momentarily quelled as she gazed at the ocean-like hue of the potions. What is this? She blinked in astonishment. No one had ever encountered such magical elixirs before. While there existed items to restore magical power, they shared a common trait: rarity and exorbitant cost. Furthermore, only healing potions had graced the market, and their effects diverged significantly from the life potions utilized by players. One offered a gradual restoration akin to medication, while the other provided an immediate recovery of vitality. This disparity underscores the distinction between reality and gaming items. In essence, introducing a game item into the real world transforms it into something pure and extraordinary. Even a humble instant recovery potion could be regarded as a divine artifact. Thus, Victor refrained from elaborating. The mere utterance of his explanation seemed too incredulous to believe. Seeing is believing. Victor calmly instructed, find a few mages to exhaust themselves with spells, then take a bottle, and you shall understand what to do. Chapter 8. My home is spacious. Feel free to rest. Leah, filled with skepticism, nonetheless took all the potions. By the way, do you have any assistants? Upon hearing Victor's inquiry, Leah scoffed derisively. Oh, our esteemed lord has learned to show concern for his subordinates? Victor remained unfazed by her scornful retort. Their strained sibling relationship was partly due to his inaction. Thus, he reiterated his question. On a serious note, has your caravan ever hired any bodyguards or similar aides? Leah huffed dismissively. No, I do not trust others. This meant that Leah had been solely managing the business in the territory of Clavena. Wouldn't they encounter peril on the road? Although the territory was not far from the royal capital, it still required a full day's journey. Leah was astonished that her unreliable brother exhibited concern for her, yet such care felt somewhat unfamiliar. Leaning against the table, she twirled a lock of hair around her finger, awkwardly turning her face away. No, we have our own trade routes. If we encounter bandits, displaying our Clavena family crest is usually enough to make them retreat. Generally, there have been no issues. Having said this, she avoided locking eyes with Victor, instead taking out one of the potions to scrutinize it closely. Victor nodded, then removed his mage-esque glove from his right hand. Leah, listen carefully. This journey to the royal capital for the shop is unlike any other. Such precious items are easily coveted by others. Wear this, and you will be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Leah stared at the glove Victor offered, setting down the potion. Torn with indecision. Do not be concerned. This is merely a minor artifact of a mage, designed to automatically conform to the size of your palm. Yet, Leah reflected that her concern lay not with the glove itself, but she found it difficult to articulate this sentiment. She reached out to accept the fingerless glove, still warm from Victor's hand. As she caressed the gemstones embedded in the glove, a surge of resentment welled up within her. As a merchant, she was acutely aware of the value of these gems. Magic stones capable of channeling spells, each worth millions. To her astonishment, he had affixed 6 of them onto a single glove. Despite her inner turmoil, she surprisingly refrained from confronting Victor. Leah donned the glove, and, as Victor had indicated, it seamlessly adapted to the contours of her hand. With her palm open and oriented toward him, she concentrated on the gem within the glove. Any one of them would suffice. Following the guidance, she aligned her palm with Victor. Among the gems, a vibrant green one caught her eye, its hue exceptionally pleasing. Could this be sufficient? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind when, suddenly, the green gemstone emitted a faint glow, and then, whoosh, like ripples bursting forth. A magic array rapidly formed in the center of her palm. In an instant, a fierce gale filled the study, papers fluttering chaotically. The tempest grew increasingly potent above the magic array. Victor lightly tapped the desk, and the teleportation array swiftly materialized in the air. Once the whirlwind reached a critical magnitude, it was drawn into the teleportation array. Immediately, the storm subsided. Moments later, a deafening crack echoed nearby. Leah stood frozen in disbelief. What had just transpired? A second-tier spell, Raging gale, powerful enough to level a mountain. Do not be so astonished, Victor remarked, observing Leah's bewilderment as he rapped the desk, causing the lingering magic array in the air to dissipate. How could Leah not be astonished? She was no mage, having only witnessed others cast spells. Yet, that magic had emanated from her own hand. She felt dizzy from the revelation. So, this was the sensation of casting magic. Victor replenished the glove's magical energy and continued, addressing the astonished Leah. Be mindful. This time, your task is not merely to grasp the technique, but, more importantly, to avoid misfiring. You have seen the power of this artifact. Be cautious with its usage. Each gem can only be employed once. Leah understood the preciousness of this gift from Victor. It's worth immeasurable. In all her years, she had never encountered equipment that enabled an ordinary person to wield magic. Such an item could indeed be a matter of life and death. After a moment of hesitation, she awkwardly uttered a thank you to Victor, then hurriedly departed with a magical potion in hand. Once the study door closed behind her, the raven perched on Victor's shoulder spoke. Do you not feel remorse for giving such an item to another? It is merely a tool, he replied. One I can create at any time should the need arise, and besides, I have little use for it myself. The mage's hand rarely finds opportunity for application. Its significance becomes apparent only in moments of urgency, serving as a means to seize the initiative or provide swift defense. Essentially, these are the essential items that a mage player must equip. He does not find them immediately necessary. Upon hearing Victor's words, Vega refrained from further commentary, beginning to meticulously devise a plan to persuade him to create one for her to experiment with. The next morning, Victor resolved his breakfast and prepared to depart for the academy. Just as he finished arranging his attire, a servant entered. My lord, there is a lady outside who claims to be your assistant, stating she has come to deliver notes and a speech manuscript. Victor paused in his dressing, and he had arrived. He did not recall requesting her to bring anything to his doorstep. Nevertheless, he instructed the servant to welcome her inside. Upon entering, he observed Henny's weary countenance, marred by dark circles beneath her eyes. What is this? Have you not rested? Henny, seemingly roused from a daze, replied to Victor, No, professor. I forgot to sleep last night and spent the entire night writing the manuscript. This explanation left Victor at a loss for words. After Erica delivered the notes, I remembered you asked me to bring them to you, so I brought the speech manuscript as well. Seeing Henny, who appeared to be on the verge of dozing off, Victor found himself unable to scold her. Should he deem her a bit foolish? He paused for a moment and inquired, Have you had breakfast? Henny shook her head. She had rushed over early in the morning, having neither slept nor eaten. Victor Betskonet, instructing the servant to take her for breakfast and then arrange a room for her to rest properly. Henny, flustered, hesitated to refuse, but was met with Victor's unyielding tone. Fill your stomach first, then rest. Henny immediately wilted, too intimidated to oppose Victor, bowing her head like a withered plant as the servant led her away. As for Victor, he had intended to head to the academy in the morning, but upon seeing Henny's arrival, he changed his plans. With classes scheduled for the afternoon, he decided to review Erica's assignments and his own speech manuscript, spending the morning in his study. While correcting Erica's work, Victor, without turning his head, asked Vega, What do you think of that child? Startled by the question, Vega realized Victor was referring to Henny. What do you mean? You mentioned wanting me to gather followers. Did you not? Victor stretched languidly, his fingers tapping the speech manuscript on the desk. Turning to Vega, his narrowed eyes exuded a clever and perilous glint. This naive girl is perfect for manipulation. Chapter 9. A Grand Deception. Do you think gathering followers is merely a matter of words? Followers must be sincere for it to be effective. As Victor listened to Vega's discourse, he tapped the desk, gazing at the sunlight streaming onto the books. Hidden within the study, Victor chuckled softly. Isn't it just sincerity? I'm not afraid of failing to deceive. Vega squinted, emitting a disgruntled sound, expressing dissatisfaction with Victor. Perhaps you are more devious than the Victor of old. Flattery will get you nowhere. Victor chose not to elaborate further, returning his focus to the speech manuscript. He always felt that ever since the foul bird became bonded to him, it had gradually begun to forget its role in the revival of the dark deity. With this thought, Victor cast a glance at Vija. At that moment, the raven was perched on the desk, nodding off drowsily. Vija had always kept a nocturnal schedule, eating during the day and sleeping at night, with little to no exercise. It resembled nothing more than a decorative ornament. In just a few days, Vija had gained considerable weight, and when it perched on Victor's shoulder, he could feel the added weight bearing down on him. However, since the bird was in no hurry, neither did he feel the need to be overly concerned. Thus, he spent a tranquil morning in his study, reviewing his speech and grading Erica's assignments. By noon, Victor had completed the grading, and thanks to Heine's diligent preparations, he quickly grasped the key points of the day's lesson. As he stepped out of the study, he encountered the bleary-eyed assistant Heine. "Awake? Prepare yourself. It is time for us to depart," Victor casually reminded her. Startled like a frightened fawn, Heine quickly became more alert and responded eagerly. "Absolutely, Professor. I am ready." Victor nodded and instructed the servants to prepare the carriage for their journey to the Royal Academy of Magic. He beckoned for Heine to join him in the carriage, but she was exceedingly anxious, timidly climbing in. Consequently, they sat across from one another, with Heine keeping her gaze fixed downward, too bashful to look up, only stealing furtive glances at Victor. Her heart raced wildly, pounding incessantly in her chest. In her mind, chaos erupted like a volcano. "I am actually sharing a carriage with the brilliant Professor Victor. Oh my!" Feeling warm, she noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her composure unsettled. Observing her discomfort, Victor intended to say something to ease her tension, but thought better of it, fearing that speaking might only amplify her anxiety. Thus, it seemed wiser to allow her to stew in her thoughts. The more nervous she became, the more her mind wandered. Eventually realizing that she had spent the night in the home of this notorious nobleman, Victor found amusement in the astonishment reflected in her wide eyes. He watched her as she stared at her shoes, and they maintained this silence together. The journey passed without a word exchanged, both waiting quietly for the carriage to reach its destination. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Victor was the first to speak. "We have arrived." Upon hearing his voice, Heine slowly lifted her head, her expression visibly relaxing. Finally, they had reached their destination. Once they disembarked, Heine walked beside Victor. Noticing he was heading to his office, she gathered her courage and addressed him. "Professor Victor, the dean said to stop by his office upon your arrival at the academy." Victor nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the dean's office, with Heine trailing behind him like a timid fawn. After passing through the teleportation of the Mage Tower, Victor knocked on the door of the dean's office. "Enter," came the reply. After obtaining the dean's consent, he entered with his teaching assistant. Standing before the dean, Victor got straight to the point. "Dean, I hear you were looking for me." The dean, an elderly and portly gentleman adorned with an array of magical accoutrements, resembled a traditional mage. He was also the most powerful individual in the academy, a fourth-tier mage, known in the world as the Holy Mage, a figure of legend. He had attained this rank over 2 decades ago. Upon seeing Victor, he set aside his cup, capped his pen, and gently placed it on the book before him. It seemed that his frail body had reached its limits. Even slight movements brought him fatigue. Exhaling slowly, the dean leaned back in his chair and spoke. "Professor Victor, I have heard about yesterday's events in class." Victor furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that the trouble caused by Erica would reach the dean's ears. "You handled it quite well." The dean smiled at him, then continued. "But was it perhaps a bit too strict? Over time, it may incite dissatisfaction among the students. Without such measures, they would not comprehend the importance of respecting their teachers." Victor replied in a flat tone, feeling no fault in his approach. After all, he was Victor, a man who believed in retribution. Fortunately, the dean quickly concurred with his perspective, nodding and saying, "Indeed, the respect for teachers is commendable. No wonder you are regarded as a genius mage. By the way, the reason I called you here today is this." The dean produced a piece of parchment from his desk and handed it to Victor. "This is an invitation letter for a lecture we are sending out from the academy. Please review it for any necessary additions." Victor took it gently and scrutinized the contents. "I trust you understand, Professor Victor," the dean said with a warm smile. "In our institution, lecturers holding a professorship are required to conduct a lecture each month. We plan to promote your lecture to the public in a month, inviting various mages and industry professionals to attend, and we will record your lecture using magical crystals for dissemination." Upon hearing this, Victor grasped the implications. "Thus, I hope you can refine the content of your lecture within this month. The academy will provide a hall capable of accommodating thousands. Do you have any suggestions, Professor Victor?" As the dean elaborated, Victor recognized that the time for the academy to recruit new students was approaching. The institution sought to attract talented individuals, and prospective students would undoubtedly consider the quality of the faculty. If a young third-tier mage professor were to emerge at this moment, it would undeniably serve as a powerful lure for new enrollees. Despite Victor's less-than-stellar reputation, his capabilities and strengths spoke volumes, rendering public opinion inconsequential. Should he manage to deliver a splendid lecture, the ensuing news would naturally dispel any negativity surrounding him. Victor recalled the content of a newspaper from a few days prior, along with his promise to Gwen. No one would concern themselves with the romantic history of a formidable professor, even if he had indeed flirted with the duke's daughter. Furthermore, should he engage in such an act, his position as a professor would be irrevocably linked to the Royal Academy. With this connection, he would evidently be able to accomplish much more before the inevitable demise that awaited him in the coming years. Thus, Victor nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections. Everything shall be conducted according to the Academy's wishes." Upon hearing Victor's acquiescence, the dean smiled and turned to his assistant, Henny. "What do you think of this assistant? Are you satisfied with her performance? It is indeed an honor to have such a competent aide." With that, Victor, accompanied by Henny, turned to leave. Henny trailed behind him, her heart racing with a mixture of emotions. The more she contemplated the professor's praise before the dean, the more she felt her efforts had not been in vain. Unable to contain herself, she found her steps lightening with joy. This time, there were no industry insiders present. After all, following the events of yesterday, no one would expect to find amusement in Victor's presence. Victor continued to impart knowledge, while the students diligently recorded key points and took notes. This time, Erica refrained from causing trouble, focusing earnestly on her notes, writing extensively. When the class bell rang, Victor gathered his teaching materials. Class dismissed. "Erica, remember to come to my office." He returned the corrected notes to Erica, pointing out several mistakes. "For you at this stage, mastering teleportation magic is still premature. However, your direction is not misguided." Victor instructed while Erica listened attentively, their interaction harmonious, as if they had forgotten the professor's previous flirtation at her birthday celebration. He did not broach the subject, and naturally, Erica kept it to herself as well. After imparting knowledge to Erica, Victor nodded and said, "That is sufficient for today." Upon hearing this, Erica tentatively inquired, "If I have questions in the future, may I still seek your guidance?" Though she harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards Victor, she could not deny that his knowledge was unparalleled. Even the private tutor her father had hired could not match Victor's caliber. Any difficulty became simple and comprehensible under Victor's explanation. Little did Erica know that those insights were actually conveyed to him by Vija, which he then relayed to her. With such an encyclopedic source of knowledge at his disposal, teaching a student was indeed a trivial task. Victor pondered briefly before replying, "It depends on the circumstances. I have much work to attend to, but if time permits, I would be glad to assist." Of course, this was merely a verbal assurance. Victor was known for his punctuality. He never lingered after hours. Just as he finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. The mage's hand was activated. If Laya utilized the mage's hand spell, Victor, as the source of the magic, would undoubtedly sense it. Had she just received it yesterday and already employed it today? What a remarkable coincidence. Victor was not particularly worried about Laya. However, as the source of the magic was not far from the capital, he decided to pay a visit. He rose to his feet and addressed Erica, stating that he had matters to attend to and reminded her to close the door upon her departure. He then inscribed a teleportation array and vanished. Erica pondered. Everyone in the academy knew that the mage tower was devoid of doors. Entry and exit relied solely on the arcane teleportation magic within. In the outskirts, Liat gazed at the charred remains of a group of people before her, her expression momentarily frozen. A few mages trembled beside her, having witnessed the overwhelming second-tier magic unleashed by the woman. Such formidable magic was beyond the capabilities of mere novices like themselves. With such immense power at her disposal, why did she seek assistance from other mages? "We are but first-tier mages in her presence." Lia scratched her head, glancing at the cart behind her. She bore the crest of Clavenna, yet she had still been attacked. Never mind. She had already informed Miss Gwen, and it would not be long before assistance arrived. The group remained in place, awaiting the arrival of the knights. 10 minutes later, a contingent of knights clad in cold iron armor and riding white steeds arrived. At the forefront was Gwen, who immediately sought out Lia. Lia! Spotting Lia sitting alone on a stone, lost in thought, Gwen dismounted and rushed over. "Lia, are you all right?" she asked, grasping Lia's hand with a look of concern. Of course I'm fine. However, those bandits who attacked our caravan are another matter." She shrugged, gesturing for Gwen to look in the opposite direction. Gwen blinked. In her haste to ensure Lia's safety, she had not noticed the pile of charred corpses. Upon seeing them now, she frowned. As a seasoned knight, she was no stranger to death, yet the gruesome sight sent chills down her spine. But could it have been those mages who caused this? Upon reflection, she found it hard to believe. The feeble magical energy emanating from those mages was insufficient to incinerate such a multitude. Who, then, could be responsible? An absurd thought flickered through her mind, prompting her to jest with Lia. "Did you slay these bandits?" "Just kidding, Lia." Lia replied, "What if I did? Would you believe me?" Gwen responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 10. Perhaps we should reconsider the engagement. "It was I who did it," came a voice from behind. Gwen turned to see Victor approaching. Upon hearing Victor's claim, She readily believed him. After all, as a third-tier mage, he was quite formidable and could easily dispatch such bandits. "What brings you here?" she inquired, as Victor produced a shimmering crystal, leaning closer to Leah. The colors on the crystal gradually faded, and Victor noticed a similar one at Leah's waist. The two of them communicated through this magical crystal, which functioned akin to a dual-line telephone. Victor maintained a stern, impassive visage, his gaze fixed upon Gwen. Though strictly speaking, it was their first encounter. Instinctively, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards his fiancée, E. However, he soon unraveled the situation in a composed manner. "My caravan, nearing the royal capital, has come to provide assistance and to eliminate this band of brigands." Upon hearing his explanation, Gwen harbored no doubts. She turned to the knightly order and commanded, "Examine the bodies and ascertain if any faces are recognizable. Conduct an identity investigation and report back to me." "Yes." The knights swiftly sprang into action upon receiving their orders. "Leah, ensure your safety. Contact me immediately if danger arises," she instructed, preparing to depart with her entourage of knights. Once she left, Leah puffed up her cheeks in frustration, her face resembling a bun. She had dealt with the bandits herself and had hoped to impress Gwen, only for Victor to suddenly appear and steal her thunder. "You understand the principle of not flaunting wealth better than I do," Victor remarked nonchalantly, prompting Leah to regain her composure. The caravan consisted of trusted allies, so their presence was inconsequential. However, should anyone discover that her magic relied on a particular artifact, she could find herself in peril. As a merchant, she never underestimated human greed. "I understand," she replied. Victor felt a sense of satisfaction for having successfully educated Leah, a sense of accomplishment as an elder brother swelling within him. He approached her and extended a finger. A dull gemstone flickered with a crimson light as he replenished the magic. After completing this task, he prepared to leave. Yet, Leah hesitantly inquired, "Why did you come here?" "I don't believe what you told Gwen. I sensed your magic activation, which piqued my curiosity," Victor responded. Leah's emotions became a complex tapestry of feelings. In all her years, Victor had never shown her such concern. What had transpired today? Had he undergone a change of heart? Her mind raced with questions, soon to be clarified. Victor gazed at her intently and continued. "The attack on the caravan may be related to my enemies, though I've lost count of them, and I cannot pinpoint who is responsible. Just be cautious." "Ah, so you are aware that you're not particularly liked," she retorted, speculating about the origins of today's bandits, yet withholding her thoughts from Victor. "Have you tested the potion's effects?" "All the mages have tried it. Those who used it reported favorable results," Victor casually stated. Leah nodded, astonished. The exhausted mages, after consuming just one vial, appeared revitalized. Even if she were not a mage, she could comprehend the remarkable nature of such effects. "This journey with the caravan involves more than just mineral trade. I've already scouted shops in the royal capital. There are many adventurers, particularly wizards, and such items sold in bustling districts are bound to become immensely popular." As Victor listened to Leah's description, he could not help but admire her execution capabilities in silence. For he was not one to offer compliments openly. In the royal capital, should any difficulties arise, though I may not be of assistance, you should reach out to Gwen more frequently. Peering at Victor with suspicion, Leah asked, "You don't know?" Victor furrowed his brow and urged Leah not to speak in riddles. To think you are still her fiancé and remain oblivious to this. Perhaps it's time she prepared for an early marriage elsewhere. Leah mocked Victor while secretly observing his expressions. Unbeknownst to Victor, he had little connection with Gwen. Truth be told, he struggled to discern the nature of their relationship. "Where's she going?" Leah hoped to see a change in Victor's expression, but he merely inquired about the whereabouts of a stranger. Finding this lack of interest disheartening, Leah lowered her gaze and fiddled with her mage's hand, casually responding, "She mentioned going to Mount Vesuvius. Although it is a dormant volcano, locals claim to hear unusual sounds from it, prompting the Emperor to send her to investigate the potential for an eruption and to devise a contingency plan." Upon hearing the name, Victor paused momentarily, memories flooding his mind. That location was far from a mere dormant volcano. Its power was formidable. In the realm of the game, it was a world-class entity, one that players across the server were eligible to challenge. Its level was extraordinarily high, and its health far exceeded that of ordinary foes. After defeating it, a dungeon would emerge, allowing players to engage in repeated challenges. If Victor's memory served him correctly, it would awaken in a year and a half. At that time, players were generally at low levels, as the game had only been active for 6 months, with most around level 20. Yet this creature was an astonishing level 50. Players struggled to breach its defenses. He recalled the devastation that ensued when it awakened from the volcano. Surrounding towns were reduced to ashes. The Empire dispatched nightly legions to suppress it, yet they were effortlessly crushed. In that dire moment, the Empire had no choice but to seek assistance from adventurers like the players. This world-class beast was finally vanquished after players endured numerous deaths, taking a full 3 days to whittle down its final sliver of health. Those who contributed to this battle were generously rewarded. Even though he later revisited that dungeon with various classes, he could never recapture the visceral despair of his first encounter. Nonetheless, Victor was intrigued to witness the creature before it awoke. The Forged Behemoth, as players had dubbed it, was a fearsome entity akin to a colossal furnace of destruction, instilling terror and devastation. Its emergence had even turned the earth to char. Victor resolved to visit Gwen that evening, hoping to glean some insights from her. If he could hitch a ride on her mission, it would be even more fortuitous. Upon hearing her finish speaking, Victor stood in place, lost in thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was pondering something ominous, prompting her to dismiss him with a wave of her hand. Are you so idle? As a professor at the Magic Academy, you should not be wandering about aimlessly. Victor cast a fleeting glance in her direction, nodded in acquiescence, and with a flourish, summoned a magical circle beneath his feet before vanishing in an instant. As Victor departed, Leah leaned against her forehead and sighed. That fellow truly leaves without a second thought, showing no signs of attachment. But let him go. His absence allows me to attend to my own affairs. She began directing her subordinates to inventory the goods. The group of mages huddled together, utterly bewildered. They watched as Victor appeared through a teleportation spell, then just as swiftly vanished again. Is that truly the legendary head of the Clavenna family? He wields teleportation magic with such ease, far surpassing our own employer. Before long, the inventory was completed without a single item lost, which brought a sigh of relief from Leah. She summoned one of her subordinates, gesturing for her to come closer, and whispered conspiratorially, "Contact our informants below and investigate the recent movements of the Duke of Cloy." My gaze hardened with icy resolve. When has our Clavenna trade caravan ever been subjected to robbery by others? She had long harbored suspicions regarding the Duke, especially since the only one who had recently incurred Victor's wrath was his young daughter. As for Victor's other adversaries, those who needed burying were buried, and those who required exile were exiled. The truly troublesome foes would not dare to cross paths with her family's caravan. Aside from the Duke, she had little faith that others would be ignorant of the rules. It had always been the case that we collect protection fees from others, even in the royal capital. We shall not permit these locals to bully us. He instructed his servant to prepare the carriage for a visit to the Derlin estate. The servant, upon receiving his orders, swiftly set about fulfilling them. Meanwhile, Gwen had just concluded a long day's work. Upon returning home, she promptly removed her armor and peeled off her cumbersome garments. The household maid had prepared warm water for her, and Gwen settled into the bath, stretching her limbs in blissful relaxation as she savored this rare moment of repose. A contented sound escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, allowing the gentle currents of water to envelop her. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the bathroom door. "Miss, there's a visitor." Gwen, relishing her soak, made a languid sound and floated to the surface. Her pristine back pressed against the edge of the tub. Droplets cascaded down her skin, creating ripples upon the water surface. "Who is it?" Just as she yawned, she heard the maid announce from outside, "It is Mr. Victor." With a sudden slip, Gwen tumbled into the water. Chapter 11. The night knock on the wife's door. Victor sat in the carriage, awaiting the servant's notification, when he was interrupted by Viga's low, chattering voice. "Are you intrigued by that dead volcano?" The one-eyed raven was busy preening its glossy feathers, perhaps hindered by its own weight, as its beak struggled to reach the back of its body. Victor cast a glance at Vega. "How did you discover this?" Vega tilted his head and confidently replied, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have come seeking your fiancée." Victor chose to ignore him, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Before long, Victor exhibited a semblance of patience, yet it was Vega who succumbed first. "Why has no one come to summon us inside?" The sound of pages turning halted, and Victor closed the spellbook, remarking lightly, "Imagine if you were a beautiful woman, alone at home, and someone wished to see you late at night. Your fiancé, no less. What would you do?" Vega pondered for a moment, then raspingly suggested, "I would adorn myself beautifully, presenting my most exquisite self for the meeting." "I understand," he continued. "She is preparing herself for your arrival, and you are patiently waiting for her." "Incorrect," Victor stated flatly, his expression unyielding. "She would likely find such behavior peculiar and irritating." Yet, it was evident that the raven was unconvinced. "Why? I read such scenarios in those romantic novels. Is it that you do not understand women? It is you who fails to comprehend, Gwen, Victor replied, turning his gaze toward the grand gates of the Derlin estate. This noble knight had never regarded himself as a woman. Admittedly, I too find myself perplexed by the current Gwen. After all, no woman would be drawn to a man who perpetually wears a sour expression, is petty, and indulges in wicked deeds. The bond of engagement may forever remain a blemish on the life of the gallant Gwen. Thus, upon Victor's demise, she remained unmarried for life. Prepare yourself. We must enter, he advised the raven perched upon his shoulder. The raven promptly adjusted its posture to that of a docile pet, lounging lazily without movement. After a while, a maid approached the carriage, respectfully informing him that Miss Gwen was ready and inviting him inside. Victor disembarked, following the maid through the grand entrance and into the assembly hall. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Gwen. She sat upon a plush sofa, unadorned, wrapped in a thick bathrobe that revealed not a hint of skin. It appeared she had just emerged from a bath. However, her natural appearance required no enhancement. In Victor's eyes, even in her bare visage, her exquisite features could captivate any man. What brings you here at such a late hour? Gwen's tone was neither warm nor cold, tinged with a hint of detachment. Victor boldly took a seat opposite her, matching her tone of indifference, and addressed the matter directly. Gwen did not express curiosity about his source of information, nodding earnestly. Yes, we depart in a week. Can you take me along? Gwen's reaction to this request was subtly complex. Initially puzzled, her brow furrowed as if in repeated contemplation. Ultimately, she leaned back, her expression gradually transforming into one of incredulity. She raised a hand to her forehead and, lowering her head, asked once more, "Repeat what you just said. Can you take me along?" Without a trace of hesitation, Victor reiterated his statement. Gwen exhaled softly, sensing that the other party might have lost his mind. The reason? There was no suitable justification. I cannot bring you along. Hearing his words, Gwen did not lift her gaze, seemingly weighing Victor's worth or perhaps indifferent altogether. Victor wished to articulate further to elevate his value in Gwen's eyes, but she preemptively interrupted him. What I seek is the truth. Victor's expression turned somewhat frosty as he regarded Gwen, slowly responding. You have employed your abilities against me. As a naturally righteous knight, Gwen Lena had demonstrated her unique talents from a young age. She possessed a heart of justice, capable of discerning whether someone was lying with clarity whenever she wished. This ability was under her complete control, and thus she refrained from employing it unnecessarily. Yet, she did not trust herself. Victor felt no overwhelming anger. Rather, it was somewhat expected, as it subtly confirmed how much Gwen despised him. During their conversations, she would even utilize her heart of justice to gauge whether he was being truthful. I do not trust you, Gwen stated plainly, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, Victor chuckled in resignation. He pondered for a moment before reiterating. There exists a creature in the Vesuvius volcano that produces a unique crystal. I require such an item to craft magical artifacts. Upon saying this, a fervent desire shone in Victor's eyes. First-tier magic, self-suggestion. Countering Gwen's heart of justice was quite simple. He merely needed to speak the truth, even if that truth was fabricated on the spot. As long as Victor believed in himself, it would suffice. Gwen finally raised her eyes to meet Victor's. It appears you indeed possess knowledge of that volcano. Otherwise, you would not have uttered such words. To achieve your aims, you would even utilize the royal knights as your escort. Truly, you are a selfish Victor. For the first time in a while, Victor did not don his poker face, smiling and nodding. I shall take that as a compliment. Gwen harbored no doubts about Victor's self-serving nature, for he was precisely that kind of person. She understood that Victor would only become more entangled with her to fulfill his objectives. Given this, it would be better to acquiesce. I will request an accompanying mage. You may come to see me on that day. With a wave of his hand, 5 vials of Crimson Life potions appeared on the table before Gwen. Then, please accept these. Gwen merely glanced at them, showing no inclination to take them. Victor sighed at her proud demeanor and continued. This is a token of gratitude for your assistance. You know I dislike owing favors. He gazed into Gwen's eyes with his deep black ones. Gwen stared back, scrutinizing him for a considerable time, as if verifying the veracity of Victor's words. However, Victor did not afford her much time. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his trench coat and spoke in a measured tone. I shall arrange everything within this week. There is no need for further farewells. With that, Victor turned and departed. Gwen nodded, watching him leave, yet the image of Victor's smile, a veneer of flattery, lingered in her mind. Had Victor ever smiled like that? Back in the carriage, Victor calmly leaned against his seat, his obsidian eyes fixed on an indeterminate point. Are you angry? Raven inquired, perplexed. What leads you to that assumption? Victor replied, his tone revealing little. It's merely intuition. Your poker face is rather telling. If you were devoid of significant emotions, your smile wouldn't resemble a blooming chrysanthemum. Angry? Victor pondered the notion for a moment. Perhaps the ingrained values of his upbringing compelled him to aspire to be a good man, yet he felt the stark selfishness in the other's lofty ideals. He realized that he must masquerade as the person she perceived him to be in order to gain her approval. Anger was not quite the sentiment he felt. Rather, a sense of nausea accompanied him. Throughout these days, Victor taught at the academy by day and immersed himself in the study of magical potions in the basement by night. Provided he had sufficient materials, he could concoct around 100 bottles daily, all of which would be entrusted to Lia for sale. Lia indicated that when the shop was ready, these potions would be available, albeit only one type initially. The reputation of the shop must be established before considering the procurement of other magical items. Victor was acutely aware that once this consumable was on the shelves, it would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy among buyers. Hence, he advised Lia to limit sales to 50 bottles a day, strategic scarcity. Lia, being a shrewd merchant, grasped the concept immediately. At the academy, Victor was not idle. He contemplated topics for his lectures while making a decision. He resolved to have Henny audit his classes, under the pretense of gaining experience. Every evening, Erica visited his office, brimming with questions, and her frequency was increasing. Although Victor found her persistence somewhat vexing, he patiently addressed each inquiry. To prevent Henny from incessantly chattering in his mind, he relayed Erica's questions directly to her, also seizing the opportunity to enhance his own understanding of magical studies through Henny's insights. After clandestinely following Henny's lessons, he came to realize that Erica was indeed a prodigy. The intricate and complex subjects that Henny discussed eluded his comprehension, yet Erica grasped them effortlessly. Even at this level, she seemed to possess an endless array of questions awaiting answers. Victor couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. With such talent and diligence, who else could claim the top position if not Erica? Everything unfolded smoothly, and soon arrived the 6th day of his agreement with Gwen. Henny quietly trailed behind Victor, continuing her role as an auditor in his class. She found herself puzzled as to why Professor Victor permitted her to listen, given that it was she who had originally authored the course. Until the two reached the door, she finally comprehended the purpose behind Professor Victor's intentions over the past few days. Today, I want you to step inside and impart a lesson to the students of this class using your knowledge. Henny. Chapter 12, because I will earn money. Professor Victor, I cannot do it. Henny hastily shook her head, her gaze cast downward, too timid to meet Victor's eyes. Listen to me, Henny. I have had you observe my lectures these past few days precisely to teach you how to conduct a proper class. Victor placed his hand gently on Henny's shoulder, sensing her petite frame tremble slightly. Henny lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with indescribable anxiety. Professor, I fear that if I fail, it will tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Did he even possess one? While such a notion might suggest a hint of self-deprecation, he truly did not concern himself with public opinion. Victor gently patted Henny's back, calming her trembling form. The reassurance proved effective, and he continued, go on. He understood that no matter how much he spoke to Henny, this naturally timid lamb would not agree. Thus, he opted for a commanding tone rather than a consultative one. Henny realized she could not refuse the professor. If she did, he would be displeased. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and pushed open the classroom door. The once boisterous room descended into silence. Yet when the students saw Henny ascend the podium, they were fraught with confusion. Where was the professor? Why was his assistant standing at the front? As the students' gazes flitted over her, Henny felt an overwhelming pressure. The professor has business today, so I'll be taking his class. Her voice dwindled, eventually fading to a whisper barely audible even to herself. With her words, it was as if a bomb had been tossed into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout. Impossible. She is merely an assistant. How could she teach in place of the professor? Setting aside whether the professor permitted this, does she possess his capabilities? We demand Professor Victor to teach. If our grades decline, can you bear the responsibility? Henny found herself unable to lift her head under the barrage of her fellow students' remarks. Her gaze cast downward like a chastised child. Her eyes darted around in panic, wishing desperately for a crevice to slip into. Oh, Professor Victor, I cannot do this. I truly cannot. Silence. The sudden voice startled Henny, and she cautiously raised her head. At some point, Erica, seated at the front, had risen. A ripple of magic surrounded her, and a complex magical array floated before her. Henny recognized that array. It was a silencing spell. Aside from the caster, all beings within its range were rendered mute. Assistant Henny, please continue. Oh, Erica, thank you. Henny felt profound gratitude for Erica's assistance, coupled with a tinge of guilt rising within her. On the day the professor arrived, she had spoken ill of Erica. Unexpectedly, this time, she found herself rescued by the very person she had disparaged. I shall certainly inform you of the exam scope in advance next time. Honey had already devised a way to repay Erica. Indeed, Victor leaned against the door, fully aware of every movement within the room. Erica's timely assistance left Victor both surprised and immensely pleased, while Honey's trepidation was entirely understandable. He had initially intended to utilize the pressure from the students to spur Honey's rapid growth, but it now appeared that the effect might be counterproductive. Yet, enlisting Honey to teach was a necessary measure. He would be accompanying Gwen out of town the following day for a duration of up to 2 weeks, if not longer. Regardless, he was determined to retain his professorship, so the course for this batch of students could not be neglected. Thus, Victor thought of Honey. The textbook was originally authored by her, and her capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. The only concern was her timidity. He needed Honey to personally overcome this hurdle, to realize she was more than capable of instructing these students. Thanks to Erica's support, the classroom atmosphere grew tranquil. Honey took a deep breath to steady her emotions, finally mustering the courage to commence her lecture. She spoke from her prepared notes, content she had long since memorized. Victor, who had been covertly observing, nodded. There was no doubt that Honey possessed a natural talent for teaching. The students transitioned from skepticism to confusion, and ultimately to astonishment, as if they were attending a lecture delivered by Professor Victor himself. By the end, they were all engrossed in Honey's class. The room resonated solely with Honey's eloquent discourse and the sound of pen on paper. As she continued, she suddenly paused. Second-tier magic, Star Shatter. Since Professor Victor was a formidable third-tier mage, she had crafted her lesson from his perspective. Little did she know, she had inadvertently set herself a stumbling block. She was merely a magic apprentice. Even with an understanding of the theoretical underpinnings of the spell, she lacked the magical prowess to execute it. Though flustered, she quickly regained her composure. Erica, could you demonstrate this spell for everyone? She was aware she was taking a gamble, wagering whether Erica would assist her once more. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Erica calmly ascended the podium, taking the magic book from Honey, which clearly outlined the principles of Star Shatter. She raised a hand, tentatively attempting to cast the spell for the first time. Star Shatter. A mysterious ripple surged forth. In the air, resplendent morning stars appeared, creating intricate patterns of the magic array as if painted. Just as it was on the verge of completion, it abruptly vanished into thin air. Amidst the students' confusion, a sudden barrage of tiny, sharp spikes materialized as if conjured from nowhere, embedding themselves into the wooden figure within the classroom. Upon witnessing the prop wooden figure, marred by countless shattered fragments, the students collectively felt their hearts skip a beat. What a nefarious spell of attack. However, thanks to Erica's demonstration, their learning accelerated significantly. So that is how it works. They began to chatter animatedly, blissfully unaware that the silencing spell cast by Erica had long since expired. Henny exhaled in relief, meeting Erica's gaze with a smile exchanged between them. This lesson had indeed proven to be immensely beneficial. Moreover, it had instilled a considerable admiration for Henny. Truly, as Victor's teaching assistant, her eloquence surpassed that of many ordinary instructors. It was remarkable to witness such excellence in Victor's assistant. Indeed, Henny approached Erica, wishing to express her heartfelt gratitude to the girl who had bravely stood up in class. Thank you, Erica. Without you, I would have surely felt embarrassed today. Erica smiled privately at her, waving her hand dismissively as she continued, It's merely a trifle. Henny whispered in Erica's ear, I truly do not understand why the professor insisted I teach today. It is clearly his responsibility. Upon hearing this, Erica also felt a tinge of confusion. Yet mere confusion would not resolve the matter. Erica had intended to visit Victor's office to inquire about today's issues, and thus, both girls decided to seek clarity together. Meanwhile, Victor sat at his desk in his office, sipping coffee while perusing a tome on magic. The leisure of dusk intermingled with the sound of pages turning. It was quite delightful, yet peaceful moments are often fleeting. At the behest of the Mage Tower, he granted Henny and Erica the permission to teleport. The residual glow of the teleportation spell gradually faded. In the next moment, the two young, beautiful girls appeared before him. Professor, Henny's voice remained timid, as if he might inadvertently consume her. The sound of turning pages did not cease. Victor did not look up, casually inquiring. Today's lesson went well. How do you feel about it? Henny placed her hand on her chest, releasing a few sighs of relief. Thanks to Erica, it went smoothly. If they're essay next time, I certainly won't be so frightened. It was only then that Henny remembered her purpose for coming. She was not there to seek Victor's praise. A soft thud. Upon hearing this, Henny felt indifferent. However, Erica, who was feeding Vega, accidentally dropped some birdseed on the table. Hey, little girl, if you're going to feed me, do it properly. Vega protested in discontent, but alas. Erica was oblivious to his chirping. Ignoring Vega's clamor, she attentively listened. Therefore, I shall test whether you possess the capability to be our class instructor. Henny stood frozen in place. Professor, are you testing me? Even though the slight curve of his lips was nearly imperceptible. You performed admirably. I believe you can indeed become an exceptional lecturer. Professor, sobi. It seemed that Henny had unexpectedly received recognition, and she could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears. However, Erica remained in a state of bewilderment. For some reason, upon hearing that Victor would be departing for a distant journey, she felt a pang of disappointment. During this evening after class, she could acquire a wealth of knowledge from Victor. Yet, if he were to leave, it appeared she would have no reason to be there. Although Victor was not truly departing, merely venturing out for a few days, her spirits remained somewhat subdued. Nevertheless, another voice within her began to resonate. How splendid! That scoundrel is leaving. Good riddance. Out of sight, out of mind. She swiftly regained her composure, shrugging her shoulders. Even in Victor's absence, she remained the prodigious sorceress she was. Ah, Victor turned his head to glance at Erica. What query have you brought today? Speak swiftly. Once I have imparted my knowledge, I shall be free to depart. He even recalled that she would come to him with her inquiries. It was as if, with a crack, the psychological defenses Erica had painstakingly constructed had developed a fissure. She lowered her head and approached Victor, presenting the questions she had meticulously prepared. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her focus began to wane. That evening, Leah entered Victor's study. The shop had been beautifully renovated. Over the past few days, Leah had been in the capital managing the store's affairs. However, she already had her own room there. Victor closed his book, intending to discuss pricing with Leah. She stated, 1,000 geo. This price was neither exorbitant nor unreasonable for consumables sold in the capital. The potion was undoubtedly worth this cost. If 50 bottles could be sold in a day, it would yield a staggering 50,000 geo. The cost was merely a single fruit, which, though rare, would at most amount to 10 geo. This was indeed a lucrative venture. Victor nodded. This price fell within his expectations. Anything pricier would be unjustifiable, while anything cheaper would not match its extraordinary efficacy. By the way, remember the limit. Each person may only purchase 2 bottles per day. Why? Leah inquired, puzzled. Given that the magical potion was already expensive, there was a question of whether anyone would even buy it at first, and now there was a limit? Was he not concerned about unsold stock? Victor provided his rationale. In the initial stages, I would rather earn less to disseminate the potion's effects. As more people become aware, the profits will increase. As Leah listened to his explanation, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she marveled. I now find you to be more of a merchant than I. It was as though she were meeting Victor for the first time in over a decade. She yawned, seemingly recalling something, and casually asked, Oh, by the way, are you truly going to that volcano with Gwen? Yes, Victor nodded. Very well, Leah muttered, waving her hand dismissively. Just don't die out there. I'd rather not spend money to retrieve your remains. I'm off to bed. Having spoken, she gently patted her cheek and turned to leave Victor's study. Noticing Leah's departure, Vega raised his head, his gaze once again imbued with a spark of humanity. Is your sister genuinely concerned for you? I had assumed your relationship was rather strained. Indeed, it has been, but has improved somewhat in recent days. Victor tapped the table, and a vial of blue potion materialized in his palm, which he began to manipulate. How did you manage that? Vega inquired, puzzled. Victor placed the blue potion on the table and succinctly explained, because I possess the ability to generate wealth. Chapter 13. Are you intentionally seeking a quarrel? In the early morning, Victor languidly leaned against the carriage, awaiting Gwen's emergence from her home. As she pushed the door open, a slender silver sword graced her hand. She was headed for her morning practice. Upon stepping outside, her gaze fell upon Victor's carriage, causing her to momentarily pause. Simultaneously, Victor, leaning against the carriage, nodded in her direction. You're here quite early, Gwen remarked. Feeling it somewhat impolite for him to stand outside, she contemplated for a moment before suggesting, Care to join me for some practice? I am a mage, Victor replied. Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her head away, uttering a soft "oh." Come on in then, she said, before hastily retreating to the training grounds to commence her morning exercises. Finding himself somewhat bored, Victor stood by the training area, his gaze fixated on her. The night's morning drills consisted primarily of swordplay, swinging and slicing to strengthen their bodies, while honing various combat techniques through incessant repetition. After a while of wielding her sword, Gwen felt a touch self-conscious under his watchful eye and felt compelled to explain, "Knights must train daily, day in and day out." "I did not inquire," Victor replied. Thus, they silently observed each other as practice. Following her morning routine, Gwen wiped the sweat from her forehead and was about to reach for a water pouch nearby to rehydrate when a languid voice drifted over. Drinking water immediately after intense exercise is detrimental to the body. Gwen set the water pouch down, suspecting that Victor would elaborate further on the matter. What was amiss with him today? Was he unwell? With the morning practice concluded, it was time for breakfast. Gwen glanced at Victor and hesitated before asking, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Then let us dine together." Upon hearing her invitation, Victor promptly set off, entering the residence with an unflustered demeanor. Gwen attempted to scrutinize Victor with a heart of righteousness, yet found his every action and word to be utterly sincere. "How peculiar," she muttered, shaking her head to dispel the unfounded thoughts swirling in her mind. In the dining hall, Victor elegantly sliced his food with a knife, delicately bringing it to his mouth with a fork. As Gwen ate, she observed him, and despite her reluctance to admit it, Victor was indeed quite a sight to behold. Even merely sitting beside him as he dined instilled a sense of appetite within her. His demeanor was supremely graceful. If Victor could not be deemed a nobleman, then perhaps there were no true nobles in this world at all. Comparing herself, it was rather perplexing that, despite being a young lady, she appeared somewhat boorish while eating. Gwen felt a twinge of frustration mixed with curiosity. How could such a poised and elegant noblewoman commit such a socially clumsy faux pas? Naturally, she referred to the underage heiress who had boldly declared her affection for the Duke. Nonetheless, it was of no concern to Gwen. Victor had assured her that he would adeptly handle such matters. After their breakfast was concluded, Gwen donned the armor of a knight. The shimmering silver armor accentuated her delicate, snow-white skin, while her exquisitely perfect visage radiated an air of cold detachment. She resembled a Valkyrie emerging from the icy depths. Victor, observing the white steed she led, inquired, "Must I ride as well?" Suddenly, Gwen remembered that Victor was a mage, and traversing long distances on foot was impractical. How careless of her to overlook this detail. In her recollection, Victor had never ridden a horse before. What to do? Would they need to share a mount? Gwen wrestled with her thoughts for a moment. But in that brief span, Victor had already summoned a servant from her household to fetch a suitable horse for long journeys. In a knightly family, fine steeds were abundant. As Gwen noticed him preparing to mount another horse, she opened her mouth to speak, only to witness Victor expertly vault onto the horse's back with remarkable ease. So, he could ride. He certainly did not appear to be a novice. Victor chose to remain silent, for Gwen could discern the truth in his words. After all, one who speaks too much often finds themselves in trouble. Yet, Gwen was indeed correct. Victor was far from inexperienced. He was a seasoned player, having even ridden dragons within the realm of gaming. As they set off on their journey, Gwen led the way while Victor followed closely behind. The two traveled in silence. But Gwen felt an underlying awkwardness in the air. When she glanced back at Victor, he wore his usual expressionless countenance. Upon sensing her gaze, he turned to meet her eyes, but as she averted her gaze, he resumed admiring the scenery along the route. Upon their arrival at the knightly order, the knights preparing for the expedition were already assembled and awaiting Gwen's commands. Dozens of them stood in a row, poised and ready, exuding vigor and gallantry. As was customary, Gwen first had the knights undergo drills. Once the training concluded, she stood upon a platform and addressed the assembly. "The accompanying mage we requested previously has been found, and I trust some of you are already acquainted with him." She stepped back, gesturing for Victor to present himself. Victor approached the platform at a leisurely pace upon receiving her invitation. Victor Clavina. At that moment, nearly every knight's mind echoed with that name. His notorious reputation was well known, and no self-proclaimed righteous knight was unaware of his infamy. Every knight harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this scoundrel, and if given the chance, they would eagerly challenge Victor to a grand duel. However, it was undeniable that upon seeing him in person, the knights felt a flicker of trepidation. Should a massacre erupt in this place, who could possibly thwart him? Perhaps Sir Gwen could make an attempt, but it is rumored that she is bound by a marriage pact with him. The knights held Victor in even greater reverence, though his countenance bore no expression. A sense of unease stirred within him as he observed their respect. It seemed he had overthought the matter. As a figure of dread, his mere presence commanded authority. Vika, perched upon his shoulder, fell into a moment of silence before interjecting with a quip. "Are you eagerly anticipating such absurd developments?" "I merely seek a touch of amusement. Otherwise, it becomes rather dreary. Gwen conducted a head count once more, and upon confirming all was well, prepared to announce their departure. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through the air. A diminutive boy clad in armor, his size and age evident, sprinted towards her, a sword clutched in his hands. "Sister Gwen, you forgot your sword," he shouted as he ran. The blade was nearly the same size as him, the hilt obscuring his vision. Consequently, he stumbled over a stone and fell with a thud. The silver sword flew from his grasp, its tip pointing menacingly at Victor. The knights gasped in alarm. Evasion was impossible, and the consequences could be dire. Just as they prepared to shout a warning, they saw Victor extend his hand. What was he doing? Was he intending to use magic? No, it possesses formidable magical resistance, Gwen urgently cried out. Yet, Victor remained unmoved. In the midst of their collective dread, Victor swiftly grasped the sword's hilt. In one fluid motion, he pivoted his body. The gracefulness of his movement left the knights momentarily stunned. With a flourish, he twirled the sword, leaving the members of the order in a state of astonishment. Goodness! Sir Gwen's cherished sword was being so casually manipulated by him? Is he truly a mage? Gwen, equally taken aback, froze mid-motion, her hand still outstretched in an attempt to intervene. Blinking in disbelief, she gazed at Victor, rendered speechless for an extended moment. After toying with the silver sword for a brief while, Victor returned it to Gwen and humbly uttered an apology. It had been some time since he had handled such a weapon and merely wished to indulge in a moment's play. Gwen fixed her gaze upon Victor, suddenly recalling their conversation from that morning, and remarked with a hint of resentment, "You know how to wield a sword." Victor shrugged, his expression impassive. "I'm a mage." Of course, he silently added a clarification to himself, a full-time mage. Witnessing the collective shock among the knights, Vega turned to cast a sidelong glance at Victor, seemingly comprehending his intent. The act of feigning was indeed quite exhilarating. Gwen seized the silver sword, sheathing it away, and disregarding him, issued a command to the knights. "All knights, mount your steeds. We shall set forth." Today marked the inaugural day of the item shop's grand opening, and Liao was filled with anticipation, taking it upon herself to oversee the establishment. Additionally, she had invited numerous industry professionals for promotion. However, the outcome was rather lackluster. She sat in the shop, observing the passing mages outside. Some of them, upon noticing the several vials of magical potions displayed on the cabinet, felt a stir of desire. However, upon seeing the prices, they invariably hesitated, exclaiming how exorbitant it was. The passing mages almost universally expressed such sentiments. Laya remained unperturbed. As long as someone recognized the value of her potion, everything would fall into place. Yet, matters did not unfold as she had hoped. Instead, she attracted a host of unwelcome guests. "Is this the shop?" Following the sound, Laya saw a few imposing men adorned with various tattoos standing outside, their expressions fierce. She stifled a yawn. Here they came again, the troublemakers. Laya touched the mage's hand she wore, a gift from Victor. Strangely, at moments like this, she found herself thinking that Victor was rather decent. At least when conducting business in the territory, no one dared to meddle with the affairs of the Clavina family. A cold female voice came from behind her. "Do you need me to drive them away, Miss Laya?" "Please don't," Laya replied, a hint of amusement on her face as she observed the menacing thugs. "If you drive them away, who will help us make our name known?" Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. "Let us smash it!" Chapter 14. Is your wares made of gold? The burly men outside brandished their weapons and began to wreak havoc upon Laya's shop, smashing everything in sight, including the magical potions displayed at the entrance, reducing them to mere shards. The azure liquid flowed onto the ground, filling the air with the scent of riches. Laya gazed upon their rampage with an air of indifference, her demeanor remarkably composed. "Miss Laya, should we not intervene?" The voice behind her sounded anxious, aware of the value of those potions, lamenting the loss of even a single vial. Unhurried, Laya remained seated, leisurely watching the ruffians continue their destruction. "It's fine, let them smash. The more they break, the more they will owe." Of course, Laya understood that these people were likely just a band of hired ruffians. How could they possibly be made to pay? Sensing the time was ripe, she touched the mage's hand on her right, preparing to step outside. "What are you doing?" A commanding voice called out from the entrance. Laya paused in surprise. Was someone stepping in to help? She peered outside and saw a noble-looking blonde lady standing by a carriage, angrily chastising the tattooed man. Who could she be? Laya raised her gaze and scrutinized the familiar face of the blonde girl, already forming an answer in her mind. The daughter of a duke? What was she doing here? Just passing by? Or was it a deliberate act? Lady Erica, the duke's daughter. had long been renowned for her exceptional talent since childhood and continued to hold a prominent reputation. Some believed her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the once great Victor. Even the last incident, had Victor teased a girl from another family, it wouldn't have made the headlines. Yet, Erica's public influence was simply too significant, Liam mused. I fear that her appearance here, in a display of benevolence, may incite a wave of media frenzy. In truth, Erica had not pondered this matter extensively. Although today is a day of respite, after Victor's departure, she found little motivation to attend her studies at the academy. The teaching prowess of the other instructors was woefully inadequate, often inferior to her own. Thus, seizing the opportunity afforded by her day off, she decided to indulge in a leisurely stroll, allowing herself a moment of respite to rejuvenate her spirit. While wandering, she overheard the household servant mention that the Clavina family had opened a prop shop in the eastern district of the royal city. Clavina, the surname of Victor, was certainly etched in her memory. However, the eastern district was quite a distance from her residence in the central district, an area populated by nobles akin to Erica herself. The royal city was expansive, so vast that one could hardly explore the entirety of the central district in a single day. Nevertheless, her curiosity was piqued, and she resolved to investigate what wares the professor's family shop might offer. After a half-hour journey in a carriage, she arrived to witness a group vandalizing the establishment. The Clavina family crest adorned the shop's facade, confirming it as Victor's domain. Its size paled in comparison to more bustling establishments, a fact that would surely detract from its appeal. Yet, she was not there to critique. Upon witnessing the destruction, Erica felt a surge of instinctive anger. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, alighting from her carriage with the grace of a cherished heiress. Many passers-by recognized her and gasped in astonishment. It was Erica Ducroix. In short, there was hardly anyone who did not know of this benevolent lady, who generously provided food and coins to the impoverished, aiding them through their tribulations, yet remained unyielding in the face of malice. "It's the Duke's daughter. Run!" The ringleader, upon spotting Erica, shouted to his companions, prompting them to hastily retreat in fear. Leah exchanged a knowing glance with the shopkeeper behind her, and in that instant, she felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Once the ruffians had fled, she put on a welcoming smile as she stepped forward. "Miss Erica, thank you for your assistance. As a mere woman, I was truly terrified in such circumstances. Had you not arrived, I would have been at a loss for what to do." As Erica listened to Leah's lamentations, she appraised the woman before her. Leah was strikingly beautiful, tall, and slender, with features that could only be described as exquisitely perfect. The mature charm she exuded made Erica, still in her youth, feel a sense of inadequacy. Initially intending to downplay her gratitude, Erica's gaze suddenly faltered as it fell upon Leah's hands. Were those Victor's gloves? She distinctly recalled seeing them on his first day. They were adorned with numerous magical stones, a sight she had never encountered elsewhere. After that day, she had not seen the gloves again. The glove appeared on the hand of this woman. Erica could not ascertain if it was indeed the same pair, as their hand shapes were entirely different. So, could she be a relative of Professor Victor? Contemplating this, Erica felt a twinge of pity for the woman before her. Surely, those who sought Victor's assistance did so because of his notorious reputation. Yet it was this young lady who bore the consequences. She gazed at the scattered fragments and the spilled potion, reflecting on her thoughts, and decided to offer some compensation to soothe the woman's emotions. "I sincerely apologize for such an incident occurring in the capital. I shall compensate you for all your losses today in the name of Duke Cloy. Please assess the value of the damaged items, and if there are any remaining, I will purchase them all." "Oh." Upon hearing Erica's generous offer, Leah rested one hand on her chest while the other caressed her face, a smile gracing her lips. The art of winning hearts was ingrained in the essence of Duke Cloy's lineage. Indeed, she was a true daughter of the Duke's house, despite being merely 17. "Miss Erica, let me confirm, are you truly willing to compensate for my losses? You must understand, the price is quite steep." Leah grinned as she quoted the amount, 1,000 geos. Such a loss, 1,000 geos? To an ordinary person, that would indeed be a substantial sum. However, Erica found it reasonable and signaled for her maid to retrieve the money. Yet, she was met with an additional remark. 1,000 geos per bottle. What? The maid's hand faltered momentarily. Erica felt as though she had misheard. Not only Erica, but even bystanders found this perplexing. What a jest. One bottle of potion selling for 1,000 geos. Was the liquid within the vial made of gold? The maid calculated the price and paused in disbelief, while Erica's expression revealed her discomfort. To Erica, this amount represented merely a month's allowance. Yet, money should not be spent without transparency. Now she began to understand why Victor was so loath. He was nothing short of a shrewd merchant. Such a peculiar rule? This was the first time Erica had heard of items being sold in limited quantities, especially when she intended to offer compensation. The other party was unwilling to ask for more. She pondered briefly. The head of the household referred to must undoubtedly be Victor. However, the restriction to purchase only 2 bottles piqued Erica's interest. Could this item truly possess remarkable effects? Thus, she picked up one of the unshattered vials and inquired of Leah, "What is the effect of this potion?" Leah smiled at her and explained, "It is used to restore magical energy." Erica found it hard to believe. She had never encountered a potion capable of replenishing magical power. Yet, soon enough, her resolve solidified. A word once spoken is like water spilled. Moreover, Victor had imparted so much knowledge to her. Spending this money today as compensation would merely serve to balance her dealings with Victor. Consequently, she declared directly, "I am a student of Professor Victor Clivina. Witnessing the unfortunate plight of his shop, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall compensate for the cost of the potions along with the labor involved in their creation. But there is a condition." Upon hearing Erica's words, Leah raised an eyebrow. "I wish to purchase all the remaining potions as well." She is more invested in matters pertaining to magic than anyone else. Only 10 bottles remain unscathed. Seeing this, she disregarded the rules Victor had mentioned and nodded in agreement. Victor had previously stated that he was unperturbed by the possibility of others discovering the ingredients of his potions, for no one could replicate them but him. Leah believed this required a unique form of magic, and since the other party had assured her, she was not concerned about any trade secrets being divulged. Given Miss Erica's generosity, I shall not decline. Thus, with the labor and costs included, each shattered potion shall be priced at 300 geo, while the remaining will retain their original price. Upon hearing this, Erica readily agreed. The deal was struck. Leah handed the 10 bottles of potions to Erica's maid and extended her hand to receive the compensation and payment for the potions. Gazing at Erica, Leah marveled at her lavish expenditure, solely because she was a student of Victor. One wonders what kind of enchantment that sinister figure, with a heart as dark as his appearance, has cast upon this young lady. After Erica departed, Leah retrieved 50 more potions from the shop, still priced at 1,000 geo, and continued to sell. Passing wizards, upon seeing her produce another 50 bottles, nearly fainted in disbelief. "So you still have stock?" In the alley, the thugs who had previously vandalized the shop lay scattered in a corner, barely clinging to life. Their bodies bore various wounds, painting a gruesome picture. "Who sent you?" A cloaked figure, her face obscured save for her striking green eyes, brandished a wooden sword toward the head of the tattooed brute who led the group. He lay on the ground, his limbs broken. The agony coursing through him made him wish to faint on the spot. Yet the wooden sword hovering above his head compelled him to scream in a panic. It was the Duke of Rivi. He hastily divulged the identity of the mastermind, hoping to barter for a sliver of mercy before the masked figure. Bang! The wooden sword swung down, and the tattooed thug finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The cloaked figure then grasped his foot and, step by step, dragged him away from the alley. Chapter 15. Aren't you two a couple? Sharing a room shouldn't be an issue, right? Splash. Cold water was thrown onto the man's face, jolting him awake, his eyes widening in shock. Gasp! Gasp! He desperately gasped for air, attempting to move his body, only to realize he was bound to a rack, utterly immobilized. Before him, the masked figure placed the basin of water on the ground and leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. She maintained her guise, cloaked in her garment, revealing only her eerie green eyes, which fixed upon him with an unsettling intensity. He vividly recalled how his band of brothers had been utterly defeated by her agile and deft skills. "Awake? Awake, let us converse," a voice beckoned. The man scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the sound. He found himself in a dim and damp basement, and soon, guided by the voice, he spotted the woman seated in a chair. She was idly toying with her nails, a table laden with unapproved implements of torture before her. In the haze, he noticed a peculiar glove adorned with several gems on her hand, though he could not count them clearly. There is a saying that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The various instruments of torment before him, he mused, would surely pry open his lips. A cold sweat enveloped him instantly as he frantically wriggled, striving to break free from his restraints. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything," he cried out desperately. Crack! The masked figure before him landed a sharp slap across his face. "I haven't even asked yet. What do you wish to disclose?" Lilia chuckled, playing with a pair of pliers in her hand while observing him. The sharpness of that slap jolted the man into clarity, and simultaneously, fury consumed his reason. "Do you know what you're doing? Kidnapping. Vigilante justice. You will be apprehended." "And then what?" Lilia retorted, her gaze icy, betraying an unsettling familiarity with such acts. When you lie dead like a stray dog on the roadside, will anyone care who did it? The man struggled vehemently. Damn it! How dare you do this? By what right? Lilia regarded him as one might a fool. Because I have wealth. Her words silenced him instantly. Is wealth so significant? Wealth grants you the ability to. My brother is Victor. He is a nobleman, a third-tier mage. He fell silent. Lilia rapped the pliers against the table and continued. Knowing you have provoked the Clavina family, you should be prepared for the consequences. Speak. Who orchestrated this? The Duke. It was the Duke who commanded us. He remained steadfast in his previous statement, seemingly eager to convince Lilia. He volunteered an address. That is our stronghold. You may go there. You may search there. The Duke gave us a substantial sum to demolish your family's shop today. I am not lying. You must believe me. Observing the man's frantic state, the masked figure leaned closer to Lilia, lowering his voice. He said the same before. Could it truly be the Duke's doing? Lilia clicked her tongue, appearing unconcerned. Had you not insisted so vehemently, I might have entertained doubts about the Duke. Your insistence, however, has only served to alleviate his suspicion. The man was momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting instant, Lilia noticed his reaction. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter. As her melodious laughter subsided, she clasped her stomach and, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, said with a smile, Did you truly believe me? I was deceiving you. The man gaped, seemingly wishing to utter more. But Lia simply waved her hand dismissively. Enough, deal with him, Leon. Do not forget to disassemble his organs. They may fetch a pretty penny. Oh, and his accomplices, dispose of them all. Leave not a single one behind. Lia patted the man's face, her smile reminiscent of a devil's grin. The man trembled incessantly, his body writhing in fear, desperate to speak. However, in the next moment, with a deft flick of her wrist, a vial of potion materialized in her hand. The cerulean liquid shimmered under the light, casting a dazzling glow. Alas, even if I sold all your organs, your worth pales in comparison to a singular item in my possession. Indeed, a commodity valued at 1,000 geo is, in my eyes, as worthless as you. With a sharp crack, the vial shattered against his face, the sound echoing in the air. He felt a torrent of liquid spill onto his numbed visage. The intertwining red and blue substances made it indistinguishable whether it was blood or potion that flowed. You lunatic! Let me go, let me go! The man's voice quivered, his eyes wide with terror. Under the dual torment of mind and body, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Lia, observing the expression upon his face, couldn't help but chuckle, her beautiful smile insidiously piercing through the heart like that of a demon. Amidst the bloodshot gaze of the man, she yawned and turned away, casually stating, Finish it swiftly. Hours later, Leon had tidied everything up. She stealthily slipped through the window into Victor's study, now devoid of his presence. Lia settled into the desk chair, attending to recent accounts. The room was empty. Leon removed her hood, revealing her short, light golden hair and elongated ears. Just the peculiar nature of her ears was sufficient to affirm her identity, an elf. Miss, all has been handled, Leon said. Lia did not lift her gaze but recognized the arrival of her companion. Smiling as she replied, You have worked hard. My pleasure, Miss Lia, Leon continued. I collected a fair sum from those men and even scavenged their hideout. They had recently received a considerable amount of wealth, around 5,000 geo. Lia accepted the pouch Leon offered, weighing it before placing it aside. Indeed, quite a substantial amount. The man did not lie. Leon looked up, unable to suppress her curiosity. Is it truly not the Duke's doing? Lia paused momentarily, a laugh escaping her lips as she closed the ledger and looked at her. You believed it? What? She chuckled brightly. Even if the Duke's suspicion has lessened, it does not absolve him of guilt. We have merely expanded our suspicions. However, the fact that the Duke harbors animosity towards us remains unchanged. Perhaps someone is meddling, intentionally sowing discord between us Clavenas and the Duke, with the schemer reaping the rewards. Or perhaps the Duke simply finds us distasteful. After all, a kingdom need not have two of the youngest third-tier mages. Leon was oblivious to the intricate machinations among the nobility. After a brief pause, he posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. Why have you ceased further interrogations with him? It was evident he would not divulge any information, for he himself was unaware of who the true orchestrator was. Lia snapped her fingers against her coin pouch, the sound of coins clinking within echoing like a melodious chime. The transaction of money underscored that the party in question was not a significant figure. Thus, he could only firmly assert that it was the Duke's doing. Lia continued, In the end, will we also need to pay a hefty sum for the shatter potions? Upon hearing her words, Leon furrowed his brow. He had heard that Erica had spent over 10,000 geo for compensation, and he found it somewhat preposterous. Could one truly possess such a benevolent heart? I find your reasoning hard to trust, he remarked. Leah shrugged her shoulders, expressing her frustration. Having cohabitated with Victor for over a decade, I am intimately familiar with his character. Though he possesses a talent for magic, he is far from being a proficient teacher. During his time at the academy, he likely relied on the assistant's prepared speeches while merely delivering them in a perfunctory manner. Erica claims he was her mentor. What could Victor possibly teach her? Meanwhile, far away in Sanchar town, Vegas sneezed. Victor cast him a sidelong glance, bemused at the thought of a crow catching a cold. Yet at that moment, he had little time to concern himself with the ailments of crows. They arrived at a small town at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, where only a single inn was available. The knights were not overly particular about their accommodations. They could even sleep by their horses at the post station. However, Gwen, being a woman and their esteemed knight commander, warranted a knight's rest at the inn for her recuperation. Similarly, Victor, as a mage, required a conducive environment for restorative sleep. Thus, they reluctantly ventured together to the inn. They had initially agreed upon 2 rooms, but sir, is it truly the case that only 1 room remains? Gwen inquired anxiously, a sight that struck Victor as somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such an unsteady state, as if she wished to conjure a new dwelling on the spot. The innkeeper, equally exasperated, responded, "My lord, how could I deceive you? There is genuinely only 1 room with a large bed left. Moreover, given that you appear to be a couple, sharing a room should pose no issue." Gwen, still eager to voice her concerns, was preemptively interrupted by Victor. "This room will suffice." Upon hearing his words, Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Chapter 16, playing both father and mother. Gwen and Victor stood at the threshold of the room, gazing inside. "Why did you agree to this? We should have inquired further or waited a bit longer." Victor cast her a glance and replied, "Remember your purpose for being here. You're not here for a holiday or a leisurely slumber." At his words, Gwen shook her head, regaining her composure. "However, it is evident that a solitary man and woman sharing a room at night is rather peculiar, especially with only a single, albeit spacious, bed." Gwen furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before suggesting, "I shall sleep on the floor." Victor nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively, "Very well." Gwen hesitated momentarily. Despite her status as a knight, accustomed to sleeping in armor, Victor's reaction left her feeling somewhat unsettled. She could not comprehend the source of her discomfort, as the notion of yielding or not was foreign to her. Being a mage, Victor was undoubtedly more fragile than she, and thus, it seemed only right for him to occupy the bed. However, after a long day of arduous travel, Gwen felt the oppressive stickiness of her armor. To be candid, she yearned for a warm bath. She had endured lengthy missions before, but this time, the presence of a man in the room made her acutely self-conscious about any potential odor emanating from herself. She slapped her cheeks, attempting to dismiss the intrusive thoughts. Gwen was not one to impose on others. Given the modesty of the inn and the hour, it was clear that a hot bath was not a feasible option. Yet, with so much sweat clinging to her, she fretted over the possibility of an unpleasant scent. In her turmoil, she even forgot that she was clad in armor, every slight movement resulting in a cacophony of clinks. Victor, meanwhile, was casting spells to assess their surroundings while setting up a soundproof barrier at the door. Upon ensuring their privacy, he heard the clattering of armor and frowned, turning to see Gwen, visibly troubled, biting her finger in distress. "Why haven't you removed your armor?" he inquired. Gwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her gaze as her cheeks subtly flushed. "Are you suggesting that you wish to bathe? In a place like this?" Victor sat in a chair, resting his forehead in contemplation. There were no partitions, let alone a proper bathroom. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only the large bed, 2 chairs, and a table. It was rather rudimentary. In such circumstances, Gwen's request for a bath seemed rather whimsical. Feeling even more self-conscious after Victor's remark, Gwen was hesitant but had merely spoken in jest. She had even considered sleeping in her armor. Yet, the discomfort was palpable, and she found herself longing for the warmth of her home's bathroom and the comfort of her large bed. Suddenly, a vibrant green light erupted before Victor, prompting Gwen to look up and witness his hand suspended in the air, intricately weaving a magical sigil upon the floor. The emerald glow began to overlap, and the intricate patterns gradually coalesced. First tier magic, wood carving. As the sigil formed, tendrils emerged from the floor, and wooden strips began to sprout. They entwined of their own accord, assembling into the shape of a bathtub. The magic polished the surface of the tub, rendering it smooth and gleaming with a dark luster. Gwen blinked in astonishment as a bathtub, the very object of her longing, materialized from the floor. Victor had yet to cease his actions. With a deft movement of his hands, he merged two magical arrays, creating an entirely new formation. A dual magical array? This was the first time one had witnessed such advanced techniques of multicasting, for she was not a mage herself. Yet, what was Victor endeavoring to accomplish? It was quite evident. The air grew somewhat humid as water materialized within the array, coming into contact with the warmth of the red formation. Almost instantaneously, the water's temperature surged dramatically. Scalding hot water cascaded into the bathtub as if squeezed from sponge of air. Gwen stood in astonishment at the spectacle before her. Blinking in disbelief, her heart overwhelmed by shock. Was this truly the work of magic? She had encountered mages before, yet none had wielded their craft with the effortless finesse exhibited by Victor. For the first time, she perceived magic as a remarkably convenient ability. "If you trust me, then please indulge yourself," Victor stated, snapping his fingers. A small black array materialized on his ring, and a curtain of dark mist surged forth from the array, isolating the space surrounding them. Here, they could not see beyond, nor could those beyond discern their presence. Observing Victor's actions, Gwen felt a sudden wave of introspection. Having a mage by one's side during missions might indeed be quite advantageous. She was not one to indulge in sentimentality, with Victor demonstrating such prowess. She maintained her unwavering sense of justice. Thus, she shed her armor and undergarments, immersing herself in the bathtub. In that moment, she felt enveloped in pure bliss. V'ger lifted his eyelids, gazing incredulously at Victor, who sat in a chair, engrossed in a book, his expression tinged with disdain. "I find it hard to fathom that you would expend your mental energy merely for such trivialities." Victor produced a vial of blue potion and drank it down in one swift motion. Being out in the world, he needed to remain vigilant, ensuring he was always in optimal condition. "You wouldn't understand." "All right, I don't understand," V'ger retorted, mimicking his tone with a deadpan expression. "It's quite rare to see you exhibit such concern for a woman." Victor shook his head, reminiscing about the Valkyrie Gwen from the game. Her fierce demeanor, capable of vanquishing gods and demons alike, remained etched in his memory. She was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. Were it possible to avoid conflict with her, who would desire to be her adversary? As these thoughts occupied his mind, a rustling noise from next door drifted into Victor's ears. In a certain sense, he was a normal man. The sounds next door disrupted his thoughts, rendering the contents of the book nearly impossible to absorb. He felt a growing agitation in his mind. Was it too late to cast a soundproofing spell? Gwen would surely notice. He merely lowered his head. First-level magic, self-suggestion. His gaze brightened slightly before he extinguished the flame. The freshly bathed Gwen peeked her head around the curtain from the opposite side. "I took the liberty of washing my clothes as well, could you?" Before she could finish, Victor activated the magical array once more. "First-tier magic, hot wind. Thank you, I can dry them now." Victor maintained a cold gaze, clinging to the last vestiges of his rationality. "By the way, don't you need a bath?" Gwen inquired from the other side. He pressed his forehead with one hand, revealing an expression of irritation. "I am protected by a wind-repelling spell, hence I won't be tainted by dust. Furthermore, if you wish for me to use the water you've bathed in, I could very well head over to your side right now," Victor retorted coldly, eager for Gwen to don her clothes promptly. "I apologize for being so presumptuous." Calm down, calm down." I pondered for a moment. "Perhaps I require a bed, lest the freshly washed garments become soiled." As if suddenly recalling something, Gwen proposed another request to Victor. "Gwen, I am not your parent. Do you hear me clearly? I cannot attend to every need of yours." Once Gwen had dressed, she settled comfortably into the sole large bed, whereas Victor sat silently in a chair, his expression impassive. He proceeded to use magic to hypnotize Gwen and then levitated her onto the bed. The Gwen he had known was supposed to be cold and unfeeling. The Gwen he had encountered executed royal commands with unwavering detachment, like a heartless machine of slaughter. Yet the current Gwen had not yet reached that level. Although she remained aloof, she still exhibited unnecessary emotions akin to an ordinary person. She would incessantly question the master when only one room remained. Even after he had assisted her, she cautiously continued to request his needs without daring to overstep his boundaries. When she erred, she would apologize, her demeanor far removed from the hardened image he had of her. Indeed, she was powerful, but she was not the Gwen he had known. He turned to gaze at the slumbering Gwen and shook his head. However, this thought lingered in Victor's mind, refusing to dissipate. Gwen stood at the forefront of the ranks, directing the knights on how to proceed. "Today, we shall investigate the volcano. If any anomalies arise, do not act impulsively. Report promptly." The knights observed Gwen, sensing her refreshed spirit upon awakening. Moreover, she appeared to be somewhat cleaner. unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. The knights noticed Gwen turning towards Victor beside her. It seemed the knights displayed expressions of realization. Victor, seeing that Gwen had organized the troops, turned to make his departure. "Victor, where are you headed? We can escort you to your designated location, or you may accompany the Knight Brigade directly." "No need." Victor raised an eyebrow, gazing towards the silent volcano in the distance. He was aware of the immense creature lying dormant beneath, his emotions a tumultuous blend of heaviness and exhilaration. "I will temporarily diverge from your company." Chapter 17. Quarreling at the head of the bed, reconciliation at the foot. "Why?" Gwen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Victor arrived alongside the knights, but now expressed a desire to separate and act independently. She found it perplexing. If Victor did not require the protection of the knights, why had he chosen to accompany them in the first place? What, indeed, was his purpose in coming to Mount Vesuvius? "I shall proceed to the crater first," Victor stated. Under Gwen's unwavering sense of justice, all deceit would be laid bare. Yet, he spoke no falsehood, indicating that Victor genuinely intended to visit the crater. Gwen recalled the initial reason behind Victor's companionship. Could it be that the creature he mentioned resided at the summit? "Perhaps," Victor replied after a moment of silence, his thoughts drifting to the image of that formidable beast. "What do you mean by perhaps?" Gwen inquired, curiosity piqued despite her disinclination to pry into others' affairs. After all, this was a dormant volcano, and Victor had previously asserted his familiarity with the terrain of Vesuvius. Issues should not arise. Gwen nodded in acquiescence to his request to part ways. "I will seek you out once I have completed my tasks." No sooner had Victor's words fallen than a blue, starry magic circle appeared beneath his feet. In a flash of azure light, his figure vanished without a trace. The sudden disappearance of a living person left Gwen momentarily dazed. A knight, having observed their exchange, approached her as she stood in a daze. "Commander, did you two have a disagreement last night?" Gwen turned to him, opening her mouth to respond. "No, it's not what you think." Before she could finish, the knight continued, "It's perfectly normal for couples to quarrel. I often argue with my wife, and our son is already 8 years old. We may bicker at the head of the bed, but there's no lingering animosity." The more he spoke, the redder Gwen's face became. "Enough chatter. Let us move out." She snapped at the knight before hastily departing. "Hey, Commander Gwen, I didn't say anything wrong. Nowadays, young ladies are just so sensitive. It's clear I hit the mark." The knight called after her, but Gwen hardly heard him. Her cheeks flushed, akin to a girl caught harboring a secret. Yet, she understood her situation better than anyone. There was no relationship between her and Victor. Just as she could never harbor feelings for him, he could not possibly feel the same for her. As Gwen mounted her white steed, a sense of melancholy clouded her thoughts. If unforeseen events did not intervene, she might ultimately find herself wed to Victor, for a marriage pact had long been established between their families. As the second daughter of her family, she could only acquiesce to their decisions, unable to alter her fate. Gwen had no desire to marry, especially not someone like Victor, who had previously left her feeling utterly disheartened. "How could I ever marry such a scoundrel?" she mused, recalling his demeanor, which resembled that of an elegant nobleman, his every gesture exuding the grace of a true gentleman. Even the precise moment eludes him. He had relinquished the sole bed to himself. When she awoke, she discovered Victor calmly seated in a chair, engrossed in that esoteric tome of magic. Having remained there the entire night, was he truly a scoundrel? Gwen pondered silently. Aspiring to be a paragon of justice, she had never genuinely harbored animosity towards anyone, even towards Victor. Surely, I must have been rather quiet last night. Discarding the superfluous thoughts cluttering her mind, she raised her silver sword and swung it forward. Onward, a cascade of azure light descended from a void, coalescing in midair to form a teleportation magic circle, revealing Victor's silhouette. He opened his eyes, and the surrounding landscape had undergone a striking transformation. The desolation was palpable. Only a few scattered charred stones stood resolutely on the slope. He now found himself on the flanks of the volcano, significantly ahead of the Order of Knights. Here lay the utmost extent to which teleportation magic could be employed. To instantaneously transport oneself to the summit remained, indeed, an unrealistic aspiration. Observing the emptiness around him, Vega, perched on his shoulder, raised its voice to inquire, "Why did you choose to part ways with them? The route of the knights should align with yours. Accompanying them, you would inevitably arrive here." Victor gently patted its head, explaining, "Their company is unnecessary. There are matters I must investigate on my own. It is not essential for others to be aware." Vega found this curious. Victor appeared as if he had long been scheming. Recalling Victor's keen interest upon hearing about Mount Vesuvius, Vega could hardly suppress its suspicion that he possessed knowledge of something significant. The pair, one man and one bird, traversed the slopes of Mount Vesuvius, which had once erupted. However, following that event, the volcano had lost its vigor for eruption, transforming into a dormant giant. The inhabitants below had established a town here, a settlement with a history spanning several centuries. After hundreds of years of exposure to the elements, the ground had morphed into a charcoal-like hue, riddled with fissures and weathered volcanic rock. To expect the sight of any flora in this place, that would prove rather challenging. Yet, after centuries had passed, no one harbored concerns about the volcano erupting again. As they ascended towards the summit, Victor felt the intense presence of fire elements more acutely. It was not just him. Vega sensed it as well. It turned its head, casting a subtly discerning glance at Victor. How intriguing. I would love to pry open your mind to discern how you came to this place. You have uncovered a calamity. Victor remained remarkably composed, and Vega understood that he had long been aware of the existence of something here. Calamity. More precisely, this referred to the specific name denoted in the annals of the furnace beasts. There are 6 types of calamities in the world, each corresponding to one of the 6 magical elements: wind, wood, fire, earth, water, and thunder. The calamity currently sealed within Mount Vesuvius is that of fire, known as Gulitan. Its form is colossal, akin to a celestial being, its body nourished by the fires of the furnace, resembling a deity of flame. The reason it is termed a calamity is due to its capacity to incite tumultuous natural disasters upon its emergence, instilling a profound sense of dread. Its existence brings forth nothing but detriment to all living beings. Such is the essence of a calamity, as the name suggests. I find myself intrigued. It lies here in slumber, and you seek it for what purpose? Vega inquired of Victor, gazing down into the caldera of Gulitan. To collect a bit of interest in advance, Victor replied, standing at the edge of the volcanic crater, peering into its unfathomable depths, even questioning whether anything resided within. Scorching air erupted from the mouth of the volcano, enveloping him in an astonishing warmth. His gaze suddenly hardened with determination. The frigid wind intertwined with the searing air, causing his cloak to billow. At that moment, standing atop the volcano, even Vega's voice became difficult to discern. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Are you really going to jump off this place? You can't possibly be serious about jumping, can you? Its methodical inquiries bore no fruit. For Victor had already uttered a command. Hold on tight. With that, he leaped into the abyss of the volcano, plunging downwards for 100 meters. You could have at least consulted my opinion. The surroundings blurred as the intensely heated rocks plummeted away, while Vega clutched Victor's garment with its beak, momentarily forgetting it was a bird with wings. The scene before them swirled chaotically until a flash of white light engulfed them, and their figures vanished into the air. Having played the role of a deity for so long, I have never felt such madness. When Vega opened its eyes, it found itself in a different realm. Darkness enveloped its surroundings, with only the floor visible to the naked eye. So dark, Victor? Victor? He stood behind it, having noticed the raven had awoken, and gently placed it upon his shoulder. Just as Vega was about to request Victor ignite a flame to illuminate their vicinity, a tremendous snore resonated from the depths of the darkness before them, nearly deafening the raven. Damn, who is snoring? Vega fell silent, for it had located the source of the snoring, or rather, at that moment, it lay before Vega, eyes closed in slumber. How could one aptly describe it? Like a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, it stood as tall as a mountain, evoking awe and trepidation. The fire calamity, Gulitan, manifested before them. A cold sweat broke out upon Vega's brow, causing its feathers to glisten. Young one, do you truly wish to challenge it? Notorious. I am but an ordinary bird now, incapable of aiding you in any regard. Victor did not glance at it, instead conjuring a flame with his fingertips, illuminating the path ahead and revealing the true form of the behemoth. Do not say such things. You are my greatest asset in overcoming it. In the next moment, the snores of the great creature ceased. The immense crimson eyes opened wide, resembling astonishing light bulbs. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire Mount Vesuvius, as it gazed down imperiously upon the 2 ants. Chapter 18. Dare to reveal your health bar before me? Scorching lava dripped from Gulitan, splashing several meters of magma within the volcano. The emergence of Gulitan shrouded the skies above the volcano in burning black clouds, with ashes floating like sparks. After enduring prolonged, searing heat, its formidable armor glimmered with a dazzling crimson hue. A multitude of fangs seemed poised to devour everything upon the volcano. The beast roared skyward, causing Mount Vesuvius to tremble. Viga, establish a link with me. What? Establish a link? Are you joking? Do you truly intend to fight it? I have no desire to court death. Viga shouted desperately to Victor while soaring through the air. Overwhelmed, he lamented that had he known Victor was this reckless from the start, he would have preferred to slay the beast rather than forge a pact with him. Following Victor could very well lead to his demise, yet he still dreamed of resurgence. What folly! Having reached this point, it seemed there was no way to avoid linking with him. Reluctantly, Viga extended a wing to touch Victor's forehead. Instantly, a more lucid connection formed in Victor's mind. Linking with the malevolent deity Habika, synchronization successful. Victor noticed a raven icon appear beneath his status bar, immediately realizing the link had been established. Why not? While you're at it, enhance your teleportation magic and escape. Don't say I didn't warn you. Viga buzzed incessantly around his ear. Victor paid no heed to Viga's pleas for flight. Instead, he felt exhilarated under the scorching heat of the volcano's mouth. Escape? A proud smile spread across Victor's face, which to Viga undoubtedly seemed mad. Yet Victor was far from insane. He had long desired to challenge this calamity. From the moment he heard the name Mount Vesuvius, he knew he had to come. Just as he had envisioned, the furnace beast Gulitan was sealed within the lowest depths of the volcano. This realm existed as an alternate space. Regardless of the scale of their battle here, it would scarcely affect the outside world. It was essentially a natural arena for combat. After Gulitan was first defeated, it was resealed in this space, functioning akin to a dungeon for players to challenge. Thus, the strength it possessed while still sealed was hardly different from that found within a dungeon encounter. As Victor surveyed the monstrous creature that obscured the heavens, confidence surged within him. He had defeated this foe countless times before. Now, he wielded an even more powerful body, enhanced skills, and the invaluable aid of Viga. He had not exaggerated. Viga was indeed an indispensable source of strength for Victor. Infinite mana. This cheat, regardless of the class it is applied to, finds no greater advantage than in the hands of a mage. The single eye of Viga began to shimmer with a cerulean glow, and Victor felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy within him, akin to an ocean. His mana bar surged uncontrollably, surpassing limits of 10,000, 20,000. Victor understood that this was the utmost capacity of mana within the game. O Victor har minskilens, ezer, kilens. With such an abundance of mana, success was within reach. Gulitan, still stirring, bore the weight of a massive rocky armor accumulated from prolonged slumber, yet this encumbrance hampered its movement. At this moment, Victor sensed the opportune moment to act. He raised his hands, conjuring a magical array in the air. Intricate glyphs filled the vicinity. As Victor meticulously arranged the setup, he simultaneously cast several transparent crystals into the hexagonal mouth of the volcano. Victor, do you intend to transform this volcano into your battlefield? Victor remained silent, but Viga discerned the smile upon his visage and guessed correctly. The hexagonal crystals gradually linked, runes began to manifest upon them, and countless patterns intertwined, bending and leaping. The colossal magical array enveloped the volcano's opening like a lid. With a flick of his fingers, colorful and varied magical energies coalesced into orbs, encircling Gulitan. Victor glanced at Gulitan's status bar. Frozen, poisoned, weakened, agitated. A multitude of negative statuses began to afflict the beast. With a gentle stomp, the array erupted, sending dozens of radiant sparks into Victor's being. His attack power surged, water attribute attack intensified to level 7, fire resistance bolstered. Victor felt the tumultuous energy coursing through him. The effects of the enhancements were astounding. He sensed his muscles strengthening, his reflexes sharpening. He could even see the molten lava dripping from Gulitan. After completing his preparations, Victor gazed upward. At that moment, the already towering Gulitan manifested a health bar above its head, stretching to an unimaginable length that would instill despair in any ordinary observer. Easily 100 meters long. Due to his heightened perception, Victor could see the end of the health bar. 50. In the gaming world, a saying often circulates, celebrating the prowess of top players. As long as you dare to reveal your health bar, even a god can be slain. A crimson glow flickered in Gulitan's eyes, illuminating the horizon. It was activated. Everything around became increasingly perilous. The temperature soared, flames igniting intermittently in the air, and a heat wave swept over the volcano. This was the calamity wrought by Gulitan. The searing earth. A crow perched on Victor's shoulder offered a warning. Victor was well aware of the unfolding disaster. Yet he nodded symbolically towards Viga. 10 identical blue magical arrays manifested at his fingertips, subtly stirring in response. A cerulean castle flickered gently in the air, and from its center, waves of force erupted, sweeping across the land. Third-tier magic, Tidal Sanctum. Gwen, accompanied by her knightly order, ascended the mountain path, casually dispatching a monstrous creature. She glanced at the fallen beast, which resembled a crab, its body encased in a blazing rocky shell. Even in death, its pincers continued to snap at the air. Before long, the shell shattered, revealing a glimmering red crystal that rolled forth. With swift reflexes, Gwen seized the luminous gem, examining it closely. She recalled that Victor had mentioned needing such crystals to craft magical tools, piquing her interest. Everyone, when encountering such creatures again, remember to collect these crystals. She displayed the red gem for her knights to memorize. Indeed, after all, Victor had aided her significantly the previous night, and she wished to repay his kindness by assisting him in gathering some supplies. A rumbling sound emanated from the mountain's peak, reaching the ears of every knight. Gwen abruptly lifted her gaze toward the volcano's mouth, where a plume of black smoke slowly ascended. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the summit, resonating through the heavens. She regarded the mountaintop sternly and inquired, "Did you hear that? That mighty roar?" Gwen could not be certain. It merely sounded like a fierce bellow. The knights exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Commander, you must have misheard. It's likely just the noise of the volcano expelling ash." Gwen, disagreeing with his assessment, pondered, "Am I the only one who can hear it? What could it be?" As she contemplated, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Victor had mentioned he was heading to the volcano's mouth. Could he have discovered something there? All knights, proceed swiftly to the volcano's mouth. Seek out Victor. Upon receiving the command, the knights promptly organized themselves and advanced in unison toward the summit. However, after circling the volcano, they found nothing amiss. The knights reported to Gwen that the surrounding heat was becoming increasingly oppressive, soaring to abnormal levels. "Split up and search," Gwen ordered immediately, and the knights divided into 5 teams to commence their search for Victor. "Commander, we haven't spotted a single soul in any of the 5 teams. The horses cannot endure the heat any longer and must rest on a mountainside." Gwen, drenched in sweat and feeling faint, wondered why the volcano had suddenly become so unbearably hot. Was this dormant volcano truly on the verge of eruption? Shaking her head, she realized her mind was too clouded for further speculation. Both horses and knights were nearing their limits against the rising temperature, forcing them to retreat for respite. Even with her specially crafted armor, designed with a primary heat resistance, she found the heat unbearable. Just as she gestured to lead her knights away, a column of fire erupted from the volcano's mouth, surging toward her. "Everyone, take cover." Upon receiving the command, the knights, perplexed yet swift, promptly descended to the ground, with their steeds obediently kneeling upon the mountainside. Gwen turned her gaze as the fiery column gradually dissipated into a myriad of sparks, which fell to the earth. The astonishing heat rendered all present breathless, as if their airways were igniting. A volcano? How could it unleash such a phenomenon? The more Gwen pondered, the deeper her confusion grew, yet there was no time for further reflection. The volcano was on the brink of eruption. We must evacuate the townsfolk below. With a decisive wave of her hand, she issued the order, and the knights hastened down the mountain towards the town. Gwen's worry intensified as she observed the increasingly agitated volcano. "Victor, where on earth have you gone?" Chapter 19. That year, I had my hands in my pockets. At this moment, Victor found himself in the depths of the volcano, within a sealed alternate space. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his cloak billowed under the heat wave. A phrase flickered through his mind. That year, I had my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a foe was. A tremendous pillar of fire surged towards him. But Victor regarded it with calmness. Beneath his feet, a magical array instantaneously raised a barrier, effortlessly deflecting the assault. Empowered by countless magical formations, he teleported and maneuvered with ease, like a wave sweeping through. The colossal creature appeared to him merely as a larger, more entertaining toy. Golden began to rise, astonishingly bearing a small mountain upon its back. Lava erupted from its body, sending clouds of sand and stone swirling. The debris pierced through him, yet it was as if it had struck a curtain of water. A cascade fell, and the original Victor vanished from sight. Second-tier magic, Water Mirage. In the next instant, the true Victor materialized behind the beast, wielding a tidal spear forged from flowing water, aimed at Golden's rear. Due to elemental affinities, Golden felt the piercing pain from the water spear acutely. Infuriated by the agony, it retaliated with another torrent of lava directed at Victor. Observing the creature's escalating ferocity, Victor deftly evaded the lethal onslaught with his unparalleled agility. As soon as Gul'dan raised its hand, Victor anticipated its every move. With its palms thrust into the ground, a towering pillar of fire erupted beneath Victor's feet. Instinctively, he waved his hand. Second-tier magic, water barrier. A translucent, azure film materialized instantaneously, shielding him from the flames. Gul'dan squinted at Victor, who seemed to counter each of its attacks with ease. Feeling a surge of frustration, it let out a long, anguished roar, expressing its discontent. After a prolonged battle, Victor maintained his initial composure, yet Gul'dan's health had barely diminished. Witnessing Victor's effortless counter, Vega fell into deep contemplation. To hold his own against disaster so evenly, could this individual truly be human? Unable to fathom the reality, it abandoned its thoughts and called out to Victor. "Hey, it's been hours. Are you planning to continue this fight indefinitely?" Upon hearing Vega's words, Victor paused for a moment to reflect. The first time he encountered Gul'dan in the game, he fought alongside the player coalition for 3 relentless days and nights. "Let's engage in another 3 days of battle," Victor declared, his fists clenched in anticipation of this exhilarating confrontation. Second-tier magic, Galavis's Ice Storm. Second-tier magic, Death Ritual. Second-tier magic, Still Water. Countless spells flowed from Victor's fingertips, with intricate magic circles shimmering in the air like stars beneath a darkened sky. Vega watched in awe as Victor unleashed his spells, utterly stunned. This guy's truly monstrous. This is far beyond the capabilities of a third-tier mage. Waves of multicolored energy attacks relentlessly wore down the towering demon. The surrounding rocks crumbled under the sheer force of the assault. Gul'dan felt as though it were being pierced by a multitude of sharp stabs from the barrage of spells. While not fatal, they were undeniably painful. It lashed its tail violently, cleaving a significant portion of a narrow volcano's rim, which then plunged into the lava with a resounding crash, sending plumes of molten rock soaring into the air. Victor stood upon a black magic circle and instantly vanished into a shroud of darkness. He reappeared on the opposite side of the intact volcano's rim, seizing the opportunity to continue his onslaught. Gul'dan bared its fangs, gathering energy to unleash a sun-like fireball from its throat. Boom! The fireball erupted violently, crashing into the nearby mountainside, shattering rock and sending dust spiraling skyward. Victor conjured a magic circle, swapping places with the icy shell he had previously laid down. The icy shell absorbed the incoming fireball, transforming into steam and dissipating into the air. Second-tier magic, Ice Substitute. With his other long-distance teleportation spells on cooldown, Victor skillfully utilized the maximum evasion distance of the Ice Substitute. Debris flew past him, but he emerged unscathed, the attack narrowly missing him. Victor pressed his palms together, and a massive gate of radiant white light appeared behind him. Third-tier summoning, White Spirit Malediction. As Victor commanded, the colossal white marble gate slowly opened. A dense fog billowed forth, engulfing the entire volcano. Vega, momentarily blinded by the white mist, shouted, "Victor! Victor! I'm still here. Don't let your summoned creature attack me." With his knowledge, Vega was well aware of the nature of Victor's summoning. The White Spirit Malediction distinguished neither friend nor foe. Enveloped in the mist, Gul'dan swung its massive claws, attempting to disperse the fog, but it clung to him like a spider's web, refusing to yield. A pair of long, emaciated, pale arms slowly emerged, reaching toward Gul'dan. The demon's head was grasped firmly, being inexorably pulled toward the portal. However, due to the sheer weight of the lava demon, the white spirit remained unmoved despite its efforts. The gate began to tremble ominously. Emerging first from the portal was a head, or something resembling a head. 7 eyes encircled its head, each gaze inducing an overwhelming dizziness in Gul'dan. Its body continued to extend, the lower half resembling 3 colossal serpents entwined, concealing the molten lava beneath the volcano. From the back of its neck, skin ruptured, manifesting a third arm. Its spine emerged as a sharp blade, cleaving through Gul'dan's rocky armor. Victor observed the collapse of the white gate, sighing in exasperation. This creature remains as reckless as ever. The summoned entity was not as formidable as he, its only advantage being its resilience. Amidst the entanglement with White Spirit, Victor extricated himself, casting dozens of weakening spells upon the beast, preparing for the next round of magic. He retrieved some materials from his backpack, crafting magical artifacts on the spot and tossing them toward the creature. The effects were negligible but preferable to inaction, he reassured himself. Soon, Guillotin's health bar dwindled to approximately 10%. Its eyes flared with vibrant flames, and the lava upon its body surged rapidly. A fierce conflagration enveloped its hands, while rock spikes gradually formed at its tail. Victor's eyes lit up with a surge of heat within him. This exhilaration flooded his mind, for in this form, Guillotin's defenses significantly heightened, and its abilities were considerably amplified. This was the true reason for its designation as the Furnace Beast. Flames transformed into molten rock, covering the ground in lava, leaving Victor with no foothold. The enhanced environment also inflicted pain upon White Spirit, causing it to shriek. With no safe ground to stand upon, Victor resolved to create his own. With a swift motion, he traced a precise square in the air. A snap of his fingers summoned a block of vapor that materialized into a highly dense ice cube, suspended in midair. The battle raged on, and Victor stood atop the ice, continuing his incantations. Outside, Mount Vesuvius exhibited a startling state. The knights had long since descended to the town at the foot of the volcano to evacuate the populace, leaving only Gwen and a few knights at the halfway point, vigilantly observing for unusual phenomena from the volcano. Just as Gwen's intuition had predicted, anomalies did indeed arise. They lifted their gaze to the surface of the volcano, which was gradually turning crimson, with plumes of vapor rising from the crater, as though the outer shell had shed to reveal its true hue. "Commander, the volcano's mouth has become as hot as a metal plate," one of the knights warned. Gwen's expression grew grave as she turned to inform her comrades. "Quick, report to the capital immediately. Request reinforcements." The knights nodded and hurried toward the town to contact the capital via magical crystals. In the Duke's mansion, Erica sat in her room, clutching a vial of blue potion, her gaze vacant. She felt as though all her knowledge had been rendered futile. Previously, she would have deemed spending such a sum on a mere few potions a loss. Could this single vial truly fetch 1,000 geo? Yet now, her thoughts revolved around the astonishing fact. This item sells for merely 1,000 geo? She stared blankly at the potion in her hand, her mind a chaotic whirl. Suddenly, a tremor surged through her brain, as if it were poised to shatter her very spirit. Erica hastily pressed her hands against her head, feeling a piercing pain radiate from within, accompanied by an unusual sound in her ears. "Pain! Mother! Mother!" Abruptly, the voice of a servant outside the door broke through her torment, allowing Erica to momentarily forget the agony in her head as she eagerly darted from her room. Standing at the threshold, she listened intently, halting her movements. Duke Rivi, noticing his beloved daughter had overheard, wore a bittersweet smile. "Erica, the Emperor has issued a directive requiring urgent support." She was profoundly perplexed and could not restrain herself from questioning the Duke. "Father, you are a Duke. Why must you go in person?" Duke Rivi beckoned her closer, and obediently, Erica approached. He gently patted her head and explained with tenderness, "My dear daughter, this is no trivial matter. All third-tier mages in the capital are to be summoned, and naturally, second-tier mages are included in the ranks. Given your youth, you will not be called upon by the royal family." Suddenly, Erica recalled Victor, who had embarked on a mission a few days prior. He was also a third-tier mage. Now that his father had been summoned, could they be heading to the same destination? What could possibly be occurring that necessitated such a multitude of mages? As her questions swirled within, the peculiar voice echoed in her ears once more, this time even clearer. "Pain! Could this strange sound be connected to the place her father and the others were destined for?" Feeling an unusual curiosity and a thirst for exploration, Erica exclaimed, "I want to go too." Upon hearing her declaration, Duke Rivi immediately adopted a more serious demeanor and firmly refused. "No, you are still young, and you must continue your studies. I am not a child anymore. I am now a second-tier mage. If all second and third-tier mages are departing the capital, the academy will be no exception. Am I to seek out the headmaster for personal instruction?" She knew the headmaster would not easily abandon the capital, as he was the only fourth-tier holy mage there. Moreover, aside from Victor, she arrogantly believed no one else at the academy could teach her. Even so, the Duke pondered deeply, hesitating for a moment. As Erica pointed out, she was no longer a mere child. At 17, she would soon reach adulthood. He could not keep her sheltered under his wing forever. Doing so would leave her forever a fledgling. Erica harbored her own aspirations, and when the time called for it, he must release her. He could not allow his excessive paternal love to stifle his daughter's proud wings. "Very well, Erica, I grant you permission to accompany me. Our destination is Mount Vesuvius. The Royal Knights have issued a rescue signal. To be precise, Mount Vesuvius may be on the verge of eruption." Chapter 20. The Dignity of the Celestial Era. Natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions, can only be averted by the intervention of mages. The recent eruption of Mount Vesuvius is indeed of extraordinary magnitude. After all, witnessing a fire column extending 100 feet from the crater is an anomaly in any epoch. Should the lava flow extend for miles, it would spell disaster for both villages and crops. The economic repercussions for the capital would be immense, and the safety of countless lives in the vicinity of the volcano would be jeopardized. The capital is taking this matter with utmost seriousness, promptly convening all available mages within the city. The Imperial Army is dispatching waves of mages to Vesuvius, including Duke Rivi and Elika among them. After nearly a day's journey, fatigue has begun to set in among the travelers. In the early hours, the group finally reached their destination, taking a moment to rest. Due to the collective evacuation of the nightly order, all residents of Central Town have gathered outside, including livestock such as chickens, ducks, cattle, and even cats and dogs, all driven out. The scene outside the town is one of chaotic disarray. As villagers observe the influx of troops and mages into the town, confusion reigns regarding the unfolding events. At this juncture, the atmosphere surrounding the camp is palpably tense. Duke Rivi is among the last to arrive. As he disembarks from the carriage, he is greeted with warm smiles from numerous mages of other noble families. "It has been a long time, Duke Rivi," remarks a white-haired nobleman leaning on a cane, flanked by other noble mages. "Indeed, Mr. Baker. Since the last royal summons, we have scarcely crossed paths." The Duke replies with a nod and a smile. "This must be your daughter, truly a graceful young lady," the nobleman continues. "Oh, not at all. You flatter me," Elika responds, adjusting her spectacles. It seems the Academy's praises were not unfounded, though aware that such compliments are mere formalities among adults. Elika cannot help but feel a sense of joy upon receiving commendation from renowned mages. No one despises flattery, and having grown up amid accolades, Elika is particularly fond of it. Duke Rivi gazes fondly at his daughter, his pride evident. "Haha, your daughter's magical prowess is the envy of us old men." The adults exchange light-hearted banter, gradually calming the atmosphere. Within the realm of mages, familiarity is commonplace. Duke Rivi stands as one of the few third-tier mages, with the remaining third-tier mages also belonging to noble families. In the Carlinzia Empire, high-tier mages are nearly monopolized by the nobility, with commoners rarely producing even a second-tier mage. At this moment, a silvery figure appears before the assembly. Duke Rivi recognizes her as the second daughter of the Derlin family, currently serving as the captain of the Royal Knightly Order in the capital. "Gwendolyn has come to report," she announces. The mages, sensing her troubled demeanor, feel a tightening in their hearts. Could it be that the situation regarding the volcano is dire? Esteemed mages, ever since the volcanic eruption manifested unusual changes yesterday, it has remained in a relatively stable state thus far. Gwen tightened her grip on her silver sword, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. The mages exhaled in relief upon receiving her news. The elder mage, with his white hair, patted his chest, his hand gripping the staff, relaxing considerably. Consequently, their presence here would require mere precaution rather than expending considerable energy to confront a natural disaster head-on. Meanwhile, Erica stood quietly beside Duke Rivi, observing the unfolding scene. "Father, who is this?" she inquired. The Duke leaned in to whisper, "This is the current commander of the Royal Knights." Erica nodded. It was her first time encountering the commander of the Knights, and she was somewhat taken aback to discover that the leader was a woman. Unbeknownst to her, Gwen was Victor's fiancée, yet Gwen recognized her. As a nationally renowned prodigy in magic, Gwen had certainly heard of Erica, especially after the recent incident involving Victor, which had indelibly etched Erica's name in her memory. Gwen gazed at the golden-haired maiden before her and mused, "Is this truly the Duke's daughter? She is exquisite." No wonder Victor was impetuous enough to confess his feelings. Having only seen Erica in newspapers prior, Gwen was momentarily captivated by her presence. Just a glance was enough to evoke a sense of infatuation. "So, Commander Gwen, what transpired with the volcano?" Gwen recounted the investigation conducted by the Knights upon their arrival. "What? You heard a tremendous roar from halfway up the mountain?" The temperature of the volcano surged immediately after the Knights surveyed the summit, and a column of fire erupted to a height of 100 meters. The third-tier mages, Baker and others, were left in stunned disbelief, asking one another, "What is the meaning of this?" "I have no idea, do you?" "I too am at a loss. I've never heard of anything like it." The mages exchanged perplexed glances, rendered speechless by the revelations. Duke Rivi, absorbed in contemplation, found himself as bewildered as the mages regarding the unfolding events. Then, Gwen recalled something and added, We requested an accompanying mage who ventured ahead to the summit to investigate certain matters, but he has since gone missing, and his whereabouts remain unknown. What? They were all taken aback. Such a statement easily invited suspicion. Erica, too, was momentarily stunned, as if a realization dawned upon her. And she was the first to actively inquire, who was that mage? You should know him. He is Victor Clavina. The moment that name resonated, it stirred a tumultuous uproar among the mages. Several who harbored animosity toward Victor seized the opportunity to proclaim, it must surely be Victor's doing. Indeed, he has committed other misdeeds in the past. This must undoubtedly be his handiwork. Everyone present was well aware of Victor's notorious reputation. Whenever an opportunity arose to malign one another, they spared no effort. Duke Rivi, though perplexed, urged the other mages, let's not be hasty. Our foremost priority now is to avert a volcanic eruption and minimize potential devastation. Upon hearing the Duke's command, the mages ceased their quarrels, as Rivi had articulated. At this juncture, uncovering the puppet master was of little consequence. Navigating the immediate crisis was paramount. A sudden, thunderous roar erupted from the volcano, resonating clearly for all to hear. The mages collectively turned their gazes towards the volcano's summit, rendered speechless. Was that sound emanating from a living being? Madam, you cannot proceed. The voices of the surrounding knights drew everyone's attention, as they beheld an elderly woman attempting to breach their ranks to enter the stronghold. Someone has angered the volcano god. It must be that someone has awakened its wrath. She shouted, her voice laden with urgency. It is all over. We are doomed. The mages exchanged glances, while Duke Rivi gestured to the knights, instructing, allow her to enter. Yes, the knights ceased their obstruction, and the elderly woman quickly freed herself from their grasp, hobbling towards them with the aid of her cane. Grandmother, what is the volcano god? Duke Rivi inquired kindly. However, the surrounding mages, having witnessed the woman's earlier erratic behavior, began to murmur amongst themselves. This old woman appears quite mad. What wisdom can she impart? What volcano god? I've never even heard of it. Surely, she is here to disrupt our order. Duke Rivi, it would be best to dismiss her swiftly. Yet, Duke Rivi disregarded the mage's counsel, maintaining his gentle demeanor as he addressed the elderly woman. Grandmother, if you have something to share, please do so. The old lady scrutinized the Duke carefully, her demeanor shifting from frenzied to enigmatic as she began. Centuries ago, beneath this volcano, a fiery demon was sealed away. That sealing incited the wrath of the volcano god, leading to a cataclysmic eruption. However, for the following centuries, the volcano lay dormant. Now, with the volcano stirring once more, it is certain that the slumbering volcano god is enraged again. It seeks to shatter its bonds and incinerate both sky and earth. The assembled mages stood in stunned silence. Hastily interjecting, Duke, there is no need to heed her. These are merely folk tales. Yet Duke Rivi's expression remained grave. He sensed a familiar essence within her tale. At that moment, Erica glanced towards the mountain's peak. She touched her chest, once again hearing that haunting sound. As if in contemplation, she turned to Duke Rivi and said, Father, I wish to ascend the mountain's summit. I sense something awaits us there. No, the Duke replied, raising his hand decisively, his tone resolute. Erica, I can promise you many things, but this matter is non-negotiable. Unwilling to relent, Erica continued to beseech her father for permission. Father, I am already a second-tier mage, possessing the capability to stand on my own. Unless your strength surpasses mine, I absolutely forbid you from stepping even an inch towards the volcano. Faced with Duke Rivi's unwavering stance, Erica could only succumb to silence. This was nothing short of an unreasonable demand. Her father had immersed himself in the realm of third-tier mages for over 30 years. It was said that if a newly emerged fourth-tier holy mage were to appear, it would undoubtedly be Duke Rivi de Cloy. Erica reflected on the fact that she could scarcely surpass Victor. How could she possibly leap 2 tiers to reach the 4th? Yet, a sense of unease settled within her. Amidst her recent outburst, she heard a voice whispering, it hurts so much. Meanwhile, Duke Rivi had begun issuing commands to the mage contingent. The volcanic disturbances grew increasingly pronounced as the third-tier mages arranged themselves into formation, while the second-tier mages provided auxiliary support, alternating in the delivery of magical energy. They aimed to inscribe a magic array, summoning potent war magic to envelop Mount Vesuvius before its eruption. At that moment, whether it be molten lava or any creature emerging from the volcano, they would ensure its complete annihilation. Had he finally sustained an injury? Vega stared blankly at Victor, incredulous. His current state could hardly be described as favorable. His cloak had been singed away by half, and his body struck by the molten rock, bore wounds that were ablaze with fire. Yet, astonishingly, this marked Victor's first injury after battling fiercely for an entire day. A monster. That was the only fitting assessment. Confronting a calamity akin to a natural disaster. He had managed to withstand it for a full day and even inflicted harm in return. During that time, he had only suffered one injury, a consequence of momentary distraction when he was grazed by an astonishing pillar of fire. Just that single encounter had caused him considerable damage. Had he been struck directly by the flame, he might have been reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, it seemed he was pushing himself too far. However, the injury could hardly be deemed good news. It indicated a decline in Victor's vigor, plunging him into fatigue. The prolonged skirmish was gradually impairing his concentration. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider, to escape while he still had enough magical energy to teleport away. Vega whispered in his ear, fully aware that Victor was not one to concede easily. Yet his condition was far from optimistic. If I leave now, that beast will charge out of Mount Vesuvius in an instant. At that point, true devastation would ensue. Vega, do you understand? Vega was momentarily taken aback. Once he had finished speaking, Victor recalled that Vega was a malevolent deity and continued, I apologize. I forgot that you might be indifferent to such matters. But I care. Victor discarded his tattered, utterly useless cloak, allowing it to drift away with the wind and fall into the molten rock. The cloak disintegrated into sparks in the air, vanishing entirely. I do not aspire to be a paragon of virtue. However, I cannot allow this unstoppable behemoth to break free from its confines. Gul'dan's health has already been diminished by a third, a testament to his formidable prowess. Once the defenses of the beast are breached, there will be nothing he cannot vanquish. Victor remained steadfast, gazing intently at the enraged Gul'dan, his excitement mounting. It is but a single wound. I have not yet been defeated. For this battle is one that stakes his dignity as a power leveler. Chapter 21. Your daughter is truly remarkable, Duke. Sorcerers summoned from the capital congregate at the foothills of the volcano, encircling it. They raise their arms high, their surging magical energies intertwining, gradually forming a colossal magical array around the volcano. Radiant streams of light shimmer, stretching for miles. Numerous enchanted steel spikes embedded in the volcano respond to the array's influence, causing the magical chains above to rattle and delve deeper into the mountain. Runes are inscribed upon the array, which grows increasingly substantial, extending outward for hundreds of miles. Second-tier mages stand beneath the third-tier sorcerers, continuously channeling their magic. When the first group of second-tier mages can no longer continue, the second group steps forward. As the initial batch regains their strength, they rejoin the fray, one wave after another. A dozen third-tier sorcerers concentrate their minds, beginning to chant towards the center of the array. O God of despair, weep. Gather the world's cold essence. O God of mercy, beseech. Sing the sorrowful tears of the underworld. Although Erica is the daughter of a duke, she receives no special treatment, finding herself among the ranks of the second-tier mages. After the knights disperse the populace, they stand guard nearby, ensuring the sorcerers remain undisturbed. Magic attracts monsters, and they protect the mages, slaying any encroaching beasts. This magical array, enveloping the entire Vesuvius volcano, grows ever more potent the longer it is maintained. Duke Rivi, a third-tier mage, exerts every effort to refine the array, yearning for the eruption of the volcano to be delayed. If given a day's time to stabilize, the array could entirely suppress the impending eruption. Thus, they persist for an hour. As the first group of second-tier mages descends, another takes their place. Among them is Erica, who stands behind Duke Rivi, softly channeling her magic to her father. As Duke Rivi recites incantations and sketches the array, he keenly observes Erica's every movement, feeling a swell of pride at her burgeoning independence. Erica, you have matured. As the second round of mages descends, the third group prepares to ascend, yet Erica remains. Secretly, she imbibes a vial of blue potion purchased from Leah, instantly revitalizing her mental fortitude. Duke Rivi, astonished yet elated to see Erica's continued participation, marvels at her vast reserves of mental energy. At her age, I was nowhere near her level. Another hour had passed, after the third group of mages descended. The fourth group had already ascended. Erica remained on the magic array, tirelessly channeling her mana to Duke Rivi. She discreetly consumed another vial of potion. Her spirit rejuvenated once more. If the Duke had previously been merely astonished, he was now utterly astounded. Erica's innate talent was truly formidable. This astonishing mental fortitude surpassed that of many third-tier mages. As her father, It was bewildering that he was only now realizing the extent of his daughter's prowess. Soon, the fourth group of mages exhausted their mana and descended to rest. Erica surreptitiously drank another vial, continuing her support. The third-tier mages surrounding Duke Rivy couldn't help but notice Erica. After 4 hours, they pondered the source of her seemingly endless magical energy. Could it be that within this gifted young woman lay an ocean of magic? The mages could not restrain their curiosity and inquired of the Duke Rivy. Is your daughter a monster? How does she possess such terrifying reserves of mental energy? Indeed, he had never witnessed a beast that could till the fields for such an extended duration. Concern began to gnaw at Duke Rivy. He feared his daughter was overexerting herself, risking irreversible damage to her body. His thoughts were tumultuous. As 5 hours elapsed, the first batch of mages from the second round had descended to rest, and the second-tier mages, who should have been in line with Erica, were ascending once more. To their astonishment, they beheld the Duke's daughter standing unwaveringly within the magic array beneath him, radiating an extraordinary magical luminescence akin to a brilliant bulb. Do you not require rest? Indeed, Erica would secretly imbibe a potion after each group of mages departed to maintain her mana at a relatively comfortable level. She sensed the awe and astonishment in their gazes, swelling with pride for her actions. Thanks to the potions crafted by Professor Victor, she was able to persevere. Her father would surely regard her with newfound respect. Lost in her reverie, she was abruptly jolted back to reality by the Duke's thunderous roar. Erica, come down and rest this instant. Erica was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed her father express such fury. For a moment, she shrank back, lowering her head as she descended. However, her renown had already spread throughout the ranks of second-tier mages. Did you hear about the Duke's daughter? I saw her too. Her mental strength is already comparable to that of a third-tier mage. Even Victor would likely find it challenging to rival her. Erica, possessing keen hearing, caught wind of their hushed praises, her heart swelling with pride. Some even dared to compare her to Victor. The mere thought of it made her heart leap with joy. Yet, Erica was acutely aware that without those potions, she could never sustain such prolonged effort. The miraculous potion was indeed crafted by Victor. Contemplating this, the flattering words spoken about her filled her with an unusual sense of grotesqueness. Undoubtedly, she could not compare to Professor Victor. Alas, it seemed she would never catch sight of his retreating figure in her lifetime. A thunderous roar erupted once more from the mouth of Mount Vesuvius. As boulders began to tumble and ash soared into the air, the dark clouds above the volcano appeared to be splintered, with fiery cracks visible between the fissures. The mountain trembled, and the magma within stirred restlessly. Look, what is that? A knight exclaimed, pointing at the searing raindrops cascading from the sky. Countless fiery droplets struck near the volcano's mouth, causing rocks to shatter as if they were bombs. All the mages and knights stood alert. The mages swiftly inscribed a temporary magical array to combat the impending crisis, while the knights enchanted their armors and silver swords with magical artifacts. Was the volcano about to erupt? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Erica's mind. It hurts, it hurts. That voice again. What was happening? She clearly discerned that the voice emanated from the summit of the volcano, and she yearned to ascend to the peak. Perhaps Professor Victor was there. Erica recalled the disparaging remarks made by the mages about Professor Victor. She did not wish to view him as the orchestrator behind the volcanic eruption. Yet, in light of the current events, anyone would suspect him. The vanished Victor and the impending eruption of the volcano. This was no coincidence. No. She had to devise a way to reach the volcano's mouth. As she pondered, she noticed the knightly order guarding the magical array nearby. Among them was the only female knight, strikingly beautiful, second only to her mother in her grace. The first was the sister she had met in the Clavina shop. Unlike that sister, this knight exuded an aura of coldness, as if she had emerged from a realm of ice. Her mere presence instilled a sense of aloofness. Approach with caution. Erica had heard that this knight was none other than Gwen, the current captain of the Royal Knights. She resolved to seek out this sister and implore her for permission to leave. Directly mentioning her desire to go to the volcano would surely be futile. As Erica paced in thought, a sudden idea surged into her mind. She feigned anxiety and rushed before Gwen. Just as she had hoped, her actions caught the knight's attention. Excuse me, knight's sister, may I please be excused for a moment? I need to use the restroom. That is not permissible. I must ensure the safety of all here. Miss Erica, please bear with it. Ah, the cold, unyielding knight, ever obedient to orders. Yet, her own heart raced with urgency. The voice from the summit. The missing Victor. Everything seemed to be urging her toward something. She had to escape and ascend to the peak. At that moment, Duke Riviere unexpectedly appeared beside her. Gently patting her shoulder, Startled, Erica trembled, resembling a frightened little rabbit. The Duke spoke with a serious tone. My dear, I demand an explanation. Chapter 22. We are all girls. Surely you can understand me. Duke Riviere stood behind Erica, his hand resting on her shoulder, his expression stern. Upon seeing her father suddenly behind her, Erica felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that her attempt to sneak away had been discovered. Her gaze wandered as she pondered her next move, when the Duke inquired, Could you elucidate why you were able to endure within a magic array for such an extended duration? Hearing her father's question, Erica let out a sigh of relief, her tense smile easing into one of relaxation. So, it was about this matter. She circled around the Duke and, with a mysterious air, proclaimed, That is because I possess a treasure. A treasure? Duke Riviere regarded her with curiosity, wondering what remarkable artifact could possibly enhance Erica's mental fortitude so significantly. With pride, Erica revealed to her father, it belongs to Professor Victor. What? Victor's? At the mention of that name, Duke Riviere was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of Victor's brilliance, having achieved the status of professor at such a young age. Had Victor truly crafted an item capable of augmenting mental power? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was how Victor's creation had found its way into Erica's possession. Had Victor gifted such an item to Erica? Was he attempting to win her favor? Duke Riviere felt a surge of anger rising within him, his heart aflame. Damn Victor, he is still fixated on Erica. He wished nothing more than to twist the scoundrel's head off. Anyone daring to covet his precious daughter must learn the cost of such audacity. Suddenly, he felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't Erica supposed to despise Victor? Why, upon his mention, did she appear so proud? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. Victor was ensnaring his daughter. Observing her father's reaction, Erica retrieved a small blue elixir from her bag. What is this? Duke Riviere inquired with curiosity as he observed the potion she held, having never seen a blue elixir before. This had been purchased from Professor Victor's atelier, and it cost a mere 1,000 geos. Duke Riviere's misunderstanding dissipated. He had initially believed Victor was leading Erica astray while at the academy. However, it appeared that the reality was far from his imagination. He gazed at the vial in Erica's hand, suddenly struck dumb. Wait, Erica, how much did you say this item costs? Duke Riviere questioned, doubting his own hearing. 1,000 geos? Surely, he must have misheard. With her chest puffed out, Erica proudly reiterated 1,000 geos. When did he end up with such a prodigal daughter? Never mind, never mind. She is his own flesh and blood. Duke Rivi took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that simmered within him, and forced a smile, albeit a strained one. As he addressed Erica, it seems I have never taught you the folly of frivolous spending. Upon hearing her father's words, Erica immediately retorted, I do not waste money. Your current mental strength is insufficient to sustain the magic array any longer, is it not? Duke Rivi nodded, just as Erica had pointed out. Despite the countless second-tier mages providing magical energy, his mental strength had dwindled significantly, necessitating a respite. This was a dilemma that all mages faced. Even with a vast reservoir of powerful spells, if one's mental energy was lacking, magic could not be summoned, arrays could not be laid, runes could not be inscribed, and spells could not be cast. If anyone could cast spells for 3 days and nights without collapsing, it would be quite the boast. Nevertheless, Duke Rivi recalled Erica's impressive endurance as she channeled magical energy for a continuous 5 hours within the array. Could there be a connection to this? Try this, Erica said, uncapping a vial of potion and extending it towards her father. Duke Rivi frowned at the sight of the blue liquid, feeling a sense of reluctance. It appeared far from appealing, resembling industrial waste infused with dye. Could this possibly be palatable? Hurry, drink it, Erica urged him impatiently, yielding to his daughter's insistence. Duke Rivi suppressed his aversion and downed the potion. In an instant, a bluish luminescence enveloped his body. Almost immediately, a portion of his mental strength was restored, sufficient to enable him to continue casting spells. He felt the fatigue that had weighed heavily on him dissipate significantly. Rubbing his forehead, the weariness he had felt moments ago nearly vanished. As a high-level mage steeped in the craft for over 30 years, he understood the remarkable effects of such a concoction. With no one around, he decisively tucked away the now-empty vial, bent down to shield Erica, and whispered softly in her ear, This must not be shared, at least. Not at this moment. Tell me, how many vials do you have left? Erica began counting on her fingers. She had purchased a total of 10 vials. Wasted 1 at home while testing its effects. Consumed 4 during her spell casting in the array, and her father had taken 1 to restore his mental strength, leaving her with 4 vials. Duke Rivi grasped Erica's shoulders, lowered his head, and spoke earnestly. If this information were spread, it could attract the attention of those with ill intentions. You cannot safeguard this. Give it to your father, and he will ensure its protection. Upon hearing her father's words, Erica sighed and shook her head. No, I spent quite a bit of my allowance to acquire this. Deal, she thought to herself. Regardless, this was crafted by Professor Victor. When I encounter him at the academy, I shall request him to create a few more. Surely, Professor Victor would acquiesce to my plea. Erica, feeling quite pleased with the substantial sum she had garnered from her father, readily handed 3 vials to Duke Levi. Had it not been for her father's insistence that she keep 1 vial on her person just in case, she would have given them all away. Duke Levi, cradling the potions, departed with utmost care. Observing her father's somewhat comical demeanor, Erica couldn't help but chuckle. A few third-tier mages still resting noticed Duke Levi ascending the mountain and couldn't resist inquiring, "Your Grace, do you not require rest?" Duke Levi turned to them with a benevolent smile, responding, "Ah, my mental fortitude remains sufficient. You may rest. I can maintain the grand array on my own." The exhausted mages were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, it was his daughter who stood unmoving for 5 hours, and now it was he who remained atop, unable to descend. The Duke family must be peculiar indeed. At that moment, Erica was utterly delighted. Had it not been for the need to distract the Duke, she would not have parted with the potions. Even if it meant multiplying her allowance tenfold, she aspired to reach the summit. Regrettably, her only option now was to appeal to Gwen. "We are both girls. Surely my sister can comprehend my predicament," Erica beseeched, her eyes glistening with tears. Gwen pondered for a moment, her cheeks suddenly flushing. It seemed she grasped what Erica was alluding to. However, did that particular time arrive today? Such matters concern a girl's dignity, and after a brief contemplation, Gwen reluctantly agreed to assist Erica, as the latter's reasoning was difficult to dismiss. Initially overjoyed, Erica nearly leapt for joy, but remembering her prior pain, she was compelled to feign discomfort. Then Gwen stated, "For your safety, I shall accompany you." Erica's spirits immediately dampened. With such a formidable knight by her side, the likelihood of escaping beneath her watchful gaze was minimal. Yet, Erica had not surrendered. If an opportunity arose, she would find a way to escape. Soon, the two reached an uninhabited area. The volcano's surface was flat and barren, making it challenging to find any form of cover. After considerable effort, they located a solitary rock that provided scant concealment. Erica's eyes darted around. Her cheeks flushed as she requested Gwen to step back a bit, feeling somewhat bashful. Gwen, puzzled, continued, "We are both girls. What is there to be shy about?" Nevertheless, she took a few steps back. Erica crouched behind a rock, preparing to remove her trousers. When she looked up and locked eyes with Gwen, embarrassed and indignant, she called out, "Could you turn away and not watch me?" Gwen, silent, retreated a few steps before turning her back. "If you wish not to see, so be it, it matters not." In the brief moment when she turned her head, a blue light illuminated the volcano, and Gwen caught a glimpse of the faint azure glow at the edge, instantly pivoting her gaze. The teleportation array had been formed, and as Erica stepped into it, she smiled and waved at Gwen. In a rush, Gwen dashed forward, attempting to intervene, but the distance was insurmountable, and she was too late. Whoosh! Erica's figure vanished in an instant. Gwen, left grasping at empty air, lowered her head and murmured to herself, "Teleportation magic? Where could she possibly go?" The memory of Erica's earlier inquiry surfaced in her mind. Who was that mage? Victor Cloveno. The name flashed through her thoughts, and her gaze shot toward the summit. In the next moment, it was as if a whirlwind had risen beneath her feet, propelling her upward at remarkable speed. Chapter 23. It's open. What? We have it too. Finally, Erica successfully escaped. She was elated. To avoid capture, she had taken the precaution of preparing her teleportation magic well in advance. Fortunately, when Professor Victor first visited the academy, he taught her the correct way to utilize teleportation magic. Although she couldn't teleport vast distances like a third-tier mage, covering several kilometers was still within her capabilities. Perhaps Gwen still believed she could teleport to a far-off location. Instead of teleporting to the summit, Erica leaped several kilometers to a point halfway up the mountain, effectively reaching the opposite side. The surrounding scenery remained somewhat desolate, showing little change. As she began her ascent toward the volcano's peak, the rising temperature became increasingly palpable. Not long into her journey, she felt the oppressive heat. The surrounding rocks emanated steam, moisture from the air evaporating in the intense warmth. As she climbed higher, she even spotted various stones that had shattered due to the extreme heat. Observing her surroundings, a sense of trepidation washed over Erica. Yet she pressed on through the sweltering conditions, having not forgotten to bolster herself with several heat-resistant spells. As a mage, she understood that this phenomenon was caused by the abundance of fire elements within the volcano. I knew it. This is no ordinary volcanic eruption. A typical eruption could not possibly unleash such a plethora of magical elements. Erica affirmed her suspicions. Only by ascending could she uncover more truths. Meanwhile, her father and his associates merely relied on magic to isolate everything, never considering a solution from the root of the problem. Stubborn old mages, she muttered to herself, before recalling the third-tier mage Victor, the youngest third-tier mage, whose record had yet to be surpassed. Could the volcano's unrest truly be instigated by Victor? Crack! As she pondered, the sound of a stone being crushed underfoot echoed behind her. What was that? A second-tier magical beast. A flame hedgehog. Erica swiftly conjured a magic array aimed at the creature. Second-tier magic, water cannon. With a decisive motion, a colossal water sphere began to whirl in Erica's grasp, erupting forth in an instant. The fiery hedgehog was repelled several dozen meters, landing on the ground, its legs sprawled skyward. The flames enveloping it dissipated completely, leaving it akin to charred remains. It was evident that it had perished. The strength of a second-tier magical beast, naturally, paled in comparison to that of a seasoned elite mage. Its swift defeat was entirely within reason. This was astonishingly simple. Erica found herself in disbelief. It was her inaugural triumph over a magical creature in the wilderness. It dawned upon her that she was not lacking in strength after all. She felt a swell of pride for her bravery. Mount Vesuvius was inherently a treacherous locale. The diversity of fire-based magical creatures was considerable. As one ascended, the quantity of these beings increased correspondingly. Not only did their numbers rise, but so too did their formidable prowess. Initially, she could handle them with ease, but soon the encounters became increasingly strenuous. The closer she drew to the summit, the more powerful the monsters became. While Erica managed to cope, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Despite having encountered these creatures during her studies at the academy, their actual strength starkly contrasted with what had been conveyed in lessons. Another fiery hedgehog burst forth from the ground, and this time, it took Erica several spells to vanquish it completely. Compared to its predecessors, its claws were sharper, and the flames upon its back blazed more fiercely, naturally amplifying its aggressiveness. Had these creatures been enhanced? The thought flickered through Erica's mind. The dense fire elements surrounding them had indeed rendered them stronger. The intensification of the fire elements was no mere coincidence. She was inclined to venture further up the mountain, convinced that answers awaited her at the peak. However, the terrifying heat began to induce a sense of disorientation, and the progressively potent creatures deterred her advance. Even her magic struggled to withstand the searing temperatures. Erica paused to gather her thoughts and devise a plan to reach the summit. Suddenly, she recalled the solitary vial of magical potion remaining in her pack. She gazed at the potion, then lifted her eyes towards the mountain's apex. Inspiration struck. I have a solution. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mountain, Gwen sprinted towards the summit, undeterred by the oppressive heat that drenched her in sweat. The silver sword in her hand glimmered like ice, severing each magical creature that impeded her progress. First it was Victor, and now the Duke's daughter. Why did they all seem to court trouble? Did she not wish to find Victor? No. She most certainly did, so much so that it was driving her to the brink of madness. She yearned to confront Victor and demand answers regarding the volcanic disturbances and whether he was to blame. Should he confess, her fist would find its way to his face in an instant. Yet Gwen was bound by her orders. She must protect all the mages and safeguard the residents. Victor, just you wait. She swiftly dispatched the creatures hindering her path and raced towards the summit, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Before long, however, she encountered an obstacle. An astonishing torrent of lava surged forth from the fissures in the volcanic surface before her. It was as if the volcano was wounded and bleeding. In such a state, it was utterly incapable of advancing. The searing heat of its armor was unbearable, forcing it to retreat a few steps while gazing at the summit, contemplating a solution. It was grievously injured, undoubtedly gravely wounded, mused Vega. Before it, the shell of the fire calamity shed, and astonishing volumes of lava flowed from its wounds. This was the essence of the fire calamity, with copious magma surging forth from within. Such a terrifying creature, Vega lamented. It referred to Victor. Third-tier magic, raging storm. Third-tier magic, sandstorm mudslide. Various formations spiraled through the sky, 5 arrays persistently unleashing magic. Below, the volcano continued to churn with molten rock. while the surrounding cliffs erupted with specks of lava. Victor tirelessly cast spells, inflicting numerous negative enhancements upon Gul'dan, as the damage accumulated to a critical level. Gul'dan's movements became excruciatingly slow, leaving no opportunity for even a mere scratch against Victor. This battle was set to alter Viga's perception, ignoring the flames licking at its feathers. It did not blink. Could it be that victory was truly within reach? If Victor triumphed, it would gladly deem him the strongest human it had ever encountered. No, that was not entirely accurate. Even if Victor did not emerge victorious, his power had already transcended imagination. To be precise, he possessed not merely overwhelming strength. The chasm between Gul'dan and Victor was akin to a vast abyss. Gul'dan was colossal, powerful enough that a single strike could obliterate Victor. Yet it could not achieve this. Gul'dan needed to defeat Victor countless times, while Victor only needed a single victory. However, this disparate battle had compelled Victor to turn the impossible into possibility with his own hands. After nearly 3 days and nights of fierce combat, Gul'dan had only managed to graze Victor once. In contrast, Victor moved through the battle with an air of tranquility and ease. To him, Gul'dan's attacks appeared to have slowed to a crawl, and many unnecessary strikes could be evaded merely by taking a few steps. The injuries he had sustained seemed not to affect his condition. Rather, they ignited his fighting spirit. At last, someone had first succumbed to weakness. It was not Victor who faltered, but Gul'dan. The calamity, deemed insurmountable by humanity, was for the first time cornered by a human. Its health had plummeted to 30%, a state of undeniable frailty. Its shell no longer gleamed, and its strength and speed had diminished significantly. Viga was dumbfounded. The astonishing state it had just witnessed had failed to even graze Victor once. Yet now, it found itself in a state of weakness. Did that not imply that Victor was assured victory? Viga turned to Victor, only to find that he did not share this belief. Rather than relaxing, he bore a grave expression, bracing himself. He murmured incantations. The attack was imminent. That attack? Which attack? Viga was momentarily taken aback. And then an astonishing tremor resonated through the air, nearly causing him to lose his balance. The volcano shook violently, and the ground quaked beneath him. The earth began to fracture, and the lava gradually subsided as a colossal entity surged forth from the depths of the volcanic magma. The entire volcano seemed on the brink of collapse, while Gulatin's eyes radiated with the intensity of 2 blazing suns. A towering column of fire pierced through the layers of molten rock, melting the stones and engulfing everything in its path. Countless fiery fragments, enveloped in lava, rained down like meteorites. The wrath of the flame severance. Victor recognized this phenomenon all too well and slowly uttered the name of Gulatin's ultimate technique. As Viga dodged the rapidly descending firestones, he gazed at the fiery column that was about to burst forth from the volcano's mouth, cursing aloud. The calamity of fire. How the hell are we supposed to escape this? Escape? Victor scoffed. He had never entertained the notion of retreat. In the nick of time, Victor's eyes ignited with an incredible azure brilliance. Terrifying magical elements enveloped the entire base of the volcano. Instantly, an immense illusory castle appeared in the sky, seemingly poised to suppress the entire volcanic mouth. The castle illuminated with multiple grand magical arrays. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. 3 formidable barriers swiftly began to construct, intertwining their intricate patterns, forming a colossal arc at the heart of the grand array, akin to the sudden bloom of a sacred tree's bud. The boundless power allowed Viga to sense imminent danger even amidst the volcano's heights. The sun-blocking magical array gradually descended, piercing through layers of murky clouds, revealing vast expanses of cerulean sky. A powerful pressure enveloped all beings except Victor. The immense Gulatin's feet sank into the ground, making it difficult for him to lift his head. Viga was also overwhelmed by this pressure, fortuitously landing on Victor's shoulder. Warfare magic? When the hell was this set up? Viga exclaimed, gazing at the colossal magical array descending from above. The firestones carrying molten lava vanished in an instant before the might of the warfare magic, like mere pebbles. Once again perched on Victor's shoulder, he could not utter a single word. All he could do was internally grumble. Isn't a warfare array supposed to require a group of mages to cast? This freak can release it alone. Isn't that a bit excessive? In the next moment, a fire column rising from the ground collided with the arc in the sky. The 2 cataclysmic forces clashed, and Viga could no longer hear the sound around him. Only blinding waves of light and an overwhelming aura remained. The sheer force of the clash tore through sound itself, and the air currents shattered the mountainside, cascading into chaos. In a daze, he seemed to hear Victor's incantation whispering in his ear. The fall of the arcane capital's arc of apocalypse. With a resounding flash, brilliant white light soared into the heavens, enveloping all. Chapter 24. I understand the reason, but why can the crows speak? A blue formation materialized out of thin air atop the volcano, and a figure gradually became discernible. It was Erica. Without interrupting the magical array, she simultaneously extended its casting range. It must be said, this was indeed the most effective method she could conceive at that moment. The disparity between second-tier and third-tier mages when employing teleportation magic primarily lies in their differing reserves of magical energy, which ultimately determines the distance of the teleportation. After sipping a potion to restore some of her mana, she barely managed to conjure a teleportation array with sufficient range. Now, she had reached the summit of the volcano. Before her lay the crater. The temperature at the peak was already beyond human tolerance. As soon as Erica set foot on the ground, the intense heat nearly caused her to succumb to dizziness. Had she not preemptively cast some fire-resistant spells, she would likely have fainted instantly in such staggering heat. She patted her chest, glancing down at her feet, appearing shaken. With her hands clasped together, a white magical array began to swirl in her palms, emanating a chill. She cast the spell upon herself, managing to maintain her body at a stable temperature. Having completed this, Erica turned her gaze to her surroundings. Nearby, there was nothing but emptiness. The crater seemed as if it had just erupted, the surrounding heated rocks glowing a fierce red, like molten iron. In the oppressive heat, even the air appeared distorted. Erica yearned for answers at the summit, yet the scene before her was far from her desires. The sensation of heat left her dizzy, and a wave of weakness spread throughout her body. Perhaps I must leave this place. Her hands glimmered with a faint light, the array taking shape in her grasp. Suddenly, Erica's heart jolted violently. The array she had just formed dissipated in an instant. A deep, mournful wail echoed from the volcano's mouth. The pain seemed to resonate within her heart, causing her to kneel in agony. Her knees burned painfully against the scorching ground, struggling to utter a few words. She felt as if her heart were being constricted by some unseen force. The mournful cry, only audible to her, continued unabated. In a haze, the volcano trembled, and a torrent of molten lava erupted from the crater. Watching the slowly flowing red-hot lava, Erica perceived it as the blood expelled from the volcano in its agony. In that moment, it was poised to become the instrument of her demise. Gritting her teeth, she quickly assessed her predicament between life and death. All remaining magical energy surged forth, forming a barrier that separated her from the encroaching lava. She did not wish to die, at least not in such an ambiguous and suffocating manner. However, her dwindling magical reserves were insufficient to sustain the barrier. The lava began to seep through, inching perilously close to Erica's legs. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Almost in the next moment, within the line of sight, a beam of white light seemed to burst forth from the crater of the volcano. Erica appeared to forget the impending crisis. Her gaze fixated on that radiant light emanating from the volcano's mouth. What could it be? The mages and knights stationed at the foothills of the volcano in Central Town were also acutely aware of the intense disturbances occurring at that moment. This was a harbinger of the volcano's imminent eruption. One of the mages suddenly exclaimed, though it was evident to all present. The lava erupting from the crater was the most compelling evidence. The expressions of all the third-tier mages grew grave as they braced themselves, ready to unleash devastating war magic at Duke Reeve's command. This formidable magic had the potential to completely suppress the volcano. Duke Reeve was filled with confidence. He was just about to cast the spell, even anticipating that Erica would continue to channel magic for him. But could Erica endure this? Duke Reeve grew anxious, scanning the area left and right, yet he could not find Erica anywhere. How could she have vanished at such a critical moment? If she had ascended to the volcano, it would be perilously dangerous. Unwilling to believe that Erica could be so reckless, he continued his search at the mid-hills. Many third-tier mages observed Duke Reeve with urgency, exclaiming, "My lord, if we do not activate the Great Formation soon, the volcano will erupt entirely. We are running out of time." Duke Reeve nearly roared in response, "No, we absolutely cannot activate the formation. My lord, what on earth is happening?" The crowd, bewildered, could only inquire hastily. "Erica is missing." When Duke Reeve revealed this news, everyone stood frozen in shock. If Erica were at the summit at that moment, then the instant the magical formation was unleashed, she would likely be torn to shreds by the overwhelming magical pressure. Yet, if they abstained from casting the spell, the eruption of the volcano would escalate into a monumental catastrophe. Duke Reeves' eyes blazed with desperation. If he had to make a choice, he would willingly forsake all his honors and status, even neglecting to save those innocent lives, if it meant he could prevent the disaster by a mere second. However, as the master of magic, Duke Reeve remained silent, leaving the magical formation in a state of suspension. Suddenly, a towering white light erupted from the volcano's crater, soaring into the heavens. Everyone gazed in awe as this piercing light illuminated the sky, tearing through the black clouds. In an instant, the true visage of the sky was revealed, casting its warm glow across the earth and bathing the astonished faces of all in soft moonlight. Drip, drip. Soon, raindrops descended from the sky like sprites emerging after a calamity. The rain poured down, splashing upon the mountaintop and striking the flowing lava as if endowed with magic, cascading on a Mount Vesuvius. At that moment, the volcano lost all its momentum. The astonishing temperature plummeted drastically. The entire volcano resembled molten iron being doused with cold water, emitting fierce steam. No one would feel the heat anymore. On the contrary, under the sudden downpour, they found themselves shivering. The flowing lava gradually began to solidify, and the fiery stones transformed back into their original black hue. Had the eruption of Mount Vesuvius ceased? A mage voiced the astonishment that lingered in the hearts of all present. Rainwater soaked the hair of Duke Levi as he squinted up at the sky, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. Near the summit, Gwen raised her gaze to the sky, now illuminated by the pure moonlight, and sighed in relief. She had recently been perilously close to that blinding light, acutely aware of the terrifying power it harbored. The obstructing lava had cooled by this time. Rising to her feet, she grasped her silver sword with resolute intent and charged toward the peak. Erica stood frozen, gazing at the sky, her mind momentarily blank. She had been closest when that magical force manifested. That was a power beyond human capability. Kneeling in the rain, she closed her eyes, allowing the downpour to drench her. In that moment, all sense of crisis dissipated. Beneath that astonishing magic, it felt as though every threat had been effortlessly quelled. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius seemed like a splendid jest from the heavens, its erratic movements leading everyone to believe an eruption was imminent. Yet, just as tension peaked and vigilance heightened, the volcano fell silent. Its trick had succeeded, capturing everyone's attention. Tears streamed down Erica's cheeks, and in that moment, she could not discern whether it was rain or sorrow that marked her face. Fear enveloped her. She had come perilously close to death atop that volcano. Just a fraction more, and she would have left behind no trace. Just a breath away, she had nearly paid the price for her pride. Her cries summoned a fire hedgehog, which, amid the astonishing rain, emanated steam from its drenched form, perfectly blending with its surroundings. It bared its fangs, drawing near to Erica, who was utterly drained of magic and spirit, devoid of any capacity for resistance. She continued to weep, oblivious to the encroaching danger. In the next moment, the fire hedgehog lunged at her, emitting a terrifying shriek. Erica reacted, but her frailty left her powerless to defend herself. She would perish. Father, boom! A fiery serpent, as scorching as lava, grazed Erica's cheek and struck the fire hedgehog with devastating force. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The fire hedgehog was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Erica stood stunned, momentarily forgetting her tears as she gazed at the scene in disbelief. Then, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. I should have taught you. The mage prioritizes her own safety above all else. She abruptly turned her head and beheld the swaying figure of Victor. Professor, you! Her heart soared with joy, but before she could utter another word, she was struck by the sight of Victor, his body ablaze with flowing magma. The molten rock splattered onto the ground, cooling rapidly and releasing wisps of steam into the air. In the next moment, Victor lost consciousness and collapsed at the edge of the volcano. Erica was taken aback. She rushed to Victor's side and reached out to touch him. Ouch, that hurts. The astonishing heat emanating from Victor's body threatened to scorch her with the slightest contact. Victor, what happened to you? Victor, ignoring the peril of severe burns to her hands, she summoned her remaining magical energy, enveloping her hands in a thin layer of ice, and attempted to lift Victor. The searing heat caused her hands to throb with pain, yet she valiantly endeavored to raise him. In the next instant, Erica's burned legs could bear the strain no longer. With a thud, both of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, the volcano's temperature had significantly diminished. Otherwise, they would have been seared into oblivion. In that fleeting moment, a wave of resentment surged within Erica. She loathed herself. She despised her arrogance and, even more, her current helplessness. Everything she had learned at the Magic Academy felt like an encumbrance. Yet, stubbornly, she persisted in her attempts to lift Victor, even as her body succumbed to his blistering heat. Erica detested her own fragility, but she would not regret having climbed to the summit. If she were not there, who would notice the gravely injured Victor? He would surely perish in that place. Time and again, Erica tried to rise, only to fall again, struggling to crawl forward. The distance she could traverse was scarcely 2 meters, yet she pressed on. Lacking magical power, she had no choice but to rely on her physical strength. Victor had saved her, and now she must save him. Little girl. A sudden voice echoed in her ear, causing Erica, who was once again grappling to lift Victor, to freeze in place. She looked around, attempting to identify the source of the voice. However, no matter how diligently she searched, there was no one atop the mountain. Only at the volcano's edge stood a one-eyed raven, Victor's pet, inseparable from him. Erica had once fed it. Suddenly, Erica's eyes widened. No matter how fiercely the rain fell, the raven's feathers remained untouched by a single drop. Its plumage appeared polished, making it stand out as a unique entity amidst the downpour. The one-eyed raven opened its unsightly beak, a blue light flickering beneath its singular eye, exuding an air of wisdom. Do you wish to save him? Chapter 25. I understand the reasoning, but why is the raven so large? Erica stared blankly at the raven before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Can the raven speak? Vigia shielded his wings against his chest and bowed politely, resembling a gentleman, which left Erica momentarily entranced. Yet, she could not ignore the undeniable truth that he was, in fact, a crow. Allow me to briefly introduce myself, Mississippi. I am a malevolent deity, Habika. Habika? Erica murmured the name, but it was evident she had never heard of such a being. She was well versed in the annals of the Empire's history, and no records spoke of this deity. Of course, it matters not that you do not recognize me. You may refer to me by my current name, Vigia. Now, may I ask once more, do you truly wish to save Victor Clavenna? At last, Erica snapped back to reality. Her concern for the identity or capabilities of the being before her eclipsed by her desperate desire to save Victor. It was as if she had grasped the last straw at the edge of despair, and she nodded fervently, imploring the malevolent deity to rescue Victor. Vigia closed his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. The ritual is not yet complete. If you wish to save him, you will require your own power. Embrace my faith, become my follower, and I shall aid you in fulfilling your wish. The black magic circle spread across the ground like serpents exhaling venom, coiling around Erica's feet. A dark aura began to rise around the circle, enveloping her. She had never witnessed such magic or a circle of this nature, and it filled her with foreboding. Was this a manifestation of the malevolent deity's power? With no alternatives, Erica nodded in agreement, realizing that by becoming his follower, she could save Victor. This thought consumed her, leaving no room for hesitation as she quickly declared, I promise to believe in you and become your follower. Vigia regarded the devout Erica, a sense of triumph gleaming in his singular eye. Excellent. I acknowledge your sincerity. His gaze drifted to the unconscious Victor, a thought crossing his mind. Is it truly possible for a girl to care for you to such an extent? Victor, unbeknownst to you, you've garnered something invaluable. In an instant, mist began to emanate from Vigia's form, as if imbuing the magic circle with newfound power. The black circle began to writhe, its edges extending slender tendrils that danced upon the earth, before erupting in a brilliant light that enveloped both Vigia and Erica. In the next heartbeat, the light shattered like a mirror, and the magic circle vanished. Erica opened her eyes, searching her body for any signs of change. Yet, nothing had occurred. There was not even a single mark upon her. Was this what it meant to enter into a contract? If Vigia were aware of the girl's thoughts, he would undoubtedly laugh, though he lacked the means to do so. The signing of a contract was never a trivial matter. This dark magic circle merely facilitated a one-sided connection to the follower. To truly bind oneself to him, one would need to sign a formal contract. Much like Victor had done. Was this truly sufficient? Erica gazed at it with evident confusion, her tone tinged with urgency. Could this truly save Victor? Such was her unwavering belief. Viga observed her with a silent smile, narrowing its eyes to inquire. Before we rescue him, I must pose a question. What brings you here? Why are you atop the volcano? Erica hesitated momentarily, weighing her words, before ultimately confessing the truth. I heard the volcano wailing. It spoke of its pain. Oh. Viga glanced at Erica with newfound interest, suddenly comprehending everything. It chuckled softly, as if leading her through a verbal labyrinth. And what else? What can you hear now? At Viga's question, Erica furrowed her brow and shook her head. I hear nothing, she replied. That is to be expected. Viga turned its gaze away, pondering with a heavy heart, because the calamity of fire has been subdued by that terrifying man. It could never forget that scene. The final magical vessel plummeting into the depths of the volcano, with a surging flames and molten rock, seemed to freeze in time. The vessel consumed all, including Gulitin. In truth, Gulitin could have withstood such an assault. In its prime, it would not have been grazed by that warm magic. But at that moment, Gulitin was gravely injured, its body coursing with lava, its once proud defenses reduced to mere remnants. Ultimately, Gulitin transformed into lifeless rock, shattering within the volcano, succumbing to an enforced slumber. As for why it was slumber and not death, calamity does not perish. As long as magical elements exist in the world, calamity will endure. Victor's current state is not merely the result of injury. Having witnessed his clash with the fire calamity, Vega felt nothing could truly harm Victor now. At this moment, he was ensnared in a condition known as magical overload. Victor fought tirelessly against Gulitin for 3 days and nights, wielding the magic borrowed from Vega without burden. Yet, that power was ultimately not his own. Vega's allowance of magic was not limitless. It had a threshold. Typically, one's consumption would not reach that threshold. However, Victor was anything but typical. Thus, in the final moments when his magic was depleted, the connection between him and Vega was forcibly severed. Yet, this alone was insufficient to render Victor unconscious. Even more disturbingly, before Gulitin fell into slumber, he forcibly extracted a fragment of its magical essence and fused it with himself. This was the reason Victor appeared to have lava coursing through his veins. His body was digesting Gulitin's magical source. Having already exhausted his own magical energy, he had forcibly accepted an astonishing external source. If you're not a feint, then who would? Nonetheless, it was not a grave matter. A few days of rest would suffice. At present, what captivates Vega's interest is the young girl before him. How intriguing, indeed, a girl capable of conversing with calamity. She likely remains unaware of the extraordinary value she possesses. This is quite a windfall. Is someone approaching? Vega, with a twinkle in his eye, gazes toward the hillside, where his remarkable vision discerns a silvery figure. He recognizes the individual immediately, yet it is not the opportune moment to reveal himself. To shield both himself and Victor from potential troubles, he flaps his wings and glides to Victor's side. With his beak, he grasps Victor's collar, while his voice resonates in Erica's ears as usual. You saved Victor. I shall ensure he knows of this. Little girl, we shall meet again. No sooner had he spoken than Erica witnessed Vega's form begin to swell. The pitch-black crow instantaneously transformed into an astonishing black-feathered giant eagle. It seized Victor's collar and took to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings, a gust of wind scattering the surrounding debris. In an instant, it vanished from Erica's sight. Victor. The dark silhouette diminished in the sky, becoming increasingly smaller and fainter until it faded completely from her vision. The tardy one arrived only to find her efforts in vain. She could not seize the opportunity to question Victor thoroughly. Instead, she beheld the receding dot in the sky with a heavy expression. Then, her attention shifted to Erica, who bore numerous burn marks upon her body. Kneeling on the ground, she struggled to muster a smile, as if expending her last reserves of strength. With a sudden thud, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Gwen, stepping forward, she gently lifted Erica into her arms. Looking skyward once more, all that remained was the relentless downpour. Chapter 26. I am not a god of medicine. In a joyous turn of events, the volcano did not erupt. A villager stood still, quietly watching the large raindrops fall from the sky above Central Town. The volcano did not erupt. How wonderful! No eruption. Amid the crowd, a jubilant cheer erupted from an unknown source, igniting the villagers' spirits. How splendid! No disaster. Oh, heavens! May the divine protect us. No, no, no. It was the mages of the capital who saved us. This rain, like a miracle, erased all threats. Each person fell into a contemplative silence, resembling marionettes devoid of strings. Yet, not a single mage could proudly utter the words, "No need to thank us," in their presence. They had not rescued these innocent residents. Indeed, they themselves had narrowly escaped annihilation beneath the volcano. Yes, it was a close call. The magical array ultimately did not activate. Had the volcano erupted in full force at that moment, all the mages dispatched from the capital would have perished beneath the cataclysmic lava. As the last group of mages departed, Count Baker cast a distant glance at Duke Rivy, shaking his head. Farewell, Duke. He barely managed to utter the final words. His tone laced with palpable dissatisfaction, his grip on the cane wavering. Duke Rivy, I comprehend your ardent concern for your daughter. However, before acting recklessly, I implore you to consider your own position. With that, The noble mage ascended the carriage and departed under the protection of the army. The surrounding knights were apprehensive that Duke Ryvie might succumb to illness in the pouring rain, for the mage's constitution was not as robust as that of the knights. Thus, they urged him, "My lord Duke, please take your seat in the carriage while we await the return of Sir Gwyn, who is searching for your daughter." His gaze was vacant, devoid of life. Amidst the tempestuous night, a silvery figure emerged, reminiscent of a sudden dawn breaking through the darkness. She cradled a golden-haired girl in her arms. Upon seeing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Duke Ryvie's eyes. Gwyn presented Erica before him, entrusting her into his care. "I have not failed you, my lord." Duke Ryvie's trembling hands received Erica, holding her close, his eyes filled with shock and sorrow. "Erica, Erica!" A soft whisper seemed to awaken Erica, who slowly lifted her eyelids to behold her most familiar father, managing to muster a faint smile. In that moment, this esteemed man of high rank within the Calencia Empire shed tears. He, once formidable, had failed to safeguard his own daughter, and a profound sense of shame enveloped him. Duke Ryvie embraced his daughter tightly, only to be met with her pained whimper. It was then he noticed the numerous burns adorning Erica's body. In a panic, he attempted to employ magic to heal her, but to little effect. Not all mages possess the uncanny prowess of Victor, who could master hundreds of spells with remarkable skill. Duke Ryvie's healing magic could only mend minor wounds, leaving him utterly powerless against the severity of his daughter's injuries. Desperately, he scanned the surroundings, seeking a skilled healing mage. But aside from the knights standing ready, there were no mages in sight. Observing Duke Ryvie's anxious demeanor, Gwyn hesitated for a moment before producing a vial of vivid crimson potion. The potion resembled blood, dark and gleaming with a mysterious luster. It was a healing elixir gifted to her by Victor, yet she had never utilized it before, unaware of its efficacy. However, if Erica did not receive timely treatment, the consequences of her injuries could linger permanently. She had no choice but to take a gamble. Gritting her teeth, Gwyn placed her trust in Victor's integrity. "My lord Duke, perhaps you should try this. If anything goes awry, I shall bear all consequences." She extended the potion, and Duke Ryvie, in his urgency, accepted it, momentarily taken aback by its hue. Could this blood-like elixir truly be consumed? Yet, there was no time to deliberate. Erica's wounds could not be delayed. He uncorked the vial and gently brought it to Erica's lips, casually inquiring, "Where did you acquire this potion?" "It was a potion gifted to me by my fiancé." The liquid cascaded down the side of Erica's mouth, causing Duke Ryvie's hand to tremble slightly. "Gwendolyn's fiancé? Victor Clavina?" "Indeed." Gwendolyn lowered her gaze. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she was well aware of the friction between the Duke and Victor, yet the present moment was not one for such concerns. At that instant, a miracle unfolded. Upon consuming the potion, Erica appeared as if blessed by the goddess of healing. Her burns began to mend at an astonishingly visible pace, as though new flesh were sprouting forth, her skin regaining its former softness. The Duke stood utterly transfixed. First, there was the azure potion, and now, a scarlet restorative elixir. Gwendolyn, equally wide-eyed, watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. She had never utilized that vial of potion, nor had she imagined its effects could be so remarkable. With such a terrifyingly effective recovery, one could surely be resurrected even after losing half a life, could they not? However, the recovering Erica did not open her eyes. Her spirit was exceedingly depleted. Merely awakening in the Duke's embrace was already a miracle in itself. The moment the pain subsided, she finally sank into a tranquil slumber. Duke Ryvie personally placed Erica into the carriage to rest, and upon emerging, he deeply bowed to Gwendolyn. "I sincerely thank you, Sir Gwendolyn." Hearing the Duke's words, Gwendolyn felt a surge of surprise. She watched as the now rejuvenated Duke boarded the carriage, which gradually moved away, departing alongside the surrounding troops. Gwendolyn inhaled deeply, turning to glance at the unclaimed white horse in the stable. It continued to graze quietly at the relay station, utterly unaware that Victor, who had ridden it, had vanished. "Victor, where on earth have you gone?" The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. She donned her helmet to shield herself from the elements and mounted her steed. Before departing, she cast one last look at the solitary white horse. "It shall not perish, at least not before we meet again." She turned her horse around and led her band of knights onward. After enduring a torrential downpour, rays of light pierced through the gloom, revealing a clear sky. In the following days, the residents of Sanchel Town resumed their ordinary lives. However, the relay station remained anything but tranquil. "Hey, that white horse is truly splendid. Why not gift it to me?" A burly man barked at the station's keeper, his eyes glaring menacingly. They had set their sights on the horse days prior, and now, with no one having claimed it, they assumed it had been abandoned. Yet the keeper remained obstinate, refusing to acquiesce to their brash demands. A knight has paid a considerable sum for us to care for this horse. The burly man erupted into laughter. Those folks from the royal capital left 4 or 5 days ago. This horse is surely abandoned. Indeed, our boss surely knows what he's doing. Several of his lackeys chimed in. If your bid exceeds hers, I shall acquiesce. The administrator offered a suggestion, casting a disdainful glance at several unruly provocateurs. The burly men exchanged glances and inquired, "How much did you pay?" "This figure," the administrator replied, extending his hand to display a palm. 50? Ha ha ha. I bid 100. The administrator shook his head, and the burly man hesitated before continuing. 500? The administrator remained silent, his gaze fixed upon them. Is 5,000. Upon uttering this figure, the burly men erupted in fury. What the hell? You're selling us a horse for 5,000 geo? Are you attempting to extort us? With that, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to strike. The administrator raised his hands defensively and recoiled. The fist did not connect with him. Instead, he heard a pained cry. He moved his hands away, eyes wide in disbelief. A colossal hand, encased in molten rock, had lifted the leading thug off the ground. The burly man soared into the air, utterly bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. His companions, gripped by terror, followed the enormous hand as trajectory to its source. A man cloaked in a long coat, accompanied by a peculiar one-eyed raven, perched upon his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Behind him, an arm that appeared to be forged from lava extended outward, black fabric adorned with flowing red patterns, as if molten rock coursed through it. That's my horse. Do you have any objections? Chapter 27. Have you hidden someone? The lifted thug had yet to grasp the situation when, almost instantaneously, he was hurled away by the giant hand. Thud! The sound of his landing reverberated, causing everyone present to shudder. Before they could utter a word, Victor slightly raised his head, his cold gaze piercing like a steel needle into their hearts. Leave. The moment the words left his lips, the thugs fled in panic, not daring to resist. That astonishing arm seemed to meld seamlessly back into Victor's coat. Having accomplished this, he turned to regard the trembling administrator and spoke in a chilling tone. I have come for the horse. The administrator, suddenly understanding Victor's intent, shakily straightened from behind the counter and assessed the man before him. How can you prove that this is your horse? Prove your identity. Victor regarded him with an appreciative glance, seemingly acknowledging the man's courage, and replied coolly, Victor Clivena. The individual who left this horse should have recorded that name. Upon hearing this, the administrator meticulously verified the ledger and nodded anxiously. No problem. You may take the horse. Subsequently, he retrieved a pouch of coins from beneath the counter and handed it to Victor. The knight deposited 5,000 geo here, which is the remainder after deducting the maintenance fees. Take it. Victor accepted the pouch without hesitation, weighing it in his hands before stowing it away. 5,000 geo. It can only be said that Gwen had little understanding of money. Spending such a sum to board a horse was enough for the creature to dine comfortably for half a lifetime. Victor stepped into the stable and caressed the strong white horse. It appeared to have been well treated in recent days. The horse leaned its head towards Victor, nuzzling his hand affectionately. He stroked the creature's soft mane for a moment before leading it out and skillfully mounting it. Vega cast a sidelong glance at Victor and whispered softly in his ear, Why must you ride? Vega's concern was not unfounded. Victor, now capable of teleportation magic, could traverse distances of up to 100 kilometers at will. He had ascended to the ranks of a saint mage at the age of 29, achieving the 4th tier of magic. In the annals of the Empire's history, had anyone truly accomplished such a feat? Upon hearing Vega's inquiry, Victor chuckled lightly. This horse is not mine. Following his battle with the fire calamity, Victor had amassed a substantial amount of experience points. Although the experience he had previously gathered was sufficient for him to attain the 4th tier, he had been judiciously controlling his progress, avoiding hasty advancement. However, after a confrontation with Guillerton, the influx of experience became overwhelming, causing his experience bar to burst. Victor Clavina, level, 41 health points, 2,000 mana points, 14800, 15000. He had surged 2 levels in a row, increasing his maximum mana by 10,000 compared to before. This seemingly formidable attribute did not lead to Victor's arrogance. Level 40 was merely the beginning, at least in the capital. He no longer had to worry about being overshadowed by others. Moreover, his gains extended beyond mere leveling up. A red stripe flickered across Victor's cloak, a symbol of Guillerton's power. He had absorbed the essence of fire from Guillerton, gaining some of his abilities. One such ability was the solidification of fire elements. Victor could transform fire magic into a molten, tangible heat, even solidifying it into lava. The earlier molten giant hand he conjured was a manifestation of this capability. Additionally, he could envelop himself in the essence of fire, significantly enhancing his resistance to fire elements. Most importantly, he could shape it into any form he desired. The beloved cloak he had previously cherished was destroyed during the battle with Gillerton. Thus, he now adorned himself with a cloak formed from Gillerton's fire essence. This was undeniably extravagant, yet for Victor, it was perfectly suited to him. Strength was merely a facet, but style was a lifelong pursuit. I understand your obsession with the cloak, but Vega produced a small, exquisitely crafted hourglass pendant from his wings and addressed Victor. Can you explain to me what this is? Victor took it, glancing at it briefly. Item name: Exiled Ephebius, world-class item. Type: consumable. Effect: causal disruption. Capable of converting specific causal events that are supposed to occur at a given time. Victor merely cast a glance, and the information regarding the item materialized before his eyes. A world-class artifact, attainable solely by players who achieve remarkable feats within the game. Of course, Victor had never garnered such an accolade. Each world-class item possesses an unparalleled and astonishing effect, existing in defiance of the world's rules. These items may only be utilized once, vanishing immediately after use. Furthermore, world-class artifacts are bound to their designated users. Even if others lay claim to them, they remain inoperative. This is precisely why Vega found it incomprehensible. Achieving the first kill of the ancient Gulatin in the game undoubtedly qualifies as a world-class achievement, particularly since it was accomplished solo. It is utterly inconceivable that the world would not bestow upon him a world-class item. Upon Victor's awakening, this artifact automatically appeared in his inventory. Out of curiosity, Vega borrowed the pendant, claiming he wished to study it. Yet, it was evident that he had gleaned nothing from his examination. Victor took the hourglass pendant and donned it around his neck. Did you already know what this truly is? I do not know. To be candid, it envied Gwen's ability to discern the truth in others' words. It yearned for such a gift. Victor shot a glance at it, retorting, "Do not harbor such thoughts. You are far from just." Vega wished he could peck Victor's head apart, grumbling, "No wonder you are so utterly insufferable." The capital was particularly tranquil under the night sky, with moonlight quietly ascending the rooftops. Outside Victor's study balcony, a figure traversed the moonlit expanse. Stealthily entering the study through the window, Leah leaned against the edge of the table, gazing at the moonlight of the night, her thoughts a mystery. Leon sprang in, flipping back his hood to reveal pointed ears. "Miss Leah, I have been tracking Duke Rivy's steward for a week and can confirm that the financial transaction was orchestrated by the steward of the Duke's estate. The steward lacks motive to provoke the Clavener family. I believe this was instigated by Duke Rivy." Upon hearing Leon's report, Leah smiled softly, her lips curling with a hint of disdain. The moonlight illuminated her face, rendering it particularly frigid. At this juncture, Duke Rivy was already in dire straits. Whether he was the architect of the deed had become inconsequential. Leah caressed the ebony wood of the table and spoke slowly. "The reason is that the Duke intended to eliminate all the mages present." Leon, perplexed by her explanation, found it hard to grasp. How could Duke Rivy possibly engage in such reckless actions that would tarnish royal credibility? Yet he had indeed done so. Duke Rivy had acknowledged that, as the master of war magic, he had ceased the maintenance of the magical array. Had the volcano erupted completely at that moment, all mages present would have perished. Leon, somewhat baffled, inquired, "But the volcano ultimately did not erupt, did it? Why then do they still seek to impeach the Duke?" Leah, upon hearing his words, could only shake her head with a smile, resignedly replying, "You truly do not comprehend the world of humanity. In the eyes of these noble mages, life is undoubtedly best grasped in one's own hands. However, their most trusted Duke Rivy betrayed them at the most critical moment. Regardless of whether the volcano was on the verge of eruption, Duke Rivy's failure to maintain the magical formation constituted a grave sin. This time, fortune favored them, as the volcano was seemingly halted by a mysterious force. Yet, what if it had erupted? A glimmer of realization flickered in Leah's eyes. At that moment, the casualties would not be limited to the mages, but would also include countless innocent lives residing in the valley below. Leon suddenly comprehended this truth, yet Leah still found time to jest. It was a pity that all these mages were preoccupied with impeaching the Duke, leaving none to purchase potions from her. Leon noticed the droop of Leah's eyelids, indicating her genuine regret. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but hesitated. Consequently, Leah reached out, tapping her on the head, and said with a smile. Leon covered her head in silence, but her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Among humanity, there exists a saying, the virtuous do not live long, while calamity endures for a millennium. Individuals like Victor belong to the latter category. Unless someone personally brings his corpse before me, I will never believe he is dead. Absolutely not. Leon wished to persuade Lia further, but suddenly she sensed a powerful and familiar presence at the doorway. Her ears perked up and Leon noticed, recognizing it as a signal that someone was approaching, detectable by the elves. See? Lia beamed. I told you you wouldn't die. Leon lowered her head, readjusting her hood, and nodded to Lia. Concealing her form, she maintained an aura that would go unnoticed and leaped out of the window. At that moment, a surprised voice from the servant outside echoed. Lead this horse away and take good care of it. Yes, I will do that right away. As the footsteps drew nearer, they suddenly halted, followed by the door to the study being pushed open. Lia leaned against the table, smiling as she regarded Victor. With an expressionless face, Victor nodded slightly upon entering, surveying the room before finally fixing his gaze on Lia. Are you hiding someone? Lia's smile faltered and gradually disintegrated. Chapter 28. Am I really like those nefarious individuals who knock on a girl's door at midnight? Victor, do you so desperately wish to be scolded? A furious roar resonated throughout the estate's courtyard. The servants outside recoiled, startled. They whispered to each other, Mr. Victor is arguing with the young lady again. It's been a while since we've heard such a quarrel. Shaking their heads, they were already accustomed to this. As long as Victor was home, Miss Lia would inevitably clash with him. How narrow-minded can you be to even contemplate such matters? Victor stood at the doorway, his expression still as impassive as a poker face, enduring Lia's tirade without retort. After a while, once Lia had vented her frustrations, she sighed, rubbing her head. Initially, I thought it would suffice not to elaborate, yet inexplicably, she offered an additional explanation. Victor nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. From the moment he entered the room, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, one that could scarcely belong to a man. He intended to follow up his question, Are you hiding someone? With a couple of remarks to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings on Lia's part. Unfortunately, Lia's rapid-fire retort came so swiftly, as if it were an instinctive reaction, that he had scarcely registered the moment before being subjected to a verbal barrage. And then, he simply allowed Lia to vent her frustrations. If she could alleviate her anger through reproach, Victor was more than willing to endure a few scoldings. This, too, could be considered a mode of communication between the two, one he had long since grown accustomed to. Victor resumed his seat at the desk without inquiring whether Lia had encountered any difficulties lately. He had faith in her capability to manage everything. Should any issues arise that she could not resolve, Lia would mention them of her own volition. Indeed, although Victor refrained from asking, Lia shyly broached the subject of her shop. The situation at the prop store was far from ideal. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated surge in business had not materialized. Victor tapped his fingers against the table, slightly taken aback. He was intrigued to hear Lia elaborate on the reasons behind this predicament. Lia reported on the store's financial status. Aside from a few sales on the opening day, no customers had been drawn in over the subsequent days. Victor felt perplexed. Based on his marketing strategies, such a scenario should not have occurred. Surely, there would be discerning individuals eager to purchase. Lia also noted that they had sold potions on the first day, and word of mouth regarding the efficacy of the potions should have ignited a frenzy. Had there been an issue with the players' potions? That seemed highly improbable. Was there a problem with the store's management? Equally unlikely. If Lia couldn't sustain such a business, she certainly wouldn't have been able to develop her territory so successfully. Thus, it appeared that an unexpected circumstance must have arisen. What then had transpired? Lia began to explain. On the first day of opening, the Duke's daughter had purchased some potions. Upon hearing this title, Victor's gaze sharpened slightly. Erica Duclos? Lia shot him a sidelong glance, mockingly remarking, Oh, still pining for that little sweetheart of yours? You remember her name quite well. This jest fell flat, prompting Victor to cut off Lia's teasing. With her arms crossed and a pout, Lia continued, I had thought that, given Erica's prominence, the effectiveness of the potions would soon become known, attracting a multitude of mages. However, the very next day, the Vesuvius volcano erupted. At this juncture, Lia noticed that Victor's hand, which had been tapping on the table, had come to a halt, providing her with some answers to her lingering speculations. Nevertheless, she patiently continued her explanation for Victor. A large number of mages rushed to the volcano, leaving only a handful of ordinary first-level mages in the capital. Let us not dwell on whether these individuals can afford such luxuries. Even if they can, these items would be an extravagant indulgence for them. Simply put, a novice mage is unworthy of such possessions. Even the Emperor has personally intervened, summoning the Duke and those noble mages in order to reach a final decision. At this point, Lia could only sigh in resignation. The primary clientele for potions are mages, yet with the recent turmoil in the royal capital, the mages are preoccupied. Who has time to patronize a shop? Victor listened impassively to all of this. He had been engaged in battle with Gulitan deep within the volcano and was naturally unaware of the recent events. It was no wonder that upon emerging at the volcano's mouth after his confrontation with Gulitan, his first sight was of Erica. He initially thought he was hallucinating, as he had no recollection of what transpired afterward. When he regained consciousness, it was Vega who informed him of the reason behind his fainting spell. Victor pondered that he ought to minimize his reliance on Vega's abilities in the future. After this recent skirmish, he had been unconscious for a full 4 days. And when combined with the 3 days spent battling Gulitan, it amounted to precisely 1 week. However, the implications of his conflict with Gulitan had unforeseen repercussions on the volcano itself, which was something he had not anticipated. Although the volcano did not erupt, the effects of this incident reverberated throughout the royal capital. Meanwhile, Liao was still nearby. Expressing her disdain, others have claimed that Duke Rivi ceased the release of the magical array due to his daughter's disappearance. How absurd! Setting aside the question of whether a war spell could indeed tear his daughter apart, if the volcano were to erupt, would not Erica, who remained on the mountain, also perish? Victor remained silent, yet inwardly he concurred with Lia's assertion. The distinction lay in the fact that under the war magic, only Erica, present at the summit, would meet her demise. Conversely, should the volcano erupt, all mages and residents below would also be doomed to accompany Erica in death. He could not fathom that the Duke did not grasp this truth. After Lia finished speaking, she shrugged. By the way, there is one more thing. The Emperor's decree has arrived at your doorstep. You were summoned to the palace on the day of the audience. Why? Victor felt a flicker of curiosity, although he already harbored suspicions. You wish for a reason? Very well. Who was the only accompanying mage to vanish without a trace before the volcano's eruption? Just as I suspected. Even after receiving the answer, Victor's expression remained unchanged. Observing this, Lia ceased her inquiries, yawned, and made her way to the door. It seems you have a plan. I shall retire for the night. I will ensure the door to my room is securely closed, so do not think of sneaking in at midnight simply because we have not seen each other for some time. With a resounding bang, she shut the door. Victor thought to himself, Am I truly the sort to knock on a girl's door in the dead of night? Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed done so before. Perhaps one had said something to Lia. Victor did not dwell on this too much. Rather, he was more intrigued by why the Duke had acted in such a manner. Suddenly, Vega's voice broke in unexpectedly. If the volcano erupts, every soul there shall perish, including Duke Rivi himself. Only that little girl possesses the potential to survive. However, should the magical array descend, her fate would be sealed. Victor squinted, casually inquiring, if I fail and the volcano erupts, then Gulitan will be unleashed. Do you believe that a severely injured girl of the second tier could withstand the calamity wrought by such a disaster? Vega raised his gaze, his eyes penetrating as he regarded Victor. She can converse with calamity. Upon hearing Vega's assertion, Victor was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident. Vega quickly seized upon Victor's reaction, delight evident in his demeanor. It's the first time I've witnessed you so astonished. Vega was clearly privy to information unknown to Victor, for he was confident that Erica would endure. Curiosity piqued, Victor pondered the nature of the being from which the Duke had sired her. By the way, have you ever encountered that little girl's mother? Victor fell into a deeper silence. In the narrative of the game, the Duke's daughter was a remarkable prodigy. If all went as anticipated, she would ascend to the 3rd tier of magic at the tender age of 19, 2 years hence. After Victor's demise, she would shatter his record and claim the title of the youngest 3rd tier mage in the Empire's history. Consequently, when the imperial regime shifted and a new emperor ascended, Erica Dukeloy, due to her prodigious gifts, would safeguard the Duke's family that supported the Grand Prince. For now, these are the only plot lines Victor could fathom. Yet, hearing Vega's words, he realized for the first time that such a relatively well-known figure had never been seen by any player's eyes. There was not a single hint of her mother in the background story. Had she perished? The scant information Victor had rendered him incapable of speculating. Vega observed Victor's expression with a measure of satisfaction, reveling in the fact that there were indeed things unknown to him. It opened its beak and chirped, so, what do you intend to do? Tomorrow's summons require not just the Duke, but you as well. Perhaps you should contemplate how to navigate this trial, for no one will come to your aid. Victor gazed out the window, the moonlight casting a pallid glow upon his cold, handsome visage, tinged with melancholy. Those who are favored by fortune receive assistance, while those who are not face isolation. This is but the nature of existence. In the realm of fatherhood, Duke Rivy was truly remarkable. Indeed, he halted the great array, willing to entomb himself and the mages beneath the impending calamity, even sacrificing innocent lives to ensure his daughter's survival. Nonetheless, the Duke's actions were undeniably infuriating. The Emperor would not allow those loyal subjects who had stood by him for so long to feel abandoned. Yet he must also provide accountability to all. The worst outcome would merely involve the stripping of titles and a return to the fields, at least in the absence of my intervention. Upon hearing Victor's final remark, Vega responded with keen interest. "Oh, you wish to assist him? That would be a timely aid indeed." A cunning glint flickered in Victor's eyes, reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Chapter 29. Your Grace, you would not wish for your beloved daughter to be involved in this turmoil. Early in the morning, the capital was in a state of disarray, reminiscent of an infant stirring from slumber with soft whimpers. A procession of carriages moved in an orderly fashion toward the imperial palace. As shopkeepers opened their doors, they witnessed the rapid passage of carriages, stirring up clouds of dust. Bystanders retreated to the sides, seeking refuge inside the stores, merely glancing at the commotion to evade the oncoming vehicles. What was transpiring remained shrouded in mystery, yet the atmosphere suggested the gravity of an important event. Soon, the last carriage to arrive before the castle was exceptionally opulent. Duke Rivy gracefully disembarked, surveying his surroundings. The mages had largely assembled, yet, without exception, they fixed him with hostile gazes. Were their stares to manifest as bullets, Duke Rivy would surely be riddled with wounds. His reputation had plummeted within the mage community following the volcanic incident. There were no rumors or slanders, only the stark truth witnessed by all. No one approached the Duke to extend greetings, not even the relatively close Beck nobility, who could only shake their heads in resignation. He stood alone at the entrance, maintaining a demeanor of dignified composure. After a brief interval, the castle's towering gates creaked open, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that rustled the garments of all present. It was as if a ferocious beast sought to consume the pride of everyone gathered. A knight escorted a nobleman with silver hair out into the open. The man appeared to be under 30, youthful yet resplendent in his finery, exuding an air of distinction. Upon glimpsing his visage, many recognized him and bowed in reverence. Duke Rivy took his place at the forefront, acknowledging one of the Empire's most esteemed men with a respectful bow. "Your Highness, the second prince." The second prince nodded at the Duke, raising a hand to signal for everyone to rise and refrain from excessive formalities. "Now that everyone is present, let us proceed inside." Upon receiving permission, the mages entered one by one, but when it came to Duke Rivy, he was halted by the second prince. With a smile, the prince addressed him. "Duke Rivy, shall we converse elsewhere?" "Your Highness, I do not wish to keep His Majesty waiting." The second prince shook his head, continuing to persuade the Duke. "My father is advanced in age and requires ample rest. Moreover, I genuinely wish to engage in dialogue with you." Leaning closer, the second prince lowered his voice. "Perhaps I can assist you in extricating yourself from your current predicament." With a relaxed smile, the second prince then said, "Duke, please follow me." Under the protection of the nearby knights, the two did not enter through the main entrance, but rather took a side path into a palace. "This is my domain. Your Grace, here, you may speak freely." The Duke cast a glance at the prince's guards, recognizing them as allies. He gestured for his subordinate to bring forth a seat for Duke Rivy. The Duke was unceremonious, directly taking his seat, their gazes locking. Upon hearing this, the Duke chuckled and remarked, "Your Highness, the second prince, is it rather premature for you to begin cultivating your own confidence? The Emperor is still very much alive." His inquiry carried an icy undertone, causing the second prince to tremble slightly. "My Lord Duke, I harbor no desire to meet an untimely demise. In my position, the decision to contend or not is not solely mine to make." The atmosphere between them plummeted to a frigid silence as they exchanged no words. The second prince was the first to shatter the stillness. "Let's not dwell on this, my Lord Duke. The current situation is rather unfavorable for you. There are far too many who seek to censure you, and it is quite probable that my father may not withstand the mounting pressure. To be candid, the matter I wish to discuss with you pertains to this very issue. I have heard that your daughter's coming of age will occur in a year." Upon hearing this, the Duke slowly lifted his head, his gaze frosty and tinged with mockery. "And what of it?" The second prince set down his teacup, surveying the surrounding guards with an elegant smile. "My Lord Duke, you truly wish for me to speak plainly. If I were to forge a betrothal with your esteemed daughter, it would establish a familial bond between the Duke's house and the royal family, thereby granting my father a valid reason to ensure your protection." Crack! Before the second prince could finish his thought, the teacup in his hand shattered instantly. The knights, alarmed, drew their swords, directing them toward Duke Rivi unfazed. The second prince merely clapped his hands, scattering the shards, and calmly regarded Duke Rivi with a hint of amusement. "My lord Duke, this is the royal palace. You would not want your daughter to lose all prospects due to your recklessness, would you?" Duke Rivi rose, the formidable aura of his magical power dissipating with his actions. The second prince's smile faltered momentarily, his mind awash with admiration for the duke's intricate control over his magic. Suddenly, Duke Rivi inquired, "Your Highness, how old are you this year?" 29. "Why?" he replied. "For your daughter, my age could be deemed suitable. Is that so?" 29. Duke Rivi mused, as if making a comparison. Before long, he posed another question. "Your Highness, I have watched you grow up, yet in these 20 years, have you made any progress?" Cold words pierced the second prince's heart like daggers, leaving him feeling vexed, as if a boulder weighed upon his mind. His smile frozen in place. "Indeed, you are astute, adept at leveraging your surroundings and deciphering human sentiments. However, you lack true strength. The resources you can wield are merely a reflection of your bloodline advantage." Though Duke Rivi did not state it outright, the second prince grasped the implication. He was sheltered by paternal favor. Without that blood relation, he was not. The smile of the second prince gradually faded, replaced by an expression of icy mockery. And then, "I am a prince. Is there anyone more suited, more exceptional than I?" Suddenly he paused, struck by the thought of another person. Indeed, there was. Duke Riviere chuckled softly as he cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "I suggest you convey that message directly to the head of the Clavenna family," he remarked. The second prince, in a fit of indignation, slammed his palm upon the table and bellowed, "He is merely a viscount, and he is dead. Do you comprehend? He is dead." As the prince's agitation mounted, he nearly seized Duke Riviere by the collar, intending to point an accusatory finger at his nose and unveil the truth. However, he refrained from such an act. As the second prince, he was bound to uphold the decorum expected of his station. Even in moments of fury, he could not behave like a savage beast, for this was the last vestige of dignity befitting a member of the royal family. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and addressed Duke Riviere. "He has vanished forever into that volcano. This is common knowledge." "Dead?" Duke Riviere responded as if he had just heard the most absurd jest, a laugh escaping his lips. Shaking his head, he regarded the prince with a glimmer of pity. "In my eyes, your arrogance pales in comparison to his merit." With that, Duke Riviere turned and strode out of the chamber without a backward glance. The second prince's countenance darkened as he ran his fingers through his silver hair, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. "Let us proceed to the great hall. I am eager to see if he can maintain such composure when confronted by the multitude." The palace was teeming with people. Knights clad in heavy armor and wielding long swords stood vigil, maintaining order. Gwen, positioned near the throne, as the captain of the royal knights, bore the responsibility of safeguarding the emperor. Kneeling at the forefront was Duke Riviere. Upon sighting the duke, Gwen's expression became somewhat complicated. She was acutely aware of the trials this high-ranking minister faced today, which were undoubtedly formidable. Yet, it must be said, he was deeply devoted to his daughter. Gwen quickly averted her gaze, scanning the assembly of mages. He was not present. She could not locate Victor's figure anywhere. For some reason, a twinge of discomfort settled in her heart. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Victor was someone she had known since childhood. Suddenly, as the eunuch announced his arrival, the emperor ascended the throne amidst a throng of supporters. Oberly Sol, the 8th emperor of the Kalengsia Empire, appeared rather aged, his hair nearly white. Though this emperor was only 60 years old, he bore a striking resemblance to Duke Riviere in terms of age. Every mage present knelt on one knee, paying their utmost respects to the emperor. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Oberly bid them to rise. All complied except for Duke Riviere, who remained firmly in place. The elderly king regarded him with closed eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. He observed him silently before inquiring, "Riviere, did you cease the magical array as the volcano was on the brink of eruption?" "Yes," Duke Riviere replied without a hint of hesitation. The emperor continued, "Riviere, it has been said that you wish to eliminate all the mages, including the residents at the foot of the mountain, to accompany your daughter in death. What do you have to say about this?" "Your Majesty, I have no explanation," the duke replied. The emperor gazed at him in silence, exhaling a deep sigh. Alas! He cast a glance at Levi, his eyes filled with sorrow. Once, they had been the best of friends and comrades. Yet now, while Levi appeared as youthful as ever, he had already embarked on the perilous journey between life and death. He had hoped to safeguard his long-standing companions in their final years. However, Levi's actions had compromised the royal family's reputation. Failing to impose severe consequences would only dishearten others. Levi, understand me, forgive me. He closed his eyes, preparing to deliver his final decree to Levi. Suddenly, every knight outside drew their swords. A swirling inferno erupted from beyond the hall, capturing everyone's gaze. The intense heat made it impossible to keep their eyes open, and, as the wave of warmth dissipated, the mages present slowly opened their eyes. A figure emerged from the light. Gwen fixed her gaze there, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Victor? Victor materialized before the assembly, his crimson-striped cloak billowing with the heat. He looked at the Emperor, not kneeling but merely bowing in respect. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I am late. Chapter 30. Do you doubt my strength? Victor appeared amidst the astonished crowd, his deep red cloak exuding an aura of danger. Your Majesty, Victor Clavina has arrived, the eunuch reminded Emperor Aubrey. The surrounding mages exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. Victor Clavina? The head of the Clavina family, is it not? Wasn't it said that Victor intended to provoke a volcanic eruption and ultimately perish within it? One mage suddenly directed a query at Victor. Victor, you sinner! How dare you come to the palace to see His Majesty? Upon hearing this, Victor's tone turned frigid. Sinner? What crime have I committed? His piercing gaze, as sharp as an icicle, pierced the heart of the mage, leaving him feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Yet soon, a wave of searing rage coursed through Victor's being. It felt as if he had plunged to the depths of Mount Vesuvius. The intense heat rendered him breathless. Was this magic? How could someone wield such terrifying pressure through their craft? Huh. The mage grasped at his throat, gasping for breath, desperately yearning for the gentle air. Retribution, it was Victor's vengeance. Panic surged within him, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Yet, despite this, he felt compelled to confront Victor. You, who nearly incited a volcanic eruption. Victor scoffed disdainfully, no longer casting a glance in his direction. Do you wield more power than His Majesty? Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. Some words would be spoken by others on his behalf. The other mages quickly seized the opportunity, their words laced with hostility towards Victor. Your Majesty, the head of the Clavina family is nothing but nuisance. He mentions not his own crimes while slandering us and Your Majesty. We implore you to pass judgment. Emperor Aubrey waved his hand, and the surrounding eunuchs immediately proclaimed silence. In the grand hall, all present obediently closed their mouths. Yet, their eyes burned with hatred directed at Victor, wishing fervently to strip him of his skin and drain his blood. Such animosity was inevitable, for he was Victor Clavina, a figure already laden with resentment. The second prince, amidst the crowd, shook his head in disappointment. It was a pity that Victor had not been driven to the brink of despair. However, he was astonished that Victor had emerged unscathed from the volcano. The prince recalled the vivid descriptions shared among the many sorcerers at that time, of the astonishing energy that erupted from the volcano's mouth, swiftly quelling the impending eruption. Had Victor truly been within the volcano, attempting to incite its fury, he would have had no chance of survival against such overwhelming power. How unfortunate indeed. The emperor beckoned Victor with a gesture, prompting the eunuchs to proclaim loudly within the court, Victor Clavina. Step forward for questioning. Victor approached the emperor, positioning himself nearest to His Majesty, awaiting inquiries. The emperor fixed his gaze upon Victor and asked, Did you provoke the eruption of Mount Vesuvius? Or rather, they anticipated Victor's clever evasion, when shared a similar curiosity, hoping Victor would unveil the truth, disavowing any connection to the calamity. Her presence beside the emperor was not merely as his guard. Her role was crucial. With a heart inclined toward justice, she possessed an innate ability to discern truth from falsehood. Thus, as the emperor questioned Victor, Gwen's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Her sense of justice ignited. The disturbances of the volcano were indeed instigated by me, Victor boldly confessed. A collective gasp reverberated through the assembly as the truth settled in, causing Gwen's heart to lurch. She could scarcely believe it, yet her moral compass assured her of its veracity. Victor was not lying. Gwen spoke, declaring Victor's authenticity, a proclamation that nearly set ablaze the emotions of everyone present. They erupted like a volcano long suppressed, pointing fingers at Victor and hurling accusations. Scoundrel! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You, the murderer who nearly condemned us all. The eruption of a volcano, a calamity of such magnitude. Do you grasp the weight of your responsibility? Gwen, too, wrestled with an unbearable turmoil. Victor had become the orchestrator of the volcanic eruption, a reality she found most difficult to accept. Guilt consumed her, If disaster were to strike, she would bear the greatest culpability. She had not refused Victor's company, which nearly culminated in catastrophe. Yet, it was also she who had quelled the volcano's wrath. Suddenly, Gwen lifted her head, her expression marred by a palpable astonishment. Victor had not lied. Duke Rivy, who had been kneeling silently on the ground with an impassive demeanor, abruptly raised his head. Just as Victor had ignited the fury of the crowd, his next words silenced them all once more. With the judgment of Gwen's righteous heart. The statement fell like a millennia-old ice sealing a volcano, plunging everyone present into profound silence. All the mages in attendance clearly witnessed the astonishing scene. At the moment when the volcano was on the brink of eruption, a blinding beam of white light surged skyward, mercilessly suppressing the volcanic fury. Such power was beyond human grasp. Yet at that very moment, Victor audaciously claimed that he had halted the volcanic eruption. Such a notion would not even dare to cross the mind of the volcano itself. However, Gwen astonishingly asserted that Victor was not lying. Oberly, observing the reactions of the crowd, turned back to Victor and inquired, "Victor, what was your reason for this action?" Victor understood that any falsehood would be easily discerned by Gwen. Opting for honesty, he chose to reveal the truth about the volcano. Sincerity was the most formidable weapon. "Your Majesty, beneath the volcano lies a terrifying beast sealed away, known as Gulitan. If we do not address this creature now, in a year and a half, it will breach its seal, causing the volcano to erupt in full force. By then, the scale of the catastrophe will be sufficient to engulf the heavens and the earth." The Emperor narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Victor, and asked, "So, you dealt with this beast?" Victor placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly. "I did not fail my duty." At that moment, even without Gwen standing to affirm his truthfulness, the mages grew anxious. "Your Majesty, do not believe Victor's lies. This must be a fabricated tale to evade responsibility. Pure slander. How could a beast be sealed beneath the volcano, even if it existed? How could a creature of such immense power be dealt with by Victor alone? We all witnessed the magic at that time. The energy was beyond human capability, at least not within the reach of a third-tier mage like Victor." The surrounding mages once again directed their ire at Victor. "In our view, Victor is lying." Only a few third-tier mages remained silent, including Count Becker. He cast his gaze upon the nearby mages with whom he was familiar, and they too regarded Becker in unison. They simultaneously recalled the deranged old crone from Sanchel. The legend of the volcano god was indeed true. The king glanced at Gwen, who nodded in affirmation that Victor was not lying. "Sir Knight Gwen, if I recall correctly, you are betrothed to Victor, are you not?" The second prince remarked as he stepped forward from the crowd. Gwen paused at his question, then nodded. Even during the investigation at the volcano, it was Victor whom Miss Gwen had requested as her accompanying mage. And Victor was missing for 7 or 8 days. Do you truly not know what he was doing? The second prince wore a smile, yet his words were laced with clear malice. At this, many mages began to piece together the implications. Gwen, undeterred, fiercely locked her gaze onto the second prince and retorted, "Your Highness, are you questioning me?" The second prince smiled slightly at her response, nodding in agreement. "Please understand, this is a reasonable suspicion." At this moment, the emperor spoke, asserting that Gwen's righteous heart would never err. The second prince bowed to the emperor and said, "Father, permit me to speak candidly. Indeed, a righteous heart can discern the truth amidst other words. However, who possesses the ability to distinguish the veracity within Gwen's words?" The other mages, upon hearing this, suddenly found clarity. Indeed, Gwen was Victor's fiancée. They had nearly fallen prey to this insidious couple's deception. The second prince's reasoning was sound. How could they discern the authenticity of Gwen's statements? The mages felt immense relief. Had it not been for the second prince's timely intervention, they might have been turned against by Victor and his wife. Truly, the second prince was remarkably astute. Gwen opened her mouth, eager to explain, but faced with the relentless skepticism of the surrounding mages, she found herself rendered speechless, her eyes welling with frustration. As a knight, she could defend her homeland and confront foes in battle. Yet when it came to verbal sparring, she could never match the eloquence of these articulate mages. "Your Highness, are you questioning my abilities?" At this moment, Victor interjected. The second prince squinted, a smile playing upon his lips, exuding an air of confidence. "Lord Victor, your talents are well known to all present. Yet to conceal your actions, you resort to fabricating a so-called beast. You are merely a third-tier mage, Lord Victor. Is it not a touch presumptuous to boast so grandly?" His words resonated deeply within the assembly. With so many third-tier mages in attendance, none could believe that Victor alone had thwarted the volcano's eruption. They were incapable of such a feat, and neither could Victor, who stood among them as a third-tier mage. Their pride would not allow them to concede that he might surpass their own capabilities. Thus, they remained skeptical. But at that moment, Victor, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished. Everyone's eyes widened as they sought to locate Victor's whereabouts. In his stead, a conflagration erupted skyward. Where had Victor gone? In an instant, countless intricate magical formations materialized above the second prince's head, spinning incessantly. The sheer number rendered all the mages present incapable of deciphering even a single line. What sort of formation was this? Why were the lines so chaotic and disordered? The complexity was beyond comprehension. What on earth was happening? The mages present were all astounded. They wished to intervene, to unravel the mystery, but the temperature in the chamber soared dramatically. At that moment, they found it impossible to calm their minds to release their magical energies. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Look quickly! Is that Victor?" A mage pointed in terror at the sky. There, Victor was enveloped in flames, his form gradually coalescing into a fiery statue that reached the ceiling, burning like the sun. Radiant and blinding, the intense heat ignited the walls surrounding the grand hall, and even the floor above began to crack under the searing temperature. His gaze, icy and piercing, bore down upon the second prince, the sheer weight of his presence rendering the prince breathless. "You claim my strength is insufficient?" In an instant, a flame ignited from the prince's garments. Smoke began to rise, yet amidst the overwhelming heat, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was engulfed in fire. Gwyn positioned himself before the king, his enchanted armor shielding them from the searing radiance emanating from Victor. "Then let us settle this with strength." A cacophony of resonating magic circles erupted, drowning out the whispers of confusion from those present, gradually merging into a singular sound. Suddenly, a terrified mage pointed towards the sky, shouting, "That is a fourth-tier spell." Chapter 31. "My lord Duke, I have a fiancé. That is a fourth-tier spell." The old mage, trembling, pointed at Victor suspended in the air, uttering these words. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Fourth-tier magic? Could it be that Victor had ascended to the rank of fourth-tier mage? Unthinkable. None of the mages present dared to accept this revelation. The noble Beck rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the blazing sun remained in the sky. This was no illusion. If Victor had merely halted the volcanic eruption, it had only influenced their morale. But now, the mere presence of Victor wielding fourth-tier magic instilled a sense of despair. Throughout the Empire's extensive history, no one had achieved such a feat at 29. A fourth-tier mage. The intensity of the magical energy and the staggering power compelled them to believe. Victor's ascension to fourth-tier mage had become an undeniable reality. The second prince squinted, gazing up at Victor, who resembled a fiery deity, as if poised to completely consume him at any moment. The terrifying heat continued to escalate. Before them lay an intricately prepared magical array. With a mere flick of his finger, Victor could incinerate all mages and the second prince alike. Such overwhelming presence was undeniably beyond the capabilities of a third-tier mage. Suddenly, the second prince smiled in resignation, extending his hand to extinguish the flames upon him. He then bowed to Victor. "I believe in you now. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Victor, for my doubts. I hope you and Sir Gwyn can understand that, under these circumstances, all skepticism was entirely reasonable." The temperature within the hall plummeted. Victor retracted the magical array, descending gracefully to the ground, his flames transforming back into a cloak. His mastery over magic astonished all the mages present. In that moment, Victor's strength garnered universal recognition. Even the Emperor cast an appreciative glance in his direction. Many mages seemed to grasp the significance, and the astute among them quickly offered smiles of appeasement to Victor. "Mr. Victor, your talent is truly extraordinary. A fourth-tier mage at just 29. Surely, such an individual is unparalleled even beyond the Empire. The sacred mages of the Empire number only a few even to this day. Thus, our Empire has gained another holy mage, strengthening its power." The mages who had just expressed doubt quickly transformed their demeanor, showering Victor with compliments. Only a few haughty old mages remained, silently observing Victor, realizing that they were but lowly figures at the foot of the mountain, while he stood at its peak. Even the Duke of Levi, having reached the fourth tier, evoked no jealousy from them, only genuine blessings. However, who is Victor, the infamous prodigy? The thought that the very person they resented had surpassed them to become a holy mage filled these old mages with an anger that nearly shattered their teeth. How detestable! Gwyn, witnessing this unfavorable turn of events and the sudden reversal before Victor, blinked in astonishment. How had he become so powerful so suddenly? She longed to approach Victor and inquire about it, but the moment was not ripe. With the second prince's display of weakness, the outcome of this court meeting was essentially sealed. After 9 long years, Victor once again reminded the world of his genius. "O Visser, you may leave," the emperor gestured, revealing the second prince's true name, signaling him to depart. The second prince cast one last glance at Victor and bowed, "Yes, father," with a flourish of his robe. He exited the grand hall. "Victor," the emperor beckoned with a finger, "let me behold the visage of the youngest holy mage in the empire." Victor approached, meeting the king's gaze with confidence, undeterred even by the presence of a formidable 4th-tier mage. The emperor's eyes remained unwavering. Victor respectfully bowed. "I beg your pardon, your majesty." "No need for apologies," the emperor replied, inquiring, "You mentioned defeating a magical beast. Does that mean the volcano will not erupt?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, Victor shook his head and explained, "I was unable to kill the beast. I could only defeat it and reseal it within the volcano. For a time, the volcano shall remain dormant. However, should it break free from its seals again, I will defeat it once more." The emperor nodded, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Excellent. You have mitigated a tremendous threat to the empire, and I must reward you suitably. What is it you desire? Status? Power? Or wealth?" Now a 4th-tier mage, Victor's prowess warranted a rank far above that of a mere viscount. He was entitled to a greater stature. Yet Victor shook his head, stating, "I have not yet decided. Therefore, I hope your majesty will allow me to retain this reward for the time being." The emperor nodded in agreement, his admiration for Victor growing by the moment, exclaiming, "You surpass even your father." Victor remained indifferent. His father had long since passed, and even if he were alive, he was not his true progenitor. Lowering his gaze, Victor spotted Duke Levi still kneeling on the ground, head bowed like a sinner awaiting judgment, as he had been from the very beginning. Victor spoke, "Your Majesty, there's one more matter. I wish to vindicate Duke Rivi." The Duke suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Victor in disbelief. The Emperor, intrigued, responded with a curious, "Oh?" "Victor, speak your mind," he urged. With the Emperor's permission, Victor nodded and continued, "In this matter, Duke Rivi is also an informed party. The Duke and I had long agreed that I would combat the beast within the volcano, while Duke Rivi would command the magical array outside. Should I falter, he would unleash the war magic to subdue the creatures." The Emperor raised his head, casting an approving glance at him. "So you succeeded." Yet, amidst the crowd, a mage, unable to discern the situation, shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You share no kinship with the Duke. There is no way you could have communicated." Victor turned, casting a disdainful look at him, responding coldly, "Erica Ducloy is my most esteemed pupil. Do you have any further inquiries?" The mage was rendered speechless. At that moment, everyone realized Victor held another title, the youngest professor at the Royal Academy of Magic. His plans were flawless, meticulously orchestrated. However, there was still a twist in the tale. The mages who had hoped to undermine the Duke glanced expectantly at Gwen. Their hopes were dashed when they heard her icy words. "Your Majesty, Victor did not lie." The Emperor smiled, sitting proudly upon his throne as he declared the final judgment. "Rivi is innocent." Victor exited the palace with an impassive expression, and not a single mage dared to disturb him. At the entrance, a black raven perched on the railing, awaiting him. Victor approached and affectionately stroked the raven's head. "Victor Clivina." Duke Rivi emerged and, upon seeing Victor, called out his name. The Duke was known for his amiable nature, yet at this moment, even in the presence of the one who had aided him, he appeared somewhat aloof. "State your purpose." Victor paused, his hand lingering on the bird's head. Placing Vega upon his shoulder, locking eyes with the Duke, who bore a striking resemblance to Erica. "What purpose does the Duke believe I possess?" Rivi's gaze held a hint of danger. Victor sighed, "Your Grace, excessive concern for a beloved daughter is not always virtuous. Rest assured, I have a fiancée." Duke Rivi recalled the knight who dared to lie before a multitude of mages and the Emperor. He never anticipated that such a righteous knight would deceive for Victor's sake. Rumors often suggested a poor relationship between the two, yet it appeared otherwise now. He relaxed slightly. "However, since you insist, Your Grace." As he pondered, Victor's voice suddenly resonated. The Duke regarded Victor, sensing a glimmer of calculation in his eyes. "What I do regarding Erica seems to be of little significance." Chapter 32. "Oh no, he can't possibly like me, can he?" Duke Rivi glared at Victor and left in silence. As for Victor, he had no intention of offering any explanations. Assisting Duke Rivi was merely a matter of convenience, although he indeed required the strength of the ducal house for certain endeavors. There was no need to convey such sentiments to the Duke. Victor had more suitable candidates in mind. He waited outside the city gate for a while until Gwen came running towards him. She appeared anxious, as if in pursuit of someone, and only halted upon spotting Victor. "I've been waiting for you," he said, as if he knew she would come looking for him. However, Gwen did not offer him a pleasant countenance. "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" Victor noticed several mages still lingering nearby, casting glances in their direction. "Let us discuss this later," Victor suggested, indicating that it would be more prudent to speak privately. Gwen acknowledged his hint with a nod. "Let us get in my carriage." "All right," Gwen agreed without further thought. The two walked side by side to the carriage, and Victor extended a hand towards Gwen. She was momentarily puzzled. Observing her confusion, Victor shook his head and clarified. "This is a necessary courtesy when inviting a lady." "What a troublesome formality," Gwen complained. Yet she failed to notice the curious stares from those around them and placed her hand upon Victor's. Guided by him, they entered the carriage, the door closed, and they soon departed. Victor gazed out the window, finding satisfaction in the myriad complex expressions on the faces of the onlookers. He then drew the curtains shut. Surely, following this encounter, public opinion would take a new direction by tomorrow. He turned his attention back to Gwen, who had already produced a bag from her waist. "This is what you requested." She handed the bag to Victor, who accepted it with a hint of confusion. Upon opening it, he discovered a variety of red crystals, each differing in shape. He suddenly recalled the reasons he had previously shared with Gwen. To his surprise, he realized she had remembered these details. Indeed, he had a significant need for such items to craft some special magical artifacts, though it had merely been an afterthought. He regretted not collecting some when leaving the volcano, but it was now inconsequential. He had not anticipated that Gwen would gather a portion on his behalf. A warmth surged within Victor, yet he was not one to be overly sentimental, so he placed the bag into his player's backpack. "Thank you." Gwen looked at Victor with a hint of amusement, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I never thought you would actually say thank you. Now, it's time for your explanation." Victor nodded and replied, "I've already spoken in front of the Emperor. You were present and should know whether I spoke the truth." Gwen suddenly addressed him coldly. "You ought to understand that this is not what I wish to inquire about." She had grown up alongside Victor, and the notion that he might possess the benevolence to avert a volcanic eruption to save everyone was utterly implausible to her. Victor had always demonstrated his cold-blooded nature from a young age. If it came to making necessary sacrifices, even at the cost of a town's populace, he would invariably choose to pursue his own interests. "What is your purpose in inciting a volcanic eruption?" Victor pondered this question. Why had he prepared to follow Gwen upon hearing of her journey to the volcano? He could have ventured there alone later, without the company of knights, perhaps allowing him to accomplish his goals more discreetly. By the time the capital became aware, everything would have been concluded, and such a commotion would have been avoided, sparing even the third circle mages of the entire capital from becoming embroiled in the chaos. Yet perhaps it was because of you. Because of me? Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her righteous heart trembling slightly. Under the watchful gaze of her sense of justice, she discerned that Victor was indeed not lying. This implied that he genuinely harbored such thoughts. Wait a moment, if it is indeed because of me. He ventured alone to the volcano's mouth solely to confront the beast within. It was astonishing to consider that he might be doing it for her. Gwen found it difficult to comprehend. Did Victor believe she would encounter some peril? That Victor would entertain such thoughts? Placing a hand upon her chest, she distinctly felt her heart racing with increased frequency. Even though she was often emotionally obtuse, certain speculations began to form in her mind. Could it be that Victor harbored feelings for her? Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? Hearing that she intended to visit such a dangerous place, he rushed out in the dead of night just to accompany her. They shared the same room, and he had acquiesced to so many of her unreasonable requests. To prevent any danger from the volcano, he had taken the initiative to suppress the beast below. This, Gwen's rational mind, urged her not to entertain such thoughts. Victor could not possibly have feelings for her. He was, after all, such a selfish individual. Yet her sense of justice had never misled her. What if he truly did like her? What was she to do then? Gwen's heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Victor continued to reflect. Indeed, it is because of her. On one hand, Victor genuinely wished to confront the furnace beasts, eager to test his current abilities and determine how long it would take to overcome them. On the other hand, Gwen's mission required her to be away from the capital for an extended period, which was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor for him. Had Gwen remained within the capital, he could have relied on Leah to keep track of her whereabouts. However, if Gwen ventured to the volcano, who could fathom the opportunities she might encounter? Victor ventured a bold conjecture. Perhaps Gwen had inadvertently tumbled over the cliff, awakening the dormant lava beast, leading to a confrontation that granted her a portion of its formidable power. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Given that Gwen had managed to survive until the very end of the game, it stood to reason that, devoid of his influence, her undertaking would surely remain unscathed. In a bid to avert his own demise, he felt compelled to keep Gwen under close surveillance, ensuring that she remained within his line of sight for his own peace of mind. Thus, it was not without reason that Victor insisted on accompanying her to the volcano, determined to vanquish Gul'dan ahead of schedule. The thoughts of the two were disparate. Victor was oblivious to Gwen's musings, yet he hoped his rationale would resonate with her, for he genuinely believed it to be true. "Do you have any questions?" he inquired. "Not really. Where have you been these days?" Gwen suddenly asked, her curiosity piqued. This was the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. During Victor's absence, nearly everyone had assumed he had fled in fear of retribution, with rumors circulating that he had perished in the volcano. The plight of the Clavina family had also deteriorated during his disappearance. Their business had been assailed by rivals, and their estate besieged daily by individuals hurling various objects into the courtyard. It was evident how deeply Victor was resented, to the point that even in death, many sought vengeance against him. It was commendable that Leah had borne the burden alone for so long. "I was injured and found a place to recuperate," Victor explained. Technically, this statement was not a lie, for his 3-day battle with Gul'dan had indeed left him wounded. Although his injuries were not severe, it provided a reasonable justification for his absence. Moreover, he had genuinely been unconscious for 3 consecutive days. As long as his narrative contained elements of truth, Gwen's sense of justice would not deem it a falsehood. Was that creature truly so powerful? Gwen pondered, unable to fathom how, given Victor's prowess, he had sustained such grievous injuries. The duration of his recovery hinted at a beast of astonishing strength. At that moment, she recalled the words of an old woman from Sanchel Town. "Within the volcano lies the seal of a fire god." While such legends could not serve as concrete evidence, the very notion of it being referred to as a god implied an undeniable might. Victor closed his eyes, channeling magic to create a vivid imagery for Gwen. Red magical energy began to swirl around her, and she sensed the surroundings shifting rapidly, the sky darkening ominously. "It is indeed formidable," he conveyed, synchronizing his sensations with hers. The temperature within the carriage surged, and in that instant, Gwen felt as though she were witnessing the beast firsthand. Flames roared, as if a demonic entity had descended. As Victor dispelled the magic, Gwen found herself momentarily disoriented. Victor had faced such a creature for her sake. "I have no further questions," Gwen murmured, rendered speechless. Victor conjured a spell, rendering the first-tier magic in his hands as effortless as a mere drizzle. A stream of verdant magical energy erupted from his fingertips, entwining itself around the wheels of the carriage. The carriage veered in a new direction, heading towards Gwen's abode. This was the advantage of being a mage. Seated within the carriage, there was no need for a coachman to steer. The two remained silent as they journeyed. Soon, they arrived at Gwen's residence, and Victor watched as she disembarked. Just before departing, he called out to her, expressing his gratitude for her assistance in maintaining his facade before the sovereign. However, the carriage had already turned away. She stood at the entrance, dazed, watching Victor depart, her emotions a tumultuous blend. The maids, upon seeing Gwen alight from the carriage of the Clavina family, were taken aback and began to whisper among themselves. Did she not despise Victor the most? They pondered. Their conversation grew increasingly animated, reaching a fervent crescendo, their cheeks flushed with intrigue. They were entirely oblivious to the footsteps approaching from behind. "What are you discussing?" inquired a voice. "If it's something delightful, why not share it with me?" "Oh, forgive us, my lady," the women replied, the smile still gracing their faces. "Indeed, we must not be distracted during work hours. Well then, I shall go greet my sister, whom I have not seen in ages." Chapter 33. Let us choose an auspicious day for the wedding. Gwen, with her head bowed and a demeanor of uncertainty, stepped through the grand entrance. In her distraction, she collided with a soft figure. Gwen paused, lifting her gaze. "Sister? It has been too long," little Gwen beamed her elder sister, Kieferlin. She was a beauty of a different caliber than Gwen, with flowing lavender locks, captivating features, rosy lips, and sparkling eyes. Every gesture exuded grace and nobility, reminiscent of a regal violet. Gwen's recollections of her sister lingered in the past, when Kiefer's hair mirrored her own silvery hue. Has she dyed her hair? Gwen mused with curiosity. Yet, it was undeniable that after years within the family, the bond between the sisters remained strong. Even after such a long separation, Gwen could hardly conceal her delight. A radiant smile adorned her face, her demeanor transformed entirely. "Don't you wish to embrace your sister?" Kiefer extended her arms, a warm smile lighting her features. Much like the bright moon at night, Her presence exuded an inviting warmth. Gwen, blushing, nodded and enveloped her sister in a heartfelt hug. At that moment, Kefra, still smiling, inquired, "Sister?" Gwen stamped her foot, feigning annoyance. Observing her sister's reaction, Kefra nodded knowingly. Yes, I am aware without you saying. That was Victor, wasn't he it? Gwen lowered her head, rendered speechless. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, having just grasped Victor's intentions, only to be playfully teased by her sister, who had returned after years apart. What on earth is happening today? Upon reflection, it seems I have not seen Victor in quite some time, and I wonder if he still possesses that insufferable attitude. Should I take some time to pay him a visit? Kafla mused aloud, and Gwen turned her head, curiosity piqued, to inquire, "Sister, what brings you to the capital?" "Oh, naturally, it is the longing for my dear sister," Kafla replied, pulling Gwen into an embrace and playfully ruffling her hair. Gwen, somewhat irked, pushed her away. "You know I can discern truth from falsehood. Well, it appears I cannot deceive you after all. To employ such abilities on family. How ruthless you become, little Gwen," Kafla teased, sticking out her tongue before adopting a more serious demeanor. "Although I intended to visit the capital anyway, I heard from a friend that some recent events have transpired, which prompted my early arrival. You haven't been affected, have you?" Gwen shook her head and responded. "The impact has been significant, primarily concerning Duke Rivi and Victor." Kafla tilted her head, a clear flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. How is Victor involved with Duke Rivi? What? A volcanic eruption nearly occurred? There's a volcanic deity hidden beneath? That level of monstrosity was actually defeated by Victor? How infuriating. If it weren't for family matters, I would have relished participating in such thrilling events. You must include me next time. As Gwen recounted the tale, Kafla's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, visibly dissatisfied with her absence from the adventure. Seeing this, Gwen felt a twinge of sympathy. "Sister, how could such an event possibly happen again? Even if it were to occur, I would prefer not to endure it once more." Kafla, adopting a more mature tone, earnestly admonished her. "You do not understand, Gwen. This is a rare adventure. Though fraught with peril, it is equally laden with opportunity." Gwen paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling Victor's impressive display of strength and demeanor at the palace earlier that day. "Opportunity? Indeed, it is opportunity." Kafla crossed her arms and nodded seriously, stating, "If one wishes to grow stronger, mere exercise alone will not suffice. While it may not be entirely unrealistic, the slow pace of progress can easily dissuade one from persevering. Yet, I'm not concerned that you would give up." Kafla continued speaking, but Gwen's mind drifted. Had Victor's sudden surge in strength stemmed from some extraordinary opportunity? Suddenly, Kafla's voice broke through her reverie. "So, the Duke has halted the war magic for his daughter. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to him." Gwen felt a pang of uncertainty. From the perspective of the Empire's interests, the consequences of a volcanic eruption would be unimaginable. This was contingent upon Victor's success. But what if he were to fail? "Sister, you ought to consider the interests of the family and the capital," she remarked. Kafla, perceiving Gwen's thoughts, sighed and playfully tapped Gwen on the head with her fist. Gwen winced, clutching her head as a few involuntary tears escaped her eyes. "Sister, do you not realize the extent of your strength?" "I apologize. I truly cannot help myself." Kevlara affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair, offering comfort. "However, consider this, at that moment, you two were on the mountain. If the Duke had unleashed his war magic, how would I have faced your grave afterward?" Gwen was taken aback. She had never contemplated this question. At that time, it was not only Erica standing atop the mountain. She too had pursued Erica there, just as Kevlara had indicated. Fortunately, the magical array was under the Duke's command, and he halted the war magic. Had that magic been released, she would have been unable to escape its wrath. At that moment, Gwen recalled Victor's words. He triumphed over the god of volcanoes for her, even without his own awareness. "Victor truly saved me." Gwen's heart grew increasingly tumultuous, and she found it difficult to discern her current emotions, her expression becoming progressively intricate. "What troubles you? What are you pondering?" Kevlara inquired with a warm smile, her gaze flitting over Gwen's head. "Well, she probably did not exert too much force. She should be unharmed." Gwen shook her head, having accepted another's kindness. It was only reasonable to reciprocate. With clarity dawning upon her, she felt less entangled in her thoughts. Kevlara nodded in agreement, suddenly struck by a thought. Since little Gwen has yet to remove her armor, shall we engage in a friendly spar? It has been years since we last crossed swords." Gwen gazed at Kevlara in surprise. Skepticism mingled with a hint of reluctance. "Sister? You?" Before she could voice further objections, Kevlara grasped Gwen's hand and led her to the practice arena. "Come on, let's go." "Do we not need protective gear?" Gwen asked. No, Gwen knelt on one knee, struggling to support herself with her sword to avoid collapsing. Sweat drenched her body, her stamina nearly depleted. In contrast, Kevlara, wielding only a standard knight's sword and devoid of any armor, appeared utterly at ease, as though she had not exerted herself at all. Gwen managed to rise and suddenly inquired, "Sister, why did you choose to abandon the path of knighthood?" It was likely out of necessity. After all, my family requires my talents. A heaviness settled in Gwen's heart. Her sister, Kevlara Derlin, the eldest daughter of their family, was exceptionally gifted and powerful, having possessed strength rivaling that of the Royal Knight Commander a decade ago. Yet, she had forsaken her martial prowess, redirecting her ambitions towards governance and diligently honing her social acumen within the political sphere. This was also a matter of necessity. As a prominent family within the Empire's military, the Derlins needed a leader capable of establishing a foothold in the political arena, guiding the family to avert crises. Even with their father's numerous disciples, there were still those who viewed the Derlin family as a thorn in their side. Kefra, with her cheerful disposition and remarkable emotional intelligence, possesses exceptional social skills, making her a beloved beauty adored by all. She stands in stark contrast to Victor. Thus, Kefra Delin set aside her cherished weapon and chose to become a sacrifice for her family. Beneath her radiant exterior, there may lurk unspoken anguish. However, there's an unsettling note, dear Gwen. She blinked, perplexed. Kefra gazed at her, distress evident in her voice. To be frank, I have come to the capital partly out of curiosity regarding your prowess. It seems you have made no progress whatsoever. Upon hearing her sister's words, Gwen tightened her grip on her sword. Indeed, she could not surpass her elder sister, even though Kefra had long abandoned the path of knighthood. Yet, to claim that her abilities had stagnated in recent years was something she could not accept. Suddenly, Kefra exclaimed, her eyes darting as she considered Gwen's expression. Gwen lifted her gaze to Kefra. It seemed that Kefra had devised a splendid solution. Why not choose an auspicious day for you and Victor to wed? That way, Father will certainly allow you to remain here. Gwen blinked in surprise. Chapter 34. Be obedient. Let me see. Kefra continued explaining. Once you marry Victor, you will be a member of the Clavena family. Gwen, well, considering your ages, it is indeed high time for you both to marry. It should not have been delayed until now. Finally, unable to contain herself, Gwen shouted, "Sister, I have no intention of marrying yet." What? Does Victor not fancy you? That shouldn't be the case. Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head. Then that settles it. Kefra burst into laughter, playfully patting Gwen on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Gwen felt a twinge of suspicion regarding Kefra's intentions. However, she truly did not wish for it. Thoughts of her stern father and her detestable second brother clouded her mind. In this household, only her mother and sister mattered, and nothing else weighed on her heart. Noticing Gwen's growing silence, Kefra took a step back, chuckling softly. All right, I was just teasing you." Gwen lifted her head, gazing at Kefra with curiosity. She observed her sister deep in thought. Listening to this nonsensical suggestion, Gwen felt her cheeks flush. She was about to retort, but realized that Kefra was trying to help her, and lacking a better argument, she sullenly closed her mouth. Sister knows nothing. Her relationship with Victor is far from amicable. Oh, by the way, Kefra leaned closer to Gwen, her expression brightening. I see you have a good rapport with Victor, so I would like to ask you to request a favor from him. A favor? Gwen was taken aback. What could possibly require Victor's assistance? Well, indeed, after all, he is a mage, and from what you've mentioned, he is quite an extraordinary one. So please do me the courtesy of passing on my message. Suddenly, Kaifala's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, her previously playful essence vanishing as if she had transformed into an entirely different being, akin to a serene violet, profound and enigmatic. She was alert to the nefarious elements infiltrating the royal capital. In essence, she sought to remind him that if he could locate that object, it would be of immense assistance. Gwen was intensely curious about the dubious entity her sister referred to, one that warranted the involvement of a mage like Victor. Yet, before she could inquire further, an insistent hand had already crept into the gaps of her armor at her waist. Gwen felt a sudden warmth at her side, her cheeks flushing crimson, as Kaifala's voice whispered in her ear. You've worked up quite a sweat, little Gwen. Would you like to join your sister for a warm bath? It would also give me a chance to check if your development is normal. Gwen, blushing fiercely, firmly declined. Sister, I've long since reached the age where I should stop developing. Behave. Let me take a look. Do you desire power? The pages of the book twisted and contorted, revealing a few sinister black words, exuding temptation like a demon. Yet, Henny could only feel a sense of vexation. This was the fourth occurrence of such an event today. Since morning, These eerie black letters had inexplicably surrounded her, on her desk, the walls, and even while strolling through the campus past the flower beds in the garden. She could only surmise it was some prankster's doing. Indeed, she had dismissed it as mere tomfoolery. Who would take such old-fashioned nonsense seriously? After tolerating the previous instances, she believed the prankster would eventually tire of their antics. However, she had not anticipated their relentless pursuit. This time, she could no longer endure it. She had been seated at her desk in the library, preparing for the day's lessons when those insidious letters marred the page, obscuring her freshly penned notes. Frustrated, she could only simmer in silence. As an ordinary magic apprentice, she possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet lacked the ability to cast a single spell. With no inherent talent, she was doomed to watch this irritating prank unfold around her. Thus, she inscribed a few words upon the page. "Sorry, I refuse." After completing this, she tore the already filled sheet from her notebook and discarded it in a nearby trash bin, gathering her books before departing the library. Although she could commit the contents to memory, her cautious nature compelled her to feel far more secure inscribing them on paper. Before leaving, Victor had granted her access to the office, allowing her free entry to the Mage Tower. As she approached the tower, the stones by the roadside once again revealed those ominous black letters. "Do you desire power?" "I'm sorry, I do not. Please stop bothering me." Soon, she arrived at the Mage Tower, breathless and fatigued. After a moment of recovery, she reached out to touch the tower, and with the sound of a voice echoing, the teleportation array swiftly materialized. In the next moment, she materialized within Victor's office. The air in the room was crisp and pristine, remarkably well kept, with a vibrant potted flower adorning the windowsill, an offering from her to Professor Victor. The esteemed professor possessed a certain degree of fastidiousness, favoring a clean and orderly environment. Henny had kept this in mind, diligently tidying up Victor's office each day. Rather than occupying Victor's designated chair, she procured another chair and positioned it before the desk. Taking her seat, after placing her books down, she began to write fervently. Aware of her limited talent, she resolved to compensate through diligent study. An hour later, the pages bore the fruits of her labor, filled with notes from the day's lessons. The previously mysterious words had not reappeared. Indeed, it had been a mere prank. Henny felt a swell of pride for her cleverness. Only those with proper credentials could enter the Mage Tower, much less gain access to Victor's office. The absence of the words reaffirmed her suspicions. Such a prank was hardly believable, even to a child of 10. Calculating the time, she realized it was nearly time for class. Cradling her filled book, she cast a final glance at Victor's chair. Setting down the book, she cautiously approached the chair, then extended her hand to embrace it. In her mind, she conjured images, her cheeks flushing slightly as she greedily inhaled the remnants of its scent. After a brief moment, she released the chair, straightened her attire, and with resolute determination declared, "Professor, I shall not betray your expectations." With that, she scooped up her book once more and hurriedly teleported away from the Mage Tower. As she traversed the corridor, her spirits lifted. Clutching her book, she walked cheerfully, only to notice a glimpse of a garment peeking around the corner of the academy. Henny intended to step back immediately, but she was caught off guard. With a resounding thud, she collided with the individual. She landed painfully on the ground, yet her grip on the textbook remained steadfast. Before her stood a portly man with a small mustache, his expression dark as he glared down at her. Henny quickly rose to her feet, disregarding the dust clinging to her clothes, and bowed in apology. "I am truly sorry, Professor Devon. I wasn't paying proper attention. Of course you weren't watching where you were going. Had you seen me, would you have collided?" The man referred to as Professor Devon appeared irritable, delicately stroking his mustache with a flourish as he chastised her. "You are nothing but a walking collection of cheap filth. I cannot fathom why you remain at this academy." Henny lowered her gaze, remaining silent, though she had indeed noticed him. At the corner, she had intended to step back and allow him to pass first. However, his considerable girth left her no time to retreat, resulting in her being knocked to the ground. Why should she be the one to apologize when the fault lay with him? Enduring the insults, Henny chose not to retort. Such occurrences had always transpired in the past. One merely needed to endure. She could not afford to inconvenience Professor Victor. Suddenly, Devon cast a cold smile at the textbook in Henny's hands. "Oh, you little teaching assistant. Are you off to instruct a class again?" Chapter 35, Pain. Henny, clutching her textbook, patiently began to explain to Professor Derlin. "This is an action permitted by Professor Victor. In his absence, he has entrusted me with the responsibility of conducting the class." However, her words were met with derisive laughter. "You are merely an assistant, not even having crossed the threshold of first-tier mage. What expertise do you possess to teach? Furthermore, You are instructing the best class in the academy. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this task? Should the student's performance decline, can you bear the weight of that responsibility? The primary students at the Royal Academy of Magic predominantly hail from noble lineage, especially within the class of exceptional talent, where commoners are a rarity. To Devon, it was ludicrous for someone like Henny, a mere commoner, to teach such a class, akin to a beggar instructing an emperor on the delights of steamed buns. Devon twisted his corpulent body. Even a few steps and a handful of words left him somewhat fatigued. Henny, observing his state, instinctively took a step back. Yet, Devon continued. The first class deserves the finest teaching resources, and you dare to instruct them in magic? What qualifications does a refugee, who cannot even be deemed a commoner, have to teach? I suggest you scurry out of the academy as you did before, and do not let me see you again. Derlin grew increasingly agitated, spittle flying from his mouth. Thankfully, Henny stood far enough away to avoid the spray. Unable to hold her tongue, Henny retorted, "This is Professor Victor's course. With the professor absent from the academy, I, as his assistant, am naturally obliged to prepare adequately for the class. Is there an issue with that?" Upon hearing Henny mention Victor's name multiple times, Devon's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "You, little brat, seem to know a fair bit. However, you would do well not to mention that bastard Victor in my presence." Henny felt her face flush, her heart racing, a spark igniting in her eyes. "Professor Devon, you are insulting Mr. Victor. He is the youngest third-tier mage in the academy, profoundly knowledgeable. On what grounds do you dare to speak of him so?" "On what grounds do I dare?" Devon's voice escalated, laced with sarcasm. "You would do well to first comprehend what he has been up to during his prolonged absence before engaging me in conversation." As he spoke, he tossed a magical stone into the air. The stone hovered momentarily, spun around, and gradually illuminated, revealing an image before the two. In a vision, a volcano stirred ominously, on the verge of eruption, while countless mages stood upon the mountainside, preparing to unleash war magic. The volcano trembled violently, as if a furious beast were about to awaken. A blinding white light erupted, engulfing the entire scene. Subsequently, the magical stone lost its luster and fell to the ground, rolling to the feet of Professor Devon. As he shifted his body, he noticed the stone at his feet and picked it up once more. With a sardonic tone, he inquired of Henny, "What do you perceive?" Naturally, she was oblivious to the recent upheavals in the capital. Presently, Professor Devon offered an explanation. The volcano did not erupt naturally. It was an act of deliberate malice. Henny shuddered slightly upon hearing this. "Do you wish to know who is responsible?" Henny caught the cold gaze of Professor Devon and felt a surge of suspicion rise within her. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. However, Derlin seized upon her hesitation and mocked. "Indeed, it is your esteemed Professor Victor. He has provoked a calamity, leading to the volcanic eruption, and thus he has paid the ultimate price. He perished in a volcano." At this revelation, Henny shook her head vigorously, hastily retorting, "Impossible. How could the professor commit such an act? He is so formidable. How could he possibly die in a volcano?" Professor Devon disdainfully shook his head and continued, "Refugees are indeed refugees. He nearly incited an unstoppable disaster. But you are more concerned with whether he lives or dies. The refuse, as it were, ought to remain amidst refuse, rather than come to the academy and disturb its sanctity." Henny stood frozen, repeatedly muttering the word impossible. Unfazed by her shock, Devon pressed on. "This is a universally acknowledged truth among all mages. Before long, the Emperor will declare Victor's crimes. So, he has not witnessed it with his own eyes." With a quivering voice, she implored, "So you have not truly seen Professor Victor die, have you? And what of it? His transgressions are irredeemable. Even if he is not dead, he has no face left to remain in the capital." The mere thought of Victor's fate thrilled Professor Devon, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, soaking his thin garments. "I shall petition the dean. Tomorrow, Victor's classes will be entrusted to me. As for you, pack your belongings and leave the academy promptly." With an air of arrogance, Devon strutted away, resembling a proud rooster, casting a disdainful glance at Henny. Left alone, Henny clutched her books, standing silently at the corner. Her mind was in disarray, and she instinctively made her way toward the classroom. Upon entering Class 1, the already subdued chatter faded into silence. The students, recognizing the familiar teaching assistant Henny, did not react excessively. In the days since Professor Victor's departure, Henny's teaching capabilities had garnered the widespread acknowledgement of the students. Yet today, she seemed somewhat amiss. The usual ease and warmth had vanished, replaced by a distracted demeanor and a countenance wrought with sorrow. Henny trudged to the podium, placing the hefty tomes before her. Her gaze swept over the students below, deliberately resting on the seat at the front. That was Erica's place, and at this moment, it was utterly vacant. Ever since the mages departed from the royal capital, much like Professor Victor, Erica had not graced the school with her presence for quite some time. The two seemed to have vanished together, leaving Henny without even a single person to converse with. She was fervently eager to uncover the truth, including whether Victor was truly dead. However, with Erica absent and no sources of information, Henny could only muster a strained smile and begin the lecture. Regardless, the students' education could not be neglected. Soon, Henny regained her composure, and the students below listened intently. Everything appeared to flow smoothly. Halfway through the lesson, while Henny was engrossed in reading literature, she suddenly froze. The content of the book was obscured by a line of black text, writhing upon the pages as if it possessed life. Startled, Henny slammed the book down on the lectern. The black lettering extended tendrils, spreading outward as if to ensnare Henny in its grasp. The scattered words upon the pages began to grow frantic, desperately yearning for something. The text remained unchanged. Do you desire power? Unable to endure any longer, Henny abruptly struck the desk and shouted in anger, I do not need it. In that moment, silence enveloped the classroom, the students frozen in shock, bewildered by Henny's sudden emotional outburst. After venting her frustration, Henny realized her behavior and bowed her head, apologizing to the students. She then picked up the book and hastily concluded the lesson, her mind elsewhere. When the bell rang, Henny did not announce the end of class, but instead rushed out the door, clutching the book to her chest. As she walked, her head hung low and silence enveloped her. She sensed numerous gazes from those around her, an unusual sensation that irked her. Perhaps the words of the professor of German had influenced her state of mind today. Henny struggled to suppress thoughts of Victor, still hoping against hope that he was not dead. Within the confines of this academy, Victor was the only one who truly cared for her. Stop! A cold, haughty voice suddenly rang out from behind. She turned to find the professor of German, who arrogantly brandished a contract, thrusting it before Henny. She took it and glanced at its contents, incredulous. Written plainly upon it were the words. At this moment, Henny's body trembled slightly, her complexion paling considerably as she gazed at the professor in disbelief. The professor looked at her with a triumphant expression and declared, as a professor, I possess the authority to expel a teaching assistant who does not even qualify as a mage. Starting tomorrow, you need not return to the academy. As the book in Henny's hands suddenly ignited with a breathtaking blaze, it writhed like a venomous serpent, voraciously consuming everything in its path. No matter how fervently Henny attempted to extinguish the flames, the searing agony in her hands rendered her efforts futile. Despair overwhelmed her, and with a voice quivering with anguish, she cried out, no, no. Yet, the magical flames proved insurmountable. Ultimately, Henny, resigned and heartbroken, sank to the ground, her body cloaked in dust, while the tome filled with her knowledge was reduced to mere ashes. It was her singular labor of love, her wisdom, her aspirations, all annihilated in that inferno. The crowd that had gathered along the roadside swelled, yet none stepped forward to offer solace. No one cared for a mere teaching assistant, especially one as disheveled as she appeared. The professor of German had publicly humiliated her and departed with satisfaction, never once regarding Henny with any measure of respect. This was the hostility others harbored towards Victor. Once Henny became his assistant, their animosity was redirected towards her, despite her being an innocent bystander. To them, Henny was merely an obvious outlet for their frustrations, and they bullied her without a shred of remorse. At that moment, the ground seemed bewitched, as dark letters began to rise once more, deep and ominous. Unlike before, they had transformed into something more violent, more twisted, and more rending. Like harbingers of doom, they reappeared before Henny. Do you desire power? I wish for power. If possible, I long to possess it. She loathed her own impotence, her frailty, feeling as though she had hindered Professor Victor. She could no longer endure this state of affairs. Thus, Henny awaited, yearning for a force to descend upon her unexpectedly. She hoped to no longer be so easily victimized, to better assist Professor Victor, to aid those who cared for her. At last, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ha! Look, she truly believes it. Just as Professor German said, a talentless wretch like her would surely believe in a shortcut to strength. The mocking voices encircled her, as a group of students leapt from the bushes, clutching their stomachs in laughter before Henny. Their derisive laughter pierced her like sharp daggers, inflicting an indescribable sense of grievance that surged to her throat, rendering her speechless. Henny bowed her head, burying her face in her robe. Don't cry. The onlookers and the surrounding jeers felt like relentless cuts. She felt no physical pain, yet her heart seemed to bleed. "Don't cry, Henny. Don't cry." The tears she had strived to suppress could no longer be contained. Tears cascaded like pearls, falling softly to the ground, saturating the ashes and dampening the robe. It seemed as though they sought to sever the sting of indifferent mockery. Chapter 36. Victor, it's time for you to return to work. Victor, have you not attended the academy today? What troubles you? Sitting at his desk, Victor idly perused an advanced tome of magic for leisure. My affairs have been entrusted to my assistant. She is capable of managing them, he replied. Leah, observing his relaxed demeanor, felt a deep frustration welling within her. She pressed her forehead with her hand and exhaled a sigh. See for yourself. She retrieved a letter brimming with text from her pocket and tossed it onto Victor's desk. Victor glanced at Leah, whose expression was tinged with exasperation, and slowly closed the book before picking up the letter. As he read it attentively, his brow furrowed. Professor Victor, you have exceeded 7 days without attending the academy. Have you encountered difficulties? Or do you find the work of teaching too mundane? Royal Magic Academy, Rachel Azure. Rachel Azure is the name of the dean, the only 4th-tier Saint Mage in the capital, or rather, one of 2 now. In any case, the dean devoted all her energy to the construction and development of the academy. This official correspondence was automatically dispatched by the dean's own magic. Natural Sparrow. This was a spell devised by the dean herself. The natural sparrow is shaped from the elements in the air. It may be a leaf or a mote of dust. These natural entities, imbued with the dean's will, serve as her instruments. Naturally, the dean lacked the time and energy to comprehend the myriad occurrences surrounding Victor lately. She could only sense that Victor Clavina had not returned to the academy for lessons in 7 or 8 days. Thus, the natural sparrow activated automatically, delivering this official letter as a clear reminder. Victor, it is time for you to return to work. Leah stood by, observing Victor's impassive expression, which showed no signs of change. Even the title of professor was at risk of being stripped away, yet he remained so unperturbed. So, you attended the morning assembly. Yet spent the rest of the day relaxing at home? Did you not step outside even once? In truth, he had not remained at home the entire time, for he had also visited the Gwen household. Victor remained silent for a moment, placing the letter back on the desk, aligned neatly with the edge. Seeing Victor's untroubled demeanor ignited Leah's ire. Did this man possess no sense of responsibility toward his work? Unable to contain herself, she began to vent her emotions to Victor. Do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for your title as professor? I have been away from home for far too long. I wish to stay at home a little longer, she continued, but Victor interrupted her before she could finish. Though it is impolite to interrupt, I believe it is necessary to clarify. By the way, I wanted to mention this to you earlier. Turning away, I paced through the room, muttering to myself, what on earth is going on? It seems that Victor possesses a modicum of self-awareness. His recent disappearance has indeed caused some turmoil for the Clavina family. Yet, it also presents an opportunity. After all, Victor has a considerable number of enemies. Although some have been eliminated by Leah, many remain hidden, having never revealed their intentions out of fear of him. With Victor's disappearance, and even the rumors of his death circulating, these individuals have begun to emerge, uniting against the Clavina family. I naturally understands that they have come to settle scores. Concerned that this assembly of foes lurking in the shadows would pose a future threat to the Clavina family, she now sees a chance to address them all. With Leon's assistance, they discreetly dismantled numerous shops, acquiring a wealth of valuable goods in the process. In summary, the Clavina family has managed to turn a small profit in recent days, filling the void left by Victor. Of course, the visible hardships remain. There are indeed many merchants seizing this opportunity to undermine the Clavina family's business. This overt assault is something Leon and the others cannot act upon lightly, as it carries significant implications. Particularly with the recently opened prop shop, which was already struggling. After this incident, it has seen a complete lack of patrons. It is true that dreams are beautiful, yet reality is harsh. Who was it that confidently proclaimed they would surely make a profit? Leah cast a disdainful glance at Victor. So what is the outcome today? You seem untroubled. I am inquiring about the Duke. Victor regarded her coolly and replied, it has been preserved. Leah was puzzled, furrowing her brow as she inquired further. She was referring to the Duke's affection for Erica. How could this daughter's pet possibly foster a good relationship with you? It is not entirely out of character for him. I need to do this for certain reasons. In any case, you need not worry about the shop for now. Upon hearing Victor's words, Leah began to speculate and asked, are you intending to leverage the Duke's influence to enhance the reputation of our products? Victor tapped the table thoughtfully. Initially, that was indeed my intention. However, I do not plan to exploit the Duke. After all, his reputation is currently in tatters. even if the Duke's name is cleared. His past actions remain undeniable in the eyes of the public. Under such circumstances, the esteemed reputation he once held in the mage community has been largely obliterated in an instant. Since our primary clientele for the potions are mages, utilizing the Duke's name would be tantamount to closing the shop altogether. It would be wiser to make use of his daughter instead. What are you scheming? Lia grew more perplexed. She simply could not comprehend Victor's actions and shrugged, deciding not to dwell on it further. After all, she only cares about the outcome. As if recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, Gwen contacted me today and asked me to convey a few matters to you." Victor responded, a hint of perplexity in his tone, while Lia also expressed her confusion. She mentioned that her sister advised you to be wary of the filth infiltrating the capital. Her sister? Filth? Is that all she said? Yes, nothing more. Lia observed the complex shift in Victor's expression and shot him a glance of exasperation. Never mind. You should continue your reading. I won't disturb you. With that, she gracefully turned and left the study. Victor remained engrossed in deep contemplation, his gaze fixed ahead. Gwen's sister. In his memory, there was only one, her elder sister, Keverladlin. Yet, this character had never been woven into the main narrative. She perished during the demonic invasion. Victor closed his eyes, haunted by the recollection of countless inhabitants transformed into mindless husks, all under the dominion of demons. Numerous lesser demons roamed the streets, scattered throughout the Kalenxia Empire. In the early stages of the game, the novice monsters that players were required to vanquish were not slimes, but these diminutive fiends. To the players, those lesser demons were merely standard sources of experience points. What was that demon called? Let me think. The greed demon, Yame. Hey, kid, what unfriendly thing did you just inadvertently utter? Vega suddenly began chattering on his shoulder, shivering at the mere mention of its true name, as befits an evil deity. So what? Just a demon? How do you know its name? Vega's single eye fixated intently on Victor, demanding an explanation. I just mentioned it casually. I don't believe you. Vega was utterly unconvinced by his feeble pretense. To casually mention something so repulsive? Indeed, it was disgusting, thoroughly abhorrent. As a being of divine nature, Vega harbored a profound disdain for demons steeped in filth. Victor cast a curious glance at Vega. It was indeed repulsive, yet the fact that it could provoke such nausea in an evil god was quite unexpected. Are you not a god? I thought you would share many commonalities with other demons. Why would you conflate gods with demons? Vega raised its head with an air of pride, as if to proclaim its noble essence. I, a god, demand tribute. So, that little girl referred to this abomination? Vega expressed its distaste, suggesting, why not confine me in a cage, dispose of it, and then release me? Victor shook his head in response. To Vega, Victor's utterance of that name indicated he possessed some knowledge. I'm not yet certain. Frankly, Victor harbored a strong aversion to such entities, exploiting others' greed, repeatedly bestowing upon them what they desire. Until the moment the other party can no longer repay, the avaricious will find themselves ensnared in an endless abyss, repaying 100-fold. Victor opened his eyes, feeling utterly repulsed. Henny was in Victor's office, gathering her belongings as she prepared to depart. She intended to leave this academy for distant places. The only person who cared for her was no longer present. Her dreams had been reduced to ashes. Henny felt no attachment. Little girl, you appear quite unhappy, someone remarked. The space was devoid of anything. Was it yet another prank? Henny thought, finding it utterly dull that someone would still be inclined to play tricks at such a time. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. You seem to be in distress. Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 37. Let me contemplate how to confront you today. A shadow, dark as ink, oozed from the crevice of the wall, spreading across the floor like a spill of black liquid, gradually rising to engulf the entire room. Henny, startled, recoiled a few steps, unable to discern the creature within the obsidian haze. She hastily retrieved a box of matches, intent on igniting one. Just as a flicker of flame ignited, before she could lift her gaze, the flame was extinguished by the encroaching darkness. Why has it returned again? Is one or two mockeries not sufficient? Henny questioned, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. The inky shadow fell silent, merely fixing its gaze upon her. Indeed, it merely stared. It seemed to penetrate the depths of Henny's thoughts, its gaping maw as dark as ink widened, and it spoke, its voice resonating like a sinister melody that filled her ears. I know what you seek, little girl. Stay here and await me. The voice abruptly ceased, and with it, the darkness dissipated instantaneously. The office returned to an eerie silence. Henny raised her head, kneeling helplessly on the ground, her expression inscrutable. It was akin to a breeze, entering and exiting the mage tower at will. Henny looked up at the shadow, and suddenly froze. It dawned on her that this was indeed the Mage Tower, a place accessible only to those with permission. How could this shadowy entity appear here? Before she could ponder further, the shadow began to take on a discernible form. She could not clearly identify what it was, but she could vaguely see the creature's wide mouth opening, its arm thrusting violently into its throat. After a series of gurgling sounds, the shadow extended a massive hand, retrieving 3 luminous orbs from its depths, resembling a glimmer of hope amidst Henny's despair. "Little girl," the shadow spoke again, followed by an unsettling noise, a gurgling sound. "You require power, do you not?" Henny trembled slightly, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, disregarding the grotesque nature of the apparition before her. "Come now, this is the power you need. Touch it, and it shall be yours." Henny sensed an ominous foreboding, yet every word from the shadow was imbued with an irresistible allure. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, she extended her hand to touch the luminous orb. The smile of Mo-ing widened even further. Early the next morning, Victor disembarked from the carriage and stood at the entrance of the academy. In truth, had it not been for Leah's irate shouts urging him out the door, he would have lingered at home for the entire morning. Reflecting on this, Victor promptly abandoned the notion, knowing well that a quarrel would ensue regardless. As he entered the academy, he felt a gaze sweep across him. This was the principal's spell, the natural sparrow. During his time as a third-tier mage, Victor had been oblivious to this natural force. However, upon ascending to the 4th tier, he distinctly sensed the discordant flow of magical energy in the air. He looked skyward, observing countless natural sparrows flitting about the academy. The principal's gaze enveloped the entire institution, quickly shifting away from him, as if to confirm his identity. The royal decree had already been issued, declaring both Duke Rivi and Victor innocent. Naturally, only a select few nobles were privy to the series of events that had unfolded, which had nearly culminated in a volcanic eruption. Victor strolled along the path, entirely unconcerned with the stares of those around him, lost in contemplation of how to hand over his upcoming lessons. Students passing by him, initially cheerful and ready to embrace the new day, suddenly froze at the sight of Victor's expression, which resembled a stagnant pool. Their speech faltered in his presence. Oblivious to the profound impact his appearance had wrought upon the students, they whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones. "Who is that? The oppressive aura is terrifying." Indeed, as he walks past, I nearly felt my magical energy being drained. One student abruptly yanked his companions away, whispering urgently, "Have you all lost your minds? That's Victor Clivena. We mustn't let him catch wind of our disparaging remarks. He is the infamous rogue mage." Victor continued his walk across the campus, maintaining an impassive expression while inhaling the crisp air. Soon, however, he encountered an unpleasant scene. A commotion ahead seized his attention. At the student dormitory entrance, a group of students had gathered, and 3 others, pallid and unconscious, were being carried out. Something was amiss. "Be cautious," Vigo whispered in Victor's ear. "These unconscious students have lost their magical power." Seeking a source of information, Victor's gaze fell upon a figure clad in a white coat, the academy's physician. A chill swept through the surrounding students as they caught sight of him. "What has transpired?" Victor's voice broke through the tension, causing the physician to turn, startled at the sight of Victor, causing his glasses to fall. Victor bent down to retrieve them and handed them back. The physician, well aware of Victor's notoriety, was not just cognizant of his infamous reputation. He was also acutely aware of the highly consequential incident that had circulated among the nobility in the royal capital recently, all connected to Victor. However, the individual whom everyone deemed guilty was unexpectedly acquitted by the royal decree. Many uninformed mages found it hard to accept this verdict. Nevertheless, valuing their lives, they maintained a facade of politeness towards Victor. "Professor Victor, what brings you here?" The expressionless demeanor of Victor caused a shiver to run down their spine. The school physician, flustered, explained, "The physical examinations of these students revealed no issues, yet they remain unconscious, seemingly trapped in a state from which awakening proves difficult. These 3 reside in the same dormitory, and no one knows what transpired. They were discovered in this condition by classmates from the adjacent dormitory. We are preparing to transfer them to the infirmary for a magical assessment to ascertain if there are any underlying problems." Victor nodded, his body shifting aside, prompting the physician to leave in evident relief. Clearly, they were oblivious to the true nature of the situation. In the solitude of the room, Victor elucidated to Viga. "It seems the infiltration has occurred at an alarming pace." Viga was indeed referring to the demons. "However, should the demons manifest, we may as well deal with them promptly. Setting aside the grim nature of the demons, they could serve as a source of experience points. After verifying his identity at the front of the Mage Tower, Victor stepped into his office as the teleportation array flickered to life. The office bore little difference from when he had left, the only notable absence being a pot of flowers from the windowsill. That particular flower had been a gift from Henny, who had a penchant for it and frequently sought excuses to tend to it as a means to visit the Mage Tower. Seated at his desk, Victor noted the absence of several books. He dismissed the thought, much like he did with the missing flower, crafting a plausible explanation for their disappearance. He retrieved a spell book from his bag that he had yet to finish from the previous day, and as he read, he passed the time. Hours slipped by, and soon it was midday. The sound of turning pages filled the silence. Vega stood atop the desk, dozing off, until his head inadvertently met the surface, startling him awake. What? Oh, not yet? This time of day was when Henny frequented the Mage Tower the most, often bringing along a hefty tome and joyfully sharing what lesson she had written that day. She would invariably rouse the slumbering Vega. Thus, waking at this hour had become a habitual occurrence for him. Yet this time, Henny did not arrive. Vega glanced at Victor, who remained engrossed in his book, seemingly lost in his own realm. Unbothered, he felt drowsiness wash over him once more and succumbed to sleep. The passage of time in slumber always felt remarkably swift. In the afternoon, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, elongating shadows. Vega, it is time to depart. Where to? The awakened crow blinked in confusion, noticing Victor stowing his book. It is time for class. Oh. Vega flapped his wings and perched upon Victor's shoulder. Truth be told, he was rather looking forward to the afternoon ahead. What reaction will the timid young girl display upon encountering Victor? Will she flee in fear like a startled fawn? Will she shyly avert her gaze? Or will she exuberantly gather around Victor, joyfully bouncing and exclaiming? Regardless of the response, it appears to be quite entertaining in Vega's eyes. The teleportation array materialized above Victor, and both he and his avian companion vanished within the confines of the Mage Tower. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves in the corridor of the lecture hall. The corridor was desolate, occasionally filled with the sounds of instruction from other classrooms. Victor's footsteps echoed crisply in this atmosphere. Talp, talp, talp. Thus, building upon this array, Suddenly, Victor's steps came to an abrupt halt. His gaze, profoundly contemplative, fixated ahead. There lay the classroom, accompanied by the familiar sound of the professor's lecture resonating from within. Vega, unwavering in his focus, observed the front with his singular eye, his voice devoid of emotion. This indeed bodes ill. Talp, talp, talp. The footsteps resumed, this time bearing a heavier weight. At last, Victor stood before the classroom door. The sounds within grew increasingly distinct. He pushed the door open. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Who dares to enter without knocking during class? The noise ceased abruptly, akin to a duck's quack being silenced. Victor turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, locking his eyes upon the individual standing at the podium. Truly, he resembled a pig. Vega muttered quietly in his ear, his expression impassive and tone flat. Yet one could not help but sense the unexpressed fury within his voice. Let me think. Your name is Devin. Devin Lacer, am I correct? Chapter 38. How cool. The man before him monotonously recited his name, while Professor Devin stared blankly at the doorway, swallowing hard. He was aware that the royal decree had declared Victor innocent, indicating that Victor had not perished. What is it, Victor? He deliberately invoked the name of the headmaster. Gazing at Victor with a sense of pride, Professor Devin believed that no matter how arrogant Victor might be, he would not dare to cause a scene before the headmaster, especially here at the academy and not on his own turf. Thus, he made sure to assert, Victor, remember your place. You are merely a third-tier mage. Victor remained expressionless. Under the royal family's deliberate concealment, the incident of Victor averting the volcanic eruption had not been widely disseminated. Such calamities, once they spread, could easily incite public panic. Therefore, this matter circulated only among a select few nobles and royals. The official narrative merely proclaimed Victor's innocence, asserting no connection between him and the volcano. In this environment of public discourse, aside from the mages present at the time, few were aware that Victor had already ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier mage. Before him, Devin Lacer was, of course, blissfully unaware of this fact. Regarding the matter of your taking my class, I shall petition the dean once again. The students in the audience brightened at the remark, each harboring the same thought. Finally, we shall be spared from this dullard's lectures. His teaching is excruciatingly tedious, and he often errs, as if his mind were muddled. To suggest that Devin should lecture? What a jest! I could do it myself. In the minds of these exceptional students, the disparity between Devin and Victor was akin to that of refuse and the sublime. Professor Devin's expression faltered, and he let out a frustrated hiss. He found himself powerless to impede Victor's advances. Victor extended 2 fingers before him. Now for the second matter. Upon my departure, I entrusted my assistant to teach in my stead. Where is she now? At this juncture, Devin's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. Oh, are you referring to your filthy assistant? That repugnant creature, hardly even worthy of being called a refugee, is fit to educate? Huh, notorious. As a professor, I hold the authority to issue commands to the assistant in your absence. What is it to you? I have dismissed her. Do you have any objections? Boom. Victor's trench coat ignited with a brilliant crimson glow, engulfing the entire classroom in an instant. A wave of intense heat surged forth, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. Even the corridor felt the warmth. An enormous hand of molten rock seized Devin by the throat, lifting him into the air, akin to a pig suspended for roasting. The students stood frozen, unsure of how to react, while the water in their cups began to steam vigorously. This was the second occasion they had witnessed Victor's prowess. This time, he faced a fellow professor. Yet what did they behold? Professor Victor, with a mere gesture, rendered Professor Devin immobile. It was simply astonishing. A student suddenly exclaimed in awe, only to realize the atmosphere was amiss and quickly silenced himself, lowering his gaze. Surprisingly, Victor remained unfazed, while the surrounding students nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting admiration. Professor Devin struggled incessantly, attempting to pry apart the molten grip with his corpulent hands, but it was a futile endeavor. He was suffocating. The panic surged within his mind, akin to a swine destined for slaughter, thrashing wildly, heedless of the burns searing his hands. Just as he felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, Victor relinquished his grip. Professor Devin collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in perspiration, and fearfully glanced up at Victor, bellowing, "Victor, how dare you? How dare you intentionally harm me within the academy? Do you truly have the audacity to kill me?" A crimson glint flashed in Victor's eyes, and the molten hand swelled in size, becoming even more formidable. Why do you think I would hesitate? The colossal hand gradually approached Professor Devin, its searing heat making him feel as though the very air he inhaled would soon rend his lungs asunder. It became impossible to distinguish whether the sweat cascading down his forehead was a result of fear or the oppressive warmth. The molten hand seized Professor Devin by the collar, and Victor unceremoniously brought him before himself, his tone chillingly grave. "At this moment, I shall spare your life. I hope that the truth I seek will preserve your existence." A putrid odor wafted through the air as Victor beheld the withered state of Devin's groin. Suddenly, a flame erupted beneath him, eliciting a scream from Devin akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His manhood had been charred. Amidst the excruciating agony, Devin ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. A collective shiver coursed through the students, particularly among the male contingent. Behind Victor, the giant hand bore Professor Devin as if he were a lifeless pig. Indeed, Professor Victor. The classroom erupted in unison. Victor traversed the campus, the massive hand still clutching Professor Devin. He wandered aimlessly, as though publicly executing Devin. Wherever he went, all eyes were drawn to him. After all, such a sight, regardless of the time, commanded attention within the academy. Numerous students, free from classes, gawked at the scene before hastily averting their gazes, fearful of attracting Victor's notice for peeking. How infuriating! What on earth is that hand behind Professor Victor? It's truly astonishing. They nearly forgot that the portly figure being hoisted had, just the day before, ruthlessly humiliated a humble teaching assistant, Professor Devin, right in that very place. Naturally, such a minor detail would escape their memory. No one cared about a mere teaching assistant. Even the events of the previous day would merely serve as fodder for their evening banter. When boredom struck, they would casually discuss the pitiful fate of the dismissed assistant. Reflecting on the humiliation he endured, they would even coldly muse that, had it been themselves, perhaps they would have long since forsaken this country. Victor roamed for approximately half an hour, nearly traversing the entirety of the academy. A voice pierced the air. "Professor Victor, you have overstepped your bounds." The magical ripples in the atmosphere made it abundantly clear to Victor. This was the dean's natural sparrow. Through the natural sparrow, the dean had initiated communication with Victor. Victor chose not to respond, but instead, through a comparative analysis of the magical ripples, established a magical link in the air, actively connecting to the natural sparrow. This was the punishment he deemed fitting. "I hold you in high regard, Dean. Thus I kindly request that you refrain from interfering with my actions." It was Victor's deft maneuvering that instantly alerted the dean to the situation. "Victor, you have discerned the natural sparrow. A 29-year-old Saint Mage? My Lord Victor, you truly astonish me." The ripples of the natural sparrow gradually dissipated. I am fully aware of your inquiries. The natural sparrow has revealed everything to us. Therefore, I implore you once more, please do not let your anger manifest upon the innocent students. If you're prepared, kindly join me in the dean's office. The ripples in the air have settled into tranquility. Vega cast a sidelong glance at Victor. Did you know that the old man would seek you out? You have deliberately orchestrated this encounter to ascertain the whereabouts of that girl from him. What would you do if you witnessed something that incited your wrath? Victor glanced at the unconscious Devon behind him, a flicker of murderous intent rising in his calm, lake-like eyes. Excellent. I admire your approach. Let us proceed. I'm equally curious about what that fat pig has done. Chapter 39. The watermelon that speaks, yet is so dull. Dean. Upon hearing Victor's voice, the dean closed his notebook and rubbed his eyes. Come in. Victor entered in response, and the lava giant behind him unceremoniously dropped Devon onto the floor. The dean shook his head at the sight of Devon and sighed at Victor. Professor Victor, the academy will not shield your actions. Victor, with his hands in his pockets and devoid of any emotion in his tone, replied, It matters not. I do not require the academy's protection. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. The dean nodded, gradually rising and leaning on his obsidian cane. Then, please follow me. Dean Rachel conjured magical energy, and a blue light began to dance in his hand like a brush. The air before him twisted as if it were his canvas, warping at a visible pace. Soon, the dean ceased his magic. Vigo whispered in Victor's ear, This old man's magic is quite intriguing. Let me observe. It appears to be a special form of teleportation magic. Focus here, inscribe the magical runes. Victor heeded Viga's guidance, and the air before him warped. In an instant, he felt the scenery around him becoming increasingly hazy, bathed in blue light. When the surroundings regained clarity, they revealed an entirely different scene. Petals of various colors danced in the air like waves upon the sea. The garden was a floating island, its ground carpeted with countless petals. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, soothing Victor's discontented spirit. To think there was a hidden space here, even I failed to notice. Viga marveled beside Victor, only to find him utterly unfazed, as if he had known all along. Indeed, this was the hidden map referred to among players as the Dean's Secret Garden, accessible only after learning magic from Dean Rachel. Although he had encountered it numerous times in the game, the first-hand experience still evoked a sense of wonder. Victor mused that this place bore no difference from its depiction in the game. The Dean appeared before him a few seconds later, gazing at Victor with a look of appreciation. With merely a glance, he discerned the utilization of the magical array and unraveled its complexities. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of a genius mage. Welcome to the vast ocean of knowledge, Professor Victor. You are the youngest guest I have ever received. The hidden map, known as the Director's Garden, bears the full name, the Sea of Knowledge of Rachel. This place encapsulates all the magical wisdom of Dean Rachel, accessible only to those who truly possess knowledge. Fortunately, Victor is accompanied by Viga, a deity of profound learning. However, this is not the moment for idle conversation. He stated directly, Dean, let's get to the point. The Dean said nothing, silently leaning on his staff as he walked toward the clearing. Victor followed closely, and soon the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. Though they had taken only a few steps, a wooden cabin emerged before them, nestled within a dense forest, as if concealed within the woods. The Dean approached the doorway, and the cabin opened automatically. He turned and nodded to Victor. Please come in, Professor Victor. As Victor entered, he found the cabin sparsely furnished, with only a table upon which sat a watermelon. Nothing else was present. The Dean tapped the top of the watermelon with his staff. The watermelon slowly rotated, revealing deep, wise eyes, as if it possessed the knowledge of ages. It parted its thick lips and spoke, Blue, what brings you here? Viga observed the talking watermelon, a shiver of unease coursing through its being, causing a few hairs to stand on end. This creature unsettled it. Glancing at Victor, it noted that he remained unfazed, as if he were already aware of the existence of a talking watermelon concealed within. How peculiar, it pondered. Victor, of course, found no surprise in this revelation, for this was the Dean's pet, a talking watermelon. The Dean addressed the watermelon, saying, This young friend wishes to pose some inquiries. The watermelon begrudgingly fixed its gaze upon Victor. He remained silent, knowing that the watermelon was scrutinizing his experiences. Just as he suspected, various images flickered in the watermelon's eyes. Raging flames, swirling embers, rivers of molten lava, and surging torrents of immense magic, a breathtaking spectacle of destruction. It perceived the vibrant fire elements swirling around Victor, with patterns of lava coursing across half of his upper body, resembling a fiery demigod. After a moment, the watermelon refocused its attention on Victor, exclaiming, "The youth of today is truly remarkable. I understand what you wish to inquire. The natural sparrow of the blue will enlighten us." Soon, an array of magical ripples emanated from around it, stirring the natural sparrows of the alternate dimension into action. A scene unfolded before Victor, vividly depicting yesterday's events. Professor Devon, with a caustic demeanor, brandished the dean's handwritten letter, arrogantly expelling Henny. Inadvertently, the most vital knowledge of Henny was incinerated. Like an inescapable curse, ominous black letters materialized upon the ground before her. Victor immediately discerned that it was merely a prank orchestrated by ordinary illusion magic. Shortly thereafter, 3 students emerged, mercilessly mocking the crumpled Henny, delivering her a final psychological blow. The onlookers, reveling in the success of this vile jest, drove the poor child into utter emotional collapse. She wept, her cries a cacophony of hysteria, despair, and helplessness. In truth, he held a certain fondness for the child. The scene abruptly vanished as Shigua closed his eyes. Even after witnessing all, Victor's expression remained unchanged. The dean squinted, exhaling a weary sigh, his thick white beard tousled by the breeze. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Victor. As for Henny, I am unaware of the whereabouts of your assistant. The natural sparrow acts solely on my volition. Thus it shall not appear in places that may infringe upon the privacy of others." The dean spoke no falsehood, Victor understood. He sensed no presence of the natural sparrow within the office, nor did he feel its flow in the student dormitory that morning. Victor's voice rang coldly. "Dean Rachel, do enlighten me as to why that portly swine has been appointed as a professor at your esteemed academy." The dean's exasperation was palpable at Victor's blunt address. He shook his head and replied, "Professor Victor, you too are a member of our faculty. The implication was clear. You too have benefited from connections. Why should others not do the same?" The sole distinction lay in Victor's genuine prowess, while Professor Devon merely collected a paycheck. Thus, Victor retorted, "When I joined your institution, I was the youngest third-tier mage. What of him?" "Professor Victor, therein lies the crux of my discourse with you," Dean Rachel replied with evident discomfort. "The head of the Riser family has wed the sister of the current emperor. As you may surmise, Soul 8 is the uncle of Devon Riser. His connections are formidable." Victor recognized that Dean Rachel was subtly urging him to reconsider, to refrain from taking a life if possible, lest trouble ensue. "I comprehend your anger, Professor Victor. Yet, murder resolves nothing. Perhaps a conversation with Professor Devon could be in order. He is not deserving of death. Moreover, is it truly justifiable to slay a royal simply for the sake of an ordinary man lacking even talent?" Though unspoken, Dean Rachel believed Victor would grasp his well-intentioned concern. "Dean, I shall not kill him." Victor's voice emerged softly. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief, believing his counsel had borne fruit. However, Victor then narrowed his eyes, his tone calm. "But whether he meets his end at the hands of a demon is beyond my control." He uttered this with an air of nonchalance, as if recounting a trivial matter. Dean Rachel felt a jolt. He could not fathom the implications of Victor's words. A demon? What connection does this matter have with the demons? Yet upon hearing these words, Vega lowered his head. "Do you believe that abhorrent entity has targeted Henny?" Victor's expression remained unchanged. Just as Vega had stated, he envisioned 3 mischievous students within the scene, identical to the 3 who had fainted today. Their condition could only result from a demon siphoning away their strength. Thus, why would a demon steal the powers of these 3 individuals? And to whom might these powers be bestowed? Victor could only ponder the missing Henny. "Professor Victor, I trust you have discerned the truth. The being standing before you is not my true self. I'm attending the annual conference in the City of Mages. The entity before you is merely a natural sparrow. Meeting you in this form, I sincerely apologize for my inability to prevent such an event from escalating, allowing matters to fester instead. The natural sparrow can only act in accordance with Rachel's will, guided by instinct." The sparrow noted Victor had not attended class for several days, thus delegating the lessons to Professor Devon, a decision consistent with its understanding of the rules. Furthermore, Professor Devon expelled Henny, a professor dismissing a magical apprentice, which also aligns with the natural sparrow's cognitive framework. However, this does not conform to the critical standards of humanity. This falls under Rachel's negligence. His oversight was inadequate, leading to irreversible consequences. Ultimately, Rachel did not perceive any significant impact following the incident. One was of noble birth, while the other was an untalented magical apprentice. Even a fool could discern the choice to be made. Yet, the error lay in his ignorance of how fiercely protective Victor was. especially considering the latter was also a fourth-tier mage. Consequently, the dean offered a preemptive apology, lowering his stance and bestowing upon Victor the respect he deserved. Professor Victor, please remember your promise to me. Whatever actions you undertake, do not let them affect the students. They are innocent. A heavy sigh resonated through the air, emanating from Rachel, as his form gradually dissipated into a myriad of starlight, blending into the atmosphere. On the mountaintop behind the academy stood a robed figure, gazing down upon the valley below. At the valley's base lay the academy, the source of her despair. From this vantage point, she could survey the entirety of the institution. The innocence and anticipation that once graced her eyes had vanished. After experiencing profound anguish, Henny's once placid gaze now brimmed with the essence of vengeance. A swirling mass of dark energy coiled around her, as if it were natural habitat, the inky blackness morphing into a robe that ascended to her hair, culminating in an added hood. Little girl, is this power sufficient for you? The voice was laced with a terrifying allure, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Yet, Henny remained unmoved. I no longer require it. Her tone was chillingly calm. The professor often tells me that I can be weak at times, unable to learn decisiveness. But now, I shall no longer be weak. Her magical energy surged within her, vibrant and potent, leaving her unaware of the extent of power she had drawn from this entity. Strictly speaking, Henny does not yet qualify as a mage. However, the vast abundance of her magical power has transformed into a matter of immense dread. Henny is now able to manifest all the knowledge she possesses within her mind. She had long since prepared everything. She began to chant, invoking the god of illusion. As Henny's voice gently rose, advanced magical circles materialized from thin air, with dozens of smaller formations merging into a colossal array. The city of delirious magic unfolded before her. Several magical wheels circled the academy multiple times, adorned with countless inscribed runes. The intricate lines between the formations gradually thickened. These exquisite arrays operated with the precision of a masterful machine, surpassing the analytical capabilities of a third-tier mage. Soon, Henny swept the formations across the entire academy, embedding them deep within the earth. The academy's prime geographical location appeared, in Henny's eyes, as an impeccable site for her arrays. She was thoroughly prepared. Henny? Who? The name of the golden-haired girl slipped out. Erica? Chapter 40. No gracias. Is it too late to form one now? Henny? It truly is you. What brings you here? Erica exclaimed with surprise, not expecting to encounter a familiar face after venturing to the academy's secluded back mountain. However, she was also curious about Henny's purpose for being at this deserted summit. In nothing, I just came here for a walk, Henny replied, not wishing to disclose her expulsion from the academy, wanting to spare Erica any concern. Nonetheless, Erica's unexpected presence intrigued her, prompting her to inquire, what are you doing here? Why have you not been attending the academy? Upon hearing Henny's question, Erica puffed up in annoyance and explained, yesterday was outrageous. They inexplicably decided to assign me several private tutors. Under the royal decree, both were found blameless. But I cannot share this with Henny. With a somewhat displeased demeanor, Erica kicked a pebble at the mountain's peak, sending it tumbling down the cliff with a crisp sound. I simply could not restrain myself today. I sneaked out while my father was away, hoping to see if Professor Victor was present at the school. Erica had intended to sneak into the academy from the back mountain when she unexpectedly encountered Henny. At the mention of Victor's name, Henny felt a shiver run down her spine, recalling the words spoken by the German professor. She thought to herself, Professor Victor is quite possibly dead in the volcano. Yet, she refrained from sharing this with Erica, who seemed unaware of the situation and intended to keep it that way. Observing Erica as she breathed in the fresh air atop the mountain, Henny calmly remarked, hearing this, Erica immediately felt a sense of disappointment. She yearned to learn from Victor about what transpired that day at the volcano. After all her efforts to sneak out, Victor had not shown up for work. Reluctantly, Erica had to accept reality. If her father discovered she had sneaked out, he would surely confine her at home and forbid her from stepping outside. Henny was on the verge of speaking, yet she noticed Erica hesitating before continuing her words. Henny nodded, acknowledging her unspoken agreement. Observing Erica's delight, her eyes brimming with anticipation, Henny swiftly turned away. How wonderful she is! Henny's gaze was filled with envy as she admired Erica, who possessed a prestigious lineage, astounding talent, and exquisite beauty. Erica could navigate life without a care, filled with hope and expectation. And what of Henny? She lived in constant trepidation, enduring each day devoid of hope. It seemed to echo the professor's words, mere refuse, destined to remain in the refuse heap. In a daze, she glanced once more in the direction Erica had departed, only to find her radiant silhouette had vanished. Hernie shook her head, a bitter smile escaping her lips, as if lamenting her own tragic fate. Tomorrow, then. Very well. She need no longer anticipate the future. Everything, including herself, would find closure by tomorrow. Suddenly, a fiery blaze erupted from beneath Professor Devon's feet, the intense heat searing through his soles and rousing him from his stupor. He felt engulfed in a wave of burning pain. Ah! The sharpness of the sensation jolted him into awareness, and he screamed. It then dawned upon him that he was bound, his body swaying precariously from a ceiling. As the flames receded, Professor Devon's vision cleared considerably. The first sight that met his eyes was Victor, seated with an air of indifference. Instantly, fear flickered in Devon's gaze. Victor, what do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to kill me over a mere teaching assistant? Have you lost your mind? Do you genuinely wish to make an enemy of the Leeser family? Victor, unperturbed, regarded him coldly and inquired, Have we not already become adversaries? Devon's voice faltered as he hastily replied, No, we have not. Believe me, Victor, there's no animosity between us. Then why would you act so, knowing Hernie is mine? Devon's eyes widened in shock. You already know? No. Believe me, Victor, I initially found you disagreeable, but I never intended to take it out on that girl. Boom. A fireball, fierce as a roaring tiger, hurtled towards him, crashing into the wall behind him. Devon trembled in fear, exclaiming, Hernie! I remember now. It's Hernie. That little girl is so charming, yes. Victor's gaze remained devoid of emotion as he scrutinized him. Is it merely out of jealousy? How grotesque. Indeed, yes. I am ugly. I am very ugly. I'm aware of it, I know. I beg you, Victor, spare me. There is no hatred between us. Devon flailed like a pig struggling in a slaughterhouse, a ludicrous sight that would evoke laughter in any onlooker. He seemed to be making a promise, continuously insisting. I will apologize. I will apologize to that little girl. I can offer her ample compensation. I can bestow upon her a noble title, a young female baroness. What do you think? The Wraith family possesses such capabilities. A look of eager anticipation spread across Devon's unattractive face. Victor's cold voice resonated. What did you say at the outset? Devon hesitated, trembling as he cautiously replied. You would kill me over a mere teaching assistant? Are you insane? Victor nodded appreciatively. Good memory. Now, what was the second part? Do you truly wish to become adversaries with the Wraith family? Devon, not entirely foolish, seemed to grasp something profound. In that moment, he completely abandoned his identity and desperately pleaded with Victor. Please, Victor, I was merely momentarily overwhelmed. Victor rose, his coat glinting ominously with a dangerous crimson hue. Your disdain for me stems from your understanding of who I am. Since you comprehend me, you ought to always remember what kind of man Victor Clavenna truly is. Devon began to tremble all over. Fear took hold of him. Madman. Victor, he's a madman. Victor. No, no. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Devon's lips, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. He felt his limbs fracture completely, engulfed in excruciating pain. His consciousness lingered only because Victor had ensnared his mind with numerous magical shackles, ensuring he would not faint amidst the torment. You claim we bear no enmity. That is inconsequential. Victor suddenly laughed, a bright and dazzling expression. He leaned into Devon's ear, his voice a mere whisper, akin to a demon's murmur. Now we are enemies. Kill me. Victor, end my suffering. Devon, tormented beyond endurance, would rather perish immediately than endure such pain and humiliation while remaining conscious. Yet now, he found himself incapable of even taking his own life. Perhaps someone will take your life, but that person shall not be me. Victor wiped his hands vigorously with a handkerchief, feeling as though he had sullied himself despite not having touched his opponent at all. After cleansing his hands, he tossed the handkerchief onto Devon's face, obscuring his tear-streaked visage. Upon releasing Devon's shackles, he instantly fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, the world fell silent. Victor squinted as he exited the mage's tower. With a flash of teleportation magic, he appeared outside the academy, gazing at the sky, which was nearly shrouded in darkness. Inhaling deeply, the surrounding magical elements seemed somewhat disordered. At that juncture, Viga's voice echoed in Victor's ear. Beneath the academy, someone has deliberately concealed a magical array. Perhaps it was the work of a demon. Victor remained unfazed, prompting Viga to refrain from elaborating further. It understood that Victor would manage everything adeptly and, after stretching its beak, posed another question. What would you do if that girl were truly corrupted by a demon's influence? Hernie is a highly intelligent teaching assistant. With her handling my affairs, I feel at ease. She may be a fragile soul, yet she should no longer be subjected to pity. Viga perched on Victor's shoulder, ruffling its feathers. I appreciate your sentiment. The night descended like a curtain, with countless tiny yet brilliant jewels adorning the darkened sky. No need to fear. For as long as I charm my way through, my father will surely forgive me. Erica took a deep breath, poised to step into the courtyard, when suddenly the grand doors swung open. Her father, Duke Rivey, emerged, escorting a beautiful woman with purple hair, a smile gracing his face, exuding politeness. Erica was momentarily taken aback. At 60, where had her father encountered this unfamiliar woman? Was he contemplating a second spring? Pouting defiantly, Erica resolutely refused to allow such a thing to transpire. She would not accept an unsolicited stepmother. As she prepared to confront them, she overheard their conversation. Please, Duke Rivey, be vigilant regarding those unsavory elements. I understand the gravity of the situation, Miss Kefra. I will utilize all available resources to investigate. Erica froze, her mind racing with confusion. It appeared the circumstances were not as she had envisioned. However, her impulsive entrance had already captured their attention. Duke Rivey raised an eyebrow at Erica, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he introduced her. Miss Kefra, this is my youngest daughter, Erica. I believe this is your first meeting. Kefra regarded Erica, raising an elegant eyebrow and narrowing her alluring eyes. Indeed, it is our first encounter. However, her lips curled into a smile, and in an instant, she was before Erica, moving with a swiftness that left Erica momentarily disoriented. Beautiful young lady, could you kindly enlighten me about your whereabouts today? Chapter 41, a bit of support from my brother-in-law. The inquiry from the purple-haired woman unsettled Erica. She was unaware of the stranger's identity, yet the woman emanated an air of enigma. Moreover, she could not let her father discover her whereabouts. Noticing Erica evade Kefra's gaze, Duke Rivey's expression hardened as he questioned, Erica, did you visit the academy today? Realizing her father had deduced the truth, she dared not lie. Her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a fluttering mosquito. Yes. Upon hearing her omission of Victor's name, Duke Rivey's demeanor softened slightly. Observing this, Erica lowered her head, murmuring to herself, he is a duke, yet he still acts so petty at his age. If it weren't for someone alleviating his troubles, he wouldn't even be a duke now. Duke Rivey stiffened at Erica's words, clearing his throat lightly as if to feign ignorance. Truth be told, Duke Rivey felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of Victor's intentions, he had indeed assisted him within the palace. However, Victor's final remark had left Duke Rivey feeling quite irked. What did he mean by having to do something about Erica? What was he planning? As a father, a sudden surge of vigilance enveloped Duke Riviere. He would not permit Victor to engage in any indiscreet behavior with his daughter. Kevela, standing nearby, stifled a giggle and remarked, I have also heard tales of the happenings within the palace from my sister. However, considering the Duke's esteemed position, it would indeed be rather inappropriate to take others' affections for granted. As for Victor, regardless of his character, he remained her sister's betrothed, thus part of the family, and Kevela felt compelled to extend some support. The Duke, caught in the middle of their exchange, flushed crimson, though the cover of night spared him from scrutiny. He closed his eyes, cleared his throat softly, and said, I shall find a way to repay Victor. At this, Erica lifted her head, her face brightening with satisfaction, which simultaneously heightened her regard for her elder sister, Kevela. Yet, who exactly was this person? Erica's curiosity surfaced, prompting the Duke to notice his daughter's bewilderment and introduce her. This is Kevela Derlin, the eldest daughter of the Derlin family. Derlin? Erica's mind raced, swiftly recalling the beautiful sister she had encountered atop the volcano. She seems to share the same surname. Indeed, Miss Gwen is my sister, Kevela replied with a playful squint and a smile. Erica's mouth fell open in surprise. To her, Gwen was a kind-hearted individual. The Derlin family was known for their knighthood, which was synonymous with justice. Thus, the purple-haired sister before her must surely possess a noble spirit, albeit with an air of mystery. Observing Erica's dawning realization, Kevela inquired, Erica, could you now share where you ventured today? And who were the acquaintances you encountered? Without hesitation, Erica recounted her day's adventures, revealing that she had ventured to the back mountain of the academy and met Victor's assistant. The remainder of her tale aligned with what she had previously shared. Oh, Victor's assistant? Kevela pondered for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Erica's hair, embodying the warmth of a gentle elder sister. Thank you, Erica. However, do refrain from sneaking off to the academy in the coming days. Your Grace, you are blessed with a wonderful daughter, Kevela praised Erica before departing with a smile. Her violet hair shimmered alluringly beneath the veil of night as she gradually melted into the darkness, boarding a carriage to leave. Erica remained puzzled. Why did Gwen's sister inquire about her? And why the prohibition against visiting the academy? Eager for answers, she turned, only to be met by the Duke's stern countenance, causing her spirits to plummet. The following morning, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Royal Academy of Magic. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, the air thick and stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Many who beheld Victor enter the academy felt a twinge of trepidation. Victor gained notoriety yesterday, dragging the living embodiment of Devlin Reeser through nearly the entirety of the academy. This incident has spread like wildfire among the circles of the nobility, many of whom are keenly interested in the feud between Victor and the Reeser family. The disappearance of Devlin Reeser has incensed his family, who hastily declared their intent to demand an explanation from Victor. And then, there was no further development. The Reeser family seemed to only dare to make idle threats, merely expressing their stance in passing. Consequently, Victor swaggered into the academy the next day, returning to the Mage Tower and unceremoniously dragging Professor Devlin out. He callously discarded the barely conscious Devlin Reeser in the academy square, attracting a throng of onlookers. This incident ignited a frenzy of gossip among students and faculty alike. Information spread like wildfire. One told 10, 10 told 100, and many flocked to the square, lured by the tantalizing rumors. Before long, the square was choked with spectators. After all, some had missed the spectacle the previous day, having only heard whispers of Victor's actions. The authenticity of the accounts was up for debate. Perhaps they were mere exaggerations. Many chose to dismiss the matter. However, today was entirely different. Today they bore witness to the truth. Those who had come to investigate the rumors stood in stunned silence. To hell with the gossip. This was utterly astonishing. No one knew how the unfortunate Professor Devlin had incurred Victor's wrath. Under the brooding sky, the academy's square resembled a scene of execution, as Victor displayed Devlin for the entirety of the morning. Throughout this time, the crowd merely observed. No one dared to speak to Victor, not even the few esteemed third-tier mage professors present. It was a public humiliation reminiscent of what Devlin had once inflicted upon Henny. In fact, after Victor's actions, the dean had yet to intervene. They had understood the dean's intentions, allow Victor to vent. Moreover, the cautionary tale of Professor Devlin lingered in the air. No one wished to take on the mantle of provoking Victor and becoming the next victim. Finally, noon arrived. The sun did not pierce through the clouds, as everyone had hoped. Clop, clop, clop. The crisp sound of hooves approached, capturing the attention of all present, including Victor, who lifted his gaze. The Knight's Order had arrived. Led by Gwen, the Order encircled the academy with hundreds of knights. At this moment, the onlookers instinctively parted to form a path. Clad in gleaming silver armor, Gwen strode in with an aura of remarkable valor, flanked by her fellow knights. She regarded Victor with a fierce intensity. Victor Clavenna, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Deliberately inflicting harm within the academy. Are you not flouting the laws of the Empire? Gwen proclaimed sternly, devoid of any personal animosity. As a champion of justice, she could not overlook the transgressions of even those closest to her, including her betrothed, Victor. Victor silently regarded Gwen and inquired, did the Reeser family send you to rescue him? The knightly order is solely subordinate to his majesty and will heed no other command. Victor has transgressed the law, and the repercussions are grave. As a knight, she is duty-bound to uphold the laws of the realm and must apprehend Victor. Yet, her hands tremble uncontrollably. She has indeed received a plea for assistance from the Reiser family. However, this task does not necessitate her personal involvement. Nevertheless, she has come, for the transgressor is Victor. Lia has informed her that Victor may have committed a heinous crime. Lia possesses numerous informants, and she learned of Victor's transgressions against the Reiser family at the earliest possible moment. Who is Devin Reiser, you ask? He is the Emperor's nephew. Moreover, she has disclosed this information to the unsuspecting Gwen. Furthermore, Victor is a fourth-tier mage. Logically, the Emperor would not lightly punish such a formidable figure within the Empire. However, the individual Victor has harmed is of royal blood. Gwen dares not gamble on whether the Emperor will impose a severe penalty on Victor. Thus, she intends to apprehend Victor in advance, securing an accusation of deliberate harm. This is the only way to safeguard Victor to the greatest extent possible. Victor, do not resist. Do not act impulsively. She attempts to convey this message to Victor, believing that his intelligence will allow him to comprehend her intent. Indeed, the final admonition about impulsiveness captures Victor's attention. He gazes at Gwen, displaying no overt expression, yet she senses a marked relaxation in his demeanor. Just as she believes Victor will trust her and allow himself to be taken away, a sudden thud reverberates. A deep, obsidian barrier rises abruptly from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire academy. The already somber sky darkens further, eclipsing even the night, as though ink is spilling from the heavens. Beneath the barrier, a wave of weakness washes over everyone, inducing a drowsy stupor. Gwen experiences this sensation as well, feeling a depletion of her strength, as if her very heart is succumbing to weariness. The righteous fervor of justice has lost its efficacy. Those present assume it is a formation laid down by Victor. When they look up, they notice that he seems to exude less of his usual arrogance. If it were indeed Victor's doing, no one would have noticed when the formation was cast. It is far too conspicuous. Victor raises his head, his gaze towards the barrier revealing a glimmer of surprise and admiration. Vega's eyes widen, as a voice whispers solely in Victor's ear. One extraordinary composite formation. As one capable of wielding magic, she may indeed be a true genius. Indeed, it seems the time has come. Chapter 42. Do you know whom your son has angered? The Royal Academy of Magic has been sealed. A cry from an unknown source sends the students into a frenzy. Several students, unable to believe their eyes, drag their weary bodies to the school gates. The gates may be opened, yet a barrier separates them from the outside world. No matter how the students pound upon it, the barrier remains impervious. The sudden appearance of a black barrier above the academy swiftly spread throughout the royal capital, wielding an extraordinary influence. Countless journalists and mages congregated before the barrier, which exuded tendrils of dark energy, seemingly staining half the sky with its inky hue. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, radiating in all directions. Inside the barrier, an atmosphere of filth and darkness prevailed, relentlessly gnawing at the vitality of those nearby. The engulfing darkness devoured all, leaving only the palpable chaos outside the barrier, infused with a distinct and overwhelming sense of weakness. What could this phenomenon be? What kind of intricate formation is this? Numerous headlines emerged, all inexorably tied to the black barrier enveloping the Royal Academy. Furthermore, rumors began to circulate, implicating Victor in the affair. Although the academy was entirely sealed off, preventing any communication, news still managed to escape before the lockdown. Allegations of Victor kidnapping and attempting to murder Professor Devin Razor. This information swiftly reached the Duke of Cloy family. Upon hearing the news, Erica was bewildered. Just yesterday, she had learned from Henny that Victor was not even at the academy. How could such a monumental event transpire today? More critically, reports claim that Victor had attacked Devin Razor at the academy yesterday, a stark contradiction to what Henny had said. What on earth had transpired? Had Henny deliberately concealed the truth? Was she perhaps an informant? As Erica's thoughts spiraled into confusion, she felt compelled to ascertain the reality of the situation. Yet, she knew she must not act recklessly. Her immediate priority was to determine whether her father was aware of these developments. She hoped that her father could assist Victor in mitigating the repercussions of this incident, for Victor had indeed committed a grave error. Who was Devin Razor? This matter was scarcely known even among the nobility. The Razor family wielded considerable influence in the South, monopolizing much of the empire's southern commerce. This family possessed a remarkable talent for amassing wealth, and those in positions of great power, such as the Duke of Cloy, understood the significance of the Razor family to the royal family. It was a principal source of the royal economy. Each year, more than half of the national treasury's funds were allocated to the Razor family, which in turn yielded greater returns. In essence, all businesses developed by the Razor family in the South were sanctioned by the crown, as the Razor family was connected to the royals. Specifically, the emperor's sister had married into the Razor family. The royal family bestowed privileges upon the Razor family, and in return, the Razor family provided financial support to the crown, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Erica could not comprehend why Victor would attack Devin Razor, yet she grasped the intricacies of politics. As the only daughter of a duke, her father had long groomed her as his successor. Regardless of Victor's motivations, the fact remained that he had harmed Devin Razor. To protect Victor, it was imperative that this matter did not reach the emperor's ears before the academy's barrier was breached. The only individuals capable of prompting the emperor to intervene had both the motive and stature, Madame Cassana Reeser, having taken on the name of her husband. The head of the Reeser family was once the emperor's sister. Despite the Reeser family engaging in considerable business each year, this lady refrained from commercial endeavors, residing in a city not far from the royal capital. Had she received word yesterday, calculating her travel time, she would have been able to reach the royal capital today and meet with His Majesty. With this thought, Erica immediately set off to find Duke Rivy. However, upon seeing her grave expression and frantic demeanor, her maid quickly stopped her. "Miss, please do not be anxious. The Duke specifically asked me to inform you that if you wish to go out to find him, he has already arrived at the city gates." At the city gates? Erica paused, puzzled. What could her father be doing there ahead of time? Did he already possess knowledge of the situation? A sense of unease enveloped her at that moment. She felt as though she were the only one left in the dark. Eager to uncover the truth, she suddenly thought of someone connected to this matter, who might be deliberately concealing information. Only Henny. She must know something. Erica mused, urgently instructing her maid, prepare the carriage. We must be swift. I need to reach the rear mountain of the academy immediately. She recalled the spot where she had conversed with Henny the previous day. Erica had told Henny she would return the following day. If Henny had not broken her promise, she would surely be waiting for her at the academy's rear mountain. If Victor truly intended to take action and seal off the academy, he would not allow Henny to be trapped inside as well. How infuriating! What could his motives possibly be? Erica clenched her fists, biting her lip. She found herself perplexed and unable to investigate the matter personally. She loathed this feeling of helplessness, reminiscent of her experience atop the volcano. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Duke Rivy stood at the entrance, flanked by hundreds of knights clad in silver armor, alongside several hooded figures wielding magical orbs resembling sorcerers. An overwhelming sense of danger pervaded the area, as if war were imminent. Soon, a convoy of guards escorted a carriage that came to a gradual halt. A knight opened the carriage door, placing a footstool on the ground, allowing a woman, elegantly dressed as a noble, to alight. She was strikingly beautiful, well-preserved, yet faint traces of age were discernible. However, this did not detract from her remarkable and regal demeanor. Upon disembarking, she glared at Rivy, demanding, Rivy, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to the city gates with your private soldiers and magical legion to obstruct me? You are quite audacious. Duke Rivy offered a benevolent smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Lady Cassana, it is a pleasure to see you. I have brought this many with me, merely to request that you remain here a while longer. I shall permit your entry into the city, but not at this moment. Despite Rivy's genial smile, a palpable tension lingered between them. Rivy, do not forget my status. I have never forgotten, Lady Cassana. From the moment you coerced me into marrying you, I have retained that memory until now. Beneath the amiable visage of Levi lies a narrative steeped in scandalous history. This affair, which could be deemed a royal secret, was recounted by Levi with an air of nonchalance, leaving the guards surrounding Lady Cassana exchanging astonished glances, uncertain whether to continue listening to the unfolding tale. However, upon hearing Levi mention this matter, Lady Cassana was suddenly consumed by indignation, exclaiming fiercely, what is the meaning of bringing this up now? Do you seek merely to humiliate me? I merely wish to reminisce, while reminding you that your name is no longer Sol, Levi Duke replied, gesturing with his hand. A mage from behind stepped forward, infusing magic into a crystal orb held in his grasp. As the magical energy swirled chaotically within the orb for a brief moment, it materialized into existence, conjuring a table and 2 chairs from thin air. Please, have a seat, Levi indicated, taking his place in one of the chairs. Lady Cassana gazed at the mage, her earlier agitation gradually subsiding. The Duke's Mage Corps. Technically, mages are a profession, neither wizards nor sorcerers. Yet becoming a mage is significantly more arduous than attaining wizardry. They rely on expensive magical artifacts to channel their powers while also honing formidable physical strength to aid in combat. Thus, they are known as mages. The cost of training a single mage is beyond the means of an ordinary noble. In the entire capital, only Duke Levi possesses the wealth and stature to cultivate such a legion beneath the Emperor's very gaze. In short, should Lady Cassana attempt to force her way in, she would find it utterly impossible. I am aware of your purpose in the capital, Lady Cassana. You wish to seek an audience with His Majesty. The knight behind Levi had prepared tea, setting it before both Lady Cassana and Levi. Only Duke Levi could entertain guests with tea at the city gates. Lady Cassana, poised, lifted her teacup and calmly stated, Devon is my son and his maternal uncle as well. In light of this incident, he will not remain idle. Do not act impulsively. My lady, Duke Levi advised, his years of political experience evident. His inherent affability easily calmed Lady Cassana's emotions. First, you must understand whom your son has offended. Victor Clavenna, surely. You have heard this name. Upon hearing it, Lady Cassana's expression shifted, revealing her inner turmoil. A mother knows her child best, and she was acutely aware of her son's audacity. Yet, Victor is merely a viscount. He is now a 4th-tier mage, Lady Cassana gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. No, that cannot be. Even you do not. Duke Levi shook his head, offering a wry smile. Yet, the truth remained indisputable. Should Victor be at fault, the Emperor would undoubtedly impose severe penalties. However, if the one in question is Devon Reiser. Forgive my candor, but you must prepare yourself for the possibility of losing him. Chapter 43 has taken an unexpected turn. It turns out that Victor is in fact a good man. Madame Cassana finds this revelation difficult to accept. I must see his majesty. I must see his majesty. She insists. Rivi, I warn you. Even if I no longer bear the name Sol, I remain the Emperor's own sister. Clearly agitated, Madame Cassana continues. You have no justification to impede my entrance into the capital. I shall find a way to meet his majesty, regardless. If you do not grant me passage immediately, I shall certainly lodge a complaint before his majesty. Her voice rises, full of indignation. What is your true intention in obstructing me? Upon hearing Madame Cassana's accusations, Duke Rivi merely smiles, resembling a cunning old fox, and responds in a tone that feigns concern for her well-being. Madame Cassana, the capital is currently fraught with danger. My refusal to let you pass is solely for your safety. Even if you were to complain later, His Majesty is astute enough to discern the gravity of the matter and would not unjustly blame me. Before the shrewd politician, each of Madame Cassana's words seems feeble. Danger. My son is in peril, his very life hanging by a thread. Her voice rises several octaves, filled with a mix of anger and urgency. Nonetheless, she must remain seated, awaiting Duke Rivi's decision. Yet in the next moment, his words render her momentarily speechless. She widens her eyes and falls silent. Madame Cassana, I am not jesting with you. There have been demonic occurrences within the Academy. Your son, Devon Lethar, may very well have come into contact with a demon. You mean, a demon? In the previous night, Victor had been conversing casually with Leah in the study. The foul entity that Kevla spoke of is indeed it. Leah, listening to Victor, finds it hard to believe and stands in silence. She had encountered depictions of demons in books, stench-ridden, with viscous skin, bulging eyes, and a tongue brimming with sharp fangs. They are like shadows of ink, driven by insatiable greed, resembling a fetid swamp that any sensible person would avoid. However, shortly thereafter, townsfolk began to vanish one by one. No one could trace their whereabouts, and the once thriving town fell into desolation and neglect, ultimately fading into the annals of history. Of course, both their appearance and their tales exist solely in historical records. It is not uncommon for those in power to distort facts to secure their positions. Yet this clearly indicates that demons are indeed unwelcome entities. Have you found it? Leah inquires tentatively, astonished that Victor, having received news from Gwen just yesterday, has already discovered its traces today. Can Victor's efficiency truly be this remarkable? Victor nods expressionlessly. It is within the Academy. Curious, Leah presses further. Do you have confidence in capturing or eliminating this creature? Victor candidly replies, not necessarily. If that demon is indeed, as Victor imagines, an early-game demon, it may very well surpass a fourth-tier mage upon attaining its full form. Yet, as I have stated before, numerical superiority does not equate to victory. Skill can compensate for what is lacking in raw power. While Victor Klevner may not match its stats, he possesses the capability to vanquish it. If all else fails, he has the means to gain an advantage. However, I must lure that vile creature out, ensuring that I personally deliver its demise, Victor confided to Leah. Yet, Leah found herself puzzled. Did he not say it was uncertain? Why pursue it then? Even if the success rate is 99%, I refuse to assume it is infallible. Victor's voice carried an air of ordinary calm, yet imbued with astonishing confidence that resonated with Leah. Nonetheless, another query arose within her. If it were so straightforward, Victor would not need to elaborate to her, for she was of little assistance, and he could resolve matters independently. As if awakening to a realization, Leah blinked. Could it be that you require my assistance in some capacity? Victor, I must clarify that I am not a mage, nor am I a knight like Gwen. I am utterly devoid of strength, unable to even hold a few bricks securely. This task is one only you can accomplish. Victor's resolute demeanor nearly led Leah to question whether she possessed some extraordinary ability. What precisely is this task? Devon Reiser, do you know him? The rotund fellow you thoroughly bested today? After pondering for a moment, Leah could not suppress a laugh. How amusing! Do you realize how swiftly this will spread tonight? The thought of the man, despite being the Emperor's own nephew, struck her as comical, and she felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, she believed Victor had executed the encounter remarkably. She was unaware of the animosity that had developed between them. Yet Victor stood as a representative of the Klevner family. If they had indeed incurred a grudge, it would be absurd to endure and tread carefully. Should Victor choose to act in such a manner, Leah would be prepared to undermine his authority without hesitation. Having tarnished the Klevner family's reputation, he would no longer possess the right to lead. So, what is it that you wish for me to do? Shall I intercept their dealings in the south? That is beyond my capabilities. Their factories are widespread. Moreover, that is the royal treasury at work. I cannot afford to offend the emperor. Victor interrupted Leah's wild conjectures. Before the emperor intervenes, we must tarnish Devin Resser's reputation as much as possible. He spoke with unwavering calm, not even lifting an eyebrow. However, Leah quickly grasped the implications, her astonishment palpable. You intend to cast the demon's filth upon the Resser family? How is that even feasible? This is an utterly ludicrous proposition. Setting aside our manpower in the capital, no reasonable person would believe it. Or perhaps you have reached a level of prowess where you can manipulate demons? Victor lifted his gaze to meet Leah's, quietly asserting, the demon will cooperate with you. Leah cast a reluctant glance at him, a chill coursing through her. No one would willingly take you on as an enemy. Victor, you are the true demon, a scoundrel even the fiends wish to manipulate. Victor rose from his seat as Vega flitted from the desk to perch upon his shoulder. If manpower is lacking, we can seek assistance from the Duke. After all, he owes me a considerable favor. With that, he departed the study, Vega in tow. Miss Leah Clavena, I can only assist in halting Lady Cassina at the city gates, Duke Rive remarked, his expression pained. It is not that I do not wish to aid Victor. My capabilities extend only so far. Leah, seated before the Duke, smiled. That is more than sufficient, Your Grace. All we require is time. Time for my brother to prove his innocence. Duke Rive fell silent for a moment, then tentatively inquired, so Devin Resser truly had dealings with demons. Did he not? Leah, hearing the Duke's question, felt a sense of resignation. Your Grace, I do not wish to deceive you. But consider this. How could my brother possibly have attacked an ordinary second-tier mage without provocation? Leah wove her narrative with useful tidbits of information, crafting a tapestry of elegance. Duke Rive was ensnared, much like a prey caught in a spider's web, oblivious to the intricacies of her deception. Do not forget, Duke Rive. Our Clavena family shares a unique bond with the Draylen family. Miss Kaifla is, after all, akin to a sister to me. Duke Rive nodded. The news of a demon incursion into the royal city had indeed come from Kaifla, thus it was not unreasonable to suggest that Victor possessed certain knowledge. Yet, Leah understood that Duke Rive did not fully place his trust in her. One was Victor, the other, the ineffectual Devin Resser. A politician would surely know which to favor. However, Rive had to weigh the cost of such actions and whether the Ducliois family could bear the burden. Thus, Leah introduced an additional bargaining chip. If you remain unconvinced. She tapped her fingers on the table, continuing, Victor will present Devin Resser in the Academy Square today. Thereafter, unpredictable disturbances may arise within the Academy. I cannot specify what precisely will occur, but I can assure you that a demon will undoubtedly intervene to save Devin Resser at that moment. Duke Rive straightened, his expression grave. But how will this prove that it is not a contrived spectacle orchestrated by Victor? Leah smiled again. Your Grace, you are indeed quite suspicious. However, I do not mind your doubts. Otherwise, my preparations would be in vain. I shall have Sir Gwyn lead the royal knights to the Academy, and at that time, hundreds of knights will be present to monitor Victor. The royal knights are beholden to his majesty, and they will witness everything in the most impartial manner. Victor stood in the Academy Square, surveying the surroundings as knights clad in silver armor encircled him. In an instant, Vega had already discerned the effects of the magic at play. This astonishing magical barrier weakens all magical energies within its range and renders individuals susceptible to debilitating effects. Magical energy naturally encompasses certain extraordinary abilities, such as Gwyn's Heart of Justice. At this very moment, Victor stands as one of the few mages capable of maintaining his footing in the square. As for the other mages, a considerable number of students lie sprawled on the ground, while several second-tier instructors sway precariously. Even a few third-tier mages furrow their brows, their magical reserves depleted and unable to conjure spells. In contrast, the knights, albeit somewhat weakened and mentally drained, remain relatively stable in their physical forms. What could have transpired? The crowd was perplexed. Aside from Victor, no one comprehended the nature of the formation they had fallen under. Suddenly, countless black tendrils erupted from the edges of the barrier, resembling frenzied, venomous serpents rapidly closing in on Professor Devin. Vega, ever compliant, flapped her wings in a display of fright. All the knights and the conscious mages were drawn to Vega's exaggerated reaction, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene. A chorus of gasps filled the air. Were those repulsive things? Victor extended his still mobile, molten hand, engaging in a struggle with the multitude of chaotic tendrils, both sides vying for control of Professor Devin. The tendrils gradually enveloped Victor's molten hand, the darkness acting like ravenous tongues attempting to consume him. Despite his weakened state, Victor continued to resist, as if expelling the relentless serpents. Alas, Victor ultimately succumbed. His grip loosened, and the tendrils whisked Professor Devon into the air. The dark barrier transformed into a gaping maw, swallowing Professor Devon whole, rendering him invisible. In an instant, countless individuals were engulfed in terror. Victor's expression darkened ominously, his voice tinged with evident frailty. The filthy demon. Still unable to prevent you from rescuing him. The words struck all who heard them into a state of stunned silence, akin to helpless lambs. What? A demon? Rescuing Devon Lather? Do you even realize what you are saying? Chapter 44. Please refrain from embracing your fiancé, at this moment. Gwen fixed her gaze firmly on Victor, her panic palpable. The failure of the heart of justice rendered her incapable of discerning the truth of Victor's claims. How could this matter be linked to a demon? A demon? What is a demon? Many present had never even heard of such a being, their expressions reflecting utter confusion about the recent events. Yet, they had witnessed Professor Devon's abduction with their own eyes. Victor had neither the time nor inclination to elucidate matters to this group. He simply needed to sow doubt regarding Devon's potential connection to those sinister entities. Have you discerned the location? Victor communicated silently with Vega. Not far, merely at the Academy's rear mountain. Victor understood that if Henny had indeed been seduced and influenced by a demon, she would undoubtedly pursue Devon Lather without mercy. Demons gradually amplify the negative emotions of others, and Henny's hatred serves as the finest sustenance for them. Ultimately, by whatever means necessary, Devon Lace will inevitably be taken away. All he needs to do is to subtly manipulate public opinion, allowing the demonic winds to ensnare Devon Lace. Victor has inscribed a magical mark upon Devon Lace, ensuring that even if the latter departs from the royal city, he can perceive the mark's location through the link they have established. Thus, locating that individual becomes effortless. At present, Victor's task is complete. He merely awaits the moment the demon reveals its fangs, at which point he shall personally dispose of it. Suddenly, Victor is struck by a wave of dizziness, clutching his forehead as his body sways unsteadily. The barrier's effect renders him unstable, as though he might collapse at any moment. Gwen, witnessing Victor's faltering form, instinctively feels compelled to reach out, wishing to steady him. Yet, the gazes of those around her cause her to hesitate. Just then, a knight subordinate nearby also sways, losing his balance and colliding against Gwen's shoulder. Taken by surprise, she stumbles forward, finding herself before the dizzy Victor. Gwen is momentarily at a loss, standing in the square, unsure whether to move or remain still. However, recalling Victor's earlier weakness, she steels herself. It is merely a matter of offering support. After all, he has saved her once, and this is hardly a burden. Having found her resolve, she steps forward, placing her hands upon Victor for support. Victor, are you all right? As she steadies him, Victor's body stiffens slightly, and he turns to her, his gaze revealing surprise. What is happening? Is he merely feigning weakness? Despite the influence of the magic circle on him, a fourth-tier mage, it should not manifest so dramatically. Yet, having recently engaged with the demon, his energy is likely diminished in the eyes of onlookers. Victor wishes to explain, but, upon reflection, allows himself to collapse into Gwen's embrace, feigning a voice that is notably frail. Support me. Do not misunderstand. This is not an advance. It is merely to eliminate any suspicion regarding my actions. At first, Gwen hesitates, her face flushed with embarrassment in the presence of so many witnesses. However, upon hearing Victor's weak voice, her innate compassion surges forth. He must be exhausted, enduring the scorn and curses of many without offering any justification, even at the risk of being misunderstood by all. Somewhat coherent mages inquire, so, Professor Devon is the one with issues? How can that be? My mind is a jumbled mess, feeling as though this barrier has impaired my intellect. What do we eat for lunch? No. Why is Knight Gwen embracing Victor in public? Silence. A member of the Knight Order shouts, commanding the assembled mages to cease their chatter. Gwen bent down and knelt, cradling Victor in her arms, striving to ensure his utmost comfort. After a moment, she addressed the assembly of mages before her. Now, I implore you all to remain quiet within the academy and await rescue. Furthermore, allow Victor to rest for a while. The multitude of mages fell silent. Among the aristocrats who were aware of the couple's engagement, some were perplexed. How could it be said that Victor and Gwen had a troubled relationship when they displayed such affection? Whence came this rumor? Utter nonsense. Vega stood by observing Victor, who pretended to be unconscious, with a bemused expression. Life is but a performance, entirely reliant on one's acting skills. I'm keen to see how you plan to exit this stage. Suddenly, Vega lifted its head, squinting as if sensing something. The faint blue light flickering beneath its single eye scanned the surroundings. Victor, do not slumber just yet. The Duke's daughter is approaching that entity as the first disciple to offer power to Vega. A distinct one-way connection existed between Vega and Erica. Vega could sense Erica's location at any moment, yet she remained oblivious to Vega's existence. Through this unilateral connection, it instantly discerned that Erica was nearing the rear mountain. That young girl is my only disciple at present. Do not let her perish. Victor was well aware of Vega's exposure before Erica, and had cleverly entangled himself with this disciple under the pretense of saving him. Truly, a source of worry, Gwen. Extend your hand, huh? Gwen was taken aback, her face flushing crimson, her speech faltering. Victor, what are you saying in my coat? There's a potion. Boom! Like a colossal bomb detonating, Gwen's mind was instantly engulfed in a void. She soon realized her misunderstanding, promptly shutting her mouth and reaching into Victor's coat to rummage about. With a mere thought, Victor transported a blue potion from the player's inventory into his coat. Gwen quickly found it, extracting a small blue vial. Is this it? She glanced at Victor. The design appeared almost identical to the vials he had previously gifted her, save for the color. Just as she intended to hand it to Victor, she recognized that he was now so weak that he could barely lift his arm, hastily bringing the potion to his lips. Victor, open your mouth. Victor complied, and Gwen gently poured the potion into his mouth. After completing this task, she exhaled in relief, only to lift her gaze and find countless eyes upon her, including those of her knightly subordinates. Gwen blinked, addressing the knights around her. Why are you all looking at me? And no, it's nothing, Captain, one knight stammered. It's just that Lord Victor, he seems quite fortunate. Huh? At that moment, Gwen realized the absurdity of her actions. However, Victor shifted slightly in her embrace. Gwen had no time to ponder further, her eyes widening in astonishment as Victor rose effortlessly from the ground, as if his vitality had been instantaneously restored. Victor, are you all right? Thank you, Gwen. He stood upright, adjusting his trench coat. Once again, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, he seemed on the brink of death, and now he appeared wholly revitalized. What elixir did you consume? It's utterly outrageous. Even if it were an act, one should at least maintain some semblance of realism. Suddenly, Victor called out several names: Professor Nair, Professor Disong, Professor Gaia. The individuals mentioned were among the few third-tier mages at the academy. The professors exchanged glances with Victor. Professor Victor, is there something amiss? Victor offered a succinct explanation. As you can see, the academy is shrouded in demonic power. It won't be long before our strength is entirely sapped, and at that point, each of you will find yourselves mere prey for the demons. The mages shuddered at his words, and the professors named hastily stood to attention. If you wish to avoid sitting idly by, join me in deciphering the formation. Hearing Victor's declaration, the professors exchanged glances, some resignedly replying, Professor Victor, our magical energy is being drained, and we cannot possibly recover. We are willing but powerless. No sooner had the words left their lips than Victor produced several vials identical to the one he had just consumed, deftly tossing them to the mages. They scrambled to catch them, and before they could discern the color of the liquid within, Victor's voice rang out. Drink up. The mages recalled Victor's earlier consumption, hesitating briefly before tilting their heads back and swallowing the contents. Soon after, goodness. The reactions of the mages were remarkably uniform. They gazed in awe at their bodies radiating a shimmering blue light. This is an elixir? Initially skeptical of Victor's intentions, they were now astounded. An act? Nonsense. He requires no pretense. His sincerity is the most formidable weapon. As the mages reveled in the extraordinary sensation, Victor's voice resonated once more. A vial costs 1,000 geo. The knights are watching, so no haggling. The mages stood dumbfounded. How much? 1,000 geo? Many students and mages present wore expressions of dismay. Yet, the professors who had imbibed the potion responded in unison. That's incredibly cheap. Professor Victor, please sell me more vials. No, 10 vials. 20, if you will. Professor, where shall we go now? Direct me east, and I shall not venture west. If you command me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. I have long harbored disdain for that pig Derwin. Enough said, Professor. Today, whether they be demons or not, I stand with you. Witnessing the professors invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, the remaining onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Gwen remained kneeling on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she tilted her head and blinked. Chapter 45. If you do not kill him, I shall assist you in his demise. Devin Reiser slowly opened his eyes. Once the darkness before him dissipated, he beheld a gray and overcast sky, mirroring his own dismal predicament, devoid of any radiance. He found himself outside the academy. "You have awakened." A voice resonated softly behind him. Devin discerned that it did not belong to Victor. Startled, he jolted upright, attempting to flee from this desolate place, only to discover that his body remained shackled. His sluggish physical response momentarily masked the pain he should have felt. Glancing down, he saw himself entwined in an ominous liquid as dark as ink. It was this viscous substance that had ensnared him completely. "How does it feel to be imprisoned?" Henny's voice drifted beside him, her expression neutral. Devin looked up at her, astonished. "Who are you?" "Henny." She effortlessly conjured a magic array, causing the surface of the water to levitate, reflecting her visage like a mirror. Mysterious. Mud-like patterns coiled around her neck, winding up to her forehead, where delicate runes were sparsely inscribed. Those patterns and runes undulated as if imbued with life, rendering her almost unrecognizable even to herself. No wonder that repulsive, bloated pig could not discern her. "Ah, Professor Devin. It is only natural for someone of your stature to forget a mere insignificant person like me. Would you care to take a closer look?" Henny completely removed her dark, inky hood, locking eyes with Professor Devin. A myriad of memories flickered in her gaze, and Devin stood frozen, his recollections suddenly crystallizing. Burning tomes, malicious humiliation. The muted cries of a girl who, despite her valiant efforts, grew increasingly hoarse, alongside the grotesque figure of him, reveling in his triumph as he departed. "It's you, that wretched assistant of Victor," Devin exclaimed. "You and Victor seek nothing less than to torment me to death, do you?" Henny paid no heed to Devin's words, for his demeanor had already led her to believe that he had long harbored a grudge against Victor. One could say she had underestimated him. Now, Devin's life and death were in her hands. She could exact her revenge at any moment. Yet, Henny did not feel the exhilaration of vengeance. Ultimately, she had achieved everything through borrowed power. The execution of her plan encountered no hindrance. Everything unfolded astonishingly smoothly. She had seized control of the entire academy and forcibly imprisoned Devin Reiser within its confines. It was almost as if the narrative progressed seamlessly. This revelation struck Henny with a sudden understanding of the fragility of mages. While knights could confront crises with their formidable physical prowess, a mage rendered powerless without magic was utterly defenseless. Among the multitude of third-tier mages within the academy, not a single one could thwart her efforts to seal it off. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude, Professor Devin. You have enlightened me to the truth that weakness only invites further bullying. Henny remained utterly still, her hands concealed beneath her robe, refusing to emerge. Suddenly, a pitch-black ink surged forth, racing along her shadow and coiling around Devin. He was instantly gripped by terror, cold sweat streaming down his brow, for this phenomenon boded ill. "What on earth is this?" Devin could only force a smile, hastily exclaiming, "Miss Henny, perhaps we can reach an understanding. Just spare me." "No need for explanations, Professor Devin." Henny interrupted, her fluorescent yellow gaze shrouded in an astonishing darkness, rendering her pupils invisible. "Much like an emotionless executioner, after resolving our grievances, I shall turn myself in." The black tendrils pulsed with an exhilarating fervor, heedless of their violent collisions that threatened to sever them, swiftly reconstituting as they surged towards Professor Devin. His eyes widened in horror, his heart racing to his throat. "I am doomed." "Henny." In an instant, the tendrils halted, aligning perfectly before Devin, mere millimeters apart. Gasping for breath, he felt the specter of death loom ominously, rendering him nearly breathless. A familiar voice broke the tension, prompting Henny to turn. Erica stood before her, panting heavily. The sight of Henny's transformed state startled Erica. "What has happened to you?" "It is merely a side effect of magic. Do not concern yourself," Henny replied, seemingly indifferent to her current appearance, aware that it must be grotesque. Yet Erica was perplexed. "Henny, you can wield magic now?" The sight of Devin ensnared by countless inky tendrils left Erica utterly astounded. "Devin, how did you end up here? Wasn't it said that Professor Victor had him bound?" The tension on her face gradually dissipated, excitement revealing her true visage. "Erica, what are you saying? Who bound Devin?" Henny inquired, retreating a few steps in disbelief. "Professor Victor, is he still alive? Who told you Victor was dead?" Erica's gaze involuntarily fixated on the trembling figure of Professor Devin. She could hardly believe the events that had unfolded. So now, Erica observed Henny's unfamiliar demeanor, a suspicion blossoming within her. She understood that demons often seize the opportunity to inhabit individuals during their most desolate moments, feeding off their negative emotions to thrive. Suddenly, she comprehended what Kaifla referred to as the foul entity. Erica slowly approached Hernie, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right, Hernie. We must find Professor Victor. He will surely know how to banish these entities from you." Hernie stepped back, forcing a bitter smile and shaking her head. "It is too late, Erica." Her face regained its smile, seemingly buoyed by news of Victor, restoring her spirits. Yet, correspondingly, her expression bore a hint of despair. "I had drawn upon too much power. A barrier capable of enveloping the entire academy requires considerable preparation, even for a saintly mage like the Dean. Do you believe the demon would spare me? It would relish the opportunity to devour me at this very moment." Listening to Henny's account, Erica felt a shiver run through her. "So, you had long known that the demon sought you out, had you not?" Henny nodded. "Once I have avenged myself, I shall turn myself in. For someone like me, who is overlooked by all, dying in prison would scarcely affect anyone." She smiled with a sense of relief, while the surrounding tendrils writhed in a near-manic manner. Devin Reiser trembled in fear, regretting that he had ever dared to bully this assistant teacher. Now, it was too late for remorse. Erica remained silent for a moment, then shot a fierce glance at the immobile Devin Reiser. "How do you intend to exact your revenge? Kill him? I support you." Henny looked at Erica in confusion, chuckling lightly. "Erica, how could you think that? He burned the knowledge I accumulated over a decade, shattering my dreams. In return, I shall ensure that all his knowledge is erased. For a professor, is this not the most excruciating punishment?" "Erica," Devin Reiser. The tendrils ceased their movement, leaving everyone puzzled as to why. Perhaps even the demon was rendered speechless by her words. Fearlessly, Erica stepped closer to Henny, grasping her shoulders and solemnly stating, "Devin Reiser humiliated you publicly, did he not?" "Yes." Henny nodded. "He incinerated your hard work, encouraged students to torment you, played cruel pranks that tarnished your reputation, and ultimately expelled you from the academy." "That is indeed the case." Erica shook Henny's shoulders vehemently. "Wake up, Henny. You are bargaining your life with the demon merely to erase this glutton's knowledge? If that is all, it would be better to render him a fool. Devin, your current demeanor clearly makes you a villain. If you're to play the part of villain, then do your duty. Is it not better to kill him?" However, Henny began to ponder, lowering her gaze. "To so easily take a life in such a manner, what difference would that make between me and the demon?" Devin frantically nodded his only movable appendage, his pig-like head, while Erica seized the ink from the ground and smeared it across his face. To her, Devin Reiser's visage was more repugnant than the writhing tendrils. "Help!" Erica covered her head, letting out a deep sigh, feeling quite vexed. Henny's worldview was entirely at odds with her own. As a noble from one of the most prestigious families, Erica had early on come to understand the darker facets of society. However, Henny is different. She has not been exposed to the intricate machinations and treachery that characterize the world of the aristocracy. To her, the concept of life and death remains a distant abstraction. The notion of casually determining another's fate is, in her eyes, equally inconceivable. Perhaps she is being overly simplistic, believing that since she has lost her job, Devlin Resser should also be stripped of all his knowledge, thereby ensuring he faces a commensurate punishment. Henny's naivety knows no bounds. "Enough. If you will not kill him, I shall do so in your stead." With that declaration, Erica summoned forth a terrifying inferno, a manifestation of her magic, second-tier magic, Fireball. Before Henny could intervene, the dense fireball hurtled towards Professor Devlin's face. Just as it was about to make contact, 3 gleaming silver blades suddenly darted forth, dispersing the flames and neutralizing the magic, clattering to the ground. Erica stood frozen, gazing at her disrupted spell, before abruptly turning her head. A striking woman with flowing purple hair beamed at them both, playfully waving several silver throwing knives. "Where are my 2 delightful little girls playing at?" Chapter 46. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel. "Miss Kaifula?" Erica stood rooted to the spot, utterly astonished to find that the newcomer was none other than Gwen's sister. Henny, too, appeared puzzled upon seeing the enchanting purple-haired beauty. "Erica, who is this?" "This is the sister of Sir Gwen from the Royal Knights." Noticing Henny's bewilderment as she attempted to piece together the connections, Erica waved dismissively. "Never mind, it's a bit complicated to explain right now." Kaifula, overhearing their discussion, narrowed her eyes and smiled softly. "So, Erica, could you enlighten me as to what you are doing here? And it's not wise for little ones to play with fire," she remarked, alluding to Erica's recent display of magic. Devlin Resser exhaled sharply, having narrowly escaped what he thought would be his imminent demise. Fortunately, this unexpected woman had come to his rescue just in time. With the threat to his life temporarily abated, Devlin resumed his previous arrogant demeanor. Hey, you there. I don't care who you are. Quickly save me. I can offer you anything you desire. Before he could finish his sentence, several blades punctured the ground around him, mere inches from his head. I did not ask for your words. Silence yourself. She didn't even glance at Devlin as she issued her warning. Terrified, he promptly sealed his lips, refraining from uttering another syllable. The world fell into a hushed stillness as Kaifula turned her gaze towards Henny, her eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity. So, my dear miss, do you not intend to provide an explanation? Henny felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from her adversary, she instinctively took a step back. Observing this, Erica hurriedly interjected. It was Devlin Resser who first insulted Henny. He has committed numerous egregious acts. Such a scourge must never remain within the academy. However, she had scarcely finished her statement when Kaifra interrupted her. Enough, Erica. You need not elaborate further. In truth, the fate of that fat pig is of no concern to me. Upon hearing these words, Devin Reeser felt a tension surge within him. The implication was clear. He might still be facing death, yet no one seemed to care for his plight. Kaifra regarded Erica, her countenance devoid of its usual mirth. This matter should be entrusted to others, not you, Erica. Your father's position is precarious, particularly following the last incident. Should you err this time, Victor shall not come to your aid again. Erica felt a flutter of anxiety at Kaifra's admonition. She had no desire to bring trouble upon her father, nor did she wish to depend on Victor for everything. Thus, she hastily began to explain. We can easily attribute his demise to the demons. The moment demons were mentioned, Kaifra's expression shifted dramatically. It became icy and piercing. It appears you are indeed privy to certain truths. Erica's body froze, every hair on her skin standing on end. She sensed danger, a feeling that had eluded her even during the volcanic incident, where death loomed near. This was the oppressive aura emanating from Kaifra. She was truly formidable. She shed her usual guise, revealing a terrifying hunter beneath. Was Kaifra intent on ending my life? No, that couldn't be right. This palpable intent to kill was not directed at her. It was as if she were merely a bystander, while the lethal focus was locked onto someone behind her, Henny. Almost simultaneously, Henny seemed to lose her sanity. The tendrils surrounding her writhed in a frenzied manner, as though responding to the overwhelming murderous intent. Indeed, she was a vessel of demons. Kaifra's expression grew increasingly maniacal. Just yesterday, she had caught a whiff of the scent emanating from Erica, a foul aroma that only demons exude. It was unique and difficult to discern. Yet, as a seasoned demon hunter, Kaifra had slain countless demons and their hosts. Bathed in the blood of demons, the vessel would succumb to panic under such palpable murderous intent, losing all reason. Henny's current state confirmed everything. At that moment, Erica grasped the reason behind Kaifra's presence. So, you inquired about my whereabouts yesterday. It was to hunt this demon, was it not? She parted her lips, yearning for answers from Kaifra. With her purple hair radiating an ethereal glow, Kaifra licked her lips, a manifestation of excitement in the presence of her prey. Nevertheless, she did not neglect to caution Erica. Erica, keep your distance from her. There is no need for further elaboration. Anyone could perceive that Henny's condition was perilous. The inky shadows on the ground seemed to respond to a silent command, swiftly converging to envelop Henny. In an instant, a shadow as dark as ink enveloped her entirely, though hints of Henny's visage remained discernible. Suddenly, the silver-white daggers on the ground intertwined, creating ripples that confined her at the center. An intricate silver magic array materialized before the onlookers. Long ago, Kevela had pursued this demon, tracking it across the globe to the royal capital. Now that she had finally cornered it, she would allow no escape. Henny, feeling a surge of pain, cried out, as waves rippled through the surrounding magic array and conjured spells around her. The instinct for survival ignited a fierce rebellion within her. Erica, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, anxiously observed the standoff, stamping her foot in frustration. Professor Victor, please lend your aid. In the next moment, Kevela and Henny collided. Countless tendrils, resembling whips armed with barbs, sliced through the air with ferocity, tearing through layers of atmosphere as they aimed for Kevela. Swiftly, Kevela wielded her silver twin blades to deflect the onslaught, but even her formidable strength faltered against the multitude of tendrils. Two of them slipped through the gaps in her defense. A sharp pain pierced Kevela's abdomen. Glancing down, she saw two tendrils had rent a crimson gash in her flesh. Those tendrils sought to penetrate her further, threatening to eviscerate her completely. Seizing a fleeting moment of Henny's distraction, Kevela retreated and, with a deft twist of her blades, severed the two tendrils. The injured appendages dissolved into pools of liquid upon the ground. Kevla hastily consumed a sip of crimson potion, restoring a modicum of her vitality, and swiftly wrapped bandages around her wound. Kevla, Erica exclaimed in concern, yet the dire situation left her powerless to intervene. Once more, Kevla surged forward, only to be met by the dark tendrils that again lunged at her. A glint of cold determination flashed in Kevla's eyes. In an instant, her form darted like a shooting star. A flash of white light revealed her behind Henny. The silver daggers, imbued with an extraordinary power, effortlessly sliced through the black membrane encasing Henny's body. Two deep gashes emerged, and crimson droplets began to flow from Henny's back. Henny cried out in pain, the sensation seemingly rekindling her consciousness. But the next moment, her vision blackened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Henny, Erica gasped, sensing something was profoundly amiss with Henny's collapse. Yet Kevla had already executed a somersault, distancing herself from Henny and landing gracefully on ground. Her lackluster combat prowess was evident. Attempting the same maneuver twice was folly. Kevla twirled her daggers, deliberately exposing a weakness to invite an attack, seizing the opportunity during her opponent's moment of vulnerability. Indeed, Henny fell for the ruse. Kevla tore away the vivid red bandage from her waist, revealing that her formidable healing abilities had completely mended her wounds, leaving not a trace behind. Suddenly, the surrounding tendrils began to move unconsciously, as if driven to madness. Khafra held her dagger protectively before her, her expression gravely serious. Something was amiss. Any demonic vessel would forcibly detach from its host upon being struck by her two special daggers. Although Khafra's apparent attack on Henny seemed harmful, it was, in fact, an act of liberation from the demon's control. Yet now, the true form of the demon had not only failed to separate from its host, but had instead grown even more ferocious. She could not comprehend it. In the next moment, a thicker, ink-like substance clung to Henny's body. A resonant echo, reminiscent of the abyss, reverberated around her. You truly are remarkable, Demon Hunter. Upon hearing this title, Erica froze momentarily. Miss Khafra is a demon hunter? A demon hunter, also known as a demon slayer, is the arch-nemesis of demons. It was no wonder that Khafra had posed such questions to her. Perhaps, even at their first encounter, she had already sensed the demonic aura emanating from Henny. Upon realizing that her identity had been discerned, Khafra did not exhibit surprise. Instead, an uncontrollable ferocity flickered in her violet eyes. The bloodline of a demon hunter made it difficult for her to restrain her emotions when confronted with such vile beings. This was the instinct to hunt demons. If she had managed to maintain her composure before, now, with the true form of the demon manifesting, she began to lose her rationality. Henny's body mechanically stood up like a marionette, while the ink-like shadows behind her began to swell. In an instant, the outpouring ink completely engulfed Henny. Erica stood frozen, unable to believe the unfolding events before her. The dark, colossal form gradually began to rise from the ink. Henny's diminutive shadow was clearly insufficient to reveal the demon's true manifestation. Thus, it extended a massive maw, devouring the edges of shadow. In a heartbeat, the shadow expanded to an exaggerated size. Emerging from it was a horned head, devoid of eyes or a nose, featuring a gigantic skull with a tongue extending 100 meters long. It spewed forth ink into the sky, completely enveloping the already somber heavens in endless darkness. Its body seemed to be squeezed from the black clouds, as liquid-like masses of flesh began to rise from the shadow, forming a small mountain. The grotesquely swelling body forced Erica and Khafra to retreat several dozen meters. The two women stared at the colossal beast before them. Khafra was exhilarated, her body quivering like a wild beast. Erica gazed at the towering hand obscuring the sky, and the frenzied Khafra momentarily rendered blank in thought. This was an entity beyond their capacity to conquer. The demon's bloated body suddenly tore open a vertical fissure, violently gaping. Thousands of sharp teeth and foul, viscous slime, laden with the remains of various creatures, spilled forth. These were the trophies of the demon. Khafra could no longer contain herself. A demon hunter would not cower before any demon. This led to the inevitable conclusion that a demon hunter could only meet one of two fates. One path leads to a lifetime devoid of encounters with demons, while another culminates in a tragic demise at the hands of a formidable fiend. Unfazed, she transformed into a radiant arrow of white light, bursting forth in an instant. Yet, she underestimated the demon. The moment she set foot upon its form, a powerful, dark hand seized Kevla by the throat. Witnessing her expression of anguish, the demon laughed, a piercing sound akin to the terror of plunging into an abyss, which assaulted Kevla's eardrums. You struck quite fiercely just now, little one. Now, it is my turn to strike. Chapter 47, Battle On. The sky above the royal city plunged into darkness, resembling a haunting, inverted abyss. What has transpired? The crowd beheld the spreading ink-like substance, gradually enveloping the heavens, devouring their hopes. Within the academy, some mages sought to conjure sparks to illuminate their surroundings. Yet despite their fervent efforts, not a single ember emerged. This is dire, magical chaos, a mage suddenly exclaimed. An even more terrifying, potent wave of negativity surged toward the mages. Those who had previously stood firm now faltered, one by one collapsing. A sense of unease began to rise within Gwen. Her intuition warned her that perhaps the crisis extended beyond the academy, threatening the entire royal city. Look, what is that? Several students pointed toward the back mountain of the academy, their voices filled with dread as an atmosphere of fear enveloped the crowd. The increasingly transparent barrier allowed them a glimpse of the outside world, yet the sight that greeted their eyes would haunt them for a lifetime. The demon's form began to swell rapidly, consuming everything it touched. The back mountain of the academy, unable to withstand the violent pressure, began to crumble. Yet the rocks did not plummet. Instead, they were ensnared by the demon's tongue and drawn into its unfathomable maw. Even the sky was gnawed away, shattering like glass, emitting a sound of emptiness. Is that the demon? The one that rescued Professor Devon? Panic spread throughout the academy, and even the external world bore witness to this calamity. For the first time, the royal family took heed of the disaster. The military mobilized, and a multitude of mages raced toward the academy in carriages to offer support. In an instant, cries, the clatter of carriages, and the sound of collapsing mountains filled the royal city. Kevla was cast aside like a kite severed from its string, breaking several sturdy trees before falling silent. The demon, observing the fallen demon hunter in its own ever-expanding form, cackled. Thanks to you, little girl. Though I still require a bit more, I mustn't be too greedy. The little girl the demon referred to was, of course, Henny. It had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary individual would possess such profound knowledge of magic. For the demon, this was an extraordinary gift. Under its seductive influence, Henny borrowed immense power from it. In the Academy of Humanity, an unimaginable array of magical energy absorption was established. This complex array, composed of countless different formations, required even a fourth-tier mage a considerable amount of time to decipher. Henny utilized this array to draw forth an abundance of magical power, enabling her to exact the revenge she so desired. However, all of this ultimately benefited it. As long as the array remained intact, those mages could continuously serve as its source of energy, allowing it to grow ever stronger. In that moment, the demon lost its appetite for Henny. For the first time, the demon felt an insatiable greed for knowledge, a result of the vast information within Henny's mind. Typically, demons do not easily slay traitors, especially someone as exceptional as Henny. At this juncture, a faint glow emanated from its form, a manifestation of the countless mages from the academy being absorbed, continually replenishing its magical reserves. The magical energy within it surged, far exceeding what it had given to Henny. In a certain sense, Henny had repaid all her debts. It no longer needed to taste her essence. Suddenly, a brilliant white light flashed, and Kyvra emerged unscathed, wielding her silver blades with both hands, charging at the demon. Demon hunters receive enhancements when confronting demons, yet this comes at the cost of some rationality. Nevertheless, instinctive combat proved to be more advantageous against such foes. The demon's massive maw was instantly torn apart, countless black tendrils erupting from the gaps between its sharp teeth. Impatient, it swatted a hand, sending Kyvra flying hundreds of meters away. Yet, she remained undeterred, launching herself at the demon time and again, each assault inflicting some measure of damage with her specially crafted metallic weapon. Although the injuries were minimal, they were profoundly insulting. Gradually, the demon grew increasingly irritable. Despite the weakness of its opponent, she buzzed around like a persistent fly that it could not swat away. At that moment, a faint glimmer of magic illuminated the scene. A purple array began to coalesce between Erica's hands, every line and rune meticulously inscribed. She clasped her hands together, and the space surrounding the demon was instantly rent asunder, resembling clouds of stars materializing from thin air, for which dozens of purple chains erupted, piercing into the demon's very being. Second-tier magic, nebula chains. Success. Erica was both astonished and elated. Fortunately, she had once learned this spell from Victor, and to her surprise, her first application was against such a formidable adversary. The demon immediately sensed a hindrance to its magical flow, its attention shifting toward the chains severing its energy channels. How bothersome, this sorceress! It violently thrashed, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and massive boulders to plummet. Before long, the chain shattered. During this brief interlude, Erica hastily inscribed several smaller arrays. Each of these formations was designed to bestow magical enhancements upon Kyvra, boosting speed, attack, resistance, and resilience. Erica deftly shaped the arrays, her incantations flowing continuously. She had meticulously studied the intricate magic, receiving numerous suggestions for improvements from Victor. With these minor enhancements at her fingertips, Erica wielded them with effortless grace. As she accumulated sufficient power, Kevlar's movements became markedly swifter, seizing the fleeting opportunity when the demon broke its chains. A flash of white light sliced through the myriad of writhing tendrils and sharp fangs, delivering a devastating blow to the demon's neck. The creature let out a pained roar, the peculiar silver blade inflicting wounds of an extraordinary nature, causing it to feel its very essence of magic seeping away. In a frenzied struggle, countless tendrils began to fall from its form. Professor Devon, sprawled on the ground, raised his gaze to the terrifying scene before him, trembling in fear as he writhed, mustering all his strength to roll away and avoid the descending tendrils. Only a monstrous head, with an insatiable maw, began to devour its colossal body, blood and a foul stench gushing forth uncontrollably. The noxious odor permeated the surrounding forest, and Erica felt a piercing agony course through her skin. She hastily dropped to the ground, evading the malevolent energy swirling in the air. With each bite, the demon's head grotesquely swelled, as it devoured its own form. The head, slick with mucus and blood, appeared on the verge of explosive rupture. Ultimately, only a continuously swaying head remained, spewing forth an inky substance that blanketed the area like towering pillars. In a single devastating strike, a tidal wave of ink enveloped everything. Erica was swept away, crashing heavily against the jagged rocks, her arm impaled by sharp stones, pain radiating throughout her body. Kevlar, submerged in the ink, struggled desperately, yet sank deeper. The demon opened its enormous maw, tendrils coiling around Kevlar, preparing to draw her inside. Suddenly, Kevlar broke into an eerie laugh. She flicked her fingers, and the silver blades hidden beneath the ink shot skyward, striking the demon's colossal head with precision. The demon cried out in agony, and in that crucial moment, Kevlar freed herself from its grasp. With a swift maneuver, several silver daggers embedded themselves into the demon's head. The demon writhed in pain, and Kevlar seized the opportunity to escape its clutches. Demon, she cried. The daggers atop the demon's head ignited with a searing white light, resonating with a metallic hum that echoed across the skies. One by one, the daggers detonated upon the demon's form like bombs, rippling waves of visible energy spreading outward. The demon let out a wretched howl as its head erupted, transforming into an intensely dark mist. The violent force reduced the surrounding trees to powder, enveloping the area in a thick haze. "We have won." Suddenly, a voice, as if emerging from the abyss, reverberated from the heavens, sending a shiver down Kevlar's spine. "Are you done yet?" She lifted her gaze, as the endless black mist began to coalesce once more, reshaping into a grotesque and repulsive head. It opened one of its eyes, resembling a bulb, fixating upon itself, filled with greed and madness. Kyfla gazed blankly at the scene before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. A tongue, stretching 100 meters from its head, shot forth from the ink on the ground, sweeping across and sending both her and Erica flying 100 meters away. This terrifying strike left their bodies feeling loose and inflicted unimaginable pain. The demon's tongue slowly approached the two. Yet, suddenly, a terrifying sense of weakness surged within, momentarily stunning the demon. The magic within it was dissipating. The demon concentrated, attempting to draw from the Academy's magic. However, no matter how it absorbed, not a shred of magic flowed into its being. All that remained was the continuous loss of magical energy. Unbeknownst to it, the black barrier above the Academy was gradually dissipating, becoming transparent. Someone had unraveled that magical array, but this was not meant to be. Even if it had been broken, such a backlash of magic should not have occurred. The demon's feeble mind could not sustain further contemplation. It lowered its head, its gaze flickering over Erica and Kyfla. It was too late to savor these two humans. In its fury, it unleashed its wrath upon them, violently whipping its tongue, an astounding force propelling the two away until they vanished from sight, completely gone. The troublesome insects were swiftly dealt with, and it dragged its body, step by step, towards the Academy. It intended to use the entire academy as a stronghold to summon a gateway to the demon realm, allowing its progeny to fully occupy this place, transforming it into an empire solely belonging to itself. Suddenly, it lowered its head, sensing a life force emanating from below. It was Professor Devon. It attempted to retract its body, trembling in fear. Thus, the demon grinned widely, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. So, you're not dead yet, foolish creature. Are you the enemy of that little girl? The demon was unsure of what Henny was thinking, but for now, it could spare this being's life for Henny to deal with. Consider it a token of gratitude for the endless knowledge Henny had provided. Consequently, its tongue coiled around the trembling Devon, propelling him towards the academy like a missile. Meanwhile, the mages within the barrier displayed expressions of relief. Yes, that's the spot. Under Viga's guidance, Victor inscribed the final magical rune. Soon, the magical array began to dissipate. Victor felt a surge of emotion. Henny, truly gentle. After dismantling this array, he noted a reversal array left by Henny. It seemed she had anticipated that the demon would exploit her knowledge for greater power. Thus, she had preemptively created a flaw in the array. If the demon truly became as uncontrollable as she feared, dismantling the array would become the mage's sole opportunity for a comeback. This was Henny's final piece on the chessboard, her last resort as one endowed with knowledge yet devoid of magical talent. They praised and expressed their gratitude to Victor, yet failed to notice a swirling mass of shadows gathering ominously from all directions. The stones of the academy began to fracture, and numerous edifices trembled on the brink of collapse. Several mage towers swayed precariously under the weight of the demonic convergence before erupting with a resounding crash. The towering teaching buildings crumbled like fragile earth, collapsing with a thunderous roar. In mere seconds, the academy underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Once a beacon of brilliance, it was now reduced to a state of ruin. Countless individuals instinctively lifted their gazes towards a figure towering like a giant. Evil, a demon. It seemed to bring forth an endless wave of terror, casting a shadow over all. With a flick of its elongated tongue, it discarded Professor Devine onto the ground like a lifeless, innocent dog. At that moment, an overwhelming dread engulfed the masses. This aura of horror echoed the fear that had just dissipated from the mountaintop. Everywhere, it signaled the arrival of the demon at the academy. The greedy demon drooled with filth, seemingly intent on devouring everything within the institution. Just then, a colossal azure magic circle erupted from the ground, enveloping all in its glow. Third-tier magic, realm of arcana. Effect, significantly restores magical energy within its range and greatly amplifies magical damage. Victor's calm voice resonated nearby, echoing with tranquility. Now, it is time to unite our efforts. Chapter 48. No matter, I shall intervene. In the instant the barrier dissipated, all present beheld the grotesque form of the demon. Panic-stricken shrieks, cries of despair, and wails of anguish swept through the academy like a tempest of negativity. A few reckless reporters, driven by their ambition, continued to document the chaos with their magic stones. Duke Rive received news from the sorcerer beside him. He waved his hand, prompting a sorcerer to step forward and present him with a magic stone. The transparent stone shimmered ominously, barely containing the energy of the images within, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. He took it, smiling as he placed it on the table, addressing Lady Cassina. My lady, I shall refrain from extraneous words. You may observe for yourself. As his words settled, the magic stone emitted a soft glow, revealing an image. The most striking feature was the colossal demon obscuring the sky, beneath which lay the imprisoned Professor Devine. The very proximity to such a demon, and yet surviving, raised suspicions of collusion between him and the fiend. It appeared as though he sought his final refuge beneath the demon, surrounded by armored knights and mages, including the figure clad in a trench coat, Victor Clevenar. Lady Cassina opened her mouth, poised to speak, yet Duke Rive interjected. Lady Cassina, this is a live broadcast. If you're interested, you may enter the city at any time and visit any news agency. This spectacle has surely spread throughout the royal capital. Lady Cassina bit her lip. Turning to Rive, what do you mean? Are you now willing to let me into the city? Naturally. Levi rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to her. The capital is in peril. As a duke, it is my duty to offer support. Having said this, he nodded to Lady Cassina, preparing to turn away, only to be called back by her. A flicker of indecision passed through her eyes. Could Devon truly not be saved? Duke Levi maintained a smile on the surface. Yet internally he sighed. She hesitated. The moment Lady Cassina began to waver, It signified that she was contemplating whether the Wraith family should pay an exorbitant price for the sake of one Devon. Sacrifice the chariot to save the commander. Sever the tail to survive. Moreover, Devon Wraith was hardly a figure of significance within the Wraith household. Rather, he was a useless parasite. Otherwise, Lady Cassandra would not have sent him to the capital's academy to gild his reputation. Thus, Levi elucidated the pros and cons for Cassandra. Lady Cassandra, I implore you to consider carefully. Your son's collusion with demons is no trivial matter. I believe His Majesty's close ties with the Wraith family are insufficient to absolve one accused of conspiring with demons to incite rebellion. I entreat you to reflect. With that, he turned away, waving his hand to Cassandra. The mage beside him waved his orb, and a flurry of stars erupted in the sky, enveloping the mage's cohort and Duke Levi in blue luminescence. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. The knights sheathed their weapons, donned their helmets, and mounted their steeds, gradually departing amidst the clamor of hooves. Cassandra collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her forehead, tears streaming down her face, seemingly grappling with a momentous decision. The demon slowly opened one eye, situated upon its forehead, its sole means of perceiving its surroundings. A vast azure magical array began to rise beneath it, the acrid scent causing considerable discomfort. Suddenly, a bolt of yellow lightning shot forth, striking the demon with a resounding crack, yet achieving little effect. A mage's attempt had failed, provoking the demon's wrath. It erupted in fury, extending its tongue to engulf the unfortunate mage whole. The sound of crunching and the splintering of bones mingled for what felt like an eternity before the demon swallowed with a guttural sound. The mages had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Many were paralyzed with fear, screaming in terror. Even the self-righteous knights struggled to maintain their grip on their weapons and shields. Numerous voices cried out in terror, asking incessantly, "What on earth is this creature?" Those present recognized it as a demon. Yet when faced with the reality of a true demon, they could scarcely bring themselves to admit it. It was nothing like the demons they had envisioned, resembling instead a world-ending fiend. A third-tier mage stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone remain calm. Stand within the magical array. Our strength is gradually returning. With so many of us gathered, we shall surely vanquish this wicked demon." The voices quieted, yet the mages showed no sign of response. Their morale and actions unchanged compared to before. The demon, observing the mages in their state, laughed heartily. "Cowardly humans, do you think you can defeat me?" Suddenly, a figure leapt skyward like a streak of light, capturing the attention of all present. In stark contrast to the demon, she appeared diminutive yet inspired a flicker of courage within countless hearts. It was none other than Sir Gwen. Some recognized her and gasped in astonishment. The silver sword in Gwen's grasp seemed to unleash a hidden power, emitting a brilliant white light akin to the sharpest blade cleaving through mountains. With a single swing, she delivered an astonishing white gash upon the demon's form. The demon recoiled in agony, its body trembling as it turned its gaze upon Gwen. "Very well, you are quite impressive," it snarled, as if recognizing something significant. "Only moments ago, I disposed of someone strikingly similar to you. It appears you, like her, are insufferable." Gwen's expression shifted dramatically upon landing, instinctively believing the demon spoke of Kyvra. Rage consumed her entirely. Yet, in the next instant, the demon's colossal hand surged toward her. Gwen did not evade. Instead, she seemed to abandon all reason, her sword transforming once more into a radiant blade of white light, striking fiercely at the demon. Bang! The demon swatted her down as one might swat a fly, sending Gwen crashing into the ground, unconscious and utterly defenseless. "Sir Gwen," many knights expressed their concern, even Victor, who maintained the formation, frowned. The demon's mocking laughter echoed. "It seems you are far weaker than she was, even less than a mere fly." However, Gwen's actions had afforded the mages precious time. Not all were entranced by the demon's display. Buzzing filled the air as countless magic formations ascended, various arrays continuously materializing. And a commanding voice resonated. Just as we learned in the academy, "All units, fire!" At the command, an array of elemental magic arrows surged toward the demon, exploding like fireworks. Yet, the demon merely extended its tentacles, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught, not a single mark marring its resilient flesh. The mages, witnessing its invulnerability, marveled. The demon's thick hide is truly formidable. The initial volley yielded no results, leaving many mages disheartened. Yet in the next moment, a distinctly more authoritative voice rang out from above. "All units, first round of fire." The crowd turned to see Duke Rivi, accompanied by his battalion of sorcerers, arriving for support. The sorcerers fanned out, encircling the demon, their crystal orbs radiating an astonishing magical brilliance. Boom! 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 More potent spells erupted from the crystals like elemental cannonballs, and this time, the demon found itself hard-pressed to resist. Quickly shift formations, second round of fire. Without pause, the second wave of sorcerers replaced the first, unleashing their pre-prepared spells in unison, granting the demon no chance to retaliate. It is Duke Rivi. Duke Riviere arrived with his legion of sorcerers. A voice rang out from the crowd, igniting a wave of fervor among the onlookers. Swiftly, an increasing number of mages rushed in from various corners of the royal city, constructing countless formations in the air, each more potent than the last. The relentless onslaught of magical attacks left the demons with little opportunity to escape, and for a fleeting moment, victory seemed within reach for all. Yet, this relentless barrage merely served to erode the demons' patience. Impatiently, the demons stirred. Thud thud. The sound resonated like a powerful heartbeat, akin to a colossal drum echoing through the skies. The demon opened its gaping maw, seemingly intent on devouring everyone present. Like a tempest, an astonishing force of suction pulled nearby knights and mages into its ravenous abyss. Their terrified screams echoed in vain, unable to resist or even flee. The demon's mouth, akin to a meat grinder, cruelly reduced flesh and blood to pieces that cascaded to the ground, reminiscent of a gluttonous specter wastefully consuming its meal. Fear once again enveloped the crowd. It was over. Our attacks have proven futile. How terrifying. This is truly a demon. Help! Where's the dean? Who can save us now? Many mages and students found themselves ensnared in a vortex of despair, with some even curling up on the ground in tears. Suddenly, several third-tier mages froze, exchanging puzzled glances before shouting in unison. Where is Victor? Where has Professor Victor gone? The third-tier mages understood well the significance of Victor's presence. His engagement in the battle could potentially alter the tide. Yet, it seemed as if Victor had vanished, plunging many into total despair. At that moment, what was that? Was it Professor Victor? As a few students pointed toward the heavens in astonishment, all eyes turned skyward. Unbeknownst to them, Victor had appeared high above, his cloak billowing dramatically, radiating an astonishing crimson glow. Flames ignited, illuminating half the sky, purging the foul miasma and erupting with radiant light. It was as though Victor had set the heavens ablaze, draping them across his shoulders. The temperature within the city surged dramatically, becoming unbearably hot. The onlookers stared in awe, suddenly rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Good heavens! What is that? Everyone now beheld a colossal, crimson meteor hurtling down from the sky, its trajectory aimed directly at the demon's gaping maw. Chapter 49, Cataclysm. The rapidly descending meteor incinerated the air in its wake. Even the towering academy spire, succumbing to the overwhelming heat, reduced to sand. The intense friction ignited flames that enveloped the massive rock, resembling a fiery sun plummeting toward the earth. Fourth-tier magic, falling sun. The sky was seared, creating a gaping void from which radiant light cascaded downwards. Victor Haver der Luft, resembling a celestial deity surveying the demons below. The arcane prowess of a fourth-tier mage was formidable enough to evoke cataclysmic disasters, which is the very essence of the title of Holy Mage. In truth, this moniker is also used to encapsulate the profound mastery and might of a fourth-tier sorcerer, the Mage of Cataclysms. Duke Rivi, standing upon the ground, lifted his gaze. The setting sun reflected in his eyes as he murmured. Abruptly, his eyes widened, and the shock on his face transformed into resolute determination. Everyone, form a defensive formation. With a commanding voice, the legion of magicians and knights swiftly erected a formidable human barrier. The magicians and sorcerers chanted incantations, and a golden citadel gradually manifested, enveloping the students and mages within its protection. The knights crossed their swords and shields, a silvery radiance emanating from their blades as brilliant light flashed, conjuring numerous white magical shields before them. The meteoric descent threatened to obliterate all as flames erupted from the rubble surrounding them, the overwhelming force shattering everything anew. The combined barrier created by the magicians and knights wavered precariously, and everyone present felt an intense heat radiating from their feet to their very minds. The light of day was extinguished, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Odors and sounds were abruptly stripped away, and in that moment, one could only vaguely discern the presence of others beneath the cataclysmic magic through the feeble rays of sunlight. Meteors rained down upon the demons, their skin rupturing instantaneously. the horrific sounds of flesh akin to being engulfed in molten lava. Such formidable magic knows no distinction between friend and foe. The structures near the academy were engulfed by the searing heat wave, townhouses reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Damn it, fourth-tier magic is terrifying. Victor, you are the true demon. The unspoken thoughts of all present resonated in unison, yet none dared to voice them. To utter a word would invite the scorching winds into their mouths, making them feel as if their very bodies were ablaze. As the blinding radiance subsided, the barrier before them began to crumble and dissipate. In an instant, dust and debris were sent swirling into the air. What now? Is the demon vanquished? Under such overwhelming magic, it seemed implausible that the demon could survive. Have we won? Joy began to blossom on their faces. The exhilaration of having survived a cataclysmic event filling them with elation. Yet, as the layers of smoke began to lift, a colossal black figure emerged before them. Hee. You are all but a horde of worms. What is that? The crowd stood frozen, unable to fathom that the demon could still exist amid such overwhelming magic. How could such a terrifying entity still be alive? Once again, the crowd plummeted from hope into despair, their tears flowing freely. The sentiment of hopelessness spread naturally through the hearts of those present. The demon was not a stranger to their sight. There had been numerous incidents of demons wreaking havoc in various locales before this. Yet most demons are merely insidious creatures that beguile humanity and siphon the strength of others. In the eyes of many, demons appear as formidable beasts. But in the face of such a terrifying demon, can anyone truly conquer it? Duke Levi's expression was grave. Perhaps the only means to vanquish this demon lay in the preparation of war magic. Although Victor's recent fourth-tier spell was as cataclysmic as a natural disaster, in comparison, it paled in terror to war magic. Furthermore, the demon's power was gradually waning, and no one could predict when it would be weakened to the point of being defeated by its own hand. Nevertheless, this outcome still held promise. If they could stall the demon for an extended period and prepare a grand magical array in its moment of vulnerability, then there might be hope. As Duke Levi pondered, a figure abruptly captured his attention. It was Victor, standing alone amidst the ruins, confronting the astonishing demon. His deep black cloak billowed in the wind, intermittently shimmering with crimson patterns. What did he intend to do? He was still alive. A glint of danger flickered in Victor's eyes. Above the filthy demon, a conspicuous red health bar floated, indicating its level at 45. Its rank was not particularly high, yet its sheer strength as a unit made it formidable. The demon's health had already dipped below half and continued to decline, albeit slightly. This suggested that the demon was not as unscathed as others presumed. Its endurance thus far was solely reliant on the magical energy it had previously siphoned from countless mages at the academy. However, this was far from its peak. Demons vary in strength and stature. Those devoid of intellect and emotion are the most primitive. Yet, Ym, with its resounding name, was an original demon, one of the most elite entities among demons, known as greed. Its power far surpassed that of players at the time. Consequently, when players banded together to challenge Ym, numerous allies would emerge to assist them. For instance, Gwen would appear a year and a half later. Victor glanced back. The injured and unconscious Gwen had been safeguarded by his magic. A year and a half later, Gwen would make her inaugural appearance in aiding the players' battle, vanquishing Ym with astonishing prowess. This knight harbored an intense hatred for demons, wishing to eradicate all of them. The reason was painfully simple. Her sister, Kafladrin, whom Gwen had never met, had perished at the hands of the demon of greed. Had fate not intervened, the demon Kafladrin sought in the capital would undoubtedly have been Ym. The eventual outcome was, of course, self-evident. Once more, the demon spewed ink from its maw, gradually enveloping the entire academy. In an instant, tendrils began to emerge from the ink, thrashing wildly. This time, unlike before, the tendrils morphed into indistinguishable organs, emanating a sound that ignited the deepest desires within the hearts of those who heard it. As numerous sorcerers beheld the demon unleash its formidable power once more, they were seized by a tremor, collapsing to the ground in abject supplication. Victor, drawn by the tumult, turned towards Yemu, remaining utterly still amidst the tempest. The sinister melodies of the demon cascaded into his ears, yet Victor's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake. He softly uttered, "Vigia, I comprehend your intent." Vigia, brimming with excitement, longed to sprout hands and eagerly prepare for action, her feathers bristling and her eyes aglow with cerulean light. A torrent of magical energy surged into Victor's being, infusing him with a power that felt overwhelmingly potent, even more so than before. Was it due to Vigia regaining some of her strength? Victor quickly discerned the source and dismissed further contemplation. From his form erupted countless fragments of radiant red crystals, previously gathered by Gwen from the carcasses of the beasts. Now, they served their purpose. Each crystal embedded itself into the ground, conjuring an exquisitely intricate red sigil that manifested in the heavens. The crimson gems gradually began to shatter, suspended in the air while reflecting a vivid crimson luminescence. Red chains erupted from the corners of the crystals, intertwining to gradually ensnare the demon. These magical artifacts enhanced Victor's spell-casting prowess, bestowing not merely a simple amplification of power, but also imbuing various attribute effects within. Soon, Victor's hands became enshrouded in runes, magic surging forth from these symbols and cascading onto the chains of crystals. All demons are weary. The ancient prison, a maddened god's heart. With each incantation Victor uttered, the chains radiated blood-red light, unleashing a multitude of souls that drifted through the sky. Despair, resentment, and fury erupted from the sigil in an instant. Beneath the heavens, a blood-red flash illuminated the scene. Correspondingly, with every chant, Victor's magical reserves diminished precipitously. What was Victor attempting to accomplish? The sorcerers present gazed upward at the swirling blood-red souls, their hearts gripped by dread. They suddenly realized that the sense of greed within them had all but vanished, replaced by a red thread linking them to the chains. In that moment, an ominous premonition enveloped all the sorcerers. He intended to incorporate us all into his sigil. By the gods, Victor, was the collective thought that resonated within the minds of the gathered sorcerers. The demon, too, descended into madness, ultimately consuming its own head in a frenzied act, exploding into a deluge of black raindrops that corroded everything in its vicinity. Debris dissolved, and the air turned acrid. The murky sky was eroded away, revealing patches of clarity amidst the shadows, an eerie spectacle. Victor clenched his fingers, murmuring incantations, the binding array of the malevolent. Compel it to fortify. The demon's sinister melodies were gradually suppressed, completely ensnared within the chains, as an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted forth. The ethereal white magical energy instantaneously engulfed all surrounding entities, shrouding the sky in a manner reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, completely enveloping the academy. The demon, within the confines of the blinding light, widened its eyes in disbelief and uttered its final words. "You cannot kill me, Victor. I shall remember you." For the demon existed within a vessel, and even if it revealed its true form, the lethal damage would merely transfer to the host. Suddenly, beneath the pale expanse, a bridge seemed to form, linking Victor and the demon. In this peculiar realm, they could perceive only one another. The demon was perplexed. In that moment, the outside world appeared frozen in time. Victor had connected to the demon's mental domain, standing before it, his voice calm and serene, resonating softly. "You know, Yem, I possess a unique talent for dealing with demons." The demon was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, it felt as if countless shackles bound its psyche. When one utters the true name of a demon, the power of the transaction shifts from the demon to the individual who speaks it. Thus, Yem had no choice but to acquiesce to Victor's terms. "It seems you have caused enough chaos," he continued. No sooner had he spoken than Yem sensed its inner power waning. Panic surged within it as it cried out, "No, please, little girl, do not abandon me. I can help you exact your vengeance. I can grant you greater power. I can do so much more." But its pleas fell on deaf ears. As its colossal form was peeled away layer by layer, akin to shedding flesh, gradually revealing the essence of Henny within. Her yellowish eyes glistened with tears, appearing as if she had lost all strength and collapsed from Yem's body, as though plummeting from a great height. Yet in the next moment, she landed in a robust embrace. Henny yearned to cling tightly to her rescuer, even in this fleeting moment of lucidity. With a sudden burst, the white light erupted, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space, as the surrounding violent forces sought to obliterate everything in their vicinity. It consumed Yem, devouring all within its reach. The cacophony surrounding them fell utterly silent, leaving only a singular voice, distinctly resonating in Victor's ears. "Professor, I have missed you." Chapter 50. The blinding light surged skyward, a magnificent spectacle akin to ripples illuminating the heavens. Under the might of this ferocious power, the academy was utterly annihilated, even the last remnants of quartz shattered into dust. The citizens within the kingdom seemed to sense something amiss, instinctively lifting their gazes towards the distant academy. The astonishing beam of light pierced the clouds like divine radiance. This cataclysmic event, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, left the assembled mages in utter shock. Even though Victor had fortified the academy with crystal barriers, the energy that leaked forth instantaneously devastated the entire structure. Fortunately, the scope of destruction was contained. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the academy would have met their demise. Should the barriers be breached, the ensuing chaos might very well devastate a significant portion of the royal city. However, there were some individuals who, due to their proximity to the magic, suffered significant injuries amidst the commotion. As the brilliance faded, a horrifying chasm emerged upon the ground. This abyss, several dozen meters deep, was astonishingly vast. The surrounding edifices were unrecognizable. An academy had been obliterated in an instant within the royal capital. The demon had vanished as well. Numerous mages, their bodies weakened and trembling, gazed at the scene before them in disbelief. Where's the school? Has the school been annihilated? They were utterly bewildered. Yet the excruciating frailty of their bodies served as an undeniable reminder that the events unfolding before them were indeed real. Ultimately, Victor had siphoned the magical energy from all the surrounding mages, unleashing a formidable spell that posed a grave threat to the royal capital. In their hearts, the image of the human-shaped, warm magic solidified Victor's reputation further. Standing within the chasm, Victor cradled the unconscious Henny, her hood obscuring her features from view. Many beheld Victor amidst the abyss, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Why is Victor holding another woman? All attention was fixated upon Victor, leaving them oblivious to the grotesque toad that was leaping within the pit. Covered in ink-like substance, it laboriously crawled toward the charred body. That body belonged to Devin Resser. Miraculously, under the terrifying magic, Devin Resser had survived. In the final moments of injury, Yame had engulfed Devin Resser within its maw. All damage had been absorbed by the demon itself. Yame understood that if it wished to continue existing, then Devin Resser could not perish. The toad ascended the body of Devin, transforming into a dark inky substance that entwined itself around him. Like a resurrected corpse, Devin Resser stood from the ground, his bones creaking ominously, the dislocated joints now restored. His gaze, blood-red, fixated intently on the students before him, with a foul, putrid drool trailing from his lips. As if bereft of reason, he emitted guttural threats, tilting his head like a wild beast. Is that not Professor Devin? He is alive. Indeed, it is Professor Devin. Yet, something seems amiss. One observer noted the professor's bewildered demeanor, prompting confusion among the onlookers. Gradually, the crowd recognized that something was profoundly wrong with Devin Resser. He had indeed fallen under the influence of a demon. The truth of the sinister plot appeared to surface. Devin Resser was that filthy demon. The mages slowly raised their arms, preparing to unleash the entirety of their remaining magic upon Devin Resser. To everyone's astonishment, Devin merely twisted his head menacingly towards Victor and uttered a chilling threat. I will remember all of you. Suddenly, a wave of black ink rippled from beneath his feet, engulfing Devin Resser in darkness as he vanished. The mages trembled at Devin's words, the sensation of being targeted by a demon akin to a long, iron spear piercing their hearts. All eyes turned to Victor, for it was he who had vanquished the demon. If the roots of this menace were to be eradicated, it seemed that only Victor could take on such a task. Yet, presently, no one dared to command him. Duke Rivy leaped over the rubble and approached Victor, casting a glance at Henny cradled in his arms. This is my assistant. Devin Resser pilfered her knowledge to create the previous barrier formation. Duke Rivy's expression bore a hint of surprise. Although he was not within the formation, he had heard tales. A significant portion of the third-tier mages of the royal capital had come to assist, yet none could comprehend the intricacies of that formation, let alone dismantle it. It was Victor, alongside a few mages, who had unraveled it from within. Your assistant is an extraordinary talent. Victor turned his head, disregarding the Duke's flattery. Following this battle against the demon, Duke Rivy's animosity towards Victor had lessened considerably. After all, Victor had once again acted to protect the capital. During the initial eruption, no one knew what Victor had done. Indeed, the majority of mages had harbored doubts about him. However, this time, the mages of the capital had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Their respect for Victor swelled, and no one would dare question his status as a fourth-tier mage. Victor was terrifyingly powerful, despite his youth. Duke Rivy sighed. Perhaps, without Erica, he could have managed his relationship with Victor more judiciously. Shaking his head at the thought, the Duke chose not to dwell on it further. His daughter was his final bastion. Thus, he addressed Victor. After this incident, Devin Resser's crimes will be unequivocally established, even if he is the nephew of His Majesty. The Duke implied that Victor need not concern himself with the possibility of being accused of harming a royal. Even if the entire academy were to be destroyed, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. Should the demon have gone unchecked, the repercussions would have extended far beyond the mere loss of an institution. Yet, His Majesty would not move against the Resser family. Victor was not surprised. The Resser family served as the royal family's financial engine, and the Emperor's sister was the matriarch of the Resser clan. As long as they were willing to sacrifice Devin Resser, the family would suffer no significant loss. At most, they would be labeled as negligent guardians. Victor understood well that Duke Rivi was cautioning him. Regardless, he had already made an enemy of the Resser family. "My Lord Duke, I have enough grudges to bear. Too many grudges weigh one down." Victor, holding Henny, turned it apart. As he made to leave, Duke Rivi reached out to stop him. "By the way, Victor, the demon did not perish. It escaped." "Might it?" He expressed concern over the possibility of the demon returning, but Victor reassured him. "It will not die. It is a part of this world." Duke Levi was momentarily taken aback, as if something had crossed his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Was it reminiscent of calamity? Calamity, being an intrinsic element of the world, could not perish. With a composed demeanor, Duke Levi remarked, "Calamity? I cannot fathom what you are saying." His response elicited satisfaction from Victor, as though he had confirmed his suspicion. Victor cast a subtle smile at Duke Levi, the warmth of his amusement gradually reaching the Duke's ears. "I can only inform you that that demon is entirely unlike the ordinary demons you have encountered. He is the embodiment of greed. As long as there exist sentient beings with wisdom, as long as greed persists, that creature shall not die. Even if one is vanquished, another shall swiftly resurrect and reappear." A shiver ran down Duke Levi's spine upon hearing this. "You should now consider yourself fortunate that it is not dead, but rather rendered incapacitated." With these words, Victor embraced Henny and transported himself away from the abyss. Duke Levi, somewhat disoriented, gazed at Victor's vanishing silhouette, suddenly filled with doubt. Where had that crow on Victor's shoulder gone? Beyond the forest, Devin Leeser was running incessantly. He had already left the royal city, moving further away from it. He had to keep fleeing, for he did not wish to vanish. Greed indeed does not dissipate, but after Yam's demise, a new Yam would merely take its place. Consequently, memories, powers, and all that he was would no longer belong to him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Who was that mage? How could he possibly know my name? Possessed by Yam, Devin's speech and action seemed entirely transformed, reflecting Yam's essence. Were it not for the instinct to survive, he would never have chosen to inhabit such a worthless vessel. Now, he even found himself relieved, grateful that he had not consumed this plump pig. This pig, too, harbored enough greed, which could serve as sustenance to sustain its feeble actions. Suddenly, Devin stood frozen in place. A wave of intense dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him immobile. The forest lay enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of leaves. A single black feather fell before him, and Devin instinctively looked forward. A small black crow materialized before his eyes, possessing but a single eye located upon its forehead. Devin was struck dumb. Inexplicably, he began to tremble, gripped by fear. Was he not the demon? Was he not the source of widespread terror? Why then? Did he fear mere crow? "Hello there. Where do you wish to go?" The crow's voice resonated in his ear, causing Devin's body to tremble violently. Who are you?" "Me?" The crow suddenly erupted into a sinister laugh. Its sharp cackle echoed throughout the dense forest, as if the darkness sought to engulf Devin entirely. Devin blinked. Almost within that fleeting moment between blinks, the raven's talons grew enormous and sharp, its feathers glistening with an oily sheen and fortitude. A dense plume of inky smoke gradually billowed from its form. In the eyes of the demon, its body resembled a colossal shadow obscuring the heavens, casting a lofty gaze down upon Devin. Its voice, no longer shrill, resonated with a deep and rhythmic timbre. An echo reminiscent of an abyss reverberated, causing trees to shed their leaves and birds to scatter. Only its haughty voice remained, weaving through the dense forest. Chapter 51. A Traitor. The transaction is halted. Devin found himself at the mercy of Vega, manipulated in midair like the most pitiful of jesters in a circus. He could scarcely endure the humiliation inflicted by Vega, perpetually contemplating his escape. The obsidian giant eagle circled above, eventually alighting on a tree. A single eye shimmering with a blue luminescence fixed upon Devin as though he were prey. At long last, the demon could no longer endure such indignity, and, utilizing Devin's body, knelt heavily before Vega, pleading desperately, "O Divine One, please grant me my freedom. There is no benefit in keeping me here for your amusement. It is merely a waste of your precious time." Vega chuckled, her laughter transitioning from sharp to ponderous. "Why should I let you go? What value do you possess that warrants your release? None. Thus, your sole worth lies in my entertainment. With that, Vega seized one of Devon's feet and hurled him into the air, allowing him to plummet freely. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Vega swooped down to catch him, tossing him aloft once more, akin to a perilous bungee jump without safety measures. Eventually, when Vega grew bored, she gently set Devon down, stretching her neck and murmuring, "Boring, you may leave." Really? The demon could scarcely believe it. His spirit had been tortured to the brink of despair. Upon hearing Vega's words of freedom, he did not linger in thought, but fled at once. Yet how could Vega allow him to escape so easily? She permitted him to dash 100 meters before she flapped her wings, catching up to him and viciously tearing at his rear with her formidable talons. "Run faster. Keep running," Vega urged from behind, and with no other choice, he dragged his weary body onward. Even as he approached the limits of his endurance, he had no option but to flee from the looming threat of the giant eagle. Uncertain of how far he had run, he began to recognize the surroundings. That was a tree he had just passed. It had reappeared. This creature had no intention of letting him go. It was a cycle, a mirage. He could never escape unless the caster chose to dissolve the illusion. Devon was baffled by the existence of such a malevolent being. A god? He had never heard of any deity as irritable as this wretched raven. However, Vega seemed to peer into his thoughts, and with a flap of her wings, a fierce whirlwind toppled Devon to the ground. Terrified into silence, he watched as Vega laughed heartily at his crumpled form. "What grievances do you harbor, O mighty one? It is a necessity to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Do you dare to contest? Then confront my envoy." Derwin stood frozen, a vivid image flashing through its mind. The figure of Victor was deeply engraved in its consciousness. It remained utterly stunned. That human mage was, in fact, an envoy descended from the divine. As if a veil had been lifted, it collapsed to the ground, pleading loudly for mercy. "Oh, divine one, I have come to understand the depth of my offense. I beseech you to spare me. I shall never again present myself before you." Although the demon was unaware of the true nature of Vega's divinity, it continued to plead in terror. This was the only way to comprehend everything. The terrifying man, who was so powerful he seemed beyond human. "Why you plead for mercy? You will not perish," Vega remarked, as a dark mist gradually emanated from its form, enveloping the gigantic eagle. Soon, the black fog dissipated, transforming the once massive eagle into a small, cunning crow, flapping its wings before the prostrate demon, its words laced with temptation. "Look, I too possess greed, as do you. All wise beings in this world harbor desires. Therefore, Yimu, why fear me when you will not die?" Yimu trembled uncontrollably, and a black toad emerged from Derwin's body. In an instant, Derwin fell into unconsciousness, collapsing weakly to the ground. Yimu's trembling intensified. It realized that indeed, he knew everything. He even understood that it was Yimu, a primordial demon born of greed. "Lift your gaze and behold me." Yimu quivered as it raised its head, only to see Vega's eyes illuminate with a blue glow. A piercing pain shot through its mind, and Yimu felt its soul being ensnared. It quaked in fear, tentatively inquiring, "What have you done?" Vega opened its beak, lightly patting Yimu's body with its delicate wings, soothingly saying, "Do not be agitated. I have merely utilized your demonic transaction mechanism to place a lock upon you. From this moment forth, your consciousness shall endure eternally. Even in death, your memories and your power shall not fade away." Yimu was taken aback, gazing at Vega with an expression of disbelief. Why do you assist me?" In response, Yimu sank deeper into a state of fearful panic. The ease with which the other party could accomplish such a feat signified that they could just as effortlessly seize everything from it. Moreover, engaging in a transaction with a demon necessitated reciprocity. Thus, consequently, from this moment until your life is entirely extinguished and your memories utterly vanish, your soul shall be at my command. Though as a crow, it could not exhibit a smile, to Yimu, it appeared to be laughing maniacally, a laughter both eerie and malevolent. Yimu yearned to struggle, to escape from the clutches of this mad entity. Yet, with every attempt to break free, it felt chains binding its body, akin to steel spikes, piercing its heart with excruciating pain. Observing its restless form, Vega began to speak. Yimu had infused ink into Devon's 7 orifices, regaining control of his body. Uncontrollably, Devon stood, dragging his soulless shell step by step away into the distance. After a long while, his silhouette vanished from sight, prompting Vega to peck at his feathers. A teleportation array materialized before Vega, who flapped his wings and soared back onto the shoulder of his companion. "Can you truly retain the memories of a demon after its demise?" Victor inquired without glancing at him, his gaze fixed upon the dark trail left by Devon's departure. With a casual wave, the inky trace gradually faded, and the surrounding grass stood erect, obscuring the path. Vega cast a surprised glance at him, shaking his feathers. I always believed you to be quite clever, yet it seems you were as easily deceived as a demon. Victor, having received his answer, refrained from further conversation. Vega elaborated, to achieve such a feat, allow me to regain at least 30% of my power. After all, it is an ancient demon, and countless substitutes await its dissolution to ascend. Victor gazed at the uneven clouds above, continuing to inquire, and now, how much have you recovered? Less than 1%. Vega proudly puffed out his chest, as if boasting of his full potential. Victor, finding him unworthy of further attention, turned towards the dense forest. Tell me the whereabouts of Erica. Oh, I thought the indifferent Lord Victor would not care about my poor little follower. After all, she is my student. Wrong. Her magic was taught by me. Suit yourself. The trees could finally no longer resist the playful caress of the spring breeze, which ruffled the man's coat. Perched upon his shoulder, the crow lifted its head with pride, proclaiming its hard-won victory. Several armored knights, glimmering in silver, appeared to be searching for something outside the city gates. Soon, a figure in the distance captured their attention. The unconscious Devon Razor was slowly advancing toward the city gate. It's Devon Razor. Quickly, inform His Highness the Second Prince. No need. I've already arrived. The Second Prince emerged slowly from the city gate, smiling as he spoke beside him. He regarded Devon Razor and signaled to the knights nearby. One knight unsheathed his longsword, aiming it at Devon Razor. In no time, a bolt of lightning coiled around the blade. The lightning surged forth, striking Devon Razor's body. He jolted violently, his consciousness abruptly returning. Startled awake, he found himself surrounded by knights, feeling rather disoriented. The Second Prince stepped forward from among the knights, and, upon recognizing him, Devon Razor exclaimed, Your Highness! Second Prince, where am I? The Second Prince sighed inwardly as he looked at the rotund figure before him. This person was, astonishingly, his cousin. How filthy! Yet he did not show his disdain. Instead, he bent down, suppressing the nauseating stench and Devon's unclean body, to assist him. Cousin Devon, do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. The entire city believes you are in league with the demon. I know you have been wronged, dear cousin. Please recount everything that has transpired. Devon Razor's eyes were rimmed with red, as if he had found a release for his pent-up frustrations, and he divulged all his experiences to the Second Prince. He even disclosed the matter of Victor's assistant, Henny, and her possession by the demon. Upon hearing Devon's account, the Second Prince squinted and smiled. Ah, by the way, that demon still resides within you. Are you aware of that? Devon Razor was taken aback, hastily inspecting his own body, but finding nothing amiss. Upon regaining consciousness after fainting, he found himself face to face with the Second Prince, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired prior. Devon, in a state of desperation, implored the Second Prince, Your Highness, please expel the demon from me. I am a professor at the Royal Academy. I cannot bear the stigma of consorting with a demon. The Second Prince nodded in agreement, assuring him, Very well, cousin. I shall rid you of the demon at once. It may hurt a bit, so brace yourself. Devon Razor nodded emphatically, stating, I have endured enough torment these past few days. I fear no pain. Come forth. In the next moment his voice faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Second Prince before him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his gaze to his chest, where a long sword pierced his heart. How could this be? He had survived at the hands of Victor, and even at the hands of Henny. Not even the demon had taken his life. Devon Razor never anticipated that he would ultimately perish at the hands of a blood relative. His pupils began to cloud with a gray hue, losing their luster. The Second Prince withdrew the silver sword, flicking away the bloodstains, watching as Devon collapsed to the ground. Now, the demon is expelled. A repugnant, dark toad crawled from the lifeless body of Devon Razor, appearing quite feeble. All the knights beheld the demon before them, poised for action, awaiting the Second Prince's command to slay it. However, the Second Prince bent down, scooping up the loathsome toad and cradling it in his palm. The knights surrounding him looked on in confusion, with one knight exclaiming, Your Highness, that is a demon. You should not. Suddenly, countless black spikes erupted from the ground, impaling all but this knight's body. As they felt their lives swiftly slipping away, disbelief filled their eyes. At that moment, the Second Prince's voice rang out, David, you have accompanied me for quite some time. I have long since informed you. Things that should not be said must remain unspoken. The surviving knight, David, trembled. Abruptly bowing his head, beads of sweat falling onto the dust below. "Forgive me, my lord." The second prince smiled with satisfaction as he lifted the black ink toad, laying it flat in the palm of his hand, gazing intently at it. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke the silence, one that did not belong to the second prince. "Greed, you seem unwell. Would you like me to lend you a hand?" The feeble toad opened its single eye, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. It scrutinized the second prince, its gaze brimming with overwhelming ambition and desires steeped in malevolence. Truly delectable. Chapter 52. If it takes any longer, there will be no profit to be made. Victor discovered Erica amidst a dense thicket. She lay unconscious among the weeds, enveloped by a thin layer of magical shielding, her pulse and breath faint. Had it not been for this magical barrier, Erica might have already perished in that battle. Yet now, she remained in a precarious state. "It's far too dangerous," Victor remarked coolly. Both during the volcanic incident and the recent demon incursion, Erica had behaved like a naive fool, utterly oblivious to the peril she faced. Had Victor not dismantled the magical array in advance, Erica would have likely been devoured whole by Yim. The Duke's educational methods were certainly flawed. Erica always sought to prove herself, yearning for the admiration of others, particularly her father. However, Victor's gaze shifted to another figure, a woman with purple hair, equally marred by wounds, but in a far more severe condition. She radiated a translucent magical glow, various augmentations ensuring her survival. Yet, her body bore bruises and deep tissue damage, far more severe than Erica's. At least she did not share her father's callousness. Without Erica, this woman would undoubtedly have succumbed to the demons. Victor's eyes fixed upon her. Her garments were completely tattered, revealing gruesome wounds. Although the bleeding had ceased, the horrifying injuries still evoked a sense of dread. Had Erica's presence altered the course of fate? Kevaladlin, slain by the greedy demon Yim's minions. This was a character that the player had never had the chance to encounter, one that lacked even a visual representation within the game. Truly a being existing beyond the narrative. Before him lay a woman, unconscious and bearing a striking resemblance to Gwen. If all went as expected, this must be Kevalad. She was a demon hunter, which explained much. Victor nodded, understanding the significance of her identity. In the game, demon hunters were a unique class. Players could engage with those of authentic lineage to complete a class transition quest and become demon hunters themselves. In his past life, Victor had assisted numerous players with their transition tasks and was well acquainted with this profession. Demon hunters harbored a profound obsession with demons, relentlessly pursuing them to the ends of the earth until the demon was slain or the hunter met their own demise. If we were to translate this fervent passive ability of the demon hunter into numerical values within the game, the demon hunter would inflict an additional 50 damage to demonic entities. Given that demons are essentially manifestations of magical energy, the demon hunter correspondingly deals an extra 10 damage to mages. Mages, typically characterized by their low health and poor resistances, find themselves at a disadvantage. Following this numerical conversion, the demon hunter emerges as a formidable adversary to mages. In summary, mages harbor a deep disdain for demon hunters. However, the demon hunter is not without its flaws. Unlike knights, who can utilize magical energy to enhance their strength, the demon hunter is, in the truest sense, a class devoid of mana. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Victor bent down to assess Kavra's condition, and Vegan nodded in agreement. Indeed, had he arrived any later, her injuries would have nearly healed. Victor remained unfazed, revealing a vial of crimson potion in his palm. "You certainly excel at collecting favors," Vega remarked derisively, watching as Victor administered the potion to Kavra, who swallowed it with ease. He then produced another vial for the unconscious Erica. After completing this task, Victor clapped his hands and stated, "I am not a true cleric. Thus I cannot restore them completely." This statement left Vega momentarily speechless. Victor feigned ignorance, prompting, "I fail to comprehend how you accomplished this." The visibly miraculous effects of the potion contradicted all signs of death. Had Vega possessed Victor's vision, he would have witnessed the health bars of the two individuals who ingested the potion dramatically increase. For players, as long as a single drop of health remains, they cannot be considered on the brink of death. Victor's unique ability allows him to utilize player items, an extraordinary feat that other players cannot replicate. "Let us wait in silence for a moment," Victor suggested, leaning back as a chair materialized from the ground to support him. He casually grasped a tome of magic, supplementing his knowledge. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kavra was the first to awaken. A wave of debilitating weakness swept over her, rendering her reluctant to move, with her injuries starkly highlighting her precarious state. In that moment of despair, Kavra felt an urge towards self-destruction, unable to believe she had survived the encounter with the demon. "You should thank Duke Rivi. He raised a remarkable daughter," Victor remarked, closing the book and fixing his deep black gaze upon Kavra. Upon hearing his voice, Kavra froze. Struggling to prop herself up, the man before her, seated in the chair, exuded an air of mystery beneath his black cloak and the presence of a one-eyed raven, exceedingly elegant. Her gaze, still slightly blurred, did not immediately recognize who stood before her. However, Kavra felt a tinge of confusion. A chair? Where did he acquire a chair in this wretched place? Before she could ponder further, upon hearing his words, she braced herself against the pain and quickly turned her head to the other side. Erica Ducloe, though battling demons, could drive Kavra to the brink of madness. Her memories remained intact. Moreover, the myriad of enhancement effects radiating from her body bore witness to the events of the fight. In their previous encounter, the demon's devastating technique had sullied the earth with ink-like darkness, undoubtedly inflicting mortal wounds. A battle-hardened Kavra reminded herself of this grim reality. This indicated that Erica had, in a moment of lucidity, employed magic to preserve their lives. A sense of desolation washed over Kavra. Were it not for Erica, she would have perished at the hands of the demon. She had underestimated the demon's formidable strength and realized how feeble she truly was. Her shoulder bore a penetrating wound, yet she had managed to save both their lives. Remarkable indeed. Victor's words struck her heart like a heavy blow once more, leaving her engulfed in guilt. As for that demon, one could hardly contend with it. To speak candidly, unless the Emperor himself was willing to intervene, no one could defeat it. Kavra lifted her head, her brow furrowing in frustration. She could not comprehend the demon's might. As a demon hunter, she had never encountered such a being. It seemed to her an existence that ought not to grace this world. Kavra sensed its presence and confidently pursued it. Yet, it appeared to have never regarded her as a worthy adversary. Ultimately, her pride nearly cost her life. Nevertheless, the aftermath had been addressed. Victor rose, the chair beneath him dissipating into nothingness. He approached Kavra, his coat swirling, and 2 vials of crimson elixir fell before her. Remember to contemplate more before acting recklessly. Even as a demon hunter, being solely driven by instinct may yield no better outcomes. And do not forget to take your medicine, Miss Kavra. With a flick of his coat, he turned away. Kavra stared at the man before her, her vision sharpening as she regained awareness, and suddenly recognized him. "Victor, is that you?" A gust of dark wind swept through, scattering leaves that obscured Kavra's sight. When the wind subsided and the leaves settled, Victor's figure had vanished. All that remained was a single black crow's feather, a token of his fleeting presence. The feather drifted before her, and as she grasped it, her emotions swirled in complexity. For inscribed upon the feather was a clear message: 4 vials of restorative elixir, 8,000 geo. Remember to pay. Steeling herself, she picked up the red potion that lay discarded on the ground. Its hue, as vivid as blood, was unlike any restorative potion she had ever encountered. After a moment of hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and poured it into her mouth. A luminous green radiance emanated from her body, and in an instant, her wounds healed by half. She felt a surge of strength coursing through her entire being, allowing her to rise to her feet. Truly, it was a miraculous potion. She contemplated that only 1 vial remained. Should she consume it, it would restore even more of her combat prowess. However, there was no longer a need for her to fight. She reserved the potion for Erica, cradling her in her arms. She uncorked the vial and poured its contents into Erica's mouth. A resounding knock echoed at the door of the Duke of Lie's residence, prompting Duke Levi to rush outside almost immediately. He stood at the threshold, observing as Erica and Kefra supported one another, making their way to the entrance. Erica, her face smeared with dirt, looked up at her father and broke into a joyful smile. "Father, Kefra and I held off the demon for quite a long time. Am I not impressive?" Despite her frail condition, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes as she spoke. "I am no longer a burden." Duke Levi remained silent, his demeanor suggesting a sudden tension in the atmosphere. Erica shrank back, lowering her head, seemingly apprehensive. Yet in the next moment, a strong embrace enveloped her, reminiscent of the warmth she had experienced in her childhood. Her father's trembling voice reached her ears. "Erica, you will always be your father's pride." Chapter 53: The emergence of the demon inflicted catastrophic losses upon the capital. Yet ultimately, it was humanity that emerged victorious. The ramifications of this event were profound, spreading far and wide without embellishment from any media, as stories circulated throughout the capital. After all, many had witnessed the demon's terrifying visage firsthand. The creature's formidable power instilled dread, as the chaotic tendrils obliterated the sanity of all present. Whether it was the demon-esque rampage within the academy or its brutal display in the back mountains, both scenes were enough to instill a deep-seated terror. The apocalyptic horror became an indelible shadow in the lives of those who experienced it. Furthermore, this incident etched Victor's image and his fearsome magical prowess into the minds of everyone. The youngest fourth-tier mage in the Empire, this news quietly spread throughout the realm. 3 days later, Victor sat at his desk, still engrossed in the profound tome of magic that he found endlessly fascinating. Viga had once chided him for his unwavering attachment to this book, questioning whether it contained some esoteric magic that even he needed to continuously study. Yet, Victor had never provided the answer she sought. The report detailing the capital's losses arrived. At some point, Leah entered without knocking, placing a densely written note on Victor's desk. Victor had grown accustomed to her unannounced intrusions into his study. He closed the book, lifted his gaze, and accepted the note. It clearly detailed the various losses incurred by the capital, shops, streets, and the sculptures of landmarks. The most grievous outcome was the utter obliteration of the academy. The once illustrious institution had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a desolate expanse of land and a vast gaping pit. He exhaled softly, a mere sigh escaping his lips. No one could fathom the complexity of emotions harbored within the heart of the great mage who had dedicated his entire life to the academy. Although it was common knowledge that Victor was responsible for its destruction, none dared to cast blame upon him. The battle with demons rendered the academy's demise inevitable. Victor's intervention merely hastened this outcome, swiftly vanquishing the fiends to mitigate further losses and minimize casualties. Consequently, the culpability of Devin Lacer was decisively established. His lifeless body, along with that of several fallen knights, was discovered outside the city gates. It appeared that these knights might have attempted to apprehend the fleeing Devin Lacer, yet he still possessed the strength to resist. In the struggle with the knights, he inflicted considerable harm before ultimately perishing alongside them. Laya waved the newspaper in her hand, which contained all the pertinent details. Victor remained largely unfazed. To him, the fate of Devin Lacer held little significance. After all, he was already half dead. He calmly inquired, "What are the repercussions for the Lacer family?" "There are indeed consequences," Laya methodically reported to Victor. "The Lacer family has voluntarily agreed to cover all losses incurred in the capital, and His Majesty has imposed additional penalties. Compensation will be provided to all mages and knights who participated in this conflict. Naturally, as a mage yourself, you are entitled to a share of this compensation. However, I believe you may not require it, so I allocated that portion to Henny." Laya made this decision unilaterally, a choice that Victor found entirely unsurprising. Laya was an ordinary woman, yet her dealings in commerce necessitated a learned ruthlessness and indifference, regardless of her hidden identity and the depths of her coldness and cruelty. These were merely facades she adopted for the sake of her family, concealing the sensitivity that lay beneath. Following the battle that day, he had left early, ensuring that the unconscious Henny was safely returned home. He clarified everything to Laya, including Henny's plight. Laya listened with a heavy heart, promising Victor that she would take good care of the poor child. At that moment, Laya narrowed her eyes, seemingly alluding to something when she remarked, "Goodness, the Lacer family is indeed wealthy. How many participated in the battle that day?" "There were over 1,000 mages within the academy alone, given the compensation per head. It amounts to a staggering sum." Victor resumed his reading, seemingly unwilling to squander even a moment of precious time. "Financial ruin is averted," he mused. "But how shall we alleviate our own misfortunes?" He fell silent for a moment. "A fiscal crisis. Did you hear that, Vega? From now on, you'll feast on grains instead of meat." The raven perched on the table lifted its head, casting a disdainful glare at Victor, expressing its displeasure. "I was merely jesting," he added. Observing Victor's reaction, Laya felt a sense of satisfaction. "Recently, I have observed Victor's audacious demeanor, and I have longed to temper his arrogance. The prop shop has reopened, and following our previous confrontation with the demon, its reputation has soared. Each day, our stock is thoroughly plundered by those wizards, to the extent that some have inquired whether they might purchase more than the allotted amount." This thought elicited a chuckle from Leah. "Potions, produced at almost no cost, fetch a price of 1,000 geo. An income of 50,000 geo daily amounts to a staggering 150 million geo in just a month. Even during its most prosperous half-year, Clavina barely surpassed 500 million. Indeed, those wizards are quite affluent. I find myself compelled to express gratitude to that demon. Oh dear. I must apologize for such sentiments. Leah excitedly waved her hand, her eyes shimmering with the allure of wealth. She paid little mind to Victor's puppet-like demeanor, having grown accustomed to it, and continued, "Moreover, let us not forget that I have exerted considerable effort in this matter. It would be unreasonable if you did not grant me some form of reward." Leah spoke with delight. Indeed, as Leah had mentioned, her contributions to the conviction of Devin Reeser were invaluable. The reporters who gathered around the academy, awaiting first-hand news, were orchestrated by Leah. She wielded the pressure of public opinion to compel the Reeser family to confess. Even if the Reeser family had preemptively rid themselves of the burden of Devin, they could not evade serious repercussions from the crown under the weight of prevailing public sentiment. In summary, it was a mutually beneficial outcome, excluding the Reeser family. Victor remained impassive, nodding calmly before stating, "So what do you desire?" 50%, Leah exclaimed, extending her palm and gesturing the number 5 before him. "You must allocate at least half of the prop shop's monthly profits to me." Victor, appearing slightly pained, closed his book and scrutinized Leah. 80%. Leah was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean? I can indeed offer you 80% of the profits. I require some funds. Otherwise, it would not be an issue for all of the shop's income to belong to you, given that this is our family's enterprise." Leah stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the indifferent Victor, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. "Are you serious?" Victor nodded. He was not deceiving her. He genuinely needed a portion of the funds to pursue further studies in fourth-tier magic. However, there was no necessity to elaborate to Leah. Moreover, he would eventually hand over the position of head of the Clavina family to her. But what if he found himself short on funds in the future? He could simply turn to Leah. After all, the expenditures would still be from their family's coffers. "Do not regard me with such naive eyes, for it is you who governs the territory of Clavina." Leah, unaware of the underlying implications in Victor's words, lowered her gaze slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. "I have long wished to inquire about this, but no, never mind." Leah took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain her composure. Soon, she regained her former assertiveness, casting a glance at Victor. "You said yourself, do not go back on your word. Here, take this." Leah tossed a pouch from her bosom, which Victor deftly caught. He weighed it in his hands. The pouch still bore a hint of warmth, and the sound of coins clinking within resonated with the promise of wealth. "What is this money for?" Victor inquired, somewhat taken aback, only to hear Leah casually remark, "Kefra, in a fit of generosity, handed Gwen a hefty sum to pass on to you." "Such a large amount of money. Have you extorted Kefra?" Victor found Leah's thoughts somewhat absurd, yet he accepted the money nonetheless. He turned to Vega and remarked, "No worries. Your share is secured." Leah, dissatisfied with Victor's response, muttered, "If you hadn't promised me 80% of the profits, I would have stashed this money away for myself. But now I have no need for such trifles." With that, she gracefully swayed her waist and made her way toward the door, casually adding, "By the way, that poor little girl has yet to awaken. I am somewhat concerned. If you have the time, do not forget to check on her." With a loud bang, the study door was slammed shut. Vega displayed a more human-like expression, revealing a hint of anger. "What do you mean, Victor? Are you withholding my food allowance because you're out of funds? I thought you weren't one to nitpick over such matters." Victor pulled out a book once more and resumed his reading. "I've been asking all along. What do you keep poring over those worthless tomes for? If you have any questions, just ask me directly." Vega voiced his confusion. It seemed as if Victor was in relentless pursuit of something, unwilling to relax even for a moment. "I am now a fourth-tier mage." Victor stated this cryptic phrase, leaving Vega puzzled. Unbeknownst to Vega, as a player, Victor could directly spend Geo to learn magic. This meant that, despite becoming a fourth-tier mage, he only possessed the fourth-tier magic that is subordinate, the essence of fire, had comprehended on its own. He was otherwise devoid of any other fourth-tier spells. Moreover, the cost of fourth-tier magic was exorbitant, hence the need to read books for 100 hours to acquire the skill heart of the sage, as a voice echoed in his mind. Victor closed the book and remarked nonchalantly, "All right, no need to continue reading." Vega inquired, "What?" Victor glanced at his skill panel, noticing a new passive ability. Heart of the Sage 1 reduces material and geo costs by 50 when learning skills. Indeed, Victor was grinding for skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so diligently engrossed in reading. "Let's go check on Henny." Victor rose, and the raven quickly flapped its wings to perch on his shoulder. He lamented, "What a peculiar condition it is to possess knowledge, yet be unable to learn magic." Upon finishing his statement, Vega cast a surprised glance at Victor. "Honestly, I thought you were already aware of this." To Victor's astonishment, he turned to look at Vega, his face rarely betraying a hint of confusion. Shortly thereafter, Vega's voice resonated. "Herny is a succubus." "What?" Chapter 54. May I embrace you? Victor was taken aback by this revelation, his body stiffening slightly. For the first time, a semblance of shock flickered across his features, which surprised Vega as well. So, you were unaware that Herney is a succubus? Why would I know? Victor was, of course, familiar with the existence of succubi. They are exclusively female, drawing upon male vitality through indescribable means to enhance their magical prowess. The more seasoned a succubus is, the more potent her magic becomes. Hence, Herney, devoid of any magical essence. Victor suddenly recalled a phrase, the shame of a succubus. I suspect she herself is oblivious to this fact. Truth be told, I only discovered it recently. Vega pecked at his feathers and continued. After the demon possessing Herney departed, her inherent succubus aura began to surface. After all, in certain respects, succubi are a branch of demons. Victor's lack of awareness on this matter surprised Vega, who had assumed he was already privy to such trivialities. Yet, Herney appeared to be an ordinary human. When have you ever seen a normal person with luminous yellow pupils? Honestly, when she opens her eyes at night, they shine brighter than a bulb, Vega remarked with exasperation. Nevertheless, Herney did not exhibit any overt succubus traits. Prompting Vega to elaborate, Herney is likely a half-breed succubus, the offspring of an unknown species and a succubus, but she must be human. Succubi can reproduce asexually. Since they are exclusively female, they cannot bear children through intimate relations with one another. However, succubi can mate with other species, and while they can assume forms appealing to various species, the offspring will always take on the appearance of the species they were born from. Indeed, even if a succubus were to mate with a gorilla, the progeny would merely be a female gorilla succubus. Victor pondered for a long while. In that case, Herney's lineage would make sense. Leah had investigated Herney's background. She had grown up in an orphanage, with no parents from a young age. Succubi are not known for their nurturing instincts. After indulging in pleasure, they would simply abandon their offspring in any location before continuing their pursuits. Whether the child survives is of no concern to them. As for the father, he had likely been drained dry by the succubus. In other words, Victor fell silent for a moment. Vega scrutinized him and teased. That's why I suggested you must have known about this all along. After all, our esteemed Victor possesses quite an ample reservoir of magical energy. Victor quickly came to terms with this reality and regained his composure. He then stated calmly, "This does not assist me in any way." As a pragmatic player, Victor was disinterested in matters of little significance. Efficiency was paramount for him as a professional player, rather than mere experience. Consequently, he had little regard for whether Herney was a succubus. That was merely her race and held no relevance to her as an individual. Lacking magical talent, her knowledge was already invaluable. Upon hearing this, Vega smiled slyly, with no one knowing the thoughts swirling in his mind. Herney lay in bed, slowly opening her eyes. Her body felt weak, as if burdened by a heavy stone, and her spirit was somewhat unwell, her head throbbing. This was to be expected, for she realized she was quite hungry. How long had she been unconscious? She had no idea. All she sensed was that she was nestled in a soft, large bed, remarkably comfortable. The spacious room was beyond her wildest dreams. Yet, why did it feel so familiar? A faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Suddenly, a memory struck Herney, her eyes widening in realization. Wasn't this the guest room in Professor Victor's home? How did she know? Because she had once slept here before. It was the day after she met the professor. Although it was merely a morning, it had become an immensely cherished memory for her. It was during that time that Herney perceived Victor as a remarkably gentle professor. In her heart, he shone like a brilliant star. Indeed, Herney admired him. Victor fulfilled her various fantasies about mages. Powerful, composed, mysterious, and gentle. He taught me, saved me, for someone like me. In an instant, Herney's face flushed crimson, biting her lower lip and burying her head in the soft quilt, as if lost in a reverie, her fingers gripping the fabric tightly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Herney jolted awake, hurriedly lying back down, pulling the quilt over her, and closing her eyes tightly as if still in a deep slumber. The door creaked open, and someone entered. Though she could not see, Herney's intuition told her that the person was examining her. The footsteps drew closer, halting beside the bed. Herney longed to open her eyes and see who it was, but her earlier anxious state made her too timid to do so. After a lengthy silence, the person remained still. Just as Herney felt she could not endure the tension any longer, the quilt was suddenly yanked away. A chill enveloped her body, and she widened her eyes, gripping the edge of the quilt tightly. Raising her head to look at the intruder, she saw a face as expressionless as ice. As if this were merely a trivial act. "Professor," Henny's face turned beet red as she hastily snatched the quilt back to cover herself. Victor remained impassive, his expression unchanged, as he took a seat on the chair beside the bed. "When did you wake up?" Henny, half concealing her face with the quilt, blushed like a steam engine about to boil over, daring only to reveal her eyes as she discreetly observed Victor. "Just now," Victor nodded. "Then change into your clothes and tidy yourself up." Hene felt even more ashamed and indignant, thinking that Victor had somehow caught wind of her recent thoughts. However, what she heard was merely Victor's calm voice. "I instructed the servants to prepare some porridge for you. You may consume some light food now. Do not forget to eat to replenish your strength." Victor meticulously outlined various arrangements for Hene, his tone leaving no room for refusal, preventing her from responding. Hene lowered her grip on the blanket, revealing her face. Due to malnutrition from several days of unconsciousness, her complexion was somewhat pallid, yet it only served to evoke more sympathy. Even though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, it did little to enhance her color. She stood there in a daze, uncertain of the emotions swirling within her. She longed to reach out and embrace him, despite knowing the vast chasm that lay between them. "Professor." Victor regarded her with an unperturbed gaze. Summoning her courage, she bowed her head and uttered the long-anticipated yet audacious request, "May I hug you?" But as soon as the words escaped her lips, she recoiled like a startled fawn, not daring to meet Victor's eyes, hastily adding, "I'm so sorry. Professor, my request is utterly unreasonable. Please disregard it." In the next moment, Hene's eyes widened in astonishment. Before she could finish, a broad and sturdy embrace enveloped her. And when she looked up, all she could see was the black lining of Victor's coat. The scent emanating from his chest wafted to her senses, causing her to feel utterly immersed, yearning to linger in that moment. She reached out, attempting to wrap her arms around him, striving to preserve the time in that instant. Yet the embrace was fleeting. Victor withdrew before she could fully embrace him. He was like an elegant gentleman, never refusing a woman's modest request, nor overstepping boundaries with any inappropriate actions. Hene gazed at Victor, but his figure gradually blurred. Noble. In her blurry vision, that single word remained. Elegant, mysterious, and extraordinarily noble. This description fit Victor perfectly. "If you require anything else, seek the maid at the door," Victor said, pushing open the guest room door and departing like a gentle breeze. Hene, stunned and blushing, buried her face once more in the blanket. Yet the image of Victor embracing her lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. A warm current surged within her, filling her with immense happiness. Hene felt something was amiss as she crawled out from under the covers, extending a hand, palm flat before her. She began, as usual, to attempt to construct a magical array with her hands. Logically, her efforts should result in failure, given her lack of magical power. But this time, emerald green patterns gradually emerged from the air, forming a complete array. A faint, small whirlwind began to swirl from her palm. A cool breeze brushed against the tips of Hene's hair, carrying a hint of chill. "Am I a mage now?" Herne felt a slight dampness on her cheeks. Before she realized it, 2 streams of tears had traced down her face. Chapter 55. Remember to close the door next time you change clothes. Early in the morning, Victor was strolling about the estate. Having attained the heart of the sage, he no longer needed to immerse himself in books to pass the time. The first level of the heart of the sage was entirely sufficient for him. To ascend to the next level, he would have to read for 300 hours, which seemed exceedingly tedious. Similarly, with the academy having been bombed, he was spared from attending classes and found himself feeling somewhat bored. Despite frequently slacking off during his time at school, accompanied by Vega, he wandered through their garden, treading along a path strewn with delicate pink petals, heading towards the depths of the garden. As they passed through, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, diminutive figure. It was Herne. She was nearly engulfed by the blossoms, her head occasionally peeking out from among the flowers, resembling a lively and beautiful spirit of the blooms. Engrossed in her task, she evidently did not notice Victor's presence. Victor, too, did not initiate a greeting. He merely cast a glance in her direction and prepared to leave. However, Vega called out to him, "Hey, don't go just yet, take a look at her." Heeding the Raven's suggestion, Victor turned his head and scrutinized Herne closely. What he beheld was quite astonishing. In the palm of Herne's hand, she had conjured a small blue magical array. Gentle streams of water flowed forth from her palm as she used her magic to tend to the flowers. Victor was taken aback. Vega, equally bewildered, blinked and uttered an incoherent remark. "Do you have a male servant at home?" Victor knew that this was certainly not the case. He preferred tranquility and had only brought a few maids from the estate. The mansion in the capital didn't even have a butler. Victor understood Vega's implication. succubi could not cultivate their own magical power. But how could Herney have found a partner in just one day? Moreover, she was not the type to be casual about such matters. With a sense of curiosity, Victor approached her. Herney was still experimenting with her magical compositions, constructing small arrays in her hands, much like a child delighting in a newfound toy, joyfully engaging in various attempts. Startled by the inquiry behind her, Herney accidentally let the array dissipate. Victor stood behind her, witnessing the moment. He could discern that Herney's magical reserves were exceedingly limited, akin to a thin film of water in a barrel. After the initial shock, Herney turned to see that it was Victor, and her expression lit up with joy. Eager to share her happiness, she exclaimed, "Professor, I have magical power now. I can use magic." It was evident that she was thrilled and wished for Victor to praise her. Yet, this only deepened Victor's confusion. Herney continued to speak. "I don't know what happened. After you left yesterday, I felt a surge of magical power within me." Victor fell into a peculiar state of contemplation. He had never encountered such a situation before. The character Herney has never appeared in the game, a peculiarity he cannot elucidate. Could it be that your judgment is flawed? I assure you, I cannot be mistaken. The obstinate Vidya refuses to concede, for the divine is perpetually infallible. Victor, dismissing further contemplation, lowered his gaze upon Herney. Nodding in approval, "Well done." Instinctively, he extended his arm to pat her shoulder, but upon witnessing the eager glimmer in her eyes, he hesitated, opting instead to ruffle her hair. A profound sense of euphoria surged within Herney, enveloping her in a warm, radiant flow. However, at that moment, Vidya fixated intently on Herney. Being acutely sensitive to magical energies, it sensed a surge of power emanating from her. What transpired? Merely a touch from Victor could amplify her magic? Yet, we tousle my feathers daily, I felt nothing. Vidya yearned to unravel this mystery, yet Victor had already taken it away. Before departing, Herney cheerfully waved goodbye to Victor. As they ventured further, Vidya leaned towards Victor and remarked, "There is something amiss with her." "Is that what you think?" Victor retorted, puzzled. From the player's perspective, when in contact with another or entering combat, one can discern the other's level. Lacking magical power, Herney's level had perpetually remained at 0. Yet today, the instant Victor touched her, he observed her level was 1. However, once his hand withdrew from her head, it promptly upgraded. Victor recalled that just yesterday, he had embraced Herney before leaving. That too constituted physical contact. Could her advancement be linked to his touch? Vidya suggested, "Perhaps it is mere coincidence, yet I recommend you test it again." Test again? The thought that Herney might seek his embrace and head pats daily, combined with her succubus lineage, struck him as peculiar. "Apuriarted succubus," Victor muttered to himself, dismissing further thoughts as he exited the garden. Upon returning to the mansion, Victor passed by Leah's room. The door was slightly ajar, and his curiosity led him to peek inside, catching sight of Leah holding a gown against herself. A voice suddenly pierced the air. "Next time you change clothes, remember to close the door." Leah exclaimed, "Are you here to disturb me when I'm off duty? Are you out of your mind, Victor?" The sound of her ire echoed within the room as she tossed the gown onto the bed and stormed to the door. "I am merely selecting a gown. I am not ready to change yet. And why are you still clad in that outdated black trench coat? Do you not know what today entails?" Victor was well aware. To commemorate the victory in the Demon War, Emperor Aubrey had orchestrated a grand banquet for today. Naturally, all noblemen of title were expected to attend. Victor, however, had little desire to go. He found little interest in such festivities. As the thought of the banquet crossed his mind, he was reminded of the day prior to his arrival here. The reason behind his confession to Erica remained an enigma. Was it merely a coincidence, a misunderstanding, or a deliberate act by another? This mystery lingered in his thoughts. Of course, one couldn't dismiss the possibility that the original Victor was somewhat lecherous. Thus, he spoke, "Why can't you go by yourself?" "Not a chance. Victor, let me remind you, you represent the Clavinif family," Leah warned, jabbing her finger into Victor's chest. "Moreover, you are the star of today's banquet. It would be unheard of for the main character to be absent." Indeed, all the nobles of the capital were well aware that the banquet, ostensibly celebrating the victory over the Demon War, was, in reality, a signal from the royal family to court Victor. As the youngest fourth-tier mage capable of summoning meteorites, he alone could restrain the demons. This showcased Victor's formidable and astonishing combat prowess to the entire capital. Naturally, the emperor would also acknowledge Victor's worth. Victor understood that although he had previously declined the emperor's offer, this time, it would surely be different. The emperor was publicly hosting a grand banquet, intending to bestow an honor upon Victor in front of everyone, thereby portraying Victor as an ally of the royal family to the outside world. In any case, there was no harm in cultivating a closer relationship with the crown, which could be advantageous for Victor. He was aware that the old emperor had only a few years left, yet until then, Emperor Aubrey still held significance. Quickly change your clothes. The banquet is at the palace, and we must leave this afternoon, Leah urged, her impatience evident. Why go so early? The banquet doesn't start until evening. Observing Victor's nonchalant demeanor, Leah felt a surge of frustration. I still need to choose a gown, do my makeup, and, as your family member, I must meet the emperor beforehand. Plus, I have the financial reports from the territory to attend to this month. All these matters awaited Leah's resolution. While Victor had no responsibilities, enjoying his freedom each day. In comparison, Leah felt utterly despondent, and seeing Victor standing idly only fueled her ire. Go change your clothes. Before Leah could finish, a brilliant red flame ignited from Victor's cloak, gradually enveloping him. As the flames dissipated, his cloak transformed into a sleek black formal suit. Tiny red fragments adorned the black attire, with crimson patterns tracing the seams of the suit. A few strands of red crystal chains draped over his right shoulder, and faint sparks of flame seemed to hover around him. Leah was momentarily taken aback, captivated by Victor's elegant appearance in formal attire. So handsome, she murmured. It is often said that one's appearance can greatly influence perception. Victor, already striking, now exuded an air of noble elegance in his formal wear. Thank you for the compliment. Leah felt a blush creep on her cheeks, rolling her eyes as she retorted, I was referring to your magic. It is indeed both impressive and convenient. Victor shared her sentiment. The ability to change attire magically was undeniably remarkable. The source of fire from Galeton possesses the remarkable ability to solidify fire elements into various forms. Consequently, the attire he dons is naturally composed of fire elements. With the source of fire at his disposal, Victor no longer needs to concern himself with the mundane hassle of changing clothes. He can wear whatever he desires. After perusing this, Leah forcefully ushered him out of her room. All right, enough. Hurry up and leave. I'm not ready yet. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, startling Vega, causing his fur to bristle. Outside, Victor shrugged, adjusted his suit, and scrutinized himself before inquiring of Vega perched on his shoulder. Do I look dashing? Indeed. His method of changing attire was quite impressive. In the afternoon, Victor stood on the training grounds, wielding an ordinary iron sword with effortless grace. Each swing appeared light and ethereal, and if one were unaware, they might assume him to be a seasoned swordsman. Indeed, Victor had commenced sword practice. Having finished reading, and with nothing pressing to attend to, he resolved to hone his skills in other professions. As he practiced, Victor noticed Leah hastening towards him. Finally found you, she exclaimed with a sigh of relief, before asking, bewildered, what are you doing with a sword? Aren't you a mage? What's the matter? Victor replied, sensing her unease. You can only attend the banquet alone, she said hastily. Chapter 56. Oh no, I become a master teacher. What transpired? Victor inquired, intrigued. Leah was eagerly anticipating the banquet. If it were merely trivial matters, she would not have expressed such concern. Biting her lip, she spoke with evident displeasure. There have been some business issues on the other side of the territory, you can see for yourself. While speaking, she handed Victor the territory's financial report for the month. He accepted the document as Leah continued. I had originally intended to find you in your study for your signature, but you were absent. After inquiring, I discovered you were here, practicing swordplay. Although Leah had always managed the territory, Victor, as the head of the household, was nominally required to sign off on matters. The reported profits were pitifully low, almost brazenly suggesting the possibility of embezzlement. He noticed the name Chu on the right side of the report. Leah's expression remained clouded with worry. Reflecting on that name, Victor asked, what is the background of this individual? The name doesn't seem typical of someone from the Empire. There were no issues a few months ago. I wonder why complications have arisen this month, he mused, feeling a sense of certainty. The name Chu rang a bell for Victor, although he could not ascertain whether it referred to the same individual, as name repetition was rather common. While names in the game were unique, real life did not adhere to such conventions. After all, Henny had not appeared in the main storyline. He could not guarantee that this Chu was the same as the one from his prior experiences in the game. In his memories, Chu was a soldier belonging to the Kant Kingdom's mercenary group, a warrior class, and considered a minor lord. As for why Victor is aware of him, it is because during the completion of certain side quests, players may inadvertently encounter him. Chu appears to be a naive and righteous soldier, who would slay players to seize their hearts, aiding his practice of dark magic. Victor tapped on the ledger, his finger emphatically striking the name of this individual. Can we locate him directly? I have already instructed my subordinates in the territory to apprehend him. I hope he has not fled. Nodding at Leah's words, Victor acknowledged that many players had encountered him during their adventures. As a booster, Victor had also taken on numerous requests concerning him. He was uncertain how many times he had faced him, but the most vivid memory was of the equipment known as the Evil Knight that would invariably drop upon his demise. This weapon is a pitch-black shield, its patterns grotesquely distorted by magic. Although it appears ominous, it is renowned among players for its remarkable utility. This is the action known as counter, which allows one to deflect an enemy's attack and strike while they are off balance, inflicting significant damage and greatly diminishing their resilience, rendering them vulnerable. Many sought to defeat him solely for this equipment. Due to its overwhelming potency, particularly in ranked ladder matches, when both players wielded this shield, it could lead to an unusual scenario where both parties stood motionless, shields raised, awaiting the counter. Consequently, the developers weakened this item, ultimately diminishing its prominence. However, if it truly is that individual, why would he appear in the Empire at this time, masquerading as a grain merchant within their territory? Moreover, he audaciously embezzled large sums directly on the invoice, practically inscribing it on the financial report as an invitation for others to apprehend him. His intentions were unmistakably clear. Victor shook his head, unable to fathom Chul's motives. Nevertheless, if clarity eluded him, capturing him for thorough interrogation would suffice. Coincidentally, Victor held a keen interest in the equipment he possessed. Thus he signed off and returned the ledger to Leah, casually remarking, "The gown is ready, and the carriage has long been prepared. Let us proceed to the palace." Leah received the ledger, her expression tinged with confusion at Victor's words. Victor patted her shoulder, stating, "Leah, huh?" Watching as Victor moved ahead, she gazed at his retreating figure, muttering to herself, "What madness is this?" She did not believe Victor was concerned for her safety. Leah felt no imminent danger. She was no fool, and what Victor discerned, she could also perceive. Someone was targeting the Clavina family. Shrugging, she recalled the recent incident of the item shop being vandalized. However, it was evident that she needed to inform Leon of the change in plans. Soon, Leah had donned her gown, and together with Victor, they boarded the carriage en route to the palace. As Victor and Leah were to meet the Emperor in advance, arrangements had already been made at the palace gates. The envoy guided the two individuals to a secluded chamber within the imperial palace, where they beheld Emperor Oberyn. The elderly sovereign had been seated there for quite some time, seemingly awaiting Victor's arrival, to the point of nearly dozing off. Victor noticed a young girl beside the Emperor, appearing even younger than Erica, likely around the tender age of 15 or 16. "Your Majesty, the Victor siblings have arrived," Victor announced. Oberyn opened his eyes, and the murkiness of his gaze cleared significantly upon seeing Victor. He beckoned them forward with a gentle wave of his hand, inviting them to approach. "Your Majesty," Victor and Leah both bowed, adhering to the customary etiquette required in the presence of royalty. The old Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Having lived long enough, he had long ceased to be concerned with such tedious formalities. He drew the girl beside him closer, revealing a strikingly beautiful young lady, her youthful visage adorned with exquisite features. "This is my youngest daughter, Aurelia Ansal," he introduced. The Emperor had but 3 offspring, 2 princes and the one before them, Aurelia. Victor and Leah placed a hand over their hearts and bowed once more. "Your Highness," they greeted. The princess appeared timid and bashful, retreating slightly behind her father. The Emperor chuckled softly as he observed her, remarking, "This child has resided in the palace since her youth and has seldom encountered others. Though she possesses considerable talent, her shyness has hindered her from attending school. We have previously engaged several mages to instruct her in magic, but their efforts proved fruitless. After just a few days, they proclaimed there was little more to teach her." Leah cast a thoughtful glance at the young princess, pondering whether it was truly a matter of talent or merely the inability of the instructors. It was evident that the Emperor's progeny were naturally gifted, and even if nothing substantial were to be imparted, Oberyn would inevitably attribute the failure to the teachers. "I had inquired of Levi to take on the role of Aurelia as tutor, yet he consistently claims he is ill-suited for teaching, thus excusing himself," Oberyn added, chuckling heartily at this point. He certainly did not buy into Levi's feigned modesty. At this juncture, Victor discerned the Emperor's underlying implications, prompting Leah to glance at him in astonishment. The Emperor was indeed making significant overtures to win Victor's favor. As anticipated, Oberyn's next utterance was, "Victor, may I beseech you to become the private tutor for this child?" Upon hearing this, Leah immediately shot Victor a pointed look, eager for him to acquiesce to the Emperor's request. Although she was uncertain what the Emperor saw in Victor, She recognized that associating with the royal family could elevate the Clavana family to unprecedented heights. Let others harbor resentment towards noble blood? They could afford to dismiss such disdain. However, Victor's response was astonishing, provoking irritation in Laya. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, I require some time to contemplate this. Emperor Oberyn fell silent, taken aback by Victor's refusal. It was an opportunity that most would scarcely dare to dream of. Royalty extending a hand of goodwill to the nobility. Even if Victor is a fourth-tier mage, he has never entertained such notions. To believe that reaching the fourth tier would grant him the power to look down upon the Empire is a grave misconception. Aligning oneself with the Empire undoubtedly yields countless advantages, even for Victor. However, his gaze, sweeping over the young princess, Aurelia's soul. No, she ought to be referred to as Soul 9, the eternal sorceress, revealed his deeper contemplation. That would be her future title. If a fourth-tier mage could be deemed a calamity sorcerer, then her strength would surpass even that, an absolute disaster in its own right. None could fathom the source of her might. Yet 2 years hence, upon the Emperor's demise, the 17-year-old Aurelia would dismantle all obstacles. Ascending as the new Emperor of the Empire, she would become the first Empress of the Calencia Empire, possessing foreign blood. Aurelia's mother was the daughter of a duke from the Kingdom of Kant, a product of a political marriage. Yet at this moment, Victor did not wish to ponder the intricacies of politics. Now, at 15, Aurelia appeared as an innocuous little girl. She seemed somewhat saddened by Victor's rejection, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, who could discern that this was merely a facade? The more Victor delved into the narrative, the more apprehensive he became of this future empress. Her possessiveness was formidable. Once she claimed something as her own, she would not relinquish it, even if it meant its destruction. For this reason, he held immense admiration for the future Victor, who could counterbalance such a creature, even to the extent of nearly subverting the Empire's regime. Nevertheless, it was not Victor's style to refuse outright. His pride as a skilled practitioner and his profound understanding of this game forbade him from fearing anyone in this realm. Moreover, he had 2 years at his disposal. Thus, he addressed the Emperor. 2.5 years. Emperor Aubrey, somewhat perplexed, furrowed his brow. I shall serve as Her Highness's personal magic tutor, but only for 2.5 years. After that period, I shall willingly resign from this position. Chapter 57. The Empire's Strongest Patron. When Victor mentioned the 2.5 years, Liao was momentarily taken aback. Similarly, a sense of confusion arose within her. Why agree to the arrangement only to impose a time limit? She yearned to inquire what Victor intended to accomplish, and whether he could not be more rational. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Aubrey chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Victor. Truly 2.5 years? Victor bowed slightly to the Emperor and earnestly explained. 2.5 years is sufficient for Her Highness to master all my knowledge. At that point, it would be impolite for me to remain. Upon hearing Victor's clarification, Aubrey clapped his hands on the armrests of his chair and erupted into laughter. His excitement caused him to cough while laughing, prompting the nearby servants to step forward and pat his back. Aubrey waved his hand, signaling the servants to withdraw. Victor, the more I observe you, the more I am enchanted. How can you be so astute? Oberly's soul, as the mightiest of the Empire, is acutely aware of his own physical condition. In truth, within a mere 2 years, he shall succumb to a fatal depletion of vitality. His brevity of life is a consequence of a hidden ailment from his youth. This is a hurdle that every formidable warrior must confront. Unlike mages, warriors cannot wield magic through arcane power. They rely on their own vigorous vitality to enhance their physical prowess. While sustenance and ample rest can replenish one's vitality, the consumption is immensely taxing. However, igniting one's vitality can grant a warrior extraordinary strength, enabling them to challenge foes of greater stature. Correspondingly, this act consumes one's life force. As an emperor, Oberly's exploits have long been unearthed by players. By the age of 17, Oberly's soul had already risen to become a valiant general of the Empire. Alone, he vanquished a colossal dragon that had wrought calamity upon the land. He skinned the beast, crafting armor from its hide as a reward for his triumph. In his prime, Oberly was even more potent. He once faced a cataclysmic spell from a 4th-tier malevolent mage and emerged alive, though his skin was torn and ligaments shattered. His formidable healing abilities restored him to full health within mere days. The current state of Emperor Oberly is a result of excessive depletion of vitality in his youth, compounded by a lack of timely recuperation, perhaps due to his overly combative nature. The warrior profession is characterized by shortened lifespan. Even an emperor is not exempt. This is why Ravai, of the same age, appears so youthful, while the aging emperor resembles a candle flickering in the wind. Nevertheless, he has never expressed regret. He gazes at Victor with a smile and remarks, "Your father, in his youth, was my most exceptional subordinate. On the day of my ascension, I bestowed rewards upon all my loyal subjects. Yet, when it came to him, he requested only a parcel of land. I inquired, 'What your title? Do you not desire a higher rank?' He shook his head and replied, 'Being a noble is sufficient for me.' After that, he departed the capital, laid down his armor, and we never crossed paths again." This revelation, one that even Leia had never heard, astonished her greatly. She had been unaware of such a past concerning her father. Victor, expressionless, listened intently as the old emperor recounted bygone events. "Then came 20 years, Oberly continued, until I received news of his passing. Victor, yours child, ultimately, he bequeathed that land to you." Oberly sighed, seemingly straining himself, and coughed heavily twice. "You surpass him, possessing an even greater intellect. Yet knowing when to advance and retreat is not always a virtue. At times, aligning oneself with the powerful is not necessarily erroneous. Just like the razors, regardless of their transgressions, as long as they have justification, I shall protect them." Oberly opened his eyes and spoke to Victor. "Victor, I shall present you with a choice, 2.5 years, or..." Victor placed his hand upon his chest and bowed solemnly. "Your Majesty, within these 2.5 years, I shall exert my utmost efforts." Aubrey sighed, yet a hint of satisfaction flickered in his expression. He tenderly patted the little princess's head and remarked, "Alas, this child is not particularly fortunate. I hope that during these 2.5 years, you will fulfill your duties." The last statement was directed at Victor. Victor remained silent, and Aubrey understood that he had acquiesced. "You may wait for me outside. Allow me a moment to converse with the child. When I emerge, accompany me to the banquet." Both Leah and Victor complied. Once the two had departed, Aurelian gazed at Aubrey with a look of confusion. "Father, why must you appoint him as my tutor? I do not particularly like him." "Why is that?" Aubrey chuckled, observing Aurelian biting her finger, adorably perplexed. "I find him rather indifferent. He must be the strict type of teacher, and I am not fond of excessive sternness. Yet he can protect you and help you grow stronger." Aubrey affectionately ruffled Aurelian's hair, noticing her daughter's expression deepen in bewilderment. "But I have father for protection. Is that not sufficient? You are so powerful." Aubrey looked at her, his eyes filled with tender compassion. "My child, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. No one can." Leah and Victor patiently awaited outside the door. Seeing that the area was deserted, Leah directly inquired, "What you mentioned earlier about considering it, do you truly intend to decline the Emperor's offer?" Leah realized he had tacitly agreed and anxiously pressed on. "Why? Do you not understand? That is an invitation from the Emperor. Some people spend their entire lives yearning for such an opportunity, and you wish to refuse? Leah, you are a merchant. You understand that all goods possess value." Victor took out a pocket watch to check the time and said, "Then tell me, in the eyes of His Majesty, how valuable am I?" Leah paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, "You are so remarkable. Your value cannot possibly be low, especially since he wishes for you to be the princess's tutor. After all, she is a princess. Few have had the privilege of encountering her. Then, how do I compare in value to His Majesty's kin?" Leah furrowed her brow and countered, "That is utterly unequal. How can you compare yourself to the Emperor's family?" Victor adjusted the hands of the pocket watch, and Leah caught sight of a line of small text within it, inscribed in magical script, gradually magnifying before her eyes. "His Majesty has only 2 years left." Leah's eyes widened in shock, and she bit her tongue to refrain from speaking. This was the royal palace. Even in solitude, they could not freely discuss the Emperor's mortality. Thus these 2.5 years. For the subsequent 6 months, I shall continue to be the princess's tutor. The moment Victor concluded his statement, Leah immediately comprehended. She was a merchant, yet, as the acting lord of her family, she was equally a shrewd politician. Was Victor's value high? It was astonishingly so. He demonstrated his formidable strength, and with the Emperor's commendation, Victor's reputation soared to great heights. Even those who found him distasteful were eager to curry favor with him. What, then, would the contenders for power contemplate before the Emperor's demise? Whoever could secure the support of Clavina would possess a significant advantage. The Emperor was averse to such a scenario. Thus, he sacrificed his youngest daughter, Aurelian, binding Victor to him in a mentor-student relationship by virtue of her royal status. Consequently, neither the eldest nor the second prince could contest Victor's position, as this arrangement was decreed by Emperor Aubrey, and none dared defy the Emperor, unless he were to perish. However, upon the Emperor's death, the newly ascended ruler would have no need for Victor. It was inevitable that Victor would face reckoning. Those in power would not show leniency for their siblings. Aurelian might ultimately find herself wed off, much like Lady Cassandra, the Emperor's sister, becoming a pawn in a political marriage. If Victor wished to evade this reckoning, he must prevent such an occurrence. Therefore, Victor resolved to ensure Aurelian remained a princess, safeguarding the Clavina lineage. He designated a span of 2.5 years for this purpose. With the new emperor's ascension, stability was paramount. Victor would not be immediately targeted for reckoning, allowing him to protect Aurelian for an additional 6 months. After this period, Victor would depart the palace, ensuring the safety of his family. The new emperor would naturally not regard Victor as a threat. Leah pondered, realizing why the emperor had spoken those words to Victor. She murmured, "How dark, truly dark." Initially believing that navigating the intrigues of nobility was fraught with peril, she soon discovered that the royal family harbored even darker intentions. She considered asking if Victor feared the emperor's reproach after 2.5 years, but refrained, knowing he understood her meaning. Victor glanced at Leah and shook his head. "No, how can you be so confident?" Leah questioned, somewhat incredulous. She had thought that aligning with the royal family was advantageous, but in hindsight, it appeared a double-edged sword. Naturally, she was concerned. Being the princess's tutor was a precarious position. If wielded effectively, the Clavina family could ascend, but if mishandled, they would face reckoning upon the emperor's departure. "The 2.5 years is my assurance to the emperor." Victor's calm voice resonated in Leah's ears, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. Leah found herself momentarily stunned. It became clear that he had orchestrated all arrangements with the emperor during their brief exchange. Within 2.5 years, regardless of how one's progeny might create turmoil, none could lay claim to Aurelian. Similarly, if anyone dared to provoke the Clavina family, Victor would handle it himself. It was a straightforward arrangement, for Victor had established a connection with the royal family, though it was merely for 2.5 years. He was aligned with the princess. In her name, he would rectify all matters. Moreover, if one wishes to elevate Clavina to greater heights, Victor abruptly uttered a perplexing remark. The identity of the ultimate victor remains uncertain. Leah widened her eyes in disbelief, casting an incredulous glance at Victor. "Do you intend to support?" Before she could finish her thought, the grand door behind them swung open unexpectedly. Aurelia emerged slowly, arm in arm with the emperor, her shy and sensitive demeanor exuding an air of mystery, while the emperor, who she leaned upon, radiated a formidable presence that commanded respect. The father-daughter duo appeared remarkably harmonious, their faces illuminated by the warmth of the night sky. Upon sighting them, Victor and Leah offered a slight bow in reverence. The emperor smiled and nodded at Victor and Leah. "Come, Victor, do not delay any longer," her father did. Chapter 58. Has he entangled himself with a minor again? The hall was ablaze with light, shimmering in gold. The red silk drapes hung gracefully from above, cascading down to the palace floor, allowing the night sky to filter through the dome. The melodious strains of music wafted through the air, reaching the ears of every esteemed guest present. The banquet table was laden with an array of delicacies, awaiting the guests to take their seats. Nobles exchanged compliments and greetings, their goblets filled with fragrant ale raised in anticipation, waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. Kefra stood beside Gwen, her wine glass held aloft, her cascading purple locks complementing her similarly hued evening gown, exuding a captivating allure. She glided seamlessly between nobles and politicians, exchanging pleasantries as if it were second nature. Gwen, standing behind Kefra, appeared somewhat uneasy. She clutched her gown tightly, her body twisting and writhing restlessly. "Little Gwen, what troubles you?" Kefra inquired. Gwen tugged at her dress, her discomfort palpable. "Sister, why must I be dressed like this?" Typically clad in armor, Gwen felt utterly out of place in this gown, which felt akin to a torturous garment. "Moreover, I was never informed that I was to wear makeup." She voiced her grievances to Kefra, who merely squinted her eyes and smiled at her. Now, there is no reason to wear armor to a banquet. You shall have to acclimate to such matters eventually." Yet, Gwen tugged at her neckline, pointing out her discomfort. "This place is far too constricting. It simply does not suit me." Kefra, though her face bore a smile, seemed less than pleased. She pinched Gwen's cheek playfully, with a mock seriousness, saying, "Who told you to have an empty wardrobe devoid of even one gown? This very dress is one I wore before. Apologies for the discomfort at your chest, but it seems I cannot fathom why you would be upset." Gwen fell silent, allowing Kefra to pinch her cheek, resembling a pitiful scapegoat. Releasing her grip, Kefra shrugged. "Do you not realize how beautiful you are now? The way those nobles gaze at you is nearly enough to make one lose their wits. Were it not for some individuals knowing that Gwen is Victor's fiancée, Perhaps someone would have approached her by now. I do not require others' attention. Ah, is there any harm in dressing beautifully? Perhaps when Victor sees you later, his gaze will transform entirely. As Kyvra spoke, she gently leaned against Gwen. Upon hearing her sister mention Victor, Gwen realized that Kyvra was teasing her once more, causing her cheeks to flush as she turned away and replied, "What Victor thinks is of no concern to me." Kyvra, recognizing her sister's stubbornness, scoffed softly and turned her gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Duke Rivi was mingling among a group of mages, his demeanor radiating joy. "Ha! How have the Beck nobility been of late?" An elderly gentleman, his hair white as snow, leaned on his obsidian cane and nodded at Duke Rivi. He approached the Duke, raising a glass in a toast. "Duke Rivi, it has been quite some time. I am but an old relic now, hardly in good spirits. Yet you, how is it that no one believes you're 60 years of age?" The Duke, upon hearing the inquiry about his daughter Erica, turned his gaze toward her. The Beck nobleman followed his line of sight, observing Erica effortlessly engaging in conversation among the younger nobility. He smiled and remarked to the Duke, "I truly envy your grace, Duke, for having such an outstanding progeny." The Duke felt a surge of happiness at the nobleman's words. He understood them to be flattery. Yet the mention of his daughter filled him with immense pride. Erica appeared remarkably at ease in the noble discourse, her golden hair cascading alongside a silver gown, resembling a white swan adorned with a golden crown, exuding grace and elegance. A young nobleman, captivated by Erica's presence, approached her. He, too, possessed golden locks and a handsome visage, clad in splendid attire. "Miss Erica, I am People Tia, the firstborn of the Tia family. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" "I regret to inform you, Master People, that I am already engaged," Erica replied politely, nodding as she walked away, leaving him with a look of disappointment. Suddenly, the guests at the banquet ceased their conversations, drawn together by the sound of a door opening. The music abruptly halted. They lifted their gazes to the second floor of the palace. The golden doors slowly opened, revealing Emperor Aubrey, who gracefully stepped forward, accompanied by Aurelia in a shimmering silver gown. Following them was Victor Clavina, the master of the Clavina family, with his sister, Leah Clavina, trailing behind. Although Leah had attended numerous banquets, none had made her feel as proud as this moment. To walk behind the emperor, with the eyes of countless guests upon her, was almost overwhelming. Merely contemplating it made her forget how to walk. Her legs felt rigid, straining to support her and prevent her from faltering. After all, to stumble now would be to disgrace herself before a multitude. Leah was determined not to allow that to happen. She understood that this honor was bestowed upon her through Victor, and thus she could not bring shame upon him. The emperor slowly approached the front of the floor, and many recognized the familiar visage of Victor. "Is that Victor? What? Victor is standing behind the emperor? Astonishing. Victor?" Upon seeing his figure, the guests were instantly thrown into disarray, exchanging incredulous glances. Gwen and Kayla were left speechless at the sight of Victor. "Sister, is that Victor?" Gwen trembled, her wine glass shaking in her hand as she spoke. It must be him, to stand beside the emperor. Victor must hold great significance in his eyes. While some gazed upon him with envy, others cast him hostile glances. Yet they dared not act, merely tightening their grips on their glasses, their thoughts a tumultuous mix. Erica, too, caught sight of Victor, her eyes wide with astonishment as she fixated on the second floor. She then turned to look at Duke Rivi beside her. His expression revealed no surprise. Rather, it appeared entirely natural. Clearly, he had been privy to this knowledge long before. The emperor's public commendation of Victor was one matter, but his accompanying presence was an entirely different implication. The commendation reflected Victor's contributions, a well-deserved recognition of his achievements. However, the reasons behind his presence alongside the emperor were manifold and ripe for speculation. Regardless, it signaled to all nobles a message from the royal family. The Clavenar house is in favor with the throne. At that moment, Erica also noticed Leah standing behind Victor, her eyes lighting up. The beautiful proprietress she had seen in the prop shop turned out to indeed be Victor's kin. Only a member of Victor's family could enjoy the privilege of accompanying the emperor. All present lowered their wine glasses, bowing to the emperor in a show of respect. The emperor waved his hand, clearing his throat before commencing his formal address. "As you are all aware, this recent war against the demons has brought us significant hardship. Despite our ultimate victory, as the leader of this empire, I feel profound sorrow. Henceforth, the demon war shall be recorded in our history and commemorated as a national day of remembrance for this harrowing lesson. The contributions of Victor Clavenar are well known throughout the capital. He vanquished the demons and prevented further tragedy." Victor placed his hand over his heart and gave a slight bow in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, the guests erupted into applause, showering Victor with accolades. As the ministers gradually withdrew, the emperor turned to continue. In addition, Victor Clavenar is hereby elevated to the rank of Earl. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, Leah was momentarily stunned. So the unavoidable matter the emperor referred to was this. Had it not been for her deceased father's reluctance, the Clavenar house would have been elevated long ago. Yet now, Victor had no grounds for further refusal. On the other side, a minister presented Victor with the certificate of nobility, which he accepted, bowing in allegiance to the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty." In an instant, the audience erupted into a more fervent applause. A smile graced Erica's face as she gazed adoringly at Victor, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Gwen and Khafra could not help but chuckle, joining in the applause to congratulate Victor. Once the awards ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced. At that moment, the emperor prepared to depart. Before leaving, he took a moment to speak with Victor, saying, "Do enjoy yourself, Victor. Such occasions are ill-suited for an elderly emperor like myself." He gestured for Aurelia to approach Victor, indicating that he should take her under his wing. "From now on, you shall be Aurelia's mentor. I shall do my utmost," the emperor added with a smile, gently assisted by his attendants as he made his way out. Aurelia followed timidly in Victor's wake, hesitating to step forward. She had heard tales of Victor's exploits, and many courtiers often whispered about him being a perverse admirer of the underage. Noticing Aurelia's timid demeanor, Victor led her to a quiet spot to sit. He, too, felt averse to the lively atmosphere surrounding him, as the usual cacophony of chatter was absent. He found himself missing Vija. The raven, a symbol of ill omen, could not enter such a gathering and remained waiting outside the palace railing. Observing Victor's apparent boredom, the princess mustered her courage and decided to greet him. "Mr. Victor?" "HLO." Victor turned to face her, appraising her from head to toe. The current Aurelia was difficult for him to comprehend, aside from a faint resemblance in her features. She bore little in common with the future eternal sorceress in terms of personality or stature. However, Victor found himself lingering on her timid expression. Who could fathom what lay hidden beneath her seemingly innocuous facade? "Your Highness, you need not be so apprehensive," Victor spoke gently. "This is a banquet, and your father is not present. It is merely the two of us here. Though I am your teacher, I can also be your friend in this informal setting." Victor believed his words might placate the young girl. Gradually, Aurelia began to engage in conversation with him, her unease dissipating somewhat as she spoke more freely. "My father says you are incredibly powerful, and I can learn much from you," she said. "As long as you dedicate yourself to learning, you will surely surpass me." He reassured her with his words while contemplating when he might make his exit. Meanwhile, Erica was searching the banquet for Victor, growing increasingly perplexed at his absence. How could someone so large simply vanish? However, upon turning around, she spotted Victor conversing with a young girl who appeared to be of a similar age, albeit decidedly younger than herself. A sense of wariness arose within Erica. Who was that girl? It is said that Victor has a penchant for the underage. Could this girl be his next target? She cautiously approached, scrutinizing the girl's features with keen interest. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Erica nearly gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she swiftly concealed herself behind a pillar. "Is that the princess? How could Victor possibly be associated with her?" At that moment, Erica hesitated, her heart torn over whether to greet Victor. It had been nearly 2 weeks since she last saw him. While lost in thought, she was unexpectedly met with a soft presence leaning against her from behind. Startled, Erica felt an arm beginning to explore her neck. "Is that you, Sister Khafra?" "Little Erica, what are you doing here?" Khafra exclaimed, embracing her with a cheerful smile. "Oh, nothing," Erica replied, feeling somewhat awkward under such intimate contact. As she shifted her body, Khafra followed her gaze to the familiar figure in the corner. Upon recognizing him, Khafra paused momentarily. "Oh, what is Victor doing here? Isn't he that unscrupulous brother-in-law of mine? I still vividly remember how he sold me 4 vials of potions for 8,000 geo. Is that the princess beside him?" The princess seldom appeared in public, and very few had seen her face, even someone as socially adept as Khafra. However, the princess had recently accompanied the emperor, making her visage known to all, including Khafra, who had committed her appearance to memory. Considering Erica's hiding, Khafra wore a knowing expression. She looked down at Erica and, with a smile, said, "Victor is a professor at your academy, isn't he? Aren't you going to greet him?" Yet, Erica seemed to have spotted someone, her demeanor shifting as she replied coolly, "A greeting is indeed warranted, but I shall wait a moment. Someone has approached him first." Khafra responded with an inquisitive sound, glancing toward Victor's direction. A silver-haired man, holding a wine glass, was making his way over. Khafra's face brightened with delight. Oh, I thought it was someone noteworthy. ISNT that the eldest son of the Reiser family? Jesse Reiser approached Orlean with a feigned smile, offering a greeting. Pasolia. Upon seeing him, the princess appeared frightened, instinctively retreating behind Victor. Victor remained unmoved, casting a calm glance back at the princess before inquiring. Who is he? Jesse Reiser. He is Devon's brother. It was common knowledge that Devon was entangled with demons who had been vanquished by Victor. Thus, the intentions of the man before them seemed rather evident. Victor chose not to rise, but rather turned to the princess behind him, asking, Do you dislike him? Although he is my cousin, I truly do. The princess shrank back further, clearly wishing to avoid any encounter with him. Very well, I understand. Victor maintained a stoic demeanor as he rose to his feet, his not-so-broad frame standing resolutely before Jess Reiser. What do you wish to convey? Jess inquired, casting a glance at Aurelian, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yet he continued to smile, as if oblivious to her unease. I observed her highness in your company and felt a twinge of concern, prompting my visit. After all, she is the emperor's most cherished daughter and still a minor. Victor's expression remained inscrutable as he replied coolly, If your purpose here is merely to instigate trouble, I have no interest in furthering this conversation. His words were laced with an unmistakable intent to dismiss, yet Jess did not retreat. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace evident within them. Then, Your Excellency Victor, might I inquire why Her Highness is in your company? Victor exhaled heavily, turning to Aurelian behind him. Let me impart your first lesson. When you encounter an undesirable individual, initially, you may feel compelled to extend courtesy due to their status. However, once you possess sufficient strength and a formidable background, you may approach them with unreserved boldness. Aurelian gazed at Victor, bewildered, as he suddenly turned his smile toward Jess Reiser. In an instant, flames erupted behind Victor, swirling around Aurelian like a ferocious serpent, halting ominously before Jess. Depart. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid tension, as if swords were drawn. Numerous guests bore witness to the standoff between Victor and Jess. Victor had even resorted to magic as a warning to Jess. The latter's expression darkened. The humiliation of being publicly rebuffed left him feeling stifled. Yet, that was not his primary concern. He was fervently eager to discern the nature of Victor's relationship with Her Highness, and why the Emperor seemed so at ease allowing her to be in his presence. Gwen also observed the scene unfold, lifting her gown to approach, only to be swiftly restrained by the onlooking Kavra. Hey Gwen, what are you doing? You mustn't interfere. Don't add to the chaos. Gwen was well aware of the esteemed Razorier. Witnessing him deliberately confront Victor and create such a scene left her feeling quite displeased. How dare he? The Razor family had committed grievous errors, yet here he was, seeking out Victor. Even more outrageous was the fact that those around merely stood as spectators. Gwen, feeling indignant, turned away in frustration, striding off to indulge in drink. Meanwhile, Erica cast a few curious glances at Gwen, intrigued by her vexation. She tugged at Kavra's sleeve, quietly inquiring, Sister Kavra, what seems to be troubling Miss Gwen? Following their battle with the demon, Kavra and Erica's bond had rapidly strengthened, despite their significant age difference, forming a friendship that could be described as close-knit. She seemed a bit angry, which was entirely natural. Kavra, with a playful grin, addressed Gwen, expressing how one could not possibly remain calm upon witnessing their fiancé being deliberately provoked. Oh, I see, Erica said, her understanding dawning as she exhaled in relief. What situation? It turns out he is your fiancé, not merely a boyfriend. Huh? Erica blinked in surprise. Fiancé? Yes, fiancé, Kavra confirmed with a cheerful nod. Upon hearing Kavra's resolute affirmation, Erica covered her head in disbelief. Then, Kavra continued, Not many are privy to this matter, considering both individuals maintain a low profile. However, those from your father's generation are generally aware. What is the matter? You seem a bit down, Kavra inquired with genuine concern, gently stroking Erica's head. It's nothing, Erica replied, her mood subtly shifting to a peculiar melancholy, though she could not quite articulate why. She felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. Kavra observed her with a knowing smile, internally sighing. Although Erica had faced life-and-death situations, she remained, in essence, a child. Her feelings were easily decipherable. Kavra needed only a glance to discern Erica's admiration for Victor, which might be tinged with other sentiments. Thus, it seemed prudent to sever Erica's burgeoning feelings before they could develop further, preserving the integrity of their student-teacher relationship. Moreover, Kavra genuinely believed in her sister's potential. Despite Victor's questionable character, his capabilities were undeniable, and he had a knack for making money. The thought of having spent 8,000 geo to be saved by him left her inexplicably displeased. He was indeed a commercial genius, and she began to understand the reasons behind the animosity directed towards him. Still, Kyra merely entertained some light-hearted musings in her mind. With a brother-in-law of such caliber, she could not simply concede him to others. Meanwhile, as she conversed with Erica, the atmosphere around Victor became quite lively. Jess was currently in a state of distress. His face flushed and emotions heightened. He began to confront Victor, exclaiming, "You want me to leave? What gave you the right to tell me that?" Indeed, he had no such right. A voice emerged from the crowd, and the second prince, smiling, made his entrance. The onlookers murmured among themselves upon his arrival. What brings the second prince here? I wonder if he has come to assist Victor? They speculated about the prince's intentions, while he remained composed. Observing his sister hiding behind Victor, he frowned slightly and sighed. Addressing Jess Lether, "Cousin Jess, I understand your feelings, but that does not justify your provocations. Your demeanor has startled my little sister." Jess Lether glanced at the princess, noticing Aurelia shrinking back, unable to meet his gaze. The surge of anger momentarily cleared his mind, yet his dissatisfaction lingered. "The princess has expressed her desire for me to depart, and naturally, I can acquiesce. However, what authority does Victor possess that warrants my exit? The Raider family has made significant contributions to the royal family, and it is certainly not the case that the Clavener family can elevate themselves above us merely due to a single battle with demons." Jess pondered these thoughts when he heard the second prince narrow his eyes, his tone tinged with a hint of hostility. "Jess." The second prince did not refer to him as cousin, but rather spoke with evident displeasure. "Mr. Victor is the magic instructor personally appointed by our father for my younger sister." Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. Victor had become the private tutor of the princess? No wonder he was in the emperor's company. This was a clear ascent into royal favor. Nearby, Gwen, who had been sipping wine alone, choked and sputtered at this revelation. "What, Victor? The princess's private tutor?" Kyra, upon hearing this news, was momentarily stunned, her smile slowly fading. This was no ordinary matter. Teaching roles come with varying levels of prestige. A mere lecturer from the academy would hardly cause such a stir among the nobility. Yet Victor was personally chosen by the emperor for the princess. Strictly speaking, this established a profound teacher-student relationship, and, as the princess's instructor, Victor could indeed have a significant influence on her future. Thus, new questions arose among those present. For such a critical role, was Victor truly suitable? Absolutely. Setting aside the fact that Victor was a senior professor at the Royal Academy of Magic, he was also the youngest fourth-tier archmage, a testament to his exceptional talent. Prior to Victor, no one had ever imagined that a mage could reach such a rank before the age of 30. His genius had continuously shattered the Empire's records. If he were deemed unsuitable, then no one else could possibly be fit. Originally, the Emperor intended to announce this news to the entire city the following day, but I thought it prudent to provide advance notice so that everyone could prepare themselves mentally. Thus, Mr. Victor's intentions align with my sister's. Jess, do you comprehend? The second prince explained with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Jess Rather's expression darkened. He could hardly accept it and clenched his jaw, shooting an angry glare at Victor before haughtily departing with a flick of his sleeve. As he exited, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The nobles began to murmur among themselves. The entire banquet transformed in an instant. Everyone realized that Victor had become the princess's tutor. Victor's status had risen, and the Clavener family could now be considered at the height of their power. The second prince had proactively intervened to defend Victor, further promoting the significance of his relationship with the princess. Those who had ascended to nobility and attended the banquet were not fools. First, he accompanied the emperor, and now he had garnered favor with one of the heirs to the throne. In that moment, everyone felt a palpable tension in the air. Leah had just emerged from the restroom, adjusting her gown as she sensed an unusual atmosphere in the banquet hall, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What was transpiring? Why was the second prince beside Victor? She had, of course, missed the initial scene and felt a pang of confusion. Was the second prince already attempting to win Victor over? The prince smiled and gestured apologetically towards Victor, who was now a count rather than a mere viscount. "I extend my apologies for the reckless behavior of my cousin, Jess." It seemed as though he was merely there to rescue Victor from an awkward situation, allowing him to shine before the guests, without lingering to exchange further words. With the departure of the second prince, the guests gradually dispersed, returning to their own affairs. Many young nobles regarded Victor with a peculiar glint in their eyes, eager to approach him, but hesitating due to his previous demeanor towards Jess. In contrast, Leah found herself the center of attention, approached by numerous suitors. "Miss Leah, Upon hearing the voice, she turned to see several nobles advancing towards her. She instinctively donned a polite smile. "I am Hans, sir, and these are Mr. Tick and Lady Annie." Leah adeptly engaged with the nobles while her gaze drifted anxiously towards Victor, who sat expressionless in the corner, with no one daring to converse with him. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. How splendid it would be to maintain an impassive visage to avoid disturbance. With a heavy sigh, she soon composed herself, forcing a smile as she resumed her conversation with the nobles. Kefra leaned against Erica, astonished. Who would have thought Victor would entangle himself with royalty? The princess's tutor. I hear her talents are quite remarkable. I wonder if that holds true. As they spoke, Kefra noticed Gwen across the room, her cheeks flushed, clearly having indulged a bit too much. With a resigned sigh, she approached and snatched the wine glass from Gwen's grasp. "All right, little Gwen, no more drinking. If you overindulge, no one will be here to look after you." Leaving Erica behind, she stood there, gazing at Victor in the corner. Beside her was the princess, who appeared to harbor no ill feelings towards Victor, even smiling as they conversed. Yet Victor remained unchanged, his expression as stoic as ever. The Duke, observing Erica's demeanor, sighed and shook his head before returning to his conversation with nearby nobles. "Mr. Victor, I am immensely grateful to you," the princess began, her words interrupted by an untimely voice. Both she and Victor turned towards the sound. Erica clenched her fists against her chest, her face slightly flushed. Seemingly resolved, she lowered her gaze and boldly declared, "I too wish to grow stronger. I wish to be your disciple." Chapter 60. I will not allow you to take him away. Victor and Aurelia's gazes converged upon Erica, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of both, Erica felt a twinge of shyness. Yet her resolve remained unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Victor spoke. "Erica, you are my student." "I did not mean that," Erica replied, her voice tinged with urgency. "The knowledge imparted within the academy is something I will master in due time." This assertion was not mere bravado within the esteemed Royal Academy. Even students her senior were predominantly first-tier mages, with second-tier mages being a rarity. In just a year since her enrollment, Erica had already achieved the second tier. The academy had little more to teach her, otherwise she would not seek Victor's guidance for extra lessons after class each evening. Her talent was evident to all. However, no matter how exceptional her gifts, the harrowing experiences she had endured had imparted a crucial lesson. No amount of simulated training or theoretical knowledge could rival the prowess of seasoned mages. The memories of her near brushes with death sent shivers down her spine. She was still too weak. Victor rose, his gaze piercing into her eyes. Perhaps intimidated by his subtly aloof demeanor, Erica instinctively took a half-step back, yet she met his stare with unwavering courage. She yearned to grow stronger. "Yet, I will not take you as my apprentice." Victor firmly declined her request. His swift rejection left Erica momentarily stunned, a chill sweeping through her heart. A wave of indignation surged within her, but she masked it well. Even with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, she defiantly held her head high, staring resolutely at Victor. Why? Even in the face of rejection, Erica sought a reason. At the very least, she wished to comprehend her shortcomings. Victor replied coolly, "Always remember, you are the sole heir of the Duke. Then, I shall persuade him." Erica's voice brimmed with undeniable confidence. "I will certainly convince my father, I promise." Victor narrowed his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping him. "Is that so? Very well, we shall discuss this matter later." Suddenly, flames erupted around him, illuminating half the night sky. He turned to glance at the somewhat dazed princess, offering a slight bow. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. Enjoy yourself, Your Highness." With that, his form gradually solidified, transforming into a statue of ash. A fierce wind tore at him, peeling away his body piece by piece until he vanished into the air, carried away by the breeze. Thus, he departed, leaving only ashes behind in the banquet hall. Erica stood rooted to the spot, momentarily dazed. Did Victor agree? She was uncertain, yet she now possessed a goal, to persuade her father. At that moment, the delicate voice of the princess resonated. "I recognize you. You are Erica Ducloy." In the realm of noble etiquette, this was undoubtedly somewhat offensive. She was just about to bow when she noticed the princess glaring at her, seemingly not very amiable. Outside, it was said that she was the youngest prodigy in the royal capital. Indeed, to become a second-tier mage at the tender age of 17 is quite rare. Erica's genius is truly exceptional. Your Highness Erica was prepared to utter some flattering words to appease the princess, whom she had scarcely encountered, but suddenly heard her say, "Do you wish to take my teacher away?" Erica was taken aback, only to hear Aurelia's unfriendly tone reply, "I will not allow you to succeed. You cannot take him from me. Under his guidance, I shall become an even greater genius than you, proving to everyone who his most outstanding student truly is." With that, Aurelia said no more, rising gracefully and turning to leave, not granting Erica a moment to respond. Erica watched the princess gradually depart, rendered speechless. Outside the palace, the air suddenly ignited with tiny sparks. Crackling sounds echoed, and soon, the sparks transformed into a blaze. Several flames materialized from thin air, intertwining to gradually reveal the figure of Victor. With a wave of his hand, the flames morphed into a black cloak draped over him. Vika perched atto papole, flapping its wings before landing on Victor's shoulder. "You are rather slow. Did something interesting occur in the palace?" Victor remarked. "The emperor appointed me as the princess's teacher, and I accepted." Viga raised an eyebrow, displaying curiosity. "Have you become a favored one?" Victor ignored the comment, but the crow continued to jest. "In the end, you'll still rely on me. I believe your academy should bestow upon me a title. Let us call it the Great Professor Viga." A blue teleportation magic circle illuminated beneath Victor's feet, and man and crow vanished into the night. Engaging with the nobility had indeed been exhausting, filled with mere pleasantries as they sought to curry favor with the Clavina family. Dealing with these interactions had left her physically and mentally drained. After returning home to change her attire, she hurried to the training grounds, finally locating Victor. He was still practicing with a sword, and his every movement evoked a sense of genuine skill in Leah. "What? Is our family's mage planning to change careers?" The long sword vanished from his hand, stored within the unique backpack of a player. Leah was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, she had originally planned to depart in the afternoon, expecting to reach her territory by the following morning. However, shortly after Victor spoke, a blue magic circle glimmered beneath his feet once more. This time, it was significantly larger than before, with the intricate patterns and runes clearly visible. A terrifying magical aura surged forth from the ground, as a brilliant blue teleportation circle spiraled upward toward the sky. The fierce gusts of wind violently tugged at Victor's coat, causing the black garment to sway incessantly around him, while Leah's long hair, blown by the breeze, stood on end. Soon, the winds began to subside, and as shimmering blue starlight gradually enveloped the two, a blue teleportation circle slowly formed above them. Stunned, Leah turned to Victor and inquired, "What is this?" Victor, without meeting her gaze, calmly explained, "I spent 2 hours here constructing a bidirectional teleportation circle with Brayston. Brayston, a city under the domain of Clavina, is the second most prosperous city after the royal capital. It is Victor's hometown." Leah was momentarily taken aback. Victor remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her surprise. She fell into a contemplative silence, attempting to step into the circle and feeling the overwhelming magical energy wash over her. Even without being a mage, she recognized the magnitude of Victor's power. The teleportation circle could sustain itself for an entire day. Nodding, she watched as the two circles gradually merged, and together with a cascade of starlit fragments, they vanished into a radiant blue light, soaring into the distance. In the dimly lit room, a group of hooded figures clad in ashen cloaks burst in. Each member concealed their distinctive features, revealing only their uniquely colored eyes. The room was barren, stripped of any items of value, leaving only the four walls intact. As if premeditated, Leon entered to survey the surroundings, nodding at the report from his subordinate. "What the leads? Do we know his whereabouts?" He may have already left the city, but considering the timing, he shouldn't have ventured beyond the territory yet. Leon exhaled in relief, remarking, "Fortunately, the lady was well prepared." From his waist, he produced an ancient bronze disc, devoid of any marked directions. A half-pointer indicated a specific direction. His subordinate recognized the object immediately, a rune tracker. Leon began to elucidate. "Miss Leah has signed magical contracts with every merchant collaborating with the territory, as long as they remain within its bounds. This device allows us to track them." Enlightenment dawned on the group, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly, Miss Leah is remarkable. How fortunate that she was prepared. They envied Leon, imagining he must use this device daily to monitor Miss Leah's whereabouts. The others swiftly turned their gazes to the last speaker. Leon waved dismissively, but suddenly, a light point flickered at the edge of the rune tracker. Its peculiar appearance puzzled the onlookers, yet Leon, upon observing it, tucked the tracker away. He cleared his throat softly, as if nothing had occurred, and issued commands to the others. Having spoken, she nimbly leapt from the window, her movements in the night sky reminiscent of a swift cheetah. In the blink of an eye, she vanished beneath the cloak of darkness. A blue light gradually illuminated the scene as Victor and Leah simultaneously materialized in the expansive backyard of the Clavina estate. The yard was remarkably spacious, grander and more opulent than the villa in the royal city. Under the night's embrace, fireflies danced about, creating a private constellation upon the verdant lawn. This was Victor's childhood home, though he held few vivid memories of it. His recollections were limited to a handful of visits during side quests. The convenience of magic was undeniable. As the magical array dissipated beneath the grass, Victor's voice followed suit. Do you require my assistance? What? Do you underestimate me? Leah shot a glance at Victor, her tone casual. To apprehend a petty thief, we must enlist our family's esteemed mage? That would be placing far too much faith in him. Victor nodded in understanding. Since Leah saw no need for help, he trusted her abilities to handle the situation. If it truly was that Leah possessed sufficient energy to subdue him. Should the need arise, Victor glanced at the gloves adorning Leah's right hand. The mage's hand would inform him if Leah encountered insurmountable peril. With no further words exchanged, Leah hastily departed. After her exit, Victor remained rooted in place. Vega perched upon his shoulder, curiously surveying their surroundings. So this is where you used to live? Quite spacious indeed. What are you doing? Why do you stand there motionless? Do not disturb me. I am contemplating the location of my room. Chapter 61. Elegance, never outdated. Victor gently stamped his foot, causing the teleportation array beneath him to glow once more. It was late at night. The household servants had long since retired, and Victor sought to avoid waking them with a ruckus. Thus, he opted for the discreet method of teleportation, room by room. In the stillness of the night, a robust, white-haired elder, alerted by the noise, slowly ascended the stairs toward the source of the sound. As the bluish light within the room gradually faded, Victor found himself in a dimly lit chamber. He glanced around. This was not his room, but rather a guest chamber. Just as he prepared to teleport again, the door creaked open. The elder pushed aside Victor's door, looming behind him. His imposing figure resembled that of a great bear, casting a shadow over the room. Even the ambient light struggled to penetrate his form. Upon recognizing the occupant within, the elder adjusted his monocle and bowed deeply. Victor's magic was conspicuous, capable of evading detection by the family knights stationed outside, a feat achievable only by a mage of at least third rank. Victor turned his gaze towards the elder. The towering figure, standing at nearly 3 meters, sparked a flicker of recognition within him. Helnison, an aged bearfolk. He has served as the steward of the Clavina family for over a century, diligently attending to their needs and bidding farewell to 3 generations of the family. Victor is the scion of the 3rd generation. As the eternal guardian of the Clavina lineage, he possesses the capability to confront even a 4th-tier mage. I did not mean to disturb you. Helnison, my sincerest apologies, Victor remarked. The steward nodded in acknowledgement and bowed respectfully. Master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, the imposing elder turned and departed, his footsteps silent. Once he had left, Victor resumed his teleportation spell. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different room. The spacious chamber was infused with a subtle floral fragrance, and the opulent decorations bespoke the extraordinary status of its occupant. It was evidently a woman's room. The only woman residing in the ancestral estate was, indeed, this was Leah's chamber. Victor confirmed his assumption with surprise. He had unexpectedly teleported into Leah's bedroom. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Leah had often intruded upon his quarters without so much as a knock, and he had no qualms about her presence. The room was impeccably tidy, with no signs of having been recently occupied, as Leah had been residing in the capital for the past few days. Suddenly, a surge of impulse welled up within Victor, an uncontrollable urge that stemmed from a player's instinct. In the game, players would rummage through every accessible room, searching every nook and cranny to ensure they did not overlook any valuable items. Moreover, Victor had a penchant for collecting. He would never leave a space unsearched. He closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the stirrings of temptation. It would be inappropriate, after all, as this was a lady's chamber. He cast a casual glance around, preparing to depart. Yet, Victor's singular eye was drawn to a cabinet. It bore an inscribed magic circle radiating a faint yellow glow. Without deliberate scrutiny, it would have gone unnoticed. Victor, over there, came the voice of Vega, his companion. It soon dawned upon him what it was. A magical lock, an intricate array designed to seal its contents with arcane energy, impervious to access without deciphering its complex runes. A bookcase fortified with such a magical lock. Could it conceal something of significance? Should he attempt to unveil its secrets? Vega, Intrigued, craned his neck toward it. Despite the nagging thought that he might miss an important item if he refrained from opening it, Victor hesitated, considering the possibility that it might contain Leah's private belongings. Fine, let's open it, he decided. The magic array dissipated swiftly, and Vega effortlessly unlocked the magical seal. Victor could not help but inquire, "Do you not possess a sense of respect for others' privacy? Are you jesting?" Vega replied dismissively, casting Victor a sidelong glance. "Your desire to access that cabinet is apparent to anyone." "Very well," Victor conceded. The tendency to thoroughly search an entire room without missing a single detail is a common trait among players, and he was no exception. Internally, Victor whispered an apology to himself, but instinctively opened the drawer. Within, there were no remarkable artifacts, only a few tattered, mended plush toys. Deep in the drawer, he discovered an exceedingly old notebook, its pages already yellowed with age. Curiosity piqued, Victor extracted it and casually flipped open a page. It was as if ancient memories were laid bare before him. November 6th, Father said that my brother has awakened a formidable magical talent. Our family is about to welcome a powerful mage. How wonderful. My brother will protect me for a lifetime, won't he? November 7th. My brother seems to be studying hard. That must be exhausting. I want to help him become the greatest mage, but he only scolds me for being a bother. How can I assist him? November 8th, I confided my worries to Father. He told me that being a mage is a profession that requires substantial wealth. So, is my brother lacking money? If I could earn a great deal of money, could I then help him? As Victor read the words, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. This page contained only these entries, so he turned a few more pages. December 21st, today it snowed heavily. And I adore the snow. Mr. Helnison helped me build an enormous snowman. I showed it to my brother, but he shattered it with magic. Does he not like snowmen? December 22nd, I made a mistake today. I accidentally stained my brother's spell book, which is quite expensive. He was furious and punished me by making me stand in the snow. I felt so cold. I'm sorry, brother. It was my fault. December 23rd, I saw my brother again today. I wanted to apologize, but he scolded me harshly, saying he despises tears. Shouldn't I cry? Why can't I ever satisfy my brother? I feel so useless. The subsequent pages were filled with trivial occurrences. Until January 1st, the diary bore no further entries. Victor set the diary down, a heaviness settling in his heart. The discord between Victor and Leah as siblings remained unexplained in the game. In the game, Leah's room was locked, preventing any players from entering. It seems like your past was quite burdensome, Vega remarked beside him, having also read the diary's contents. Victor nodded in agreement, refraining from disputing the observation. He did not close the notebook. Instead, a glow emanated from his palm, and a black pen materialized in his hand. On a blank page of the diary, he drew a simple, smiley face. Vega watched quietly as Victor completed this act, then heard him say, "Please relock the cabinet, Vega." Vega complied, using magic to secure the cabinet once more, leaving no trace of it having been opened. Victor turned to exit, and Vega flapped his wings to follow. "Where do you intend to go?" "Previously, I expressed my intrigue regarding that grain merchant." Victor merely uttered a single sentence, and beneath his feet, a teleportation array began to shimmer faintly. Vega hastily ascended to his shoulder, and the moment they made contact, the man and the bird vanished without a trace. At last, "I have caught you." A group of hooded figures apprehended Cha beyond the wilderness. Cha, a formidable figure, possessed a physique that would naturally elicit avoidance from passers-by. Yet, he now found himself encircled by a throng of individuals. In a state of desperation, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he shouted, "Where is Miss Leah? I demand to see Miss Leah. Why have you taken me?" The hooded figures sensed an unsettling shift. Why was just shouting so loudly? Nevertheless, no one had the luxury of contemplation as a sharp female voice cut through the air with malevolence. Cha, still brimming with defiance, exclaimed, "I must see Miss Leah. I have matters to clarify." "Oh, what do you wish to clarify?" Leah's cold voice suddenly resonated as she appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Beside her stood Leon, his green eyes peering from the shadows. With her arms crossed, Leah regarded Cha with an icy stare. Cha, upon seeing Leah, was poised to articulate his thoughts when she gestured dismissively. Instantly, numerous hooded figures emerged, bow and arrow in hand, awaiting Leah's command to rain arrows upon Cha. "I advise you not to make any sudden movements. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your breakfast tomorrow will not include an arrow," she warned. Cha's countenance darkened, as though he had plunged into despair. Yet suddenly, a smirk crept across his lips, betraying a sense of triumph. Leon, keenly attuned to Cha's shift in demeanor, shouted urgently, "Release the arrows." In an instant, A multitude of arrows surged toward Cha. However, they abruptly halted mid-flight, as if repelled by an unseen barrier. A staggering shield erupted from the ground, flooding all present, except Lia, with an overwhelming sense of weakness. Magic disruption? Leon realized something was amiss, glancing at her hands. Within the confines of this barrier, she was unable to wield even a fragment of her magic. Then, Cha's voice rang out. How does it feel to experience the taste of magic-suppressing stones? Originally intended for Victor, they now serve to subdue his sister, which is quite fortuitous. Lia, however, remained unfazed. Even in what appeared to be a disadvantageous position, she exhibited no signs of panic. So what? I'm not a mage. This declaration incited Cha's ire, and he retorted with foul language. You must be joking. Do you think I am unaware that you are a second-tier mage? At this, Lia narrowed her eyes. She discreetly summoned her magical hand, yet it produced no effect. Nevertheless, you shall remain here today, she stated as the barrier rippled, conjuring forth several armed warriors from thin air. Within the confines of this magic-nullifying barrier, warriors who fought with their life force would undoubtedly prove to be your most formidable adversaries. Cha laughed maniacally, brandishing his weapon, poised to slay everyone within the barrier. Lia, however, yawned with disinterest. Was this all? There were hundreds, if not thousands, of knights lurking in the vicinity. A mere signal from her would summon a cavalry that could effortlessly obliterate the warriors before them. Yet, aside from her, no one was aware of this fact. Leon appeared somewhat anxious as she whispered to Lia, Miss Lia, please be prepared to flee. We will risk our lives to carve a path for your escape. With that, she drew 2 daggers from her waist, readying herself for combat. Lia furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she suddenly felt a gentle warmth emanating from her mage's hand. As the mage's hand approached its source of magic, it would react accordingly. So Leon, remain still, Lia commanded, a confident smile gracing her lips. With an air of calm amidst the incredulous gazes of those around her, she proclaimed, someone is coming to rescue us. Buzz. A cerulean magic circle illuminated the area beyond the barrier, its vast expanse enveloping the entire enclosure. An astonishing surge of magical energy burst forth, and in an instant, the magic circle disregarded the constraints of the anti-magic stones, teleporting everyone within the barrier, save for Cha and his subordinates. A flash of white light enveloped them, and when Lia opened her eyes again, they found themselves on a hillside outside the barrier. Everyone, except her, gazed around in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Lia took a few steps forward, peering down at the barrier. Inside, a familiar silhouette appeared. Clad in a black trench coat, the figure stood with his back to her, the glow in his hand fading, indicating the recent casting of a teleportation spell. Victor's voice resonated from within the barrier. The kingdom's specialty, the anti-magic stone, proves effective against mages, yet it possesses a significant flaw. If a mage is outside the restricted area, they can wield magic from afar, impacting the interior secured by the anti-magic stone. In other words, had I wished, your barrier would have been shattered by my spell in that very moment. Cha glared at the unexpected visitor, gripping his blade tightly, his gaze fixed warily upon the newcomer. Who are you? He demanded loudly. Victor responded with a graceful bow. I am Victor. I hear you seek me. Chapter 62. I am an artist skilled with the sword. I speak no falsehoods, do I? Upon revealing his identity, Cha fixated on him. The darkness of the previous night and Victor's ebony attire had initially obscured his features. But upon closer inspection, Cha recognized the likeness to the figure depicted in the magical stone's portrait. Victor Clavenna, the Empire's most brilliant 4th-tier mage. An instinctual sense of grave danger emanated from this man. Yet, Cha did not falter in fear. Because this place lies within the confines of the anti-magic stone, Victor, no matter how formidable, remains merely a mage. Even the mightiest sorcerer, if rendered incapable of conjuring magic, becomes nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. I concede that you possess a remarkable understanding of the anti-magic stone, Chua remarked. This mineral, recently discovered by the kingdom, is as unique as the Empire's prize mana stones. Yet he did not anticipate that the man before him would possess an even deeper knowledge of the anti-magic stone. However, you shall ultimately pay the price for your arrogance, Victor. Chua could not help but erupt into manic laughter, his demeanor bordering on madness. The slayer of the Empire's most gifted mage, Victor, yet he dares to remain within the anti-magic stone's vicinity. Is this not sheer hubris? Victor began to attempt the construction of magic, yet only a few sparks of magical flame flickered in the air. Has even the essence of fire been affected? Victor pondered. The power of the essence of fire surpasses the limitations imposed by the anti-magic stone, yet as a conglomeration of elemental mana, it too is susceptible to its influence. Victor took a moment to assess the situation. If he were to forcibly utilize fire magic, he could perhaps manage to unleash 1/10 of its full potential. If he wished, he could summon a meteorite significantly smaller than the one that struck the royal capital. Though diminished in power, it would undoubtedly be sufficient to annihilate this group of warriors, whose average level barely exceeded 30. Victor's gaze turned toward Shure. As the battle commenced, a health bar and level appeared above Shure's head, level 32. In the forthcoming tasks, his level would rise to 35. Shure was momentarily startled by the flames igniting in Victor's hand, but upon witnessing their swift extinguishment, his arrogance returned. This was not unfounded. A mage incapable of casting spells poses no threat. Shure wasted no further words, barking orders to the warriors beside him. Do not waste time. Quickly eliminate him. The warriors brandished their long swords and steadily advanced towards Victor. Outside, Liao watched the unfolding events with furrowed brows. The mage's hand she wielded had lost its potency. Thus, it stood to reason that Victor, ensnared within, should also be unable to wield magic. What was Victor planning? Regardless of his intentions, Liao must be prepared to rescue him. She turned to Leon beside her and commanded, "Prepare to save Victor. He must not perish." "Understood," Leon responded, drawing the wooden sword from his back, his body tensing like a coiled spring. Meanwhile, the warriors within the barrier closed in on Victor. He stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the approaching warriors, as if bereft of magic. He had forgotten how to fight. One of the kingdom's warriors reached Victor's side, his long sword descending rapidly, poised to strike. In an instant, Leon transformed into a gust of wind, darting towards the barrier like a flash of light. Just as she was about to touch the barrier, a scene unfolding within it caused her to halt abruptly. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A long sword pierced through the warrior's skull. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. It was as if he lost consciousness in that moment, his wide eyes remaining unblinking in death. Victor withdrew his sword, allowing the mingled crimson and white to cascade over his face. He wiped it away nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. A fatal strike. In the game, aside from units, every entity possesses a fatal weakness, as long as a player's level surpasses that of the opponent. Identifying this vulnerable spot allows one to ignore the health bar and deliver a lethal blow. The mortal weakness of humans is the easiest to locate. Although Victor faced limitations in his use of magic, he was now at level 41. "Proceed." Victor stood his ground, his voice cold as ice. His mind was filled with a myriad of questions. Was he truly a mage? Where did that sword come from? A cold sweat broke out on his palms as a renewed sense of crisis surged within him. Ignoring everything else, he spotted the kingdom's warriors standing by and shouted, "Charge! Eliminate him!" Several warriors brandishing swords quickly surrounded Victor. One warrior swung down towards him, yet Victor adeptly sidestepped with agile footwork. However, at that moment, another warrior's attack came from behind. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, blood erupting forth. The would-be ambusher looked down in shock at the long sword that had mysteriously appeared in his chest, his eyes gradually losing their light. Second, Victor's count seemed to toll the death knell for all present. Perhaps out of fear or audacious confidence, the warriors descended into madness. Bloodlust enveloped them as they charged towards Victor like wild beasts. Yet, to Victor, their movements seemed to slow down dramatically. With practiced ease, he merely shifted back a fraction, effortlessly evading the incoming blades. Then he raised his hand. The sword lunged forth, aimed directly at the heart of the kingdom warrior before him. Clang! This time, however, the blade was thwarted by the opponent's sturdy armor. The warrior breathed a sigh of relief, hastily lifting his sword to strike again. But suddenly he froze in place. Feeling the rapid drain of life, he widened his eyes. A warm surge of blood erupted from his chest, and the sword clattered to the ground. "Regrettably, I made a slight error. Yet, you failed to seize the opportunity it presented." Victor's chilling voice resonated as he withdrew his sword, allowing the lifeless warrior to crash to the ground. His eyes widened in realization. This time, he saw it clearly. The moment the warrior lifted his sword, Victor's silver blade had slipped between the gaps in the armor. The slightly curved silver sword pierced the warrior's heart. Every move, a death sentence. As the remaining few began to feel a sense of dread, they launched a coordinated assault on Victor. Yet, to Victor, their movements appeared excruciatingly slow. It was as if he had found his rhythm. His actions became fluid and seamless. He slightly bent forward to evade a few thrusts, then sidestepped another swing with unparalleled agility. In the intervals of their attacks, his long sword pierced towards the vulnerabilities of those warriors, striking true without exception. Bloodstained Victor's silver blade a deep crimson. The last warrior, gripping his long sword tightly, took a deep breath and lunged at Victor. With a deft maneuver, Victor sidestepped the blade and thrust forward. One strike, fatal, precise and elegant. Elon stood outside the barrier, transfixed as she witnessed Victor's entire display. She stood there dumbfounded. Compared to seasoned swordsmen, Victor's swordsmanship could hardly be deemed exquisite. However, after witnessing this one-sided slaughter, Elon could only render one judgment upon Victor. Clean, neat. Only this assessment was worthy of the victor before her. He exuded the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, as if he could evade attacks with his eyes closed, precisely identifying the enemy's weaknesses amidst their strikes. One decisive blow, and they fell, clad in a black cloak, wielding a blood-stained longsword. He stood amidst a sea of corpses soaked in blood. Beneath the moonlight, he moved with the grace of a dancer in a requiem. How could this be? Et on murmure, shivering involontarily. He was merely a mage, yet he excelled in close combat as well. A genius? No, he was a monster. A monster who is not a mage. You are not Victor. You are absolutely not Victor. Che, in shock, gazed at the scene before him. Blood pooling at his feet while his subordinates fell one by one, like vegetables being chopped. His mind went blank, leaving only one thought. The figure before him is a monster. Victor flicked the blood from his blade, the glint of the sword shining brilliantly under the moonlight. Apart from the initial splatter of blood that had struck his face, the remaining foes were not even worthy of tainting him with their blood. I appreciate your traditional approach, Victor suddenly remarked, his tone laced with indifference and mockery. First, you send your men to their deaths. Then you wait until they've been nearly slaughtered before you jump in for the final showdown. Klitsch, but I admire it. With a snap of his fingers, an endless flame spread forth, incinerating all the fallen bodies into ashes, which gradually dispersed with a gentle breeze. She was finally thrown into a state of panic. Victor could wield magic. How could this be? Why? All along, the advantage you thought you had was merely a perception I allowed you to maintain. Victor, gripping his silver sword, slowly approached Cha. As the monster drew closer, beads of sweat formed on Cha's forehead, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. The long sword fell heavily into the earth. He no longer had the strength to lift it. Your arrogance and your delusions have led you step by step into the abyss of despair. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to meet your demise before extracting any valuable information from you. Victor raised his long sword, its tip directed towards Cha, gesturing for him to take up his weapon. Let's proceed. Chapter 63. God, who retracted the message. Cha found himself cornered, engulfed by a tempest of rage. A surge of blood rushing to his head. He sprang to his feet, seizing his long sword anew. A palpable aura coiled around Cha, while white patterns adorned the blade, signifying the warrior's combat technique. Unlike magic, this was a skill accessible only to those imbued with the essence of a warrior. Like a tempest unleashed, Cha charged towards him. Instinctively, Victor raised his silver sword to shield himself, absorbing the full force of Cha's assault. In an instant, the earth behind Victor erupted. A violent shockwave reverberating through the trees, dozens of meters away. Victor's hands went numb as he stumbled backward, muttering to himself that he indeed lacked the strength of a traditional warrior. Cha swung his longsword, narrowly missing Victor's head. Timing was everything. Victor retaliated by striking Cha's waist with the hilt of his sword. Yet, this had little effect. The robust Cha merely staggered back a few paces. Cha then drove his intricately patterned sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave from the earth. Victor seized the moment, leaping back effortlessly, evading the tremors. However, Cha remained undeterred, raising his blade from the ground towards the heavens. A gust of sword wind surged forth, aimed directly at Victor. Once, twice, thrice, Cha relentlessly unleashed his sword winds. Yet Victor, with his lithe form, evaded every strike. With narrowed eyes, Cha plunged his long sword into the earth beneath him. Victor remained composed, identifying a gap in the barrier, thrusting his long sword forward. Astonishingly, the formidable hurricane barrier was effortlessly breached by this single thrust. In his eyes, every move Cha made had a counter. He stepped forward, capitalizing on Cha's skill cooldown, aiming his sword at Cha's body. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Cha produced a round shield from his waist, positioning it directly before Victor. His expression twisted into one of cruel determination. If he could deflect Victor's attack, just one strike would suffice to shatter him to pieces. However, before he could succeed, Victor revealed a sudden smile. So Navi, boom. His form erupted into a conflagration, circumventing the shield and enveloping Cha within. The flames roared, seemingly intent on incinerating Cha entirely, his anguished cries echoing from within the barrier. The blaze illuminated the sky as if it were day. As the flames dissipated, Victor's figure re-emerged at the original spot, elegantly flicking his longsword. Cha was covered in burn marks, gasping for breath as he leaned on his weapon to maintain his posture. Why? His eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. He could not accept it. In his domain of close combat, he was even outmatched by a mere mage. Moreover, this mage could cast spells even within the confines of a magic-restricting stone. It was utterly unfair. He was filled with resentment, an overwhelming sense of indignation coursing through him. How could every move he made be completely anticipated by his opponent, even his meticulously prepared secret weapon? In Victor's eyes, it seemed as if his secret was not even worthy of the name. In that instant, Cha's fury erupted. An intense crimson aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a terrifying sanguine glow. In his rage, Cha lost all semblance of reason. He discarded the armor from his body and pressed the edge of his long sword against his own blood. The blood, as if guided by an unseen force, gradually climbed the blade. This feral frenzy sent shivers down the spines of many. Even Victor appeared momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Cha raised the blood-red blade and leaped towards Victor, delivering a fierce slash, a powerful wave of sword energy coalescing into a formidable range, ensnaring even Victor within its grasp. Witnessing Cha's madness, one of Lia's subordinates anxiously inquired, "Miss Lia, shall we not intervene?" "No need," Lia replied, her gaze fixed on the unfolding battle, devoid of any concern. The moment she had seen Victor wield magic, she had known that Cha stood no chance. If he wished to play, let him play. Once the battle concluded, the aftermath could be dealt with by them. Lia spoke with an air of calmness, her words brimming with confidence in Victor. After all, he was the youngest genius in the imperial capital. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere warrior from a kingdom? With a powerful surge, the sanguine aura erupted outward, carrying with it a wind that was restless and tumultuous. The air currents sliced through the atmosphere like sharp blades, targeting Victor. Yet, Victor moved at a leisurely pace, as though strolling through a garden, weaving seamlessly between the gaps of the slicing winds. The blades missed their mark, merely shredding the surrounding trees, which fell with a cacophony of splintering wood. Cha's eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, remained fixated on Victor's movements within the barrier of wind. Just once if he could land a hit, even a single strike. But then, a calm voice echoed in his ears. "It seems you have had your fun." When she turned to look at Victor once more, flames ignited fiercely upon Victor's sword. "I advise you not to forget one crucial fact," Victor declared, standing at the edge of the blood array, positioning his silver sword within its confines, pronouncing Cha's final sentence. "I'm a mage." Suddenly, flames engulfed the sword's edge. A gust of wind struck the blade, and with a deft twist, Victor entwined the flaming longsword with the entire energy field, sealing Cha's fate. What was once Cha's assault has now transformed into his fiery prison. The temperature escalates dramatically, soaring as if it intends to ignite the entire wilderness. It seems as though it can no longer be sustained. The entire atmosphere collapses with a resounding crash. Boom! A conflagration of explosive intensity engulfs the wild expanse. All others can perceive, amid the billowing smoke, a dark figure propelled by the explosion, crashing violently to the ground. That figure is Cha. In his final moments, he ignited his own life force, unleashing his ultimate technique. Yet it proved utterly futile. His skill was effortlessly unraveled once more by Victor, who even repurposed it into a counterattack against him. The backlash from the sword's energy pierced through Cha's limbs, leaving him sprawled upon the earth, barely clinging to life. The barrier he had erected shattered alongside his fall, and a deep, obsidian stone rolled to Victor's feet. Victor approached, looking down upon him with a calm demeanor. In the instant the barrier dissipated, Victor sensed the restoration of his magical energy. Cha lifted his gaze towards Victor, yearning to see some sign of injury upon him. However, apart from a few tears in Victor's attire, not a single drop of blood marred his form, accompanied by a flicker of flame. Even the damage to his clothing mended itself. Cha surrendered, his eyes dimming. Witnessing the scene shattered even his last glimmer of hope. He stared skyward, and unexpectedly, he erupted into laughter. Long live the kingdom. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily shouted a warning. He intends to poison himself. Cha crushed his own molars, the venom swiftly taking effect. In that moment, he felt his life ebbing away at an alarming rate. Yet, Victor, quick-witted and agile, flicked his coat, forcing several vials of crimson elixir into Chi's mouth. Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, he sensed a resurgence of life within him. The simultaneous sensations of life slipping away and returning inflicted upon him a torment akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants. Victor, observing Chi's agony, gradually revealed a devilish smile. I told you, as long as I keep you alive, you shall not perish. Chapter 64, A Dispute with My Wife. The onlookers, witnessing Chi writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, stood frozen in disbelief. What has happened to Chi? Why is he suddenly behaving as if he were on the brink of death? However, Laia discerned the crimson potion in Victor's grasp and quickly realized what he had done. Is it that miraculous elixir again? Observing the bizarre state of Chi, Laia began to formulate a hypothesis. If the blue potion corresponds to the restoration of magical energy, then the red elixir must pertain to the revival of life. Laia's conjecture was not mistaken. At that moment, in Victor's eyes, Chi's life force fluctuated erratically. Once his health bar, poisoned and nearing depletion, threatened to plunge him into the depths of death, Victor would swiftly administer a vial of fresh restorative elixir. Victor maintained Chi in a tenuous balance between life and death. Chi experienced an exceedingly peculiar sensation. In a fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul had become weightless, poised to ascend to the legendary paradise above. Yet, in the next instant, his consciousness would return to his corporeal form. He was acutely aware of the excruciating torment coursing through his body, as if a legion of ants were gnawing at his heart. His limbs stiffened and straightened, rendering him incapable of alleviating his suffering, not even resorting to the thought of self-destruction. Foam dripped from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot and glazed, as he spat in fury at Victor, demanding, "In my life. Do it now." Victor observed him quietly, awaiting Chi's inevitable descent back into the abyss of agony. Time and again, his awareness blurred, and the carousel of memories flickered through his mind, only to be shattered by Victor's hand. Chi realized he was unlikely to die, merely awaiting the toxin to consume his body, only to be met with yet another plunge into the depths of torment by the man before him. After a while, the poison's effects began to wane. Chi sensed a gradual return of sensation to his body, the pain slowly dissipating. Was it finally over? Just as he began to catch his breath, a blade pierced through his limbs, delivering an unbearable jolt of pain. His recently revived extremities were rendered useless once more, causing Chi's mind to erupt in despair. Demon, you vile demon! Victor drove the blade through Chi's palm, embedding it in the earth. Crimson blood mingled with the soil. He no longer regarded the howling Chi, instead bending down to retrieve the magic restraining stone and circular shield from the ground. In that moment of picking up the two items, Victor's gaze discerned their attributes. Item name, Evil Knight. Effect, 100 health points, 30 physical defense. Skill, parry, which deflects an enemy's attack at the moment it is directed, causing a maximum of 1 second of stun upon successful execution. Item name, Magic Restraining Stone. Description, capable of obstructing the flow of magical energy within a certain radius. The Evil Knight was the final scheme that Chi had prepared for him. Should anyone be unaware of the parry skill's effects and recklessly attack the shield, they would be rendered stunned for 1 second, a moment that could potentially cost a player half their life. This was also the reason many players found it difficult to defeat Chi upon their first encounter. Even later on, without the advantage of levels and equipment, Chi's independent shield was sufficient to leave many players at a loss. Being parried and then stabbed in the kidney was certainly no trivial matter. Fortunately, every movement of Chi's was as transparent as glass in Victor's eyes. Moreover, at this moment, he was not as formidable as the future iteration of Chi. Even if Victor were bestowed with a level 10 warrior account, he could still dispatch it without sustaining any injuries, albeit requiring a greater amount of time. Victor sheathed his shield, directing his gaze towards the anti-magic stone. The stone's function is as straightforward as its name suggests. Even in the kingdom, such items are lamentably scarce. How did Victor come to know of this object? Naturally, it is because he has utilized the anti-magic stone before. As an item, it serves as a veritable tool for ensnaring mages. Imagine, some mage players, upon discovering a wild creature in the wilderness and preparing to divide the spoils after vanquishing it, are interrupted by a passing player who casually tosses an anti-magic stone on the ground, seizing the loot and fleeing. What a sight that would be! Reflecting on this, a faint smile graced Victor's lips. Indeed, that passing player was none other than himself. Upon witnessing Victor step away from Chewer, Liao revealed a subtle smile, as if she had always believed in Victor's inevitable victory. Let us proceed with the aftermath, she instructed, and her subordinates swiftly responded, moving to restrain Chewer. Victor approached Liao, casting a deliberate glance at Leon as he passed. Even though Victor was enveloped within a barrier, he had noticed Leon's intention to rescue him. Her agile movement left a profound impression on him, and now, seeing her familiar attire and green eyes evoked a wave of nostalgia. He recalled that among Lia's subordinates was a remarkably swift elven aide, whose speed rivaled lightning, capable of infiltrating enemy camps as though they were unguarded. She had once slain 17 noblemen of the Empire in a single night, earning the title of the Empire's most elite and enigmatic assassin. Thus, he spoke softly, as if testing the waters. Leon? Upon hearing his voice, Leon's body jolted, and she instinctively took a few steps back. How could Victor possibly know her name? It was inconceivable. Lady Lia would never have disclosed such information. Yet, Victor observed her fleeting reaction and felt a sense of certainty. A chill coursed through Leon as Victor's gaze seemed to pierce through her very essence. As he passed by her, he did not linger for a moment. You arrived not too late, I see. Even without your presence, I would have managed, Lia remarked, shrugging her shoulders, unperturbed by the anti-magic stone's influence over her. However, Victor's timely arrival did warm her heart. She stole a glance at him, recognizing that, unbeknownst to her, Victor had begun to change in subtle yet significant ways. Unbeknownst to them, a crow descended from the sky, alighting upon Victor's shoulder. The sight of the crow puzzled Lia. Why had she not noticed it earlier? Because I never engage in unprepared battles, Victor replied. Lia scratched her head, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What relevance did this have to her question? She was, of course, unaware that had Victor truly not engaged Chewer within the range of the anti-magic stone, he would have emerged unscathed. Outside, Vega would swiftly dismantle the barrier of the magic suppression stone. Although the likelihood of Victor defeating Chu was merely 1%, he was determined to eradicate even that slender chance. He aspired to achieve absolute victory, to become an invincible champion. This was only natural. He intended to thoroughly investigate the rot within his family. A stranger from another kingdom infiltrating our territory? I was prepared for this, Lyra remarked coldly. In truth, Cha had initially concealed his identity, fabricating a persona within the Empire. Lyra was already aware of these machinations. For the individual responsible for Cha's false identity was one of their own, a subordinate of the Clavenar family. Cha's seemingly flawless disguise had been under Lyra's watchful gaze all along. Suddenly, Lyra turned to Victor and said, I need a few bottles of that potion. Victor gazed at her, contemplating the cruel intentions concealed behind her outward smile. Though she appeared to be smiling, her voice was chilling as it emanated from her lips. Victor produced 5 vials of the potion from his coat. 10,000 geo. Do not forget to transfer the funds. Lyra shot him a fierce glare, snatched the 5 vials, and departed. Once she was gone, Vega turned to Victor. How can you even charge your sister? That's your snack money. Well done. You should collect more. A teleportation array formed beneath Victor's feet, and he vanished in an instant. He had little interest in the interrogation, as it was not his forte. Better to leave it to a professional like Lyra. The knights were already prepared, bowing in respect upon seeing Victor. He nodded and entered the estate. Although it was the middle of the night, Victor felt no fatigue. He toyed with the round shield in his hands, much like a child eager to test a new toy. Suddenly, he thought of Heilnazen. This formidable bear man was more than capable of serving as Victor's sparring partner, perhaps even to the extent of delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. With that thought, Victor promptly dismissed the notion of enlisting Heilnazen as his training partner. While skill could compensate for insufficient stats, it was not an infallible solution. When one's stats were so high that even defense could not be breached, any form of skill would be rendered futile. If Heilnazen was not a suitable sparring partner, then who else could assist him in honing his melee skills? Suddenly, a silver-white figure flashed across his mind. He opened his mouth and whispered her name, Gwendolyn. Chapter 65. Victor, you truly are born. The sky lightened to a pale hue, and the sun rose as usual. After a night of addressing various matters, she felt somewhat drowsy, yet sleep eluded her. Exhausted, she approached Victor's room and unhesitatingly pushed the door open. Victor, I need to speak with you. However, the room was empty, devoid of even a trace of Victor. This left Lyra in a state of confusion. What is happening? With a sense of bewilderment, Lia closed the door, suddenly contemplating a possibility. She hurried to the training grounds, where she found Victor relentlessly wielding his sword with a singular motion. When did you begin practicing swordsmanship? Who have you been training with? Lia cast a dubious glance at Victor, unable to suppress her disbelief. It can't possibly be Gwen, can it? At that moment, Vega also took flight, landing atop Victor's shoulder. Lia, misinterpreting the silence as agreement, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. When had these two become close enough to train together? Moreover, wasn't Victor a mage? Was he genuinely considering a career change? What's going on? Victor's voice broke through her thoughts, prompting Leah to return to the matter at hand. She spread her palms in resignation and shook her head. Alas, he has revealed everything. To put it plainly, it's rather dull. Cha merely glanced at the vial of red potion meant for recovery before delivering his account. In essence, the kingdom was merely frightened. Leah began to recount Cha's testimony. In truth, the kingdom had been observing Victor for quite some time. When Victor became a third-tier mage at the tender age of 20, the kingdom contemplated whether to discreetly eliminate a potential future threat. However, Victor was an oddity. He never communicated with any nobles and held a disdainful equality towards them all, resulting in an extremely poor reputation, to the point of being universally loathed. Consequently, the kingdom deemed Victor a non-threat, and perhaps, under certain circumstances, he could even be recruited. Earlier this year, the kingdom seized an opportunity, sending Cha to infiltrate the Clavina family under the guise of a grain merchant, seeking a chance to incite a rift between Victor and the imperial elite. The outcome, however, was Victor's inexplicable outburst at the Duke's daughter's soiree, where he professed his feelings. At this, Leah cast a scornful glance at Victor, mocking him for being unaware of his own engagement. Quickly, Leah continued, it was this incident that revealed an opportunity to the kingdom. They sought to exploit it, attempting to instigate animosity between the Duke and Victor, thereby forcing the Clavina family to sever ties with the empire. Unfortunately, what the kingdom did not anticipate was that the Duke was a doting father. Despite his intentions, he found himself unable to antagonize Victor for the sake of his daughter. As the kingdom continued to search for opportunities to engage with Victor, the demons arrived. Victor showcased his formidable fourth-tier prowess, vanquishing the demons. This event reached the ears of the royal family, and Victor found himself entangled with their interests. The youngest fourth-tier mage ultimately became an adversary of the kingdom. The kingdom had not foreseen that you had been concealing your abilities for 9 years, suddenly emerging as a fourth-tier mage, which led their strategies astray. Leah shook her head with a sigh. She too had not anticipated Victor's subterfuge. The radicals within the kingdom now viewed your existence as a threat. You were too young. And if not swiftly dealt with, you could become the ultimate menace leading to the kingdom's downfall at the hands of the empire. Thus, they provided Cha with the anti-magic stone, leaving a flaw in our territorial finances, with the intent of luring both you and me into a trap, forcibly erasing us. Even in the event of failure, Cha could take poison and the kingdom would easily extricate itself. At this point, Leah scoffed. Who would have imagined that Victor possessed such a miraculous vial? I suspect Cha felt quite secure at that moment. But who could have foreseen the outcome? Leah glanced at Victor, stifling a laugh. You're truly a mage who engages in close combat. Even a sorcerer who trains both physical prowess and magical artifacts would not choose to confront a warrior in melee. Yet, Victor, a traditional mage, not only dared to do so, but he also emerged victorious. It was utterly fantastical. After her laughter subsided, she raised her alluring gaze towards Victor. In truth, Cha's infiltration into the territory is also connected to you. Victor furrowed his brow, perplexed. Connected to him? Do you recall the grain merchant from earlier? His name was Parson. Leah looked up at Victor's expression, which was as indifferent as she had anticipated. It was as if he had no recollection whatsoever. I knew our esteemed mage would hardly remember such a trivial character. Leah clicked her tongue and spread her hands. Parson had a wife, and they resided in Lamadou. But Parson spent nearly half the year away from home. Lamadou is a village under the domain of Clavina. At some point, our esteemed mage whimsically decided to inspect the territory. Unfortunately, he was inadvertently offended by Parson's wife, simply because he had been accidentally bumped into while disembarking from his carriage. Leah's tone was somewhat detached. The subsequent events are rather grim. Parson's wife, in a state of panic, offered her apologies, but Victor was unyielding. With a mere dismissive remark, he condemned this pregnant woman to labor in the mines. Such intense physical exertion was naturally unbearable for a woman in her condition. During her toil, she suffered a miscarriage and was left in a precarious state. As Leah recounted the past, Victor listened in silence, aware that these were actions he had once taken. Consequently, he relinquished a position that could have sustained him for a lifetime, filled with hatred, and came into contact with the kingdom's soldiers, namely Cha. Parson leveraged the connections he had forged within the territory to fabricate an identity for Cha, introducing him into our midst. The events that followed need not be reiterated. After hearing the full account, Victor remained silent. In summary, all of this stemmed from Victor's own actions. Strictly speaking, the former Victor was indeed a figure despised by many. He disregarded the lives of every commoner and noble alike. His heart harbored only self-interest. No one could penetrate his inner sanctum. He equally scorned all. To him, Everyone else was merely a speck of dust and an ant in the grand scheme of the world. Among the nobility, his reputation was exceedingly poor. Others have ascended to the rank of third-tier mages, and while they may evoke envy, they are equally met with heartfelt blessings from their friends. Yet for Victor, the prospect of receiving a greeting from a noble seems far-fetched. He would be fortunate merely to avoid disdain. Even among players, Victor's reputation is tarnished, his only commendable traits being his looks and formidable prowess. Consequently, he is devoid of companions, and even his soul kin has ultimately become his adversary. A fallen noble, bereft of assistance, wanders the streets aimlessly. Upon encountering him, Victor proposed a trade. If the noble were to part with his most treasured possession, Victor would restore all that he had lost. The noble, heeding Victor's words, relinquished his cherished heirloom. However, Victor accepted the heirloom only to inform him that he had breached their agreement. The most precious possession had never been material. He forcibly brought the noble's wife and children into his estate, compelling them to toil in the territory, deceitfully informing them that their family had forsaken them to pursue a life of opulence in a foreign land. The unfortunate noble was ultimately exiled by Victor, disappearing from the player's sight forever. To this day, he recalls Victor's infamous proclamation, "Why is your most cherished possession not your family?" Many players endeavor to unearth the deeper meaning behind Victor's words, yet the inept developers have never delved into the lore of the game. Nevertheless, Victor's nefarious actions are indelibly etched in memory. Leah continued speaking, "There is something I had not shared with you. Our item shop was vandalized on the day of its opening." She raised her hand, the crystalline gems on her fingerless gloves gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Victor listened intently as Leah recounted the events. It appears that Merchant had long been prepared. Her tone was somewhat detached. After Victor bestowed upon her the mage's hand, she had only utilized it during the ambush on the caravan, a moment when the members of the convoy witnessed her wielding magic. Today, however, when they sought to capture Cha, he employed a magic nullifying stone against her, even believing himself to be a second-tier mage. From the onset of the caravan's assault, the kingdom had, with the aid of Parson, set their sights on Victor. Everything was interconnected. Leah was acutely aware of her brother's poor reputation, yet she never anticipated that even the kingdom would target him. His prodigious talent instilled a sense of crisis in the neighboring realm. At that moment, Victor abruptly remarked, "Send some compensation to the merchant's wife." Liao was taken aback, looking up at Victor, struggling to comprehend his intent. Compensation could imply two meanings, one for injury, and the other. "Then find that merchant and bury him," Victor stated flatly, his expression unchanging. Yet, within his indifferent tone lay a chilling cruelty. However, he did not pursue complete annihilation, leading Leah to grasp that he still retained a semblance of the Victor she did not entirely loathe. However, she still inquired, "Why do this? You are indeed deserving of your fate." Victor squinted, as if the rising sun was somewhat blinding. Yet, his emotionless voice resonated as usual. When he contemplated ending your life, his fate was sealed. Leah was momentarily taken aback, retreating a couple of steps. She lowered her head, not wishing Victor to witness her current expression. His tone remained as unyielding as ever. "Do you think I harbor no grudges? Rest assured, I have long since dispatched someone to take care of it." Victor nodded, seemingly oblivious to Leah's demeanor, and continued with his indifferent remarks. He acknowledged her efforts with a brief, "Thank you for your hard work," before the concealed teleportation array beneath his feet activated instantly. In a whirlwind of energy, his form transformed into a blue light, vanishing without a trace. As the last glimmer of azure dissipated, Leah stood there, her head bowed, as if striving to contain some overwhelming emotion. Victor had departed, leaving no one to witness the turmoil on her face. She was finally unshackled from her restraint, as if the dam of her emotions had burst. A solitary tear traversed Leah's cheek, cutting through the arid air before splattering onto the ground, stirring up dust. After a moment of silence, a voice echoed softly, almost in soliloquy, "Leah, you truly are useless." Chapter 66. Hee Professor, hee. In the capital, at the Clavina residence, the training grounds were now bathed in the light of dawn. A beam of blue light gradually descended, accompanied by the illumination of the magical array. As Victor emerged from its confines, he surveyed his surroundings, greeted by familiar sights. No one was aware that Victor had been absent for the entire night. After his departure, a few maids gathered together, whispering amongst themselves, "Do you not think our master is incredibly handsome and youthful? Indeed, his complexion is truly remarkable." They chattered excitedly, rosy hues blooming on their cheeks. "And Mr. Victor is now a count. I believe that news surfaced just yesterday. I only just heard." Each one was keenly aware of Victor's elevation in rank, with the maids feeling a swell of pride in serving within the Count's household. The status of a Count differs vastly from that of a Viscount. Now, Victor possesses the authority to directly raise his own private army. While there are already some in Clavina to safeguard the territory, that is merely a matter of security. Victor now holds the power to recruit a cadre of family knights directly in his residence in the capital. Were it not for the concern of disrupting Harnesson's work, he would have certainly summoned Harnesson to the capital. Such a formidable subordinate would be coveted by anyone who laid eyes upon him. However, there are numerous responsibilities awaiting Harnesson in the territory, as he serves as Clavina's steward, and managing this small domain in the capital would be somewhat beneath him. Viga yawned atop Victor's shoulder, having also gone without sleep, and looked quite fatigued. I must ask, where on earth did you acquire that inexplicable combat experience? Vigia was aware that the soul within Victor had been replaced. Yet his familiarity with spells led him to believe that Victor must have been an extraordinarily powerful mage in his former life. However, once again, Victor shattered his assumptions. How could one explain Victor's exquisite melee skills? Victor chose to disregard Vigia. Were it not for the constraints of circumstance, he could have demonstrated the intricacies of all professions to Vigia. Approaching the door, he was greeted by a maid who hastily approached him, hands respectfully presenting a letter. "Master, your letter." The letter radiated a distinct magical energy. Victor glanced at it, accepted the missive, and nodded. The complexity and magical potency of this enchantment were remarkable. Even an average third-tier mage, despite deciphering the magical riddle, would lack the necessary power to unlock the letter. This was a magical conundrum crafted by a genuine fourth-tier archmage. When Vigia heard Victor call his name, he rolled his eyes. "Honestly, do you not realize how tired I am?" Nevertheless, Vigia pointed out the flaws in the letter. In this pattern, the direction and path are completely incorrect. It needs altering. Here as well, under Vigia's meticulous guidance, the challenging magical riddle was swiftly unraveled. As Victor inscribed the final rune, the letter illuminated with a blue glow. Correspondingly, Victor's magical energy plummeted by more than half, nearly depleting him entirely. Victor paid little heed to this, opening the letter to reveal a blank sheet of paper. He examined it from every angle, only to find it devoid of any writing. As he prepared to invoke magic, a phantom emerged from the paper, speaking. "I am truly astonished, Sir Victor. Your mastery of magic commands my utmost respect." This magical riddle was devised collectively by several fourth-tier mages from the council, and you have unequivocally demonstrated your formidable prowess. Yet, despite the phantom mage's words of praise, a barely perceptible shock lingered in his tone. They had anticipated that Victor could solve the riddle, but they could never have imagined he would do so in less than 5 minutes. According to their expectations, even Rachel Azure would have spent considerable time grappling with it. "Enough." Victor interrupted the flattery, his tone icy. "State your business." The phantom mage faltered, perhaps taken aback by Victor's brusqueness, and cleared his throat. No wonder many spoke ill of Victor's reputation. The elder mage in the apparition slowly articulated his purpose. "I represent the Mage Council in inviting you, Sir Victor, to join our ranks. As a fourth-tier mage, you are worthy of our personal invitation." Victor tapped his fingers on the table, entirely dismissing the offer, and inquired flatly, "What are the benefits?" "Naturally, you will receive the equivalent privileges of a fourth-tier mage." "Empty promises," Victor retorted, laying forth his own demand. "I require access to the magical library." The ethereal figure paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Victor's astonishing words. An insatiable curiosity welled within him. How could Victor possibly be aware of the existence of the magical library? However, Victor's demands were merely the beginning. "I require a staff crafted from the horn of a unicorn, the tail of a fourth-tier dragon, and the trunk of a century-old locust tree. Additionally, a robe fashioned from the scales of a fourth-tier golden dragon, interwoven with the webs of ominous spiders and infused with powdered magical stones." The mage was momentarily rendered speechless by Victor's requests. Each of these items was a rare treasure, not only exorbitantly priced, but also composed of materials that are exceedingly difficult to procure. Dragons are not commonplace commodities, though the figure bore no facial features. Victor could discern the confusion and discomfort in his pause. "My lord Victor," he finally managed, "if I cannot fulfill these requests, then I see no reason to join the Mage Council." Upon uttering those words, flames ignited in Victor's hand. The ethereal mage was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the fire, as Victor continued speaking. "This letter has been treated with special materials. Ordinary flames cannot consume it." Yet soon, Victor revealed to him the true meaning of surprise. One side of the letter suddenly caught fire, the flames climbing upward. As he watched the letter engulfed in what appeared to be intense flames, the ethereal mage was momentarily stunned. He could only listen numbly as Victor's voice resounded once more. Remember, my demands remain unchanged. In no time, the letter was completely reduced to ashes, and the ethereal voice fell silent. With the bothersome noise dissipated, Victor sat calmly in his chair. Vega, observing his relaxed demeanor, voiced his lingering question. What is the mage's capital? This name had first reached his ears while in the sea of knowledge at Rachel. He had intended to inquire further, sensing it was a place of intrigue. The mage's capital, also known as the Sky City of Endymion, is the paradise that every mage player yearns to visit. It boasts an immensely vast magical library, the extent of which is unknown, yet its labyrinthine structure is filled with an array of spells. Only those mage players with sufficient contribution points are permitted to study the powerful and extraordinary spells that are inaccessible to ordinary mages. Indeed, there are even opportunities to learn magic of the 5th tier and above. Endymion is not affiliated with any nation. It exists as a realm of mages independent of all countries. Here, one can encounter formidable mages from various regions, races, and ages. Any mage granted entry into the mage's capital is likely to be a notable figure in their own right. Of course, while there is no national regulation, Endymion does uphold strict legal standards. One may thrive in Endymion by adhering solely to the law while disregarding morality. However, once one departs from Endymion, the situation becomes uncertain. Instances of repugnant scoundrels being collectively eradicated by mages are not uncommon. Thus, Endymion is also referred to as the final bastion of morality. By the way, only sorcerers of the 3rd tier and above are permitted entry into the City of Mages, and they must have their qualifications acknowledged by the Mage Council. Although Victor once possessed sufficient strength, his tarnished reputation barred him from entry. However, his recent triumph over demons has garnered public acclaim, compelling the Mage Council to overlook his moral standing and extend an invitation. As for his requests, they are likely to acquiesce. These venerable sorcerers would not pass up the opportunity to embrace a young and formidable fresh talent. As the recollection faded, Victor briefly explained to Vega that it was a city suspended in the air. Vega's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It sounded exceedingly fascinating. Yet, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he stifled a yawn, yearning for slumber. With eyelids growing increasingly heavy, he feebly chided Victor. Do you truly understand how vital additional sleep is for a raven? Victor cast a sidelong glance at Vega, delivering a mild jest. Has the Lord of Chaos finally acknowledged his avian nature? Observing this, Victor rose slowly, retrieving his pocket watch. It was still early, and indeed, he could indulge in some rest. He meandered toward his chamber, casting a deliberate glance at Henny's room as he passed by. The yellow glow caught his attention, yet he detected no signs of life within. Is she already awake? Victor's quarters were expansive, large enough that an ordinary individual might feel a twinge of fear when alone in such a vast space at night. Some plants had climbed down to the floor, yet ample space remained. Vega, spotting the perch he had longed for, hurriedly ascended and began to doze off. However, just as he was about to succumb to sleep, he sensed something amiss. Glancing over at Victor's bed, the bird suddenly became alert. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he addressed Victor. Why are you not sleeping, Victor? Victor paused in silence, gazing at the bulge beneath the covers on his bed. He reached out and tugged at the blanket. A soft succubus tumbled out from the bedding, blissfully ensconced in slumber, occasionally murmuring in her dreams, Professor Victor, haha. Chapter 67, if it's the professor, then it's permissible. Henny? Victor stood by the bedside, tossing the blanket carelessly onto the floor, and scrutinized Henny for a considerable time. Only then did she stretch languidly, rubbing her eyes in a drowsy manner. Upon opening her slightly blurred vision and noticing Victor by her bedside, she displayed no hint of anxiety. Instead, she broke into a silly grin, squinting up at him before clambering onto his lap like a koala, drifting back into sleep. Victor felt as though his sanity were on the brink of collapse. Vega perched atop the stand, observing the two and chirping with laughter. Noticing Victor's icy gaze, Vega stifled his laughter, flapping his wings and taking flight. As he departed, he added, "Then, I shall not intrude upon your delightful moments." After leaving, she did not forget to close the door behind her. Although he was oblivious to the unhealthy thoughts plaguing that wretched crow, the current situation left Victor feeling somewhat immobilized. Henny was clad only in a thin nightgown, revealing expansive areas of her pristine skin, the allure of spring bursting forth in an irresistibly enticing manner. He attempted to disentangle Henny from his body, but was at a loss as to how to proceed. The predicament was dire. The beguiling aura unique to succubi wafted tantalizingly towards Victor's nostrils, teasing him with its intoxicating scent. After all, Victor was merely human, and under the seductive influence of such temptation, he found himself gasping for breath, nearly losing his composure. He leaned down, gently placing Henny, who clung to him, onto the bed. Should anyone have witnessed this posture, it would have appeared as though Victor was pinning Henny beneath him, as if on the verge of committing some unspeakable act. Yet, after completing this action, he merely uttered the name of the girl softly, Henny, as if under some enchantment. Upon hearing her name, Henny blinked in a daze. This time she truly awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately beheld Victor before her. "Oh, Professor?" Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she could not help but exclaim. Nevertheless, she showed no inclination to release Victor, perhaps overwhelmed by the suddenness of his presence, forgetting that she was entangled around him like an octopus. Victor's expression darkened ominously as he calmly addressed Henny. "This is my room." With a swift motion, Henny enveloped herself beneath the covers, retreating to the corner of the bed, trembling and exposing only her head. Whether out of fear or confusion, she incessantly apologized to Victor. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I fell asleep in your room. I intended to come find you to report on matters." She furtively glanced at Victor, who was seated in a chair, her face still flushed. She had initially thought she was merely dreaming of Professor Victor, only to realize that what had transpired was no mere figment of her imagination. Despite the swell of happiness within her, Henny felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that Victor might be angered. His countenance suggested that he was not in the best of moods. "So, you intend to approach me dressed like this?" Henny was so startled that she hurriedly buried her head under the covers, afraid to meet Victor's gaze, repeatedly murmuring her apologies. "I tend to be a bit dazed when I wake up too early and forgot to put on my outer garments." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to a mosquito buzzing in the air, barely discernible. Listening to her explanation, Victor's expression remained grim. Succubi were indeed perilous creatures. He had barely managed to restrain himself moments ago. With her newfound magical abilities, her inherent traits were gradually manifesting. Perhaps Henny was entirely unaware of her own capabilities, but it seemed to be an instinctive trait of succubus. Even unconscious actions, uniquely seductive to the succubus, inevitably influence Victor. Paired with her flimsy nightgown, it incites a palpable thrill. Victor resorted to self-suggestion thrice, managing to regain a semblance of composure. In the game, he had encountered succubi before, even dispatching several with his own blade. However, the succubi within the game merely conferred a damage reduction of 50, as players could not even shed their close-fitting shorts, rendering any fervent effects implausible. Yet now, Victor was a sentient human. He felt compelled to admonish Henny, at least to prevent her from continuing in such a manner. Otherwise, he might indeed act against the girl's wishes. Reluctantly, his words bore an air of intimidation. "Remember, no one can endure you for eternity, Henny. If their essay next time, I cannot guarantee my actions will remain within bounds." Upon hearing this, Henny cautiously peeked out, her gaze directed toward Victor, imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Really? Wait, this is not right. If it were to teach me, I could manage." Henny shyly regarded Victor, the blanket inadvertently slipping to reveal her fair shoulder, her eyes shimmering. Victor shut his eyes. This was intolerable. A pure, beautiful girl, her gaze filled with longing for him, was truly hard to resist. However, here he opened his eyes, rising with clarity restored to his gaze. "Henny, home." She looked up at Victor like a startled fawn, a mix of anxiety and expectation in her demeanor. "At least for now, I will not accept your advances." As his words settled in, Henny's expression dimmed. Although she was well aware, she had never harbored any real expectations. She understood the chasm that lay between herself and the professor. Thus she merely cherished her secret affection for him. Henny admired the professor, but would not impose upon him because of her feelings. Even if it meant loving him quietly for a lifetime, she would remain oblivious to the exact moment a succubus could embody unwavering fidelity. Wait a moment. Henny's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Did Professor Victor not say, at least for now? She dared to lift her gaze towards him, only to find his expression as indifferent as ever. "You are weak. At present, you do not even qualify as a mage. Strive to barely keep pace with me." She stared blankly at Victor, but in the next instant, a dark robe fell over her face, enveloping her entirely. With her vision obscured, Henny could no longer see Victor's figure. She attempted to pull the robe away, only to hear Victor's voice resonate. "Put your clothes on. Do not forget you have matters to report to me." With that, the sound of a door opening and closing echoed in the air. As Henny unfurled her robe, Victor had long since vacated the room. Yet, a sense of bliss intermingled within her heart, as if the echo of Victor's words lingered in her memory. Could she catch up to Professor Victor? As the most renowned genius mage, Victor had already achieved the 4th tier at a remarkably young age. Was it within her capacity to accomplish this? However, after the intertwining of joy faded, a surge of magical energy began to swell within her, akin to the rising tide. This gradually intensifying power seemed to affirm something for Henny. Catching up to Victor was not an insurmountable task. She lifted her robe, urging herself onward. Little did Victor know, succubi possess a significant trait that remains undiscovered among players. That is, once a succubus identifies a potential mate, she shall never relinquish her pursuit. She will relentlessly chase this goal, capturing him and holding on until her very essence is depleted. I can surely do this, without a doubt. As Victor stepped outside, a raven dozed upon the banister at the staircase. Without uttering a word, Victor approached the creature and seized it by the neck. The raven jolted awake, its eye widening in disbelief as if it were gasping for air. "Release me, Victor. Are you attempting to suffocate me?" Viga, the raven, exhibited a teasing glint in its eye, effortlessly breaking free from Victor's grasp. It fluttered to Victor's shoulder, somewhat disgruntled as it preened its feathers, proclaiming their beauty. Well, it is difficult to comprehend the aesthetic sensibilities of a raven. Soon, having tidied its plumage, Viga remarked in a most irksome tone, "What is this? Has our esteemed Victor concluded so swiftly? Even discounting the time for disrobing, you've barely taken 5 minutes. Doesn't that seem rather?" Viga scrutinized Victor with a mocking gaze, brimming with derision. "At times, I truly wish to rend that beak of yours." Upon hearing this, Viga did not silence itself, but instead laughed even more boisterously, its wings covering its belly as it chattered with glee. "No way. You chose the latter between beast and sub-beast? Are you truly incapable?" Victor remained unfazed, continuing his path in silence. Viga grew increasingly animated, giggling in delight. "Hey, she's a succubus, you know. There will inevitably come a day when she cannot persist. Surely, you do not believe that succubi are eternally unwavering?" Victor halted, casting a downward glance at Viga. "As long as she is Henny, she will adhere solely to my commands. A succubus that is too frail cannot withstand the magic of a 4th-tier mage. Indulgence would only lead to her detriment. Thus, she must grow stronger." Viga, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped Victor's intent, a cunning glimmer appearing in its eyes. "You can even exploit the aspirations of those around you. Should I deem you heartless or commend you for your foresight? I hope, when the time comes, I am not ensnared in your schemes." Chapter 68. If you are not here to court her, then do not seek her out. Victor sat quietly in his study when a knock echoed through the room. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the study door to open automatically. Henny stood at the threshold, cautiously stepping into the room. With her head bowed, she approached Victor, resembling a child who had erred, too timid to meet his gaze directly, occasionally lifting her eyes to glance at him covertly. Victor's gaze roamed over Henny, taking in her form shrouded in a flowing black robe, concealing not only her figure, but also the allure inherent to her nature as a succubus. Who could have imagined that this ordinarily unassuming girl possessed such formidable capabilities? Henny was likely the most powerful individual Victor had encountered thus far. He shook his head, diverting his attention from her, and inquired, "What is it?" Henny, still averting her gaze, spoke softly, "Some families wish to collaborate with you." "Collaborate?" Victor responded, somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend Henny's meaning. Noticing his confusion, she elaborated, "Last night, numerous nobles sent messages to your shop, most expressing a desire to discuss a partnership regarding the magical potions." Victor tapped his fingers against the table. Indeed, it appeared that others had begun to take notice of this aspect. Although the price of magical potions was exorbitant, their effects were equally remarkable, and those truly in need of them, namely, the mages, would seldom lack the funds to procure such potent items. Were some seeking to stake a claim in this venture? Victor had always been uninformed about the affairs of the shop, as those matters had been handled by Lia. He recalled Henny mentioning, upon her awakening, her discomfort at being so well looked after, expressing a desire to contribute and assist in the household. Subsequently, Lia seemed to have taken Henny under her wing, appointing her as a temporary assistant. Originally, Henny's role at the academy was that of a teaching assistant, allowing her to seamlessly adopt the assistant's mantle. Coincidentally, the two had attended a banquet the previous day, during which Henny had spent the day at the shop. However, the situation deviated from Victor's expectations, as Henny continued, They would like me to inquire if you have any additional stock of the magical potions. Oh, Victor responded, intrigued, gesturing for her to proceed. They expressed a desire to purchase the potions in bulk, offering to acquire them at a price 100 geo above the cost. They intend to display your crafted potions in their family stores and other cities, sharing the profits at a ratio of 70 to 30, with 70% allocated to you. Victor pondered this development. Were these families perhaps inclined towards philanthropy? Yet, upon calculating the returns, it became evident that their intentions were not purely altruistic. Even with a mere 100 geo profit, they stood to gain considerably. This did not account for the myriad expenses related to store management and transportation. For Victor, who was aware of the underlying truths, these individuals appeared to be arriving with offerings of wealth. It seemed they had caught wind of information suggesting that the actual cost of the magical potions was merely 300 geo. Victor suspected that this rumor had been intentionally disseminated by Liao. But what was the true cost? They were merely fruits of negligible value. Even if Liao sold them at what they considered to be cost price, and other shops priced them at 1,000 geo, the resulting profit of 700 would still be a substantial sum. This 700 geo would have to be divided, with 70% go to Victor. Moreover, the price at which they purchased in bulk was higher than the cost price, thus their profit would diminish further. While this arrangement seemed promising, Victor squinted. Having dealt with players extensively, he understood the underlying malice in such transactions. One could never be certain if the sweetness offered by the other party concealed any traps. Indeed, some individuals might seek to curry favor with Victor, given his esteemed position as the princess's tutor, garnering accolades and even attracting the attention of the second prince. Clearly, he was in a position of ascendancy. However, if the terms of the transaction were, as Henny described, once they obtained the goods, they would only need to remit 70% of the profits to Victor. They could choose to hoard the stock instead of selling it. As long as they refrained from selling, they would not need to transfer any funds to Victor. Consequently, these individuals acquired the originally 1,000 geo potions from Victor at what they deemed the cost price, but refrained from selling, opting instead to stockpile or use them personally. This not only disrupted the market price of the potions, but also violated the selling regulations set by the Clavina family, which stipulated that one person could purchase only 2 bottles per day. Victor would not mind earning a considerable sum, given his financial constraints, yet he would not fall prey to such an obvious trap. These seasoned traders would only exploit Henny's lack of understanding. Victor cast a glance at Henny. The little succubus was indeed remarkable in her magical studies, yet she clearly lacked acumen in commercial affairs. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. He believed that if these individuals truly intended to undermine their business, Liao would undoubtedly extract her due from these nobles. As for you, Victor rose and walked directly towards Henny, who, thinking she had erred, lowered her head, biting her lip, appearing unsteady. Victor reached out, gently stroking Henny's head. She was taken aback, a wave of joy surging within her as she looked up, staring at Victor in astonishment. With an impassive expression, Victor spoke softly in a moment. You will begin your shift at the supply store. Your sole focus should be on selling. Do not let it hinder your magical studies. Henny nodded eagerly, feeling immense happiness as she listened to Victor's instructions. A warm current surged once more from her heart, rising to her head. I will surely catch up to you, Professor. I will. As she trailed off, Henny seemed to remember something, her face flushing crimson, unable to utter another word. No one knew what thoughts swirled in the mind of this bashful succubus. As he departed, Victor turned to the still-dazed and shy Henny and said, Remember to close the door. She felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was as if she had finally discovered a purpose in life. Henny placed her palm over her heart, whispering softly, I must become stronger. Victor sat atop the speeding carriage, traversing the dust-laden path that led directly to a grand estate, the Derlin Manor. Upon disembarking, the servant at the manor's entrance bowed slightly upon recognizing Victor, saying, Mr. Victor, please hold on a moment while I inform Miss Gwen. Since the conclusion of the Demon War, Gwen had been resting at home, recuperating. Victor nodded in acknowledgement and leaned against the carriage, continuing to wait. With a creak, the grand door swung open, revealing a woman. Her long purple hair caught Victor's attention first, and as he gazed upon her face, he furrowed his brow. The visitor was not Gwen, but her sister, Kefra. Is that not Victor? Kefra squinted with a playful smile, raising a hand in a claw-like gesture in the air. It was indeed a peculiar way of greeting. At that moment, as he observed the lively Kefra greeting him, Victor felt a moment of disorientation. After all, this character, who had never appeared in the game, was now alive. If players were to emerge in the future, how would this elder sister of Gwen integrate into the unfolding narrative? Victor was uncertain. He He had not pondered such matters before. After all, his primary objective remained survival. To endure, Victor needed to grow stronger, ever stronger. Should he still be unable to evade a fatal conclusion, he must become powerful enough to disregard everyone else. His moment of distraction was interpreted by Kefra as indifference. She blinked, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. What? Your sister comes to greet you, and you are displeased? You expected Gwen to welcome you, did you not? Regaining his composure, Victor nodded, offering no courtesy to Kefra. Indeed, Kefra shrugged, displaying a sense of resignation. Faced with her stoic brother-in-law, she found herself at a loss for words. Forget it, I shan't be angry. After all, you did save me. Though she had paid for it. Kefra believed that life would always surpass monetary value. Had it not been for Victor's provision of those invaluable restorative potions when she was on the brink of death, she might not be standing here conversing with him. This alone was sufficient to enhance her perception of Victor. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she crossed her arms. So, what is it that you seek from little Gwen? I must warn you, if it is not for a date, you ought not to disturb her. She is quite busy. At that moment, Gwen emerged, towel in hand, wiping away sweat and carrying a knight's long sword. She looked quizzically at them. Sister? With whom are you speaking, Victor? Victor cast a sidelong glance at Kefra, amusement glimmering in his eyes. This is your idea of being busy? Kefra covered her face with one hand, unwilling to confront Victor. At that moment, she wished to avert her gaze from her foolish sister, who had just embarrassed herself. Upon arriving at the doorway, Gwen's demeanor shifted to one of mild displeasure at the sight of Victor. What brings you here? She inquired. Noticing her tone, Victor pondered his previous actions, wondering if he had inadvertently provoked her in some manner, yet he could not discern the cause. Consequently, Victor decided to address the matter directly. Observing the knight's silver sword in Gwen's grasp, he reflected for a moment before speaking in a tone that Gwen found strikingly familiar. Care for a practice session?